I'm ready, I'm ready. Just waiting for HMPass to load up. Didn't want to show my desktop. Uh-oh, HMPass is crashing. Oh, baby. Oh, HMPass is crashing, but HMPass is there. We did some solid work yesterday when it came to the nations. Some solid work. Greetings, Cindy. We are here as you ordered yesterday, ready for the next instructions. Good. 530 understood the instructions. 2,500 didn't. When will the raffle be today? I would say like 20 minutes after the third set finishes. Pop Rob. Cheers, Reno. Thanks for 10 gifted subs. Honey, how does the king move? Well, it can move on its own. Some people left this channel tonight. Shame, shame. I predict 16 games in total today. That would be not an unreasonable amount. Yeah. Well, 4-1, 4-1, 4-2. I think 18 feels more realistic, but yeah, 16 can happen. Yeah, about to complete the most insane run in a while. Probably, right? Yeah. Thank you for everything, Nili. Booked my ticket to the meetup yesterday. I'm already hyped for it. Yesterday? That's tight. That's tight. We sold out yesterday. Right now, 425 out of 425 tickets are reserved. I still think I'm missing the payment of... Let me check. 18. So 407 people paid. So the 18 have to pay within the week, otherwise I will cancel their tickets. Kane the Kong, just watch the VOD. I think we are going into detail there quite a bit. Also, I have an extra YouTube video explaining everything. How much were the tickets? 95 euros. You had to cancel another thing, so I was able to confirm. Nice. See you there. See you there. Will halftime JorDan play like double time JorDan today again? Let's see. Let's see. How many out of raffle go through? Only one lucky person. Unless we break 50 people, then I will give out 2 tickets. Yeah. No. So for every new 50 we break, I will raffle another ticket. So if we get to 101 people, yeah, maybe that's something to shout out a bit more. So for everyone who doesn't know what we're talking about, if you want to join NAC, a donation of $201, this one here, will add you to a raffle. I will add your name, and later tonight I will make a draw. And every 50th person will get a ticket. Yeah. Maybe we'll get more interest if you just say 2. One Saturday and one Sun. You can choose the day. If you can't do Saturday or Sunday. Or for example, if you want to attend the meetup on Saturday and Sunday, you can also pick Friday. Where to sign up as 15th person? What? Every 50th person gets the thing is saying, oh, okay, I think I see what you try to do there. Wanted to do a bank transfer for the check. It was confronted by some kind of impossible German puzzle. Had to set up a new PayPal. Oh, baby. Finally, you're online. 13 minutes already. What mousepad do you use? Standard Logitech, just keeping the local setup. I don't even know which one this is. I think this is just an unbranded big one. Maybe I got it from the Gamer Legion house. Baby, it's dirty under here. I think it's unbranded, but it's relatively big, right? Like, as you can see, like, this is the full extent of it. No. Co-casters? Co-casters. Hera T90 Dash. I think Mihai has advantage that he won 3-2 all of his sets while JorDan won 3-0 and didn't face any struggles. No. Mihai had to show more games. I think it's a disadvantage. Has MBL decided to come at NAC or will you stay at home? You have to ask MBL. How long till the match starts? Do you have time to cook? Pasta is okay. Casserole, not okay. Who's going to explain Buchholz? DauT in case he qualifies. I will change the setup a bit. So this works for excuse me. Do we want to keep it one line? Probably, right? If it's reasonable like this. Top is kind of cut off for some reason. Fixed. So JorDan goes for fortified clearing. Acropolis. We somehow have Mihai and JorDan in there. Okay. Looks reasonable. Are there a lot of maps that are not played yet? Any map you would like to see played? I think map distribution is relatively similar, no? Like we have every map played, obviously. With Acropolis only twice. Beach Fight only 4 times. Brood only 4 times. That's only the first qualifier. So we have Acropolis only 3 times. That's sick. Enclosed didn't get a lot of love. Younger Nati got a lot of love. Arena got a lot of love. If we can read bets. No. Northern Crossing not getting a lot of love. Yeah. Set number 1, DauT. Scoreboard is at the site. The first person MBL faced in ladder last night when he started streaming was 99 player The King. Really? That can't be true. That can't be true. Does Mihai have more than 15% to win this? 15 to 20 feels reasonable, yeah. We're removing unpopular maps from the main event, or popular just keep it like. And we'll have a meeting with all the players tomorrow evening to discuss all the maps and the settings. But now it looks like we keep all of them, but let's see. How would you feel for at least some sets to have the map picked band first, then random generative bands? Horrible. Horrible. What if you feel like, okay, I want to play Brood War with Teutons. And then you pick Brood War and Teutons get sniped. It's completely out of your control. And you now have to face a map or play a map where you lost your plan. Let's say we have two roughly equal opponents. How much advantage does the home map give you? I can't really see any reason, any home field advantage like in physical sports, or does it just come down to playing styles? Playing style. Yeah. Like Mihai likes to play open aggressive maps typically, like Arabia. JorDan is crazy strong there as well, but JorDan is also very comfortable on stuff like Acropolis probably. And you can simply prepare home maps, right? You can train Acropolis 5 times, then pick it as a home map, and you will have more specific training than your opponent will have. Would the random bands work for maps as well to see them more evenly? Yes, but then like we are getting too much out of the comfort zone of the players. I think if we give them, okay, you have to play those 7 maps, and you have only those civilizations, I think it would result into more diversity, but players would really, really hate it. I think this is the best between like entertainment and players not going rage. Or not raging. Yeah. Do the random bands actually influence home map picks? I think so, yeah. Doesn't that get them out of their comfort zone already? Yeah, in some form. Like, if DauT thinks Romans and Goth are banned, he would not pick Rocky Forest. Also, there are maps with unique units playstyles. Let's say Arena might be a map favorite for one player and always banned for ranked games for another. There's a massive shift in experience on the map compared to the game in general. Yeah, like, as I said, like Draken, for example, incredibly good on his home maps. A real threat to anyone. Yeah. Goddess Guild, please stay respectful. How strong do you think the Flemish Revolution text still is? Slightly worse than in the past, so like, I don't think it's usable. No problem? What's the problem for you before? When will the game start? They will now go into like preparation for the Civ draft, then do the Civ draft, and then start with the game. So I would assume villagers move in like 15 minutes. All the pressure's on JorDan. He's the one who's expected to be at NAC 5. In this matchup, probably yes. Yeah. Tomorrow, last year Monday. Yep. Good morning, Pinch. Can they ban 7 maps each? Well, yeah, I can give you an understanding of it again. So what's happening is basically ban one civ, pick a home map, ban, pick a home map, pick a home map, and now they're banning down till only one single map is left. And that will be the opener. That's how it works. Mihai gets 18% from me. With all the picking and banning, how will that go with the event in January? Will that be off stream? Can imagine takes up too much time. For the group stage, it's before the set starts. Like, we won't show that. For the main event, for the playoffs, we will show that. Same as NAC 4. Does the ban format have a name? Not really, no. Viper was suggesting to do it the one day before. Did he really? Then he didn't understand the format. It's not an option with Swiss format. How can you do it the day before? You don't even know the matches the day before. Thank you for the tournament, Nilly. Quite hyped with the qualifications. Can't imagine how it will be in January. Even sicker. Even sicker. This is most you've been excited for a LAN tournament? Probably Red Bull 5 was the most hype for me. Yeah. Why have the decider map be the opening map? Other games usually have one of the first picks in the first map and decider be the last map. Yeah. Which home map are we starting with though? That doesn't really like, don't look at it as a decider, it's just game 1. Did you call him MBL after yesterday? I thought you told after his King Snap. I told him we talk on Monday. I don't think it makes sense to talk to someone who's highly emotional. And I'm not there to talk through his feelings. How much time do you have the players for picking? Well, you were here live, right? You get somewhat of an idea. Yeah. How confident are you that your burnout level after NAC is low enough to enjoy your goodbye week? Oh, I think I will be burned out through my goodbye week as well. Ragnar, let's raffle. Flies in. Thank you. I will add you. So we got another raffler in. Someone that wants to join NAC. Ragnar XYZ. Welcome, welcome. Thank you. For $200, you could participate at NAC and be there. What's DauT percentage of winning with Nicov in the best of 7 today? Let's look at that later, right? And I don't think we need to post the same question 3 times. Let's focus on JorDan versus Mihai. I think I can give you my statistics. DauT 55 against Nicov 45. Nearly sleeping in some way? Yeah, I will quit after NAC 5. I will do a goodbye week. Go to my YouTube. It's time. Like posted 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Maybe a month ago. Maybe, no, 6 weeks ago even. Wow. Yeah, where I talk about why I will leave Age of Empires. Didn't post it thrice? I know, I didn't mean you. Okay, and we got another hoodie as well. Let's go. Hoodies now at 47 hoodies. We just broke $37,000 of support as well. Teutons banned? Feels bad, man. No love for Teutons. At what point do the players know what civ their opponent has picked? They see it exactly at the same time as we do. So instantly. There are some formats where civ picks are hidden, but here we have it completely open. Yeah. DauT had seed 1. Can someone post a clip for the King Snipe? Don't go to my YouTube. It's uploaded there. Where's Hera? Argentina. Thanks for your question. Does hidden civ pick mean you can have mirror matches? I think so, yeah. NAC 5 is really great success and you make a lot of profit. Do you consider staying? It's close to impossible that I make profit. And if it's great success, that will make me really happy when I'm done. Any chance to invite MBL as a caster? He got an invitation at NAC 4, he declined it. Let's see. Neely's going out with a big bang. That's the plan. Yeah, but consider being a German teacher in elementary school instead of math. No, I'm bad at it. Obviously, if you're an elementary school teacher in Hamburg, you kind of have to do basic math and basic German, like that you in some form could teach it, and didn't really have my passion. What sizes are the hoodies available in? S, M, L. I think we have XL and double XL is what people ordered. I hope we can cater to that. Are you married? No. Together with my girlfriend, 3 years, 2 months now. We're living together. Leaving don't mean you will never play in the future. What about you and GL then? Do you support them still? I don't know. Let's see. Why not host a late night show like Domian? I think a lot of people feel like, oh, okay, they are really good at giving advice, while 98% are really bad at giving advice. So I wouldn't know, like, he has like actually studied it and is a master in his craft. I'm just a random guy with opinions. NAC5 is in GLs again, yep, yeah. And he's still in the tournament. He's playing the second match today. What do you teach? History, math, and social science. When is the best of 21 versus T90 happening? Best of 7, the Thursday after NAC. Best of 21 was a DauT, the Friday after NAC. Was 21 in one day? Yeah. It's taking forever. They're taking their time. It's important set for them. How many people think will qualify today that lose at least one of their home maps? 2. Do your students know that you create AU content? Some of them knew, yeah. Sometimes people stop by like, oh wow, you were my teacher once. Happened 2 times. Did kids' parents know that your poker success? No. No. Unless they googled, but like at least I never knew of anyone knowing. Neely, who's your favorite caster when you're spectating? Probably Killer B. He was the best. What are you looking for the most after AU retirement? Free mind. Let me see if I have the right draft link. I think I should. Oh wow, they hosted a new draft. Okay, that makes sense. Weird. What is happening here? Something is really weird. Okay, so the draft is complete. I don't know. Oh, this is so bad. We're fixing people. I need to do more behind the scenes, but we figured it out. Saved. Can make Swift picks bigger? I wouldn't know how. I could move everything further to the top. Maybe that's the way to go. FeederX, wrong language. If you want to talk German, tomorrow would be a great day to stop by. Okay. Which mouse type manufacturer will be signed? How large is it? Amazon thingy, 40 times 30 centimeters. Hey O'Hara, good morning. Couldn't you just change the font size of the picked sieves to the same as band sieves? The font size? What? I don't know what you mean. Okay, Hera, motivated. Typically, people like join the calls the moment we have the games starting. Hera wants to squeeze in and already share his thoughts quite a bit. I think those could still be a bit higher, right? This feels reasonable.
Hello.
Hey, yo.
Good morning.
Good morning. That's your deep voice, your just woke up voice.
Yeah, pretty much. It'll get better as the day goes on. I hope it's not too bad. Yeah, I'm excited for the set, man.
Yeah, you've been talking about Mihai and his potential for quite some time. Maybe give us some insight there. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I feel like Mihai is one of those guys that brings something a little different to the table. He always tries to play his style, and he kind of knows what his strengths and weaknesses are. So he's one of those like up and comers, quote unquote, that actually has a lot of potential. So I'm not too surprised to see him, in this big opportunity in this big stage, because winning gets you to NAC. But I do think JorDan's still like the favorite and still like the guy to beat here today. It's going to be a tough task for Mihai.
And Mihai, yeah, he has improved a lot on the ladder and had some performances there, but he did never have any breakthrough performances in tournaments. Like lifetime tournament earnings are below $2,000 for him.
Yeah. I think it's difficult, right? Like, a lot of times tournaments take a lot of trial and error. You're not really sure how to draft. You're not really sure how to prepare strategies. So I feel like your first few tournaments usually end up, even though you got the skills, you end up underperforming. Maybe now it's clicked for him. I think he's with Fox now as well, and those guys have been training really hard, so that probably really helped him as well. Get some guys in, around his age, same task at hand, and just kind of working together. I think that probably helped a lot with getting a nice preparation in.
Yeah, I think so as well. Like Fox have been really try-harding. We've seen great results. Dark, great showing. Sebastian, obviously, great showing. Magugu was looking strong. Obviously, heartbroken after his loss. But yeah, they really put in the work. And that's a very driven team of up-and-comers. And I wouldn't be surprised if they also put their mind to it. They could be like the 4th, 5th biggest teams when it comes to team games in the future.
Yeah, I agree. And like they have what a lot of other teams right now don't have. They have young players, right? So when it comes to the young players, we can sacrifice 2 years of pretty bad results and then aim for like, okay, in 2 years, we're going to be at the top. That's a pretty good timeline for a team like Fox. And if they make a name for themselves from now with some good results like Mihai sneaking in, Dark making a run, I think that's like a really solid like brand building setup for the scene.
Yeah. Compared to GL, who put their money and trust into people that are having a 24-year long mission trying to have tournament results like me.
Yeah, exactly. It's the complete opposite. Both strategies can be good. But I think nearly year 25 is where you pop off, bro. Year 25.
Okay.
You know the meme, like 90% of gamblers quit before the big win.
I know.
Maybe that's you in AoE. Just one more year, Nelly, and you're there.
Yeah, sure. It's around the corner. I can feel it. They're taking their solid time with drafting today. I think typically JorDan is the guy that drafts really quickly, and like if a set is scheduled for 12 UTC, he's ready at 11:58 with the full draft prepared and game hosted. But today, he knows how much is on the line.
Yeah, also it's worth saying that like this draft for NEC takes a long time because you get like the 12 bands initially, you base your whole map draft on that, and then only after that you have to think about the civs. So there's like an extra thinking process for sure with the random elements. Players taking their time makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah. So what are we thinking about the maps here? If you were Mihai, what would be your strategy to get to the upset and squeeze the most out of this best of 7 against JorDan?
Yeah, so I feel like generally speaking, the underdog wants to play pretty aggressive. So any strategy that involves him putting pressure on JorDan, doesn't have to be in feudal age, can also be in castle age. I think any strategy that involves him being on the aggression sounds like a good plan. JorDan in general, very solid defensive player, but like he's a well-rounded player. If you give him space, he will attack you. It's not like he's going to stay on defense 100%. So he's a very flexible, very well-rounded player. Likes to play, comfortable defense. So I think he's the kind of guy that you want to, take the map control against and try to squeeze him out. And if Mihai is able to do that multiple times, he's going to have a good shots. Playing the boom and the late game against JorDan will be very difficult. I think JorDan's late game solid, so probably avoid that as much as possible.
Yeah, and apparently we can't put a lot of trust onto the dashboard right now. Apparently the game already started. I was checking the dashboard, but it was not updating. But I don't think we're too far behind.
I'm not even sure where to find the game then.
In-game, just search for JorDan or Mihai. That was my approach. And I think we put JorDan in red, Mihai in blue. Does that feel reasonable?
That's good to me.
Okay, then I will pretend to be a professional caster and do some form of intro, and we'll say, what's up, Hippo lovers? JorDan against Mihai, decider day. Second qualifier, last chance for all the players, and we are looking into best of 7 with the opening game, Golden Lakes. With me is Hera, and we are jumping relatively deep into game number 1, but still KD is 0-0, so you didn't miss too much. We have a pawn in the left-hand side taken by Mihai. JorDan is going for the right-hand side. He is playing Japanese Mihai with Koreans, and JorDan about to sneak already. What can we expect on this map, Hera?
Very nice. First of all, thank you for having me here, and hello to all the Hippo lovers as well. JorDan with a sneak right off the bat is a very bold move, so that's a big risk to take, but obviously it pays off, right? Koreans, no demolition ships, so just by JorDan landing the sneak, but Mihai is, whoa, with the Korean line of sight, spotting that out right away. Look at that.
Yeah, already nice advantage there, and he will not underreact on the left-hand side pawn. Still not on gold though, so that's a bit of a surprise play. Double lumber camp, double dog, but not on gold. Is he forgetting that? Now standing 2 villagers. JorDan could have a slight advantage contesting that a bit easier. His second fire galley should be out earlier.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Like, JorDan knew he was going to be fighting. Mihai probably didn't expect to fight this early on the lakes, especially with how passive his opening was, just, snagging 2 lakes. He was probably hoping to fish boom a little bit. JorDan bringing the heat to him, so now Mihai's forced to get on gold. He's got no demolition ships, so I consider him to be on the back foot. Both players snagging town watch here. Interesting.
The JorDan specialty. He kind of was the guy introducing it when he first rose quite a bit, seeing, okay, I will perform so much better against forwards, and now people are including that more and more in their gameplay. And I still am a bit scared for Mihai. Like, way too late on gold, and you can see 3 fire galleys in the queue versus only 1 in the queue.
Yeah, and I think the Korean fishing ships, standard fish, 60 HP, not like the Japanese bonus or anything. So Mihai kind of has to fight fast. He does have the somewhat defender's advantage here, where he can just sit on his side, wait for JorDan to attack, and then try to fight near his docks. But demos could make that tricky once again.
Yeah, it's so easy for JorDan to squeeze in 1 demo. And typically, JorDan, I would consider him to be a player that rarely contests 3 or 4 pawns on Golden Lake. He's most of the time a guy that adds the archer range rather early. So I'm a bit surprised that he's mixing it up, and I like to see it.
Yeah, I think, the fact that this is game 1, he probably wanted to just come out the gate hard, not give Mihai the chance to set up what he wants to set up, not give him the chance to set up a fish boom, for example, which has been pretty popular on this map. So JorDan coming out this strong, just kind of sending a message in game 1 that he's here to play, he's here to put pressure. Very nice.
Also, Japanese don't mind taking multiple pawn approach, right? With their stronger fishing ships, that is just really nice for them. They can block a bit, and he can snipe so much easier. So I don't mind this approach with this Civ matchup. Mihai gets the kill, but JorDan stabs him back. There. Epic fight.
Epic fight. that was quite the fight here. But the demo first connection on the left-hand side. This is basically guaranteed to win JorDan the pond there, the lake. And you know what? I think this is, if you talk to JorDan after, this is 100% a strategy to counter Koreans here, because no demo is such a big disadvantage. You can see Mihai scrambling to get the repairs down. Might be enough if JorDan's not careful, though. He's hitting the dock at the moment.
Already 250 damage towards the dock. Now he micros back a bit. It's got quite a nice, like, trap there with the 2 docks, but JorDan 5 fire galleys against 3. Even if they are high HP, he won't be doing too well.
Yeah, it's still an uphill battle for Mihai for sure. Over on the top side as well, looks like it's going to be pretty neutral. And then both players, if you think about it, have their own safe lake on the right side. So yeah, obviously Mihai, 4 fishing ships in there. He had to remake those in feudal, but still decent for him.
And losing those at the left-hand side obviously might hurt quite a bit. JorDan ahead in collected resources by a solid 400. Don't mind this too much. Fire galley dives quite deep, and now more damage on those fishing ships.
Yeah, this is brutal. Also, it is worth mentioning that this is Mihai's most important lake, because if there's any fish trap, any fish boom on the cards, it has to be done in your initial lake, because that's the one that you can defend the most. So now Mihai doesn't really have that choice, that chance, if he loses this lake. We'll see if he can scramble some sort of late Grush victory here, though.
Well, he's still contesting, and technically, like, if he builds 5 fire galleys and JorDan builds 5 fire galleys, that is good for Mihai, because he is saving some wood there, and now lose the villager, though. Yeah,
that's big. I think that pawn might be done. Let's see if he continues to commit to it. There's a chance, but there's also a chance he gives it up. Let's take a look. He's gonna go for the market at home as well, maybe looking to transition to Castle Age here.
Okay, not a lot of villagers on food at home. 5 on berries, now sends in 2 more sheep. Both players quite heavily on wood here with 14 and 17 villagers, but makes sense if you build that many ships.
Now it looks like JorDan is actually looking for a dock on the bottom as well, which is not going to work in terms of like a sneak. Let's see if he's able to like brute force his way and just drop it down anyways. Mihai's Town Watch plus Korean line of sight. Yeah, JorDan's going to wall in this bill.
But Galley
it's a race against the Galley.
Yeah. Galley takes obviously quite some time, but distance will be short. Villagers still at 40 HP. JorDan will need to right click. It's good that Mihai is trying to attack those. Buys his Galley a bit more time. Oh, this is getting tight.
Yeah, and JorDan has no idea there's a Galley that has already started production, because Mihai did it right away. So looks like Mihai's in time here. Can JorDan get the dock up anyway? That's going to be his main goal here.
Galley pops 73%. I think Mihai could even try to go there from the other side. Villager could attack the villager if he wanted to go for it, but JorDan is continuing with the force here and will get it up and might even get away with the villager.
Yeah, that's best case scenario. I mean, Mihai really... he slipped up there. He's probably micing elsewhere. Should have definitely chased that Vil with his Vil, but definitely excusable because they're fighting on top here. Big fire galley engagement there as well.
Oh, that demo could be so good for JorDan. Oh, yeah, and all those fire galleys are trapped there. That's so nice for him.
Could have been slightly better, but definitely not too unhappy with that hit, and should be enough to win the water. I mean, Mihai's still doing that, in between dock cheese to kind of survive this one, but not going to be too much. JorDan feel confident adding in a fishing ship there. JorDan, safe to say, for now, he's won the left side pond, and it's just about the top one and bottom one. But looks like Mihai's doing well on top.
A question that I always ask, like, if both players are going for the 2 docks here, right, and both committing heavily, why is no one ever adding a tower to aid the defense or the attack?
That's a great question. I think tower is a huge investment that is not necessarily that good, because let's say Mihai makes a tower on his 2 docks on the left hand side, JorDan can just camp his dock. So like Mihai defends but doesn't clear JorDan, and that kind of stalls it out, and he invested a tower with maybe 4 builds going there to build it. So I feel like it has a place, but it's definitely a lot bigger of an investment than you might imagine.
JorDan full committal at the bottom, the one at the left, right, top one is kind of even. We now see Mihai doubling down, goes for the second dock. Koreans Is there a spot to see turtles here, maybe?
100%. Turtles is like your answer to demolition ships, basically. You don't have them, you can't make them yourself, so you go turtles instead. And usually turtles are fantastic in these small pond situations. So like unless you're dealing with a lot of fire galleys at once, turtles will dominate anything.
Oh, repair now on both of the fire galleys at the bottom. Seems like, oh, that could be a lot of fire galleys dying. Now the villager even battering down the fire galley, and it feels like Mihai is somewhat stabilizing at the bottom.
Yeah, the galley there was super important for Mihai. I was able to snipe the Vil and prevent any nonsense from happening. And now Jordan's still going to try to continue fighting there, but Mihai should be favorite on that bottom lake. And oh, Mihai's going to go for a sneak on top.
Oh, Mihai.
Jordan sees it, but
no reaction yet. Obviously, that might be the pond with the least fish left. Now goes for a fire galley himself.
yeah, it's still worth contesting it because you prevent the fish trapping. Again, I think fish trapping, and not the best in this kind of game because there's been so much fighting, but like people have gotten so good at that if you give someone a chance, they're gonna just fish trap you and they're gonna be up like 7-8 Vils. Especially with Japanese, can be deadly. So it's worth contesting all the docks.
10% faster in Fuel Age there, 5% in Dark Age, remember correctly. Now we are in Castle Age, so 15% faster fish trap income there for JorDan if he wanted to go for it. Now demo at the top, but that was not the upgraded one yet.
And it's a turtle ship on Jordan's lake. There's nothing that stops the turtle ship right here. So that's going to be extremely strong. He's almost guaranteed to win this lake if he doesn't mess up here with the turtle.
And yeah, needs 3 hits though, right? But
Yeah,
those
3 hits.
boys are chunky.
Japanese fish are tanky, so there's a chance for Jordan to kind of mass up some fire ships. But I mean, if the turtle can fit in between those 2 docks, that can be super nasty against fires.
I like turtles. That's probably a meme before your time, right? I think that's the meme of the start of the internet. Okay, okay.
I know about that. Come on, I play Age of Empires. I'm like, I'm your generation, like it or not. No,
okay, okay.
Just wanted to let that sit in there a little bit.
Okay, continues with the attack here. There will be a lot of fish lost. I think focusing down the fires a bit more might have been an option. Turtle going down really low HP here. And, goes down. And that's costly.
Yeah. Yeah, Mihai could have microed that back. Remember, like, turtles do have the option to hit and run, but there's just so much going on that he let it tank the fire ship for so long. Mihai looks to be winning on top, though, and on the right side. He's fully won the bottom lake. It seems to be a kind of an even game here. Jordan's quick for the 3 TCs, already has some presence in the center, and already looking for some stones. So he's going to play the golden pit part of the game now after the lakes here.
It is 4 on stone for Mihai. So he is thinking about something as well. I'm a bit surprised. Where is he investing that stone into? Is he moving villagers to the left side? Oh, tower behind Jordan's docks on the left side.
Interesting. So he talks about towers. Koreans are the tower civ. And Jordan can't really stop that. There's no reaction he can do to stop that. But I mean, what he could do is just dock on the left-hand side with the Vil. And that's going to dodge the tower. So not a bad choice, but it doesn't get me too excited.
Okay, walls at the front broken. Stone at the bottom would be open. The rest of the villagers are relatively compact here. Market behind, but that would actually still be open, even if the market goes up, but I don't think it will. Jordan. Not sure how many villagers he will find, but it's annoying.
Yeah, and definitely, okay, here Mihai's going to respond with the town center, but that could be a disaster if he's not able to wall in this Vils. Jordan has the scout. The vision is large. He does see it.
One gate. Yeah. Gate only at 100 HP, but yeah, gets everything done there. Mihai will be safe, but obviously more investment and a bit of a headache there.
Yeah, definitely not something you want to have, especially with how much is going on in this map with all 4 lakes, right? This Knight and Scout can be not exactly what you want to be focused on. Tower on the left-hand side is about to go down to fire ships, actually. That's crazy. I didn't expect that.
Yeah, best build it a bit too close. Fires actually have 2.5 range. You always think like, okay, they're only short distance, but technically they can reach something, and that's a lot more stone invested. And he had to pull the villages away from stone. He might run out of stone. I think this is tight.
Yeah, and Jordan, there's nothing stopping him from making more and more fires. He's queued up a demo, maybe expecting the Vils to get close, but
next fire's ready.
Oh, there were 2 fires stacked up there, or what?
Yeah.
One died? Yeah. That one's there. One build down for Mihai. Yep. I mean, honestly, this whole tower, I feel like is just the wrong call for Mihai. It seems to be much more worth it to display for the center gold than the lakes. I mean, you already have control of the top lake. If Mihai wants to fish, he's got it. So this feels a bit unnecessary right now.
I think it's just some harassment. The thing is, if he kills 4 fires with it and now disrupt the food economy, plus idle that villager, I think it might be evenish, but it also didn't go too poorly for Mihai then.
Yeah, true. He's getting some value at the very least, right? Not too bad. Yeah, I mean, just thinking about the transition here, because JorDan's maybe looking for a little bit of a tower rush, maybe a forward cast himself. He's heavy on stone here, and has full map control with a stable.
Interesting that he builds a tower there. Maybe wants to get the gold control because Mihai is running out pretty soon. Only 100 gold left, and then he has to go for the gold at the front. JorDan, if he plays heavy castle age, this could actually pay off.
Yeah, so I think Mihai is realizing the situation right now. He knows the map control is a very key part of this map, and he knows he's got none of it now. Sends a lot of Ilsa stone. He's going to go heavy. Stone bonus kicking in for Koreans, and he might try to go for a castle drop to control the center here.
But only has 100 stone, right? Where is he building it? Could just brute force it next to the tower. That's why I said if JorDan is investing into like 5-6 knights, he could get a castle up before Mihai could.
I agree with that. I think JorDan could force Mihai to make the castle at home, at the very least, right? At the very best, Mihai breaks out, goes for the forward castle, gets it denied. But at the very least, forcing Mihai to make the castle at home could be a strategic advantage for JorDan. Positional advantage.
JorDan with the sneaky siege workshop. Oh, this is atypical for him. Tries to pressure the left-hand side. Obviously knows, okay, that's a lot of woodline and a bit of the gold left. Some buildings. He can be annoying there.
A quick wall from Mihai there with the villager, but that villager still in no man's land. Gonna have to delete it most likely versus that monk. JorDan making use of the map control already. Oh, Mihai tries to run away. Bold.
And JorDan doesn't want to kill. He kind of wants to block, and that will be an outpost villager.
Unnecessary for Mihai. Could have just deleted it, cut his losses there. Tries to greed it out and loses the vill entirely.
Okay, Mihai has enough stone. JorDan has enough stone. JorDan not far away from him, so it's not the big castle age investment. He rather tries to win the trap war. How aggressive is JorDan's castle going to be? Mihai, it kind of feels like an obvious choice. Oh, I think this needs to be more aggressive. He's not controlling any gold, really.
Yeah, he played it safe, right? He doesn't know if there's knights on the field. He doesn't know if there's siege on the field. He's playing it safe, and sometimes safe isn't the call. That's going to secure him his 3 gold, but he's going to need something else to go for the middle gold. He might be okay with this, though. He might be okay with this as a stepping stone.
But how? Like, he has 20 golds. JorDan is on the way to Imp.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's tough. Yeah, Mihai might have not realized how far behind he is in terms of getting into Imperial Age, right?
Yeah. Well, he knows. Okay, well, I only mined 2,400 gold all game long, and you might have had more center control. And Mihai, simply a barrack placement on a mainly land-dominated map, believe it or not, at the 28-minute mark, might have been too late. Like, the vision is so underwhelming.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, the whole tower on the left-hand side to hit the lake, it just feels like he was fighting the lake at the wrong time when he should have been fighting, you know, the middle control of the land. So he's in a position where he's got a little bit of gold left, and he's gonna have to make something happen in, you know, early imp. JorDan, that castle doesn't excite me too much. I feel like you should do it further forward because Japanese lose late game to Koreans if there's full compositions, if there's onagers from Koreans, if there's bombard cannons. They have the siege advantage. Japanese kind of want to win the treb war fast and win early imp, or at least prevent Koreans from getting onto gold ever. So that castle from JorDan doesn't really excite me for that purpose.
Yeah, maybe it's just like a castle to make sure that he gets trap production. Maybe he doesn't know about the imp timing either. And he knows, okay, I scout everything. I see everything here, right? I'm just protecting the gold. And then he knows he's going to win as well. So this is mainly for trap production, I believe. Wouldn't even be surprised if he opens with conscription instead of a monk.
Interesting. Okay, really going for that, you know, setup kind of style. Goes for a treb. Oh, JorDan has 4 relics as well. It must be noted. So it's not like he just has the middle control. He also has relic control. And Mihai is stuck doing guard towers in his base. I think this is the wrong call. You should just give up that wood line. Go to the other side. The fight is for the center. JorDan is just distracting you there.
Oh, that's really nice for JorDan. gets so much stone taken away from Mihai, and he can't double down. Mihai goes for the Siege Workshop. Wouldn't be surprised if Chemistry is one of his first clicks. And JorDan techs into supplies. Wow.
That's the weird one. He teched into murder holes as well. That's a weird one for me. Murder holes, I mean, probably for the towers, but it feels like a bit of some preemptive tech there. Supplies is interesting. Indicates it's going to be champions. Not a bad choice, not a bad choice.
This feels more like a Sitto game than a JorDan game here.
Maybe take some inspiration. Getting masonry. He's fully committing to this.
Yeah. And now champions prepared. Obviously knows that Mihai is very limited on gold, so Arbalest won't be an option. And then champions performing pretty well against basically anything the Korean player can build.
Yeah, and the thing is, Mihai might just blind tech into Skirm because it's so natural. You might be up against Arbalest. You don't have gold anyway, so just going Skirm here feels actually decent. But in reality, obviously, we know it's not very decent as JorDan's preparing the hard counter here. The Gambits and champions. Maybe hand cannoneer and brute force your way in for Mihai could be an option.
How much gold does he have left? He has 1,500 to mine, 400 in the bank. Roughly 2,000, so you can't build too many hand cannoneers with that. Obviously enough to deal with like 20-30 champions, but the follow-up will be tricky.
Yeah, and especially like JorDan has no pressure on him right now. He's gonna trap the castle. Even if he has to back up from this position, he doesn't mind as long as he's able to force Mihai out of the center. That's all that JorDan cares about. He doesn't actually have to attack Mihai at his base right now. So super good the position for JorDan on the map. It doesn't reflect it in the score. Mihai has a few minutes where he can make something happen, and it's going to revolve around the bombard cannon.
But also he takes the gold villagers there to repair the castles, so gold income is not really there. And yeah, those two bombard cannons plus the skirmishers have to be the key unit. But the moment the castle dies... Oh, the trap shot nearly missed the hit the bombard cannon there. I think champions can just dive. And even longswords, right? He has Gambesons, he has 2 armor upgrades. Those skirms will do very minimal damage.
Yeah, 100%. It has to be hand cannons. He has to read the situation. I don't know how he reads it here. But he has to know. Mihai has no more stone because he made so many towers in his base. So now he wins back the center. Or like he's going to clear the towers. But he doesn't really have a hold of the center. Also taking out siege engineers, that's a lot of resources to throw in some siege. Not a bad choice, but if you're up against champions, you need some hand cannoneer here. He needs to make them now to get a decent mass with them.
Food is okay to sell. Wood already really low, so Mihai cannot generate a lot of gold that way, even though he has 76 on gold. And now he sees the two-headed swordman for the very first time, saw the 2 barracks, but this is going to be tricky. Kataparupto now coming in for JorDan. He wants to make something happen with his traps, has 4 prepared, and Mihai needs to run.
And basically what JorDan's going to do here, he's going to run at Mihai with all the champions, and he doesn't care what comes of it. He's going to use the trebs meanwhile to continue sieging Mihai, and as long as he's able to keep Mihai in his base, even if JorDan trades inefficiently, he's going to be more than happy with it.
Yeah, and those bombard cannons are the key units, right? Those are the only things that can really threaten JorDan right now. And he got rid of both of them, most costly unit in the game, and 10 cannoneers are now being added, but maybe a little late.
He had no idea it's coming in. Huge play from JorDan. Really well played there. Reading the game perfectly. Doesn't waste time going Arbalest like a lot of Japanese players might think to do here. And despite losing all the lakes, he still goes for a really heavy food strategy because he's fully boomed at this point. Full golden center as well.
Traps actually looped around and are now attacking from the top, trying to take out some of the towers. Maybe could even go for the mark. It could be quite a strategic play. Fight through the center. Actually feels like Mihai is somewhat holding, but position-wise, let's look at the minimap. Red is swarming in.
Yeah, and JorDan can do this all day. In fact, he would love to just continue spamming in champions. Or two-handed swordsman. He probably isn't even looking at them. Just send them in, let them do what they're, what they can. And then just continue macroing at home. He's teching the skirms, and he's got the full and perfect composition here with the Japanese.
And he already had the upgrades because he teched into the towers, right? So that will be pretty easy. Only needs armor. Archery range count is not crazy high for him. He sits on 3. Now the 4th one coming in. Will lose one of his traps. Not too pretty. Mihai actually leading the population, but the value is simply not there.
Yeah, the crazy thing is if you give Mihai like 10,000 gold in the back here, he can easily win. Yeah, because he's got a good army now. He's got a good setup, but he can't sustain this for long, and he doesn't have any gold income at the moment. So this is basically like on a massive timer. He doesn't have any siege, which is obviously very gold costly. So I think at this point, there's probably no way back for him to the center.
And also castle lost, right? So how do you break those Yashama towers? It's not going to happen with traps, so bombard cannons kind of have to be the only option here. Mihai back on his gold at the front. He still has 1200 to mine, so could technically get to 5 bombard cannons, which could clear quite a bit. JorDan, now a bit wasteful for my taste.
I think maybe a little wasteful, but I think the mentality is just keep Mihai in his base. So I don't think he minds the spam. At some point, he's going to have to pull back, but in the meantime, he stockpiled 1600 gold. So the longer this goes, the better it is for him. Just has to not let it get too out of hand, I think.
And also, if Mihai had 4 relics, we could maybe start to dream, right? If he can make a hold happen. But sitting at 0 relics, not really an option. He tries to sneak around the left-hand side, tries to get some archery ranges up there. But JorDan should easily spot this. One defensive tower there, and he basically denies the whole attack.
Yeah, and JorDan basically has just as much stone as gold. Because like buying from the market, it's not the cheapest, but when you have so much gold, that it's definitely possible. We see him using it right now. So he can react anywhere on the map with just dropping a tower here. He's got so much stone and gold available.
JorDan could tech into onages. I think that would actually be a very reasonable choice here against mass hand cannon, mass skirms. Obviously, bombard cannon winning in some value then, but as we know, Mihai can't produce too many of them.
Yeah, and you want the bombard cannons for the towers and the trebs. Oh, bombard cannon on the left-hand side could die to the trap shot.
Oh, gets it. That's ugly. That's ugly. And he should have babysit that one so much.
Also, that one should definitely be on the front, right? We're trying to push for the gold here. So, like, Mihai's priorities has just been kind of all over the place, castage onwards this game. He kind of played it like a 4-legs game and not like a golden legs game.
Yeah. Actually, pretty true. And on 4 legs, I think we would be in a pretty even spot, most likely, right? Because Mihai is only struggling because he was so limited on gold. In 4 legs, I think this could be a 2-hour game.
Yeah, 100%. GG's called. Well played to JorDan. Great strategy, great execution. I think he played really well with the Japanese and he covered their late game weakness by taking advantage of the map control and looking for an early imp victory here. Towers obviously holding the fort, and then the champion switch. No one saw that coming. Certainly not Mihai, and especially with Gambusons destroyed those skirmishers.
Well, are you taking 1 single damage? 7 armor is at 6, so yeah, skirms only 1 single damage. The hand cannoneers are the main damage dealers there, but obviously can't really get onto the numbers. And Mihai, maybe playing some army in Castle Age, maybe getting a bit more control. I think simply if he feels like he can build the castle next to the gold in the middle and can get some of the gold there, and then he's in such a better spot.
Yeah, potentially, because he loses the castle either way. So as long as he's able to take some gold at the very least, right? Sneak in 2,000 gold on the way up. That's gonna be a few bomber cannons, and all of a sudden, even if the castle goes down, he might be able to hold the spot with the gold. But without the gold, the castle falls, and there's nothing left to hold.
Yeah, but obviously we're very early on in the best of 7. Mihai is still having all the chances. JorDan goes in as the big favorite, but Mihai is coming from the biggest day probably of his Age of Empires career, beating Villiser and MBL in one day.
Yeah, that was wild. He must have been buzzing after that one. I mean, I know there was some... I don't know if I say controversy, but some epic moment at the end of MBL set. But
just think about it as he played 2-2 against MBL, right? And then something happened, right?
Yeah.
So
he made the comeback happen regardless. Yeah. But I mean, the whole thing is like Mihai still earns it, even against MBL, MBL made a mistake, didn't really know how the Kings worked. We can talk about it. It's very unfortunate, but Mihai capitalized. Mihai was there with the scout. Mihai made it happen, so great day for him there. And if he makes this happen against JorDan today, especially being down 0-1, that could be one of the craziest runs, maybe even the craziest from an up-and-comer that we've seen ever, pretty much.
And didn't Mihai also had a crazy underdog story in all the games yesterday, over the qualifier? Let me quickly take a look at this again. I thought he was down in all 3 sets, something like that. He was, look at that. He was down 2-1 against Uzi. He was down 2-1 against Velez. and he was down 2-0 against MBL. So his mental mindset, like, he is so strong.
Yeah. I like that. I mean,
It's the reverse
honestly,
DauT.
Mihai... Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. That was losing with being up 2-1. I feel like Mihai, he's got nothing to lose here. I mean, he's got everything to win and nothing to lose. Obviously, sometimes you can get in your head, big opportunity. You don't want to let it go to waste. But if you think about it, he's not the favorite here, so just give it your all. And if you win, that's a huge opportunity. If you lose, I mean, you walk away with $500 from the qualifiers. It's not the end of the world.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I'm jumping into the next game again. Like, dashboard is not really working for me, and we're looking at a very Age of Empires-like map, and I'll work you through it and all the specifics of this one. We are at Brood War. Name comes from the StarCraft 1 game, Brood War, because we have often in those maps different spawns. In Age of Empires, we typically spawn in one single spot and play from there. This map, you could spawn in every single corner. So we could have the short distance with wood in the way, short distance with the island in the way, or the cross spawn for the most passive games potentially. Here we have the short distance spawn with the wood in the middle, so both get the share of the water for themselves. And yeah, therefore the strategy has to be adjusted, and scouting is absolutely key here. JorDan with Lithuanians, Incas for Mihai. Give me your thoughts on this map, Hera.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, loved why it came from StarCraft. I knew it was from StarCraft, but didn't know why, so that's a very nice knowledge for me. But yeah, I mean, this map is very interesting. Both players have a lake private, but it's not one of those lakes where you expect some big fish boom. You don't even expect fish trapping on this map because the lake is very tiny. It's just a boost for the early game. Maybe to transfer, maybe either towards your opponent's base if you control your enemy's lake, or to that middle island with some gold, stone, and a relic. Definitely the main focus of the map, though, is going to be the center in between both players, because if one guy loses map control, you risk getting stonewalled in and cut into your corner. And in the middle, there's all kinds of wood, gold, stone, some relics. So getting the middle control, absolutely massive, and both players will be fighting for that, no doubt.
Mm-hmm. And JorDan could really struggle. If he gives up map control, he will never get a castle up, right? You don't have stone in your area. You have to expand to either one of the starting spots, the middle, or your island to get stone. But JorDan's stone spawned quite close to the water. So if he loses water by getting crushed and gets walled in, he's basically done.
Yeah. Obviously, if JorDan is well prepared on this map, and it is Mihai's home map, so maybe we don't know how prepared JorDan is or how comfortable or familiar he is with the map. But if he's prepared for this map, he is aware of the risk. He is aware he's got no stone at his base. He's aware that getting denied your lake can be problematic. It opens up transports to your island. It denies you access to that little pocket island, and you also risk getting stonewalled in. Those are really bad things to happen to a player, and I expect JorDan to probably aim for a fast feudal age here and prevent that from happening by maybe, I don't know, scouts or some skirm spear himself or something.
Oh, JorDan wanted to dock. Mihai sees it instantly, is around there with his eagle. This could be quite some nice harassment. The scout is around, though. I'm not sure if this will be in time. Another villager is being pulled. Oh, I don't think the stock will go up.
Oh, JorDan trying his luck twice in a row with that forward fill.
Mm-hmm. Worked out well in the first game. Militia even joining the party. Well, that becomes really tricky then. Obviously, Scout becomes way stronger in 15 seconds. JorDan tries to go for the block. Villager not in time. Or is it in time? No.
Ooh, I mean, if he gets the wall, he gets the dock, right? But it can be risky. Mihai would love to turn around and hit the scout, but if he does that, then the Vil gets the wall. Vil gets the wall anyways. Oh my god. Age of Empires in 2023. Look at that.
Militia around. Will be some harassment. Even goes for the men-at-arms. Sends two of them to the top. JorDan actually opened the walls.
Mihai's docking JorDan at the same time. JorDan spots it, but there's a militia. This is quite the game, Nilly. This is very chaotic here.
JorDan walls in the villager. Tries to go for the walls here. Tries to fight himself out. Not going to happen. I think the militia could just go for the palisades while the villager tries to force himself through. Oh, this tight. A fire galley joining the party.
Oh, there's a ship. What does Mihai do? Oh, he makes a wall. He makes a wall. The fire galley cannot shoot over that wall. This is brilliant stuff, man. How is this just a qualifier? Look at this level. Very nice.
20 HP on the Palisade though. Now gets more HP on it. The man-at-arms are fighting. Villager goes down. What a nice play by JorDan.
Wow, and this is worst case scenario from Mihai now. Now he needs to send another Vil. He has to force down that dock, or else it's a lot of lost investment. Those men-at-arms do nothing if he's not able to get that dock up. Oh, JorDan with a small misplay though doesn't get the repairs down, and the villager will die.
Oh, he was active on the other side though, and gets his dock up.
Yeah.
Mihai, does he have something there on water? Only builds a fire galley this time. No galley. Could have maybe preemptively built one.
Mihai's gonna go forward here. There is a choice to just let this dock go down, but he's gonna go forward. He's gonna maybe. Is this a tower or is this just for the dock? Looks like he wants to just tower JorDan's main base here.
I don't think you want to send 3. Oh, this is interesting. Tower next to the dock. This is like a lot of similarities to game 1. More than we expected.
I think this time he made it a little further away. I'm not sure if that's good enough this time around, but oh, he's gonna go for the dock first. He wants the dock first and then the tower. Interesting. I think that's a good choice. Getting the dock is like kind of necessary if you want to do some kind of pressure here.
Blocks off with the Palisade again. Instantly goes down though, and villagers can run around. Goes some repair on that one. And JorDan is going for archers himself, so should be able to deal with those 3 men-at-arms. But it will cost him quite some repair time.
Mihai's got a rage follow-up as well. And hey, you know what? Mihai, I feel like things didn't exactly work out for him in the early game trades, but I still think he's got the map control, and I still think he's in a good spot. JorDan's under a lot of pressure here. JorDan's not microing the archer. This could be bad.
And also hill control there for Mihai, right? So archer v archer will be really solid for him. Now more pressure, 1 house down. And JorDan, he is actually house 35 out of 30. Oh, baby.
Oh, that is not the position to be in. He needs 2 houses to go down here. And the men-at-arms are still knocking at his front door. Tower on the left-hand side as well. JorDan with a bit of panic, sending 5 vills and a sheep to get that down. Little bit of panic there.
Not sure what the sheep is going to contribute, but...
It's moral support.
Okay, moral support.
Yeah. I don't blame him for the panicking though.
JorDan is rushing this. Actually... Oh, nice house.
Whoa. Good house from, yeah, this is a dubious play from JorDan here. Because he knows there's archers on the field. This feels like it's not going to work. The vills have to go back.
Yeah, that's a bit questionable. Maybe could even Mihai try to jump through. Now the fire galley joins the party. Could see some repair on that one. Where's the second fire galley of Mihai? Also comes in. Now the tower shooting on the water. Nice repairs. This is tight. Can he save the fire galley? 3 villagers might be enough. Blocks with his own fire galley. Maybe. No, he can't.
Oh, I think there was an angle. He could have blocked with the fire galley. The archers could have hopped in the tower as well. Mihai, too much happened at the same time there, and he also lost the men-at-arms. That was a good play from JorDan. Good past 30 seconds. Back home at Mihai's water. Looks like Mihai's just winning that. JorDan's gonna give it up.
Oh man, that was like 2 things going really right for JorDan there at the same time. Maybe the misjudgment sent the villagers in, but winning the water and killing all those men-at-arms gives him quite some control now. And JorDan is not giving up the water at the bottom. It's 3 fire galleys surrounding him, and he continues building them. Interesting.
Yeah, I thought for a second he might just give it up, and it still looks like he's losing it because his vill isn't repairing it, but looks like he's still producing a little bit. I feel like Mihai should stonewall JorDan in, by the way. I think going back without the stonewall feels a bit weird. He didn't stonewall at home. Fair enough. I guess it's not the worst choice.
Though... Like, I think JorDan, the moment he wins the water, your stonewall is not achieving too much, right? He can always use a transporter, can send stuff around, and the distance is so short that adding siege is relatively natural anyways. So could go for a mangonel, and that could have helped him out after he cleared the walls quite quickly. Mihai stonewalls his home base, floating quite a lot of wood there. A bit of macro problem.
Yeah. On a map like this, I can understand the floating wood, but it's really bad because the wood converted to food early. This is like #1 thing that I'm talking about in coaching sessions. That is what gets you the fast castle time, which lets you develop into that next stage. Mihai's gonna be maybe not slower than JorDan, but just slower than what he could have done.
Okay, so you changed your coaching approach. In the past, it was more like, Nilly, we don't lose villagers to drushes. But okay.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, with the 1400s I coach, I focus on the economy. But with you, I go even 1 step further basic. You know, we start with not losing vills. Because you can't make economy with no vills, Nilly. That's what I was working with when we were doing the coaching. So.
Well, maybe one day I will get there.
It's next year until we talked about it. That's your glory year.
The dream
Year
is
25
alive.
of your AV career. Yeah.
Oh man.
Okay, market here to fix the disaster from Mihai.
Another redock.
These guys really, really fighting for the lake here.
Yeah.
And there's not a lot of fish, so this lake is more about position
Maybe
than
they-
like economy.
It's still in their head that they played this before. Maybe if we played Arabia as game 1, they would not have docked at all.
Because they've been docking a lot from four
Yeah.
lakes.
Yeah. It's still in their head. Like
Yeah.
muscle memory, build dock, fight water.
And especially but back to back here, it feels like a continuation almost. I definitely can see that. The water has different importance here. Less economy, of course, no fish trap potential, or less fish trap potential, but much more strategic potential.
Let's remind ourselves like how much gold and stone there is on those islands, plus another relic which is valuable for Lithuanians compared what you have at home. So just having the island control gives you such a better setup towards the long game.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at the map. There's not a whole lot of stone in the center as well. So if you don't get your island, you're basically fighting for small 2-tile stones in the center. And Mihai's going to be 1 minute faster than JorDan, so he still gets the faster castlage time. And he still has the potential of some big plays in castlage, like Eagle Pike can be super deadly for Incas.
He's not attacking fletching yet, so that's kind of a giveaway for Mihai potentially, knowing, okay, you will switch away from this, and JorDan now goes for the big stone walls. He does not want any surprise, but he doesn't have enough stone after the tower. It did not go to the edge of the map. This is something that even the top players overlook. This could be him thinking he's safe.
Yeah. In the heat of the moment, we've already seen how much is just going on in this map. That could be a disaster that he just doesn't see. Doesn't see coming. Also, even if he has to buy 100 stone for it, it's not the best position either, right? So, worst case, it's open. Best case, he's still falling behind in economy.
Walls with 2 villagers right now. Even tries to quick wall it. Okay, knows that the eagles could be around. Sees the flag on the barracks. He should get scared here. Oh, but eagles are landing around. Oh, he wants to be sneaky.
Wow, with the transport on his own leg. I guess it makes sense because he needs that transport anyways, right?
Yeah. And doesn't want to show his tech. And does he have some vision with his house? No.
I mean, that was. I feel like you could have just deleted a stone wall and just run at them anyway, but. Mihai with the crazy plays there.
What? He clears up the archers? I was so sure he was going for JorDan space.
That's what I thought as well. I think the archers felt a little underwhelming there. JorDan did finish the stone wall here. Imagine he went for JorDan space with the transport and got in, but I mean JorDan did wall in time anyway.
Oh, that's funny. Monastery now. Obviously relics are really far away. No chance to get the one on JorDan's island. Has to transport to his own island and then one in the center and one at the other potential spawning positions. So quite some walking distance for the monk.
This is where I really like Lithuanians though. I feel like Lithuanians, as soon as they start dropping TCs, they feel really smooth. I would want to see JorDan just go 3 TC right away. Even if you're getting pressured by Eagles, Lithuanians can probably justify the 3 TC, and you're kind of forced to get ahead in economy, because if you're playing equal economy against Eagles, especially Inca Eagles that are cheaper, it's going to be a nightmare. So I'd like to see a 3rd TC from JorDan rather soon.
Maybe he feels the Mangonel is needed earlier. We see the 3 TC play from Mihai here. Even gets the TC up next to the wood line, something that you have to chop for first, and this will be really efficient for a very long time.
Yep. Has the TC on the pocket island as well, which feels nice. I feel like getting more builds there. There's wood, there's beer, there's gold, stone. So you have everything there that you might need. I feel like JorDan's playing overly safe, overly defensive, which might be one of his downsides as a player in general, like always overcommitting on defense here. Siege Workshop, Monastery, and Stable is a lot when you're already stonewalled.
Also the Monastery at a weird spot, right? Another dock attempt by Mihai at the left-hand side will lose some archers, and there's so much fish left. Don't think that's going to work out. And oh, look at that. JorDan sends 2 Lightcav out, and they will instantly run into 2 monks. This is so good for JorDan.
Oh, Mihai converted there. Oh, he's got the transport.
Transport. No.
What? Abandoned.
Jump.
Abandoned.
No.
Wow.
How can he send out 2 random Lightcav and get like the dream running into 2 monks?
you make your own luck. I respect it. A lot of people sit behind those walls and get comfortable. JorDan wanted to get out, made his own luck, and got two monks for free.
That's so sick. That's so sick.
Yep. Mihai probably didn't expect that as well. Now he realizes Lycav on the field. And this is where it gets annoying, because Eagles cannot prevent Lycav from sniping monks effectively. You need like 10 Eagles to really block them from running in. So those two Lycav are actually like super active on the map here.
JorDan now with the 4th TC even. Okay. There will be a lot of villages not really out getting gold and stone though. So it feels like he needs to expand in some sense. Or build even the 5th TC on his island. Would be pretty beautiful, surrounded by 3 gold spots. But JorDan, he needs to send those wilds out eventually.
Yep.
Monk saved.
Transports. So he's transporting at weird times, man. JorDan's tracking him here. JorDan's on 4 TC here. We talked about that Lithuanian bonus. This is what it lets him do. It's actually really strong. It's a lot stronger than I thought it would be at first.
Mihai has 5 villages on stone. Is he maybe thinking about getting a castle up there in between the 2 players? Wouldn't be too unreasonable for my taste here.
There are hills there as well. So, like, although the center is not like one castle controls the whole thing, I do feel like there's some positions that let you get a better grip of the center, especially with the hills. Game feels super even right now. I don't even know which position I prefer.
Yeah, and also which late game civilization we prefer, right? It feels like limited gold, not the greatest thing for Incas, but he still has all the gold control, plus strong economy in case he wanted to use the market later on. Now goes for some outposts, and JorDan might get the center control here with the early castle. Feels quite risky, right? He knows that Eagles could be out on the map.
Well, I mean, this is like criminal. How can Mihai let him do that? Like, you've got... What was the point of the Eagles if we're not going to prevent our opponent from getting a middle castle? This feels really bad for Mihai. I mean, I think he got in his own head. He's just worried about his monks with the Lycav.
Yeah, he wanted to go for fishing ship block. He goes for the cute things instead of the basic things.
Yeah, I 100% agree. 100% agree. Like, basic things there, keep the Eagles patrolling outside your opponent's stone walls. And just make a few spears for the monks. And that's all we really need, right? I feel like Mihai didn't really accomplish anything, really, with his Eagles, after all.
Oh, man. And Mihai is not on gold. He has one single villager on gold right now. And JorDan moves further forward. Is he buying himself more stone? That's another castle. What?
Whoa.
How is that a thing? He has 4 Lightcav, 1 monk. The opponent has 8 Eagles, monks, and archers.
Yeah, and he also had the 2 barracks set up for a while, and like, he didn't really produce anything. So Mihai is he's going for the fast imp here, but at the same time he's given up all map control, which he spent so much time building up in Castlage, right? With like the monastery as well there. Feels very strange to hand that back over to JorDan like that.
Oh man, and this will be 2 relics basically handed over to JorDan now. That's crazy. He did 0 work and gets 2 relics for free, basically.
Yeah, has the 1 relic from his main base as well. That's +1 attack. We'll take those 2 relics. That's +3 attack. And then there's a couple relics still on the map that he can snag. JorDan's in a great position now. Mihai's got the fast imp with a castle, so it's not like he's out of the game. But it is going to be a pretty hard one for him.
Gets the castle on the hill, so will be nice, but gold control is still so underwhelming. Long distance gold mining now on the island. Oh, it's not pretty. What are we thinking about 2 petards for JorDan?
I think he wants to race the Imperial Age here, actually. Which I think is the safer choice. Yeah, I prefer that. Play it safe.
But he has 8 lighters on the map, produces 2 more. I think he wants to do castle damage still.
Yeah, if castle damage is the play, then petards definitely make a lot of sense. Like, imagine 2 petards on the bottom there, breaks that stone wall, then all of a sudden it's really complicated for Mihai. Could just break the range as well, no petards needed. The range is about to go down.
Yeah, true. JorDan, a bit in between, right? It felt like 4 lighters are achieving the same thing as 11 lighters.
Yeah.
Could have been up to Imp as well. Now uses the market. Obviously, big advantage is that he will be able to build some bombard cannons. So even if he loses the first castle, Feels like he might have bought himself enough time for the second castle to be saved.
Yeah, now going for the barracks instead of the range. Very, very weird play from JorDan here. It feels like he never really planned on breaking in, but then ended up overproducing the lightest. Okay, now he realizes it's a free pass. He should go in here as well. This is rough for Mihai. Mihai is also should be on pikeman here. Why is he not producing anything from the barrack?
It's another transporter prioritization right now. In general, he didn't do a lot. Like, now he had some pikemen, yeah, but it's only 2 barracks at home, 3 barracks at home. That's the first trap. JorDan has to love this position now.
Yeah. I just feel like Mihai should be on like 10 pikes already, so that there's no risk of losing the trap. If he loses even a single trap to Lightus, he's gonna be kicking himself here.
8 pikemen in the queue, 4 out. Woodline at the bottom will be broken. No repair there. That's some dead villagers. Obviously not the game deciding thing here. Mihai's economy, wood and food is kind of solid. It's just like him not really getting onto proper pike numbers.
I like what JorDan's doing here. He's gonna get masonry. He's doubling down into the strong part about his position, which is the middle control here, that he somehow managed to get in Castle H. No one really knows how. And JorDan now has the TC on the left-hand side as well, looking to expand into that whole pocket that has a ton of gold and stone as well. So there's a lot of things to play for there.
Yeah, he just went for it in mid-Castle Age, right? He just, with very little vision, those 2 light cav are just the absolute heroes of the game. 100%. Killing those monks, seeing that there wasn't enough protection in the center. JorDan, did he even buy some stone? He shouldn't really have a lot of stone control. Okay, went over to the side, but that's kind of it.
This is a bit personal preference as well. I wouldn't repair this castle, and the reason is Mihai is trapping from his base. This is a really hard position for JorDan to defend. If he just gives up the castle, forces Mihai to push out, it's gonna be a lot easier for JorDan to defend the second castle. And I feel like he might want to invest his time and energy into that one instead.
Yeah, I think he wants to buy time for hand cannon near bombard cannon. I don't think he actually thinks he has a chance in holding this one. Should be the stone wall now in front of the traps as well. Lightest. No, they can't go through. So yeah, that is a bit of waste, I believe, by JorDan. He actually thinks he has a chance of holding it. Yeah, I agree, that's a mistake. But just masonry, repairing a castle a bit. And then the moment the opponent breaks out, you already have 8 hand cannons prepared. JorDan won't mind that situation.
Yeah, absolutely. Castle does go down, but like you said, not the biggest of deals. Chemistry's taken already. Mihai has a really tough game now because now JorDan's landing him. He's docked him. He's transferring in and out with Lightus, it seems. This feels super hard to defend here. There's just so many threats.
Yeah, and hand cannons will be prepared. And how do you push then? 4 traps? Oh, JorDan now tries to go for the wall. I don't think that works against 4 traps, but, well, still buys a bit more time, gets a bit more control.
Yeah, it's such a JorDan move. Like, a lot of people get lazy to make this stone wall, but I feel like it's good. Like, it's just, if it puts another layer of stress on your opponent, if they don't do anything, you know, they're gonna get stone walled in. Definitely a solid move. Low investment as well. Now the traps are hitting the castle. Mihai has to go 100% everything forward for this push right now. He needs to win right now. If he loses the traps, it's basically game over.
The good thing for Mihai is, if he breaks this castle, the next push is very natural towards JorDan's base, right? He doesn't have to think, okay, what's the next area to control? Because he can just maybe roll over JorDan's base if he gets enough helps and skirms out, and that's a good castle.
Yeah, he's 100% committing. I like that he's going for this because he recognizes, you know, this is the moment. It's now or never. Gonna go 100% in. Lightus going for the trap snipe. Okay, doesn't get one. Doesn't get one.
Now look at that. Stone walls will not buy a lot of time. Makes it a bit awkward to go through. But JorDan even tacking into cavalry. Now what's happening? Shouldn't mass hand cannon be the play? Also has only 1 bombard cannon.
I think hand cannon your skirm, if anything, right? He sees the skirm. He wants to go cav, but then the halves are there. Also Mihai, JorDan raided the left town center from Mihai. So Mihai has no expansion right now. Brutal.
That's lost was there earlier. Mihai saw it, but now for the second raid, no reaction. JorDan, nice control over the left-hand side. I love that Mihai is still using one of his Castle Age armies to protect one of the relics. So far, it is 3 for JorDan. And there has to be a 4th relic in the hand of a monk in some way, no?
Yeah, I also couldn't find the relic earlier, by the way. I wonder if it was like bugged or something. There was only 4 relics, or maybe there's only 4 relics on this map.
Let me think about it. Oh, look at the bottom corner of the map.
Wow, Mihai.
Someone is
that monk
hiding.
is just
Yeah.
He saw the 2 light gap. He said, "No way!" Like I know what those guys are capable of.
Okay. Well, long-term plan. Long-term plan.
Yeah. Just wait. In 15 minutes, that relic comes back. Mihai wins by 10 gold. It was the relic. Skirm, Haub. It's a good composition for a scrappy early imp, but it's a bad composition once JorDan gets to his full comp, and he's trending towards that right now. Mihai does have a few Haubs defending his main base, but now JorDan continues to land him with light cap, hand cannoneer. It makes it messy.
That's really ugly to deal with, right?
Yeah.
Luckily, it's only 2 hand cannoneers. JorDan now attacking into Hazar as well. That push through the center still is quite scary. But Mihai must not lose his traps. There are 3 bombard cannons, obviously really scary. All 3 of them one-shot a trap.
Another castle on the hill. And the more JorDan stays here, right? All this production building, Mihai takes forever to push through it. JorDan has full map. He can take all the golden stone on the map if he wants to.
Habadi is a bit out of position. Skirm's a bit too far to the front. And now the bombard cannons maybe going for those traps. Not a lot of units to kill bombard cannons right now.
I have an idea, Nilly. I don't know if you're ready for the conversation, but Onager, cut through, push JorDan's base. We go all in that way. Dodge the hills, and we just commit to it. What do you think about that?
I'd like it if he had eagles prepared. Because then the first wave is just so much better. Otherwise, JorDan, he can just evacuate with the villagers, and the farms aren't really threatened if only Skirm Halberdier raid is coming in.
Yeah. It's not exactly the comp for that. I just can't think of a way for Mihai to really push this. Well, I mean, I can see him winning fights and taking decent trades, but the turtle game is just a lot better for JorDan here. He can just sit there, chill. He's going to have the Lithuanian scrims coming out.
And JorDan might think it's 3 against 2 relics, by the way, right? He, with his vision, knows, okay, he sees 90% of the map, but only has 3 relics himself.
Yep. And in reality, it's 3 against 0. Oh, JorDan, what is this with the bomber cannons?
Ambitious.
Oh. I lose 2.
Skirms, shooting.
Close.
5 HP. Commitment could have been an option there. Still missing some key upgrades here in the blacksmith, Mihai.
This is just so uncomfortable for Mihai. I mean, his pocket island is getting raided, harassed by everything. Game is very hard for him to play.
War Galley is so annoying as well. Oh, baby.
Yeah. That's crazy. JorDan's just hunting on the side with Lattice, not letting anything go. We now see the tower shields coming for Lithuanians. That's for their skirms and Haubs.
5 traps. Can we see bombard cannon snipes? They are actually moving towards and therefore splitting into the shot. That is nice. Now only 2 bombard cannons out on the map. JorDan still tries to micro this one. The Hussars are diving in. Halberdier count is relatively low. Oh, Mihai not having enough barracks at the front.
Yeah, the production is just low in general. Mihai's got a lot of res, but we are pushing bombard cannons, right? We have no redemption monks, no eagles. We have no counter to bombard cannon.
Yeah, one lucky shot kind of gave us some hope, right? But that's minus 4 traps here, and now the skirms are retaking the hill. Hussars are in again for the raid. This is just so much easier for JorDan to play here.
Yeah, and JorDan, I love that he went straight in for the raids. He recognizes how good his position is. Let's make it harder for Mihai here. Those 10 wings are going to cause problems. And JorDan now stacking up gold. Maybe even Cannon Galleon could hit the field. He's actually teching them right now.
Mihai is stacking up something as well. Look at those siege workshops and what he's been cooking. 7 castle edge rams, battering rams here.
That's one last push. Please make them at least cap prime before you share your face with those guys, though.
Oh man, it's something we don't see too often.
JorDan's taking Onager. So safe. JorDan doesn't die to random stuff, I feel like. He will do anything. He will 3-layer stone wall. He doesn't take risks into this kind of stuff. And I think that's honestly his best characteristic as a player. He'll do all the little things to prevent any throws.
Yeah. He is one of the best at learning as well. in the sense that I see him sometimes die to something very easily in a very stupid way, but that's the only time I will ever see that, right? And the next 20,000 games, if he dies to something else.
Yeah.
It's so good. And if you never die to the same thing twice, how can you not win every tournament?
Sounds reasonable. It's a lot of things to die to, though. So.
Yeah, that's why he's still not that's why he's still not winning everything.
If you need 1 year, I think JorDan might need like 15. But yeah, I think at this point the Castlage round play, shocker, it didn't work out.
I'm surprised.
It's just been the bomber canceling everything here. Wow.
And like the Stonewall at the bottom actually helping out quite a bit, right? The Rams had to go through such a tight area. Now the castle falls here. Mihai is still at an okayish population. It's close to pop limit, but that castle falls. And now way more control. Those Rams are coming in, but I'm not even sure if they could breach the Stonewall. And Mihai resigns with even population. Something we don't see too often, but certainly the map control is so much better if we look at the minimap.
Yeah, really well played from JorDan. I actually think Mihai might have had the better strategy in Civ for this map, honestly. If you think about how much went wrong for Mihai, if he just tweaks a few things, I feel like if they play this 10 times and Mihai can correct some of those things, like I really liked his position. The Stonewall that he had set up, or a potential Stonewall outside of JorDan's base, for example, the Stonewall he made at home to defend everything. I feel like Mihai had a lot of things that he kind of missed out on this game. And he could have, really taken advantage of the full map control he had in Castlage. Keep JorDan pinned in.
I'm trying to look at that momentum where JorDan was ready to move out. And Mihai was just about to build some outposts. Had the Eagles just control the water a bit. Like those two light cav just gave JorDan such a big headache, Mihai such a big headache, that he wasn't freely using his Eagles.
Yeah. Those two light cav straight up won the game. Mihai went completely away from his plan, right?
Yeah. That's sick.
Again, correct response there. Couple spears to babysit the monks, if anything. If not, just don't go for relics for a bit and just sit outside your opponent's walls. Relics can wait. We don't need all the relics right away, you know?
Especially if we have other ways to take advantage of map control, right? Relics are important if like the opponent is boxed in, you are boxed in, but you surround them, and then that's one way to get an advantage. But if they're out on the map, you just have to continue booming and build TCs next to gold spots. That's the way to get to gold.
100%. Especially on a map like that, like I stand by it, like the Stonewall potential, keeping your opponent locked in, that's way more beneficial than any relic can do.
Yeah.
Maybe Mihai's home map. He's down 2-0, but he's been here before. We talked about his underdog story of the yesterday's qualifier sets. I think he's still probably mentally okay here. Still, it's going to be his home map next. I think at 3-0, you start sweating, but this should still be fine.
Yeah, and this time he has more time to come back against the deficit, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, and this should be a good Civ advantage for him. But I'll let you go through it once we are joining the game.
Yep, I'm in there right now.
Okay, well then walk me through it. Why do I think that Persians could have the advantage against Poles here on this map, Young and Arty?
I mean, Persians hella buffed recently. I mean, they actually just suffered a nerf, right? With losing access to the Cav gold bonus, 5 gold for every Cav unit that the Cav kills. But other than that, they still have a really good start. Obviously, on any map that there's a DauT potential, Persians tend to pull ahead because their DauTs work faster, have more HP, and in general, Persians with the extra food at the start, they tend to get an early game lead. Especially comparing that against a civ like Poles, I think maybe even JorDan doesn't go for a DauT here. There's a chance. 4 wood indicates that he might still go for it. But he wants to play more towards his farms with the full works. And I think long term, I love Poles here. I love the concept of it. But I think early game, I think they can suffer a lot.
I hate Poles so much here.
I hate it so much.
Okay. Yeah. Like honestly, I think they might be bottom 10 on this map. So I'm like really curious what JorDan has to in store for us here. Like, how do you properly full work? Just imagine how 90% of the bases looked on this map. It was always like small wall around your base. Like, how do we even squeeze in 2 full forwards there? It feels so off. And the opening should be way better. I think JorDan, maybe this is considered to be a throwaway and he just tries something off meta.
Thing is, he had Magyars in the draft, and like, okay, Magyars might not be the greatest on this map, but like, I think Magyars gives you a fighting chance. Like Cav are super good, Scout opening smooth. You might lose the water. Magyars have no bonuses there. It does feel a bit strange, unless he's got a plan with Magyars later. It does feel a bit strange to use poles, which could have been used on Fortify Clearing, for example.
Yeah, maybe he had other plans. Maybe we go back into the draft again and theory craft a bit more there. It just feels like I don't see him either taking advantage of mass farms or getting mass stone mined as well to get to the gold.
True. Yeah. Like, there's actually a lot of stone on this map, but it's so unpractical to grab it, right? Because one tile, like if you mining camp, it feels bad. Town center, it's like a small boost, but you're not getting that much of the stone until hyper late game, right? We got vills everywhere.
I think Armenians, Georgians might actually be civilizations we could see a lot here, especially if we go into the longer sets, best of sevens. I would have felt like Jordans could have their merit here.
I like Armenians more, actually. Armenians feel pretty good, especially with the fortified church, potentially using that to go for like a forward play. I mean, Armenians have their weaknesses on land maps, but they feel like they could make something happen with their fortified church plays.
But isn't like Georgians, like you can scout rush, they're healing. You can have fortified churches at home. Like your eco is always so incredibly compact. Fortified church next to the wood line and gold. I think like the extra radius is very underexplored so far.
I can actually see that, and like we know how strong 10% on literally everything. Like that sounds insane. It only hits in cast lates for Jordans, but if you get there, obviously it could be super sick. We'll keep an eye out. This is why we have a main event, right? Qualifiers, usually not everything gets figured out by the end of them, and the main event, that's where really everyone goes all out. We see all the possible strategies. Faster uptime from Mihai, by the way, just barely. That's the Persian bonus kicking in there. They have the same vill count. But I don't know. I feel like it's going to be enough to win the water. He went for 3 fishing ships. Interesting.
I made a wild statement the other day, and I want to know your input on it. People ask, wouldn't it be better for some players to play qualifications? And I said, for example, Leary, I think he's playing better if he's invited compared to if he had to go through qualifiers, because he would only put X amount of training hours in anyways, let's say 20 hours. And he would put like 10 into the qualifier, 10 into the main event. And I think it's better for him to go later into the games when the meta is already more developed. What are your thoughts?
Yeah. I agree with that. I think a guy like me and Viper, who are full-time anyway, and like we can stream the qualifiers even, great. Obviously, there's always a risk. Like, I wouldn't opt to play a qualifier. I mean, I would love to play the qualifier, but if I lose, just let me in anyway. Like, that'll be great. That'd be perfect. But, obviously, the risk is so high. So, like, no one would want to play a qualifier. But if you had to, I think players that are naturally full-time would benefit very, very heavily, or in comparison to guys like Leary. So, I definitely agree with that.
Okay.
Salam.
So
Mihai's opening range here.
And JorDan is going stable. So far, no forward from him. So pole advantage used so far at 0%. Will also give up the water. No fire galley.
Another pole disadvantage. That's brutal. Mihai's playing it safe with the walls as well.
And the thing is, like,
nice.
if
full walls, it's good.
Yeah, and if JorDan is not going for any range units, oh, he goes for a demo now. Ooh, that one has to hit. But Mihai is already splitting.
Smart. Look at that. And demo hitting fish is not as good as you think it is. In fact, right now it's bad. The fish is already out. This demo's bad.
Yeah,
but Mihai. Mihai should not be here with his 2 vills. Bring the spearman. This is a really bad play.
I think
had to just run those vills home.
I think it makes sense if he gets to kill fish traps as well.
Yeah.
Oh, JorDan loses his scouts. Oh, that's a big loss.
Ooh. That went from being really bad for Mihai to being pretty bad for JorDan. Actually, one more scout touching the spear there. And Mihai going forward with a few archers. This could be really bad for JorDan. JorDan's got a full wall right now because... Oh, and he makes a range. Cancelled
the farm upgrade for it. There's still no farm upgrade poles.
Another disadvantage. Nilly, I'm agreeing with you, honestly. I'm starting to agree with you a lot more. There's no time for poles to shine on this map. Mihai should see the range and run back here.
Horse colors coming in.
Mihai should not stick around here. Just has to go back.
Or at... Well, he has 2 spearmen. Full HP. Like, how many scouts does JorDan need? Scouts are low HP as well. Snipes the low HP one. Nice.
Yeah, good play. 1 for 1. Both players okay with that. Mihai should try to go in, I guess. But as soon as he sees the walls, I would definitely recommend he goes back. He doesn't know about the range yet, so... it could spend a bit more time. I think as soon as he sees the skirm, optimal play is just go back here. There's no point sticking around. You want to keep those crossbows for later. Also, Mihai does not have the full walls. Like, I could see JorDan just running in with the scouts, honestly.
I think this is actually the play where JorDan building 1 skirm achieves the same as JorDan building 8 skirms.
100% agree, yeah. Like, Mihai should just run back here, and the 1 skirm did the job, right? Unless JorDan's planning to put pressure with the skirmishers, he can cut production right away. But I mean, he might want to use them forward, though. That does give him the map control, right?
Oh, yeah. Obviously, if we have mass skirms, then Mihai needs to build some scouts. But I wouldn't be surprised if he just builds the market. He has enough space behind all this area and builds the market towards the left side. I think right side would have felt a bit more natural because it feels more likely that the aggression is coming from there.
Interesting, yeah. Yeah, I probably didn't think too much of it, right? He's at the same time fish trapping. Oh, he thought about fish trapping, canceled it. There's no reason not to fish trap. I think he just wants to wait to make sure there's no more demos, actually. And JorDan might think about running in here. Doesn't quite commit to it. And JorDan cuts skirm production and I guess wants to wait till castlage now. And oh my god, look at this collapsed economy from JorDan here. Berries run out. There's 10 vills idle.
20 on wood, 6 on food. This is not... I don't think this is a Poles map.
No. I wonder why he thought it was a Poles map. Like, now I'm really curious to hear his thoughts, because, like...
Prioritization. Poles also was pick 6. It wasn't super late.
Yeah. He had Berbers, Gujaras, Vietnamese, and Magyars, and Lithuanians. All of those civs. Oh, he used Lithuanians, but all of those other civs, they have better chances here, potentially. Mihai's going to get the faster castle time. Very strange. And JorDan, Nilly going to be happy about the second full work he's working on it. I mean, Poles did get buffed, though. Maybe that kind of played a role in his mind. I don't know.
What buff? Like saving 25 wood for the full work?
Yeah, on the full work. We're up 50 wood right now.
okay, let's go. Save 50 wood here. That's something Persians get from the start.
Yeah, it's not looking good. I mean, we see the difference in civ power here. I do think Mihai played a better strategy so far, or like better execution. He did win the water, but you know, he's already up to castlage, way faster castlage. Seems like with the 2 fish traps, if he ever makes them, you know, he'll be up ahead naturally. And I think the natural switch is just to go into like some knights here from Mihai, maybe some camels, and just put some pressure.
Okay, let's see how this is going to develop. Stable. What do you think? Like the MBL approach would be to build a forward siege work now in Mihai's position.
MBL approach to lose the king, bro. Respectfully. Maybe too soon. Maybe too soon.
Maybe too soon. Just maybe.
Yeah, I think forward siege workshop forward monster is not too bad. That's fair. I don't think it's a bad play. I think you can definitely go for that. Maybe JorDan's worried about that as well. He goes for the tower. That one feels a bit weird as well.
Well, needs to somehow protect his gold, right? Feels like the feudal age skirm won't do the job, and it's probably the right call. 2 villagers down as well. Nice moves by Mihai. Forces some more villager movement. Gets a 3rd villager. Those crossbows are paying off. Holy moly.
Oh my god. And see, this is why Poles aren't good.
Because crossbows kill villagers.
Exactly. Oh, he's gonna force it down. Another one down. Oh my god. 6 feels down on that tower. And now we might see the knight switch from Mihai paying off big time. Like, knights can actually help you break in. And I think he's on 1 stable. I wouldn't mind seeing a double stable as well.
Sold all his stones, so will be 1 TC play. Neither player with a wheelbarrow, so villager count is somewhat representative. But JorDan's still 2 minutes away. The top is not fully walled, and JorDan is now out of stone. Needs to collect some more, get some gold this way. But like, what is his transition? Does he think, oh, maybe his plan was to get like 3 gold stone spots, 4 stone spots in his base, and mess with Schlachter Knights?
That's crazy though. Like staying in your base that long, nothing goes wrong. We lose the water, but it doesn't matter. That's like a very ambitious plan, right? There's like 20 minutes before that can even happen. There's no way. I feel like there's no way JorDan expects to get to that spot. Like this feels really weird. I'd be surprised to see that.
If you are now in Mihai's position, you have 3 knights, your dozen of crossbows. Where's your point of attack? Where are you trying to break in?
So I would be on 2 stable knights here, 100%, and I'd just break the stable straight up. Break the stable or break the range, and it's so hard. If you just break in the stable with the knights and the archers behind preventing walls, hitting farms, it's so hard to defend that. You need literally like monk siege and a unit to deal with that. But I don't like what he's doing. He's kind of in the middle of both things right now. Like he's kind of he's going like few knights, couple camels, but he sees the elite skirm. It should just be pure knight, 2 stable, and he's also not adding a second TC. I don't like how in between Mihai is right now.
Also not caring about the gold at all, right? I think this should be him being at 3 TC behind this already.
Not 3 TC with Persian, that's unnecessary, but maybe a second TC or at least a lumber camp on the wood. You can't make the TC there anymore, so... I don't mind the aggression, right? But feels like it's playing into JorDan's elite skirm here, especially with camels coming out.
JorDan does a really good job. That is crazy how well JorDan defended that. He didn't lose more villagers and actually gets the blacksmith up. That is really solid.
Yeah, JorDan just so good in this spot. Like, gonna go for the 30C. Like, JorDan could actually come back here. Mihai is not careful. We should see a forward siege here if he wants to continue pressuring. He's going for a second stable now. The mix of knight and camel doesn't make sense. He's mixing it up too much.
Rushes it with 4 villagers while being housed. Like, the prioritization in his macro is
JorDan's on
questionable.
fletching skirms. Like, if Mihai forward siege push, he breaks in. If Mihai goes for economy, he's going to be ahead. Handcart coming in now.
Yeah, like,
It's
actually,
a weird
like,
one.
the last 4 minutes were the best outcome JorDan could have hoped for.
Yeah. Gives them time to now add some fullworks. And Poles aren't really reliant on gold, by the way. They get a little kickback off of that stone. So JorDan not having any gold here isn't necessarily hurting him. It might come a little bit, it'll become a bit problematic later, but it's not the worst thing early on.
Still on gold. Has the other gold further to the left-hand side. Maybe heavily going
goes
for
for TC.
stone right now. And yeah, it is the TC now towards the wood line. And JorDan actually with a villager lead. How is that a thing?
Ooh, Mihai, the camels don't make any sense here. If you're up against elite skirm, it should be pure knight, right?
Maybe he was so scared. Felt like JorDan, the only option is that he goes for knights. Bit of autopilot. Picks up the relics behind it. That's something I like. We'll get most likely all 4 even.
If Mihai was on pure knight, he could just tank the skirms, right? It's the camels that take damage. Knights are taking exactly 1 damage from those fletching skirmishers. So it's the kind of situation where like Mihai's wanting to put pressure, but then doing it in the wrong way. Now he's gonna go 3 TC. I feel like he just gave time for JorDan to catch up in villas. Now wants to play a boom game.
No.
Doesn't exactly make sense. The only advantage I can see Mihai getting out of this is the fact that he's got map control lets him potentially cut to the gold first.
And
But
again,
JorDan's got a 4 TC, just continuing to boom.
JorDan moves out. Would have loved to see Mihai build some outposts at the side. And yeah, that's why, for example, MBL is so good on such maps, right? He is not really allowing people to have the time to make a comeback like JorDan is doing right now.
100%. Bloodline, like have. Mihai's continue to commit into the cavalry here. I don't think it's a bad choice, but he needs to be more active. If you're going to go for the cavalry, definitely do not let JorDan expand here. I do like Mihai's army on the left side. Kind of watching out there. And he is going for relics. So he's doing some things right. It's not like it's all bad or anything like that. I just feel like he kind of let JorDan a little off the hook there.
And JorDan is now adding a barracks. If you go full spear skirm, it's not the worst thing to not have a lot of gold control. And that's the 4th forework. JorDan setting himself up nicely.
Yep.
Oh.
Pikeman coming in. Pikeman don't scale too well with poles, but scaling isn't what he's concerned about right now. He wants to get back some map, maybe drop a castle, because he's mining a lot of stone. It could be a forward castle as well, depending on how the fights go. I feel like Mihai... I feel like the lack of experience has really hurt him this game. There are like a lot of basic things that he could have done a lot better. And I think it's the kind of thing where like the more you play, the more you just recognize the patterns. Like seeing elite skirm, we're not on camels. Seeing full defense, we might decide to siege to push or town center earlier. Little things like that would set him so far ahead this game because I think his opening was fantastic, right?
Yeah. It feels a bit like autopilot and lack of scouting. A bit like in game 2. Right, where he had the map control, he was out there, had lots of things going for himself, but then allowed... Oh, it didn't really punish JorDan for the greed.
Yeah, JorDan's taking full advantage of this economy situation. Commits with that monk. Ooh, new patch. Monks do not instant convert anymore.
Not the quick ones, at least. Oh, he could get in with the army if JorDan was to run to the other side. But villagers? Oh, not all of them can fit into the town center. Gate is open.
Go in.
Bloodline's coming in.
Go back.
Second armor. Yeah, I think you're wasting your army if you go in.
Yeah. And he does see the pikes, so this is actually a job well done. Go back, heal. We know there's pikes on the field now, so maybe we can prepare elite skirm. Maybe siege.
It's funny how yesterday someone asked me on stream, "Oh, Nilly, look at all this open space. Isn't this really good for poles?" And I said, you will never get to the situation where you can freely farm the corners of the map.
And now, despite like all the things that could have went differently, that guy's gonna come back and say, "I told you so."
Yeah.
Poles were good here.
I'm getting clipped. Like someone's already preparing a Discord message.
Pikeman transition for Mihai.
Oh,
What?
baby.
That can't be right.
Yeah, maybe he should go Persian longswords, maybe?
Would like it more than the pikeman. That feels really strange. There's already skirms on them. I'm actually confused because, like, I guess he's preparing. Yeah, I guess he's preparing for the pole cav. But it feels like he's fighting a phantom here. He's preparing for things that aren't on the field. We have 3 relics. We're not scared of pole cavalry here. We have camels to begin.
Indeed, feels very off, Mihai.
The pikes do not feel like...
Also, it feels like Scorpion might have been better than the Mangle here. Just more guaranteed damage. Dives. Can he get another shot off? Feels like he's a bit too slow with the Mangle. Shoots his own pikeman. Dodges that shot though. And JorDan gets into reasonable control and is now actually chopping the woodline. Something I would have never expected to happen.
Yeah. And this is like... Think about the players for a second. This is where JorDan pulls ahead drastically from Mihai. Mihai, 1500 wood. He clearly has, not the most comfortable time playing the boom game, in my opinion. Whereas JorDan, spending most resources, he's floating, stone and gold, but that's natural with poles. I just feel like JorDan is a better player from the setup.
And this also has to give you so much confidence here, JorDan. He knew how dead he was. I honestly feel like after losing those 6 wilds, in another tournament, in some other settings, some people could have thought about resigning there.
Yeah.
But JorDan's stuck in there and is all of a sudden 25 population ahead.
Mihai's not trying to go imp, but like... Okay, I mean, it's not bad to go imp. It's a good thing, but it doesn't exactly get us a whole lot. And I think he's opening space for JorDan to go maybe all-in castle or maybe a forward castle as well. Mihai's not going for a town on the other side. The best thing Mihai's done is 4 relics. I think that's, even though there's a lot of gold, I think 4 relics is a big advantage. It's obviously that perma, trickle of gold. Sometimes you get forced off the gold in this map. I've practiced it a bunch of times, and having the relics is definitely a good backup plan. So if you can just end up on something like Paladin or Savar Halb, hand cannoneer, just full gold comp here with the 4 relics, I can get behind that.
And how much of your training games were against poles on this map?
0. Yeah.
Oh, surprise.
I didn't think of it like
crazy.
Like that smart guy in the chat. Sorry. Yeah, I think he might go for the forward castle to capitalize on that crazy army because like the pikes and scrums are really strong right now.
Yeah. some light cav in there as well. Could maybe threaten the Mangonels a bit. Castle just on the hill. Counter castle by Mihai. And the rush to imp will obviously go in favor of the Persian player that had the map control. Now the Mangonel shots against the pikemen. Quite okay. Mangonel being saved in the back. Light cav are trying to jump for the skirmishes in the back here of JorDan. But it feels like enough pikemen are around for the defense. Castle will go up. Both are bleeding a bit. But not the most decisive fight, I believe.
And JorDan snags a hill there, just a random one-tile hill. That castle is actually going to buy him a lot of time, I believe. Mangonels go down. JorDan loved that trade. Mihai, in my opinion, still has a much better position, but he's gotta kind of get his ducks in a row here. Like, what's exactly the plan? I'm not really quite sure what he's gonna go for.
Traps first, and then technically, the thing is, like, we had this similar scenario in game 1, right? One player taken away from gold, and the other player then can decide, okay, what do I go for? But Persians, they can't go champions. They can't even go to an assortment.
Yeah, I think Savar is natural, right? Like, Savar destroys pulls, in theory. They don't have halbs. The cheap Cavalier might be okay, but if you go Savar halb, that's not too bad.
Where are all the villagers
super strong?
Where are all the villagers of Mihai? Didn't he have like 20 villagers building that castle? Why is not a single villager on gold there?
Yeah, that feels really strange. I'm also not sure. I was looking at that earlier. He is taking Savar. Like, where's the worker efficiency on Mihai? It has to be like, yeah, it's 50% right now because he's getting rated a lot on the right-hand side. This just has to be nervous at this point because he played so well in the early game, but now it seems like he's just falling apart to what JorDan's throwing at him.
Oh, man. Not a lot of pikemen there to protect the right side. Ballistics is now coming in. Only 2 villagers on gold makes me really sad. He has access. Like, he could have like 10, 12 villagers working there.
Yeah. Like I said, thank God for the relics. Like, this is exactly what I'm talking about here. You just get forced off gold. In this case, it's by his own mistake, but the relics are kind of carrying him, getting that a little bit of gold income that he might need. Again, always the cute things. Like, Mihai's gonna wall in his trebs, but like, would like to see the basics, fix all the idols, you know, deal with the raids in our base. That kind of stuff is much more important than walling in the trebs versus Castlage army.
Yeah, no great protection against the raid at the bottom. JorDan so active again with his light caps. Absolutely have to love it. And like, JorDan was so behind with the early villager kills, but he killed 17 villagers in the time Mihai killed 3. And rising.
Yeah, yeah. Pass on the right hand side for Mihai. Like, have raiding with impunity. I mean, nothing's gonna stop them. Some quick walls though. That's decent. There's still a lot to raid though.
Can't afford halberdier. Solid economy overall. 50 on food, 50 on wood, 64 farmers. So if we get everything rolling,
yeah. It's still good. He just has to get things like set up. Like, look at JorDan's base. Everything looks clean and orderly. But when I go to Mihai's base, everything's everywhere. There's idle villas, there's 4 villas on farms. You know, villas just dying left and right. He just has to get things set up.
It's 20 idols right now, 150 vills and more in the queue. Feels like he doesn't have the resources, but just needs to set everything up properly. Market prices won't be too pretty. Vault and Trap won't really help him. Lightcav dove there. And JorDan is continuing to repair that castle. 2 traps shooting for quite some time. But the protection isn't there. Maybe JorDan can even hold this castle. It would be crazy.
This is wild. I feel like I still prefer Mihai's position.
Comes for the trap again. This time, nice defense by Mihai. JorDan, 20 population behind. Only light cav tech. JorDan techs into chemistry. Is there a chance to get a bombard cannon out for him? Yes, he has one in the queue.
And both players get bomber cannon. Siege engineer in favor of poles. So like late game siege, poles definitely pulling ahead. But I don't think it's about late game siege. I think JorDan has no gold control, by the way, right now. He's chopped through on the top, but there's like space for 3 vills there. And although poles are good without gold, Persians with gold are definitely better than poles without gold. And I think if we get to a situation where we get a sizable amount of Cavalier, which I'm only seeing like 3 or 4 here, sizable amount of Cavalier with halb, nothing stops that without gold, right?
Oh, bombard cannon pops. 2 Cavaliers instantly jumping, but he pulls them back. He was so close. What happened there?
I think he could have committed. I think he choked because the light cav on his trebs. He wanted to focus on that first. Now he's going to go back in for the cannon. There's 3 Cavalier. He could make it happen, but he's not as close as he was last time. Does not feel as tight. Oh my! I told you that castle on the hill. I knew it was going to buy so much time. I saw it coming, and this is exactly what JorDan likes to do here. Just kind of play the positional game. Bomber cannon's getting so much value here. And like, imagine if Mihai just didn't treb. Like, why are we even trebbing that castle? Just don't treb. Just we'll focus on getting the Cavalier. We can get some raids in. We don't actually need to fight that castle.
And block the golds off, right? And then he knows that JorDan can never get to traps, can never get to bombard cannons. And then you can mass up and suddenly pop with 4 traps and kill the castle instantly.
We're just forcing ourselves in this treb war. It's kind of meaningless. It's a meaningless treb war here.
Mihai, does Mihai have chemistry? He does not. Ooh. If he got chemistry, he could actually add a cannon galleon in the pawn. That could help out against the traps quite nicely.
One of those cute things that Mihai would probably go for.
I think we saw Persian cannon galleon in another qualifier game. I didn't cast it, but chat went wild.
Mihai has double gold control. And 4 relics. I still prefer his position. He's just playing into JorDan's game. Send those 10 Cavalier into JorDan's base. Do something weird. Mix it up. We've got the Halbs at home. This is a good position if Mihai can just stop fighting JorDan exactly where JorDan wants him to fight.
2 traps idle by Mihai right now. Has masonry, but nothing else. Halberdier losses there against the bombard cannons.
And pulls are de-raidable civ. I mean, look at JorDan's wide open. He's not even defending himself against raids. If Mihai was just raiding him constantly, oh, don't hit the farms. Oh,
stand
my
ground.
Lord. I mean, at this point, what else can go wrong? I feel like, you know.
Mihai putting so much attention on. Oh, but that castle did some work. 68 kills. Okay, but well, it also cost 2,000 stone by now, right?
And it costs like 6 traps. Like that castle position is a graveyard as well. Now we're running in for the siege with the Cavalier. No last armor on those Cav, by the way, so they're not exactly the tankiest, but the Halbs are patrolling in as well. We're gonna go for the bomber cannon. Mihai's gonna get it. This feels like the first coordinated attack between the Halberdier and the Cavalier. It's the first time they're working together on a project here, and it's looking decent. Yeah,
but Cavalier project is over. That's why they were chilling there for quite some time. And the last trap, job not finished, was not on the work description.
Yeah, that felt like a job halfway done here. I think Mihai still with a lot of idols. Again, the gold is pouring in, and we could afford a lot more Cavalier. We could afford a lot of bomber cans. Chemistry could be coming in. There's so many things we can go for. I think Mihai, his own bottle cap or bottleneck is himself. JorDan, everyone is repairing that castle. 32 vills.
And he loves to take more stone on the outside, right? And Mihai should know how, like, we don't have single Cavaliers raiding the stone on the outside is completely inexcusable. He should know, wow, you have to be massively on stone, and it's impossible that you have proper protection everywhere.
Bro, it's Pole's farms. Everyone knows Pole's farms. It's free real estate, guys. You just send your units in, you kill the vills.
We had some raids,
the most raidable civ.
But JorDan, he's the one sitting close to 60 killed units, killed villagers.
My castle's at 92, by the way.
Well, let's see how much longer we can hold it. Is there maybe a chance to switch a bit into killing the traps instead of trying to kill the castle?
Yeah, I think you should stop hitting that castle. It's on hill with masonry. I think Mihai losing this castle might be the best thing that can happen to him. Just lose the castle, give this position. We still have our gold. It's not even a problem. The gold bills aren't working because we're not looking at them. Things are going wrong that have nothing to do with JorDan right now, in my opinion. Mihai just needs to fix his base. Good kill on the trebs there, though. JorDan maybe...
One bombard cannon down? I think he might save it. Yep. Mihai might save the castle.
Oh my god. That's brutal.
Oh, that's good for him.
I'm not sure if it's good, man. I hate that castle right now. It's cost us so much.
I appreciate a building with the 100 kills. I have to love it. But yeah, that's a 3,000 stone castle by now. Or more like 2,000 stone, 2,000 gold.
And like 6 traps, yeah. I mean, that's... Yeah, I think Mihai... Still in a good position, 150 vills. Remember, the 4 relics taken away. JorDan got himself in a better position, though, over the last few minutes. He's now mining stone, gold on the left-hand side. Still doesn't have gold access on the right, though. And it's like you said, look at the stone on the left, the farms on the right. Mihai has to be raiding these.
He just felt like every single unit that he built needed to be invested there. Now he takes into Savar. How much better are they than Paladins?
They're crazy against archers. I don't know how, like, they're not that much better against melee units than Paladin. They're about equal, but against range units, they're much better than the Paladin. But obviously, in this case, compared to the Cavalier, they're going to be insane, right? So Savar going to be huge. Mihai has to kind of wait until he gets them, though.
By the way, we don't have citadels yet. Would have made the castle so much better, even.
Oh, can you remind the chat and me what citadels do?
Increases the strength of the castles. I think it shoots like bombard or hand cannon projectiles.
Yeah, bullets. I've never seen that in my life, actually. It's crazy.
62 kills on the castle for JorDan.
115 for Mihai. These are veterans. These castles. We've been looking at these castles for 30 minutes now.
Yeah.
Finally, now we see the raids on the left-hand side. JorDan got a little greedy. He skipped the stone mine. He got a little greedy there.
One too far. Look at the amount of mining camps he built this game. Oh
my
man.
God.
JorDan sits
I
at
will say,
13 mining camps.
I was critical of Mihai's raids, but he's kept a few halbs sitting around the gold of JorDan on the right-hand side. I think that's a good move, kind of just, you know, watching out. And look at the gold on the left-hand side for JorDan. This is not pretty.
Oh yeah. Oh boy, traffic jam. No handcart. Oh, that hurts.
Ooh, something that Mihai got early castle age as well.
And bombard cannons. Those are tough to replace now. Though JorDan has a reasonable amount, but that was a nice snipe. And now we have Savartek. That should be a good sign for Mihai. And JorDan does not want to face those. Took us 30 minutes longer than we expected, but Mihai got there. But JorDan showed quite some fighting spirit here. Holy moly. That was a really entertaining game. And we really saw the class of both players.
Wow, that was brutal. I mean, like, great game from both. You know, I don't want to be too critical of Mihai, guys. You know, I think a lot of things went wrong for him. Could have definitely played better in some ways, but let's not forget how sharp he played early game, and he still managed to make the win happen in the late game as well. Tacked onto the right units after all. You know, pikes are a bit strange, but maybe he was leading up to the halberdier play, which definitely did make sense. JorDan got a pretty decent game out of Poles here, though, Nilly. Wouldn't you agree?
Nope.
No?
No. I think he just got so much time that he should not have been given. A siege workshop would have finished JorDan off. I think if Mihai goes double or triple TC, he finished JorDan off. He simply went to mass army in Castle Age with like camel, knight, crossbow, monks, while JorDan was sitting on 8 fletching skirms and 3 TCs.
Yeah.
So
and despite all the time he got, it still like wasn't really enough. Also, he didn't really play the middle because he was stuck pole farming.
I am still not convinced of Poles here. I think they're bottom 10 for me. What can I say? Maybe I'm not a believer.
I kind of agree with you. I think this is like best case scenario, and it was still a loss, right? 2-1. Mihai needs 2 losses before he gets going, though. This is like the power spike.
JorDan Mihai. Next map will be Shoals, the most misleading mini-map we have in the tournament.
The pure land map with water in the center, or what?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, I think the land plays a huge role. I actually really like Shoals, aside from the fact that it's sometimes playing to like super long games. But I think as a map, my criteria of a good water map is one that land is better than water. And I think Shoals does a good job of doing that.
Yeah, I think this is a complete debate that it's a water map. I think water is only getting important once we have the chance to get for Cannon Galleons or Drommonds.
Yeah. Early game, like we're not going to see the standard 3-dock rush. We're not going to see, like Fire Ship demo. It's going to be mainly like a little bit of water, maybe one player, maybe a little bit from both. but overall it'll be, mainly some sort of land fights that dictate the map control early.
Yeah, I think so as well. And I think, like, people might go for some sneaky archer range play. I think we have seen it. Mihai, didn't he play that one before? I think I've seen one Mongol game where someone tried to go for sneaky archer range. But except that, we have mainly seen people simply go for fast castle, triple TC, and play strong late game civilizations.
Yeah. I think that's the correct approach. That's definitely the safest approach. Bohemian Saracens here. Let's go. Mihai 06 just subbed to your stream. I wonder who's sharing for.
Okay.
Not that guy.
Okay, nice. Do you think we should always give the full player name? Or should we just make shorter versions? Like, should we always say Mihai 06 is now building knights?
No. Shorter versions for sure. Mihai 06 would go crazy. Maybe in like a really hype moment. And like, JorDan getting reverse sweep by Mihai 06. You know, like a huge moment at the end.
After beating MBL AOC yesterday. The MBL AOC. My bad.
Yeah, that would be wild. Bohemians here seem to be quite a popular pick. I mean, how have they been succeeding so far in the qualifiers? I haven't been following too much.
I think I've seen Bohemian once. We can look at the full statistics. While obviously Dark Age is relatively slow here. In Qualifier 1, Bohemians 6 out of 8 wins. So crazy performance from Bohemians. And the second one, 5 out of 9 wins. So one of the best performing civs overall. But obviously we have Arena Fortified Clearing in the map pool as well.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I mean, they seem, if you analyze the civs here, feels like Bohemians really solid when it comes to gold control and land play. Hoofneats are actually decent against even some ships. They're great against anything on land, great at pushing buildings. Alb, Skirm, hand cannon, usually going to be their main comp to defend the Hoofneats. And on water, I think they get a decent tech tree as well. They get by on water.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if we see too many hand cannoneers against Saracens necessarily, right? It might just be full Halberdier Hoofnitzer and JorDan. I'm not sure how much he loves the Hussite Wagon. I think they might be one of the most overrated unit civilizations we have right now. I think they're strong, but people think they are completely broken still.
They did get a nerf recently, so maybe, but I think they are like in the right situation. They're unfair in my opinion because against civs without redemption, and if you can get like a faster castle with a forward castle, I think there's no stopping Hussite Wagon. Honestly, it's obviously not like a scaling late game powerhouse. It's not bad in late game, and against redemption civs, it's pretty useless. But I think in the right scenario, it's useful. In this game, probably not going to see it though because Saracens have redemption.
But how many civs do have redemption? Isn't it like 35 out of 45?
I think viable redemption civs that also have sanctity and a reasonable time getting there, it might be close to like 28 to 30 though.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, like, you have to keep in mind, it's not just redemption monks you need, it's redemption monks while having something to support it. Because if you just go redemption monks only, if the Bohemian player has like light cav on the field or monks of his own going atonements and you don't have atonements, it's also another problem. But I mean, this is all talk for another game, because in this game I think Bohemians play towards their other strengths anyways.
Well, I'm actually not ruling out that we see some Hussite Wagons, right? And we will see where the second, third town center is going to be built. Wouldn't feel unlikely. I see a really nice TC spot here, next to 2 wood lines and the stone that JorDan could go for that.
Yeah, I would like that. I would like that TC regardless, actually. Yeah, it feels like we're trending towards a 3 TC kind of game though, because JorDan and Mihai both FCing here. It makes sense to FC, guys. This isn't your average water map. It's worth mentioning why it's not. There's no deep sea fish. Storefish is also very far from the dock, so not really much to play for economy-wise. And both players start with a sea tower that has murder holes teched in from the start, meaning water aggression early game, not really very powerful.
And I'm actually a bit surprised how much walling is happening on this map. Because, like, when was the last time we saw someone go for feudal age aggression? Especially if we think Saracens, Bohemians. And still people go for the palisade walls. Can't you be greedier than that?
you can. I think it's JorDan would never skip out on walling, 100%. And I think Mihai is just there's too much at stake to risk it. Look, he's even rushing it down. Like he wants nothing to go wrong, you know?
Sick.
I don't mind that though. Like I agree we can be a bit more greedy. I probably would like to like skip loom or something like that. Like do something to get ahead.
I'm always taking the side deer, for example. I'm always sending 3-4 villagers out to get the deer at the side, and I'm very rarely getting punished on this map.
Bro, you're getting punished by yourself though. You're gonna make a mill there?
Yeah, I'm getting a mill there, and for the second spot, I'm building the town center.
No, I actually like that. Yeah. But you can use those 4 villas, take the deer, and then make a TC with them. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
I thought you were walking back. I was like, that's not worth it. But yeah, with the mill, I can definitely see that.
Saved myself.
Again, it's just the stakes, right? Like a lot of players in general are incentivized to play really safe, by the way, because in tournaments, like you have a home map. On your home map, like JorDan doesn't want to take any risk because he has a plan. This is his first pick. He doesn't want to lose to getting 4 villas sniped, right? So maybe Mihai can take some risk, maybe, but I don't think JorDan is incentivized to take risks here.
Mihai actually runs away. Didn't want to take the fight. Didn't want to trade off hits even. So he's down 2 hits right now. But we'll obviously make it to the town center. JorDan will see everything. But with those uptimes, it's kind of known what both players are going for. JorDan actually opened a barracks. So might be a stable behind it.
Yeah, there's actually relics on this map, right? I think there's 6 relics.
I would go as wild and say 7.
7 relics, yeah, okay, I see 7 relics here. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that plays a small role. Relics aren't that big on this map because there is that extra gold, but I mean, same logic as the last game. I feel like you still have, you know, the chance to get pushed off gold. Having the relics helps you, it's consistent.
Ooh, just got another ticket bought for the raffle. I don't know if you know it, but we have like, for everyone who donates $201, they will enter it in a raffle, and the winner of the raffle will join us at NAC and be in the apartment.
Wow, that's really cool.
And we just sold another one of those.
The
drawing will be tonight. Well, if we have 50 people, it's 1 ticket. If we have 51 people, it's 2 tickets.
Wow. And right now we're at how much?
Like 12, 13. So the odds are really good right now.
Yeah. I might buy MBL a ticket. Get them there after all.
Oh, it's so pitiful. Oh, it's
I only do it because I love MBL.
Christmas present.
Yeah.
Oh, that's brutal.
I think he wouldn't show up even if he won. To be honest, I think it would hurt him too much.
You know that after he won his round of 24, he was already discussing with me like how he gets paid, and if I would pay his travel if he came by truck.
I know,
but that's so bad. It's so bad.
Yeah, but I don't even mind like that he was early planning that. I just don't understand why you would drive. You're a European. Take the advantage. No jet lag. 1-hour flights. I'm busting my ass 12 hours minimum, maybe 14-hour flights.
Calm down. ACCM is 27 into 24 hours.
Yeah, ACCM. He comes there always like just higher on energy drinks, like just trying to stay awake, playing the first set. Like that guy's a true warrior, honestly.
Yeah. Also, by the way, I wanted to book flights with Mr. Yo. And he said, nah, I can do it on my own. And I was like, are you sure? We can do it together. No, I'm fine. Well, now he arrives 2 days early. So he will be there on Wednesday instead of Friday like all the others.
No, dude, just get him a PC with League of Legends. You won't even know he's there. I promise you.
Yeah.
Okay, some Fire Galley, back to the game here. Some Fire Galley action from Mihai. He actually tacked into the fire ship tech, and he's going to go ahead and kill the tower just underneath it, by the way. Very interesting. Yeah, I guess the tower's not very strong against Castle Age units. So he will win the water. Very nice.
Yeah, and, well, JorDan, no fires then. Our fishing ships, and Mihai even adds more. We'll go at least to up to 8, and that will be quite nice. Obviously, not the craziest amount of village, like resources that are coming in, but the boom is really smooth then all of a sudden.
JorDan lost a spear to the crocodile on the right side and might lose a vill. It's close. Okay, he saved it. That's actually a decent like situation though. Losing a spear for free, they're not amazing. And JorDan's not taking to War Galley himself. He wants to reclaim the water or what here?
That feels so off. Like now you're investing into something. Maybe he just wants to use his 2, but it's spotted as well. Oh, this feels so wrong. Like the opponent already tagged into War Galley and built 5 of them. And now you want to invest the resources after it and build the same amounts while they still have the defensive tower as well? Nearly no likely.
And the fish.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. The math just doesn't check out. And I think like the only way is if he gets a surprise factor. Mihai spotted it right away. Let's see. Maybe Mihai undercommits here. No, loses 1. Even losing 2 fish is understandable here. Definitely not the end of the world. I think Mihai pulling ahead in an economy here. 3 TCs with 2 docks spamming fishers. And yeah, it's not the most efficient. It is short fish, but short fish is still not too bad.
Second farm upgrade even here. Oh, that's interesting. Delayed most of the farms. He built 2 farms before heavy plow. Well, he won't get any wood problems in earlium, which the other players might get into.
Yeah, I actually like heavy plow here in a pure boom game. Actually, Mihai's been doing a really good job with his eco upgrades all series here.
Yeah, true.
He's got wood upgrade, horse collar, heavy plow. JorDan's still on the tier 1 upgrades here.
JorDan got 7 fishing ship kills though, so it paid off way more than I would have expected.
Yeah. I still don't think it's 100% worth though, but yeah, it did pay off a bit more than it was expected. And I guess he could use the monks to keep his dock alive forever, right, JorDan? What Mihai should do is just patrol that one area where the dock is. Ooh, he went right past that one.
And JorDan might be in again. Could be another kill. And all of a sudden, Mihai's advantage isn't that big anymore. It's only 2 builds ahead. 4 eco upgrades against 2. Neither player with a wheelbarrow. JorDan with 1 relic. And JorDan also has the speed upgrade out of the monastery.
How good is that speed upgrade? People were telling me it's not that good. I used to think it's amazing, but I don't think the math is actually that strong on it.
Well, I think longer walking distance, the more it benefits you, right? So I would assume it only works mainly for farmers. I don't think it will do a lot for you for wood. Let me think. It's 15% faster walking, right? Walking.
Yeah, walking, yeah.
And Berbers have 10% faster movement, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, I think their farms are 4% better. So it should be like 6% better farms after you get the upgrade.
Not bad. No, it's not. Yeah, it's definitely worth getting in that regard.
Yeah.
JorDan making use of the forward reveals and sending them forward as well here for a castle. That castle is interesting because that castle isn't just saying I'm going to control this gold. It's I'm going to control this gold and potentially launch a push on your base. But the downside of this castle is that it's in range of cannon galleons, which is a problem if Mihai gets control of the water, which he currently has.
What are we doing against the Hussite wagons? I'm thinking Mihai not having any villagers on gold right now. Goes for the siege workshop. JorDan will have quite nice control there. Huh.
I think you just go redemption though. I think it's fine.
Well, he doesn't have any villagers on gold. Will be quite costly.
Well, he's Saracens. Every villager is a villager on gold in the market. Trust me, you can really get the gold in the blink of an eye here. I do like that JorDan stepped up his eco upgrade game, picked up wheelbarrow and bowsaw here.
Left hand side, sending the spearman over. Villager saved itself, and JorDan doesn't really know that this is happening right now. The TC barely out of line of sight.
I like that TC from Mihai. I feel like his approach has been more consistent than what JorDan's went for. I feel like JorDan took a lot more risks and might have like a bit of a push going, but I think Mihai is just a solid position overall. As long as no mistakes are made, I like his position.
Ooh, just a demo snuck in. Got 3 fishing ships. Not a bad spot for JorDan. I think he did a reasonable job of keeping the fishing ship count down. Now we're down to 0. Wow. Killed 15 fishing ships.
I think that was actually worth it after all. Oh, also Mangonels. After the new patch, they're actually 2-shotting those sight wagons, by the way. Before they survived with like 1 HP or something stupid. Ooh,
Okay.
2 for free. So maybe you don't even need Redemption Monks here. Maybe just 1 Mangonel is important. It is a bit of a choke point as well. Like, it's hard to push into Mihai's base here.
And maybe, just maybe, Hazard Wagons are overrated right now?
Yeah, I could get behind you on that, like, honestly. Especially after the nerf. I could get behind you on that. They did lose the damage and some HP here. But, I don't know. I still think in the right situation, it's definitely not a bad unit.
Look at how much they achieved so far.
I mean, this is like the worst case for Side Wagon. Remember, it's a low economy unit. It's like a early castle age, very messy game unit. It has to be the right situation, or else obviously the unit will look really poorly, or perform really poorly.
Okay, so better imp timing for JorDan, and he will maybe just control both of the goals, right? Right hand side guaranteed for him, and left hand side earlier imp. Could prepare chemistry next. And how is Mihai contesting the left-hand side? He kind of has to play double castle into mass repair.
Mihai should not try board. Mihai should cannon galleon here.
Oh,
He should just sit in his base, cannon galleon, clear the whole shore, and then like some like light cab open just to raid, and then put pressure on the gold and get it. It's tight because you have 1 chance to get gold after that, but you're basically clearing multiple castles from the shore and taking away JorDan's relics and harassing his entire base if you go cannon galleon with a few galleons early imp here.
And you said Bohemians had a reasonable DauT tag. What does that mean?
I have to take a look at it here.
I'm
So
checking it with you as well. Bohemian DauT. Looks like...
Galleon. That's it, actually.
No shipwright, no heavy demo, no fast fires, but heavy lead cannon galleons. So this sounds really underwhelming for Bohemians. One of the bottom end on the tech trees there.
Yeah, not as reasonable as I thought, actually. Just galleon is pretty... I mean, it gets you by in the right situation, but yeah, it's definitely easy to play against. Redemption's in, though.
Not against Saracen galleon.
Yeah. That faster firing is very nice. Good walls from...
Ooh, Mangonel converted at the right side. Mangonel traded off, though. That was really important for Mihai.
Mihai still has more builds. His position is harder to play, though. Now we see a second castle from JorDan. Again, we need the cannon galleon here. Because cannon galleon is going to be the only thing that, like...
But
you can't clear this. If you go into a trap war, you're going to lose it.
But still, out of gold, right? So, like, he needs to sell, buy all the time. He needs to get chemistry, then needs to sell again to get the cannon galleons. It's just so much work to get there.
And you need a few galleons to protect them. Yeah. I mean, it's not pretty, but keep in mind, this is JorDan's first pick, JorDan's home map, right? So, something that even gives us 10% chance to win is worth taking here. JorDan taking really good advantage of the Bohemian mining bonus, by the way. He went to 100 vills, like 80 vills, then imp, right? Instead of like the 140 with like a strong cap sieve on a standard map. This is more about getting the map position, going heavy on stone and gold with the Bohemians. You know, it makes a lot of sense. And now taking advantage of that.
And obviously, if you have 4 relics, you can go there a bit later as well. A bit earlier, because that boosts your economy quite nicely. Now more traps from the right-hand side, more traps left-hand side. And Mihai is struggling so much, and that gold position just really hurts him. If he had the 1600 extra gold to work with, I could see him getting strong enough of a fleet.
Let's see. Halb tech now coming in for JorDan. Halbs are actually reasonable against ships, by the way. So if you're just spamming halbs and they somehow touch the ships on the shore, it's actually pretty good.
Especially Bohemians should be crazy, right?
Yeah.
Shouldn't they do like 50, 60 damage per hit then?
Yeah, it's something crazy like that. I don't even know why that's still in the game. It feels a bit weird, but you know, it is one of those interactions you have to keep in mind.
More outposts here, right hand side. The chokehold just feels so strong. If JorDan, like, if this was Oasis, JorDan is playing it a bit like Oasis, just like pushing right hand side, pushing left hand side, and getting so much control. The question is, if he needs to contest water, it will be tricky for him though. And I think if Nietzsche will do good enough against the cannon galleons as well.
I feel like Mihai's doing the right thing. So cannon galleons have to be here right now. Okay, he's like 1 minute slow on them. It's not the end of the world, but I think he's doing the right things. Like if this fails, nothing else would have worked anyway, in my opinion. Gave himself the best chance here.
Can pressure the monastery a bit, but obviously JorDan can easily run with those. And where do you send the first cannon galleons? Take out the castle to the right?
Right side, for sure. Right side, you can step some of the trebs as well. You need to alleviate some pressure there, because left side, JorDan's got 2 castles. He can have that one. And we just play for the right side here. Take the gold back. It should be pretty easy. Like, that castle is the only thing JorDan has that's really preventing Mihai from running through. Halbs are not really a thing. Doesn't really have a backup there. So, the game is close, but it's just a hard game for Mihai to play. Look how tight his base is. And the site wagons are more annoying than good here.
And Omega House again. Look at that. He's trying to build 4, 5 now. Okay, no, he's getting 2 proper numbers, yeah. So that he won't have to replace them pretty soon.
So much going on. And JorDan's kind of playing a hard game too, because he's kind of all over the place as well. 3 castles on the left though. Isn't it a bit overkill?
3 castles on the left. Maybe he feels that's the only way how to lose the game. That suddenly a massive like Hussar ram push or like 4 traps are coming in and trying to clear this. Just tries to buy himself more time. There is plenty of stone on this map.
Yep. After Mihai clears the right side, I really want to see him put the cannon galleon into proper use. Like, don't sit around with them. Send them in, snipe more buildings, maybe even take elite cannon galleon. That tech is not too expensive, so it's reasonable. It gives them 15 range.
Population is even. Just feels like JorDan is pushing so much though. And I think if it was any civilization with a worse market, I think they already might have resigned. It's just like the Saracen bonus that they can still work without any gold control for so long.
This is huge. 2 bomber cannons down for JorDan. Those are not easy to replace. It doesn't matter if you have full gold control or not. It's the most expensive unit in the game. Resource-wise, it's going to be hard to replace those guys.
And Mihai, look at that. Food price is still very solid.
Yeah.
More than 100.
And the cannon galleons will take away the relics from JorDan. Like, you get a lot of value from cannon galleon here. The thing is, like, Mihai needs to stop adding in galleon right now. Like, too much galleon at the moment. Like, you just needed a few galleon to get control of the shore. You don't need like 20. You need like more like 5 actually. And now he needs to switch to something on land, right? Arbalest would be really good. Probably needs the gold control before he can commit to Arbalest. For now, light cav is probably solid. Light cav bombard cannon.
Where is he getting the farms though? It's not pretty.
It's a hard style to play for sure. JorDan's walking in with the traps as well. Cannon galleon are going to be hitting JorDan at home. Oh, we can raid through the middle with the light cav. That's exactly what he's doing. That could be really good actually.
But JorDan already preparing halberdiers.
Yeah.
Look at that, 8 halves ready. That's such nice anticipation.
Very smart, very smart.
I would like to see some bombard cannons now at the right side for Mihai, trying to address that trap halberdier push. Goes for the bombard cannon, but won't really do too much. But JorDan obviously already tagged into redemption, so that will be tricky.
Yeah, JorDan has so much economy right now as well. Look at the bank is just crazy. Bohemians with the double mining on both gold and stone. Feels like if you just give them a second, they pull so far ahead in terms of resources collected, and the ships are getting shredded by the halbs actually.
Yeah,
wow.
actually lost the cannon galleon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty brutal.
Such a random thing.
More raids at the left-hand side. JorDan just continues to push at the right-hand side. Just a methodical play. I'm really impressed by JorDan.
Yeah. JorDan is so good at this kind of stuff. Like, I really feel like he prioritized all the right steps in this game. Like he got the right side first, then he went for the left side, then he pushed a bit more on the right side while holding the left side with 3 castles. It was like beautiful.
Mihai yesterday massively misclicked units to be trade cocks. He built like 6 trade cocks yesterday and didn't change the hotkey from yesterday to today. Again, another trade cock mixed in. And JorDan, look at that. He knows exactly what he wants to build. Purely halberdier, trap, monk, bombard cannon. On the other side, we just had 11 different kind of units on the field.
Including a trade cog, yeah. And it's like, it's an easier game for JorDan now. Mihai's ships are kind of dying to halbs as well. Yeah, it does feel a bit awkward here when that's happening. Also, the cannon galleons, I feel like they're good, and they helped clear out a lot, but we needed an answer on the land as well. The helps. It was tough for me how to get to all that. Bohemians are simply a faster civ than the Saracens.
Thing is, JorDan doesn't even have a dock that the trade call could go for. Cannon guy converted. Oh man.
I don't think that's Mihai's concern right now. Not his first one, that's for sure. Imagine he's just looking for a dock. Where can I use this trade dock?
Well, would be a great goal generation for him. Okay.
Honestly, that would be the thing Mihai looks for. Like, I believe it. The cute stuff.
150 pop for him. JorDan sits at 200 and floating quite some resources. Oh man. Is he? What is that? Arson being tagged? Why do we have Arson before Uvnitsa?
I don't know. Arson is like nice to have when your halves are just patrolling, but definitely not a priority.
Yeah, not a climactic ending here. JorDan just too much control, and now he has 3 match points to make it to NAC 5. Mihai, it just felt like he didn't really have the answers to Bohemians. The cars at the right-hand side gave him so much control, and it was just, I'm not sure if it was on purpose, the push by JorDan exactly into the gold spot, but Mihai excluding 2 tiles when he only have 4 out of his walls, I think might have already lost him the game.
Yeah.
Rough for Mihai here. JorDan looks really strong today. Knows exactly what he wants to go for. Obviously had a really intense week of training. Like went into deep training territory, right? He was like very focused and knew how much there was on the line and how much it means to him to qualify. Doesn't want to have the week there to sit at home and know that all his friends are somewhere else and very focused on playing Age of Empires on one of the biggest stages. So he made sure to be in the best shape that he could be.
Yeah.
Will there be a replacement qualifier in case someone can't get a visa in time? Visa won't be an issue. There's not a single player that needs a visa. The only players that maybe would not have had ones are like Say My Name, Vivi, Jibbatong. But out of all the possible players, like visa won't be an issue. But technically, obviously, someone could still get sick and not make it. So yeah, we will do a replacement qualifier. I don't know the format yet. We will know that one pretty soon, and we'll have it run like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday during the day, something like that. But obviously,
will the replacement qualifier have prize pool or just for like as a backup?
That's just a backup, yeah.
Okay.
We obviously had prize pool in this tournament, so the loser of the set, for example, gets $435. The loser of the round of 12 gets $200. And you get multiple ones, so if you, like DauT last time, got his round of 6 losing twice.
That's actually it's not a bad silver lining, but like being there twice feels bad anyways.
And 4-3 twice.
Yeah. I think this time we're seeing a repeat matchup as well. We're seeing Nicov against DauT, which was the repeat of last time.
Yeah.
Later today, boys, stick around.
Oh yeah, that's going to be a really good one. 50 seconds to go till we load into Copenhagen. Maybe my favorite map, and I don't want to reference the game about MBL, but I think still one of my favorite maps in the whole map pool. I think it's very diverse. We see different civilizations, different approaches, and it feels like it's very strategic.
I mean, if we talk about the MBL game versus Mihai, right, and we just forget about the King Snipe for a second, it was still a really good opening from Mihai. He had a fast up. He was harassing MBL. He killed a scout and a Vil with a scout, and he was looking for some pressure on top with water. So Mihai seems to be well prepared on this map. This time, though, he's rocking the Portuguese. Up against the Vietnamese from JorDan. Okay.
Interesting. LT Dan, thank you. Chizarino, everyone. Vietnamese against Portuguese. Well, that's going to be an interesting one. We're jumping into the action, putting Mihai into blue. And you know what this is all about? We are starting walled in. We have a king. If you lose that one, you lose the game. King can be put into towers, into castles to protect you. We have water at the top to fight for. And we have also water at the bottom to fight for. This one with a bit better deep fish, shorter distance for the fish to travel. 3 relics here, 4 relics out on the open of the map. And it feels like the approach is going to be 1 dock at the top for JorDan and Mihai. And neither player sends a villager towards the bottom. It's just the king and the scout so far.
I like this map. I know you said it was one of your favorites. I kind of agree. I think it at least feels different and it feels exciting. Yeah, I think there's a lot to play for. Like the bottom lake is really, really nice because you get a lot of fish close by. 3 relics help a ton in late game, and also controlling that gives you a nice wall from the lake to the forest. But at the same time, the top lake lets you potentially transport into your enemy base. That lets you do all kinds of crazy things. So it's hard to say which one you want to play for. It looks like for now, both players going for the top lake. JorDan even on double dock here.
That's something we have very rarely seen. I think I've seen it if people wanted to go for galley opening, like Vikings, we have seen double dock at the top. Because you obviously don't want to fight the short distance at the bottom. And JorDan saying no. Wants to attack the king. Mihai knows how to. But JorDan knows how to right click.
Oh. You know what you did there, Nelly.
I did not reference MBL. That is just didn't mean anything. Just JorDan knows how to move a unit.
Well, fast uptime here from Mihai. Portuguese units on the water are getting more HP as well. So I do feel like, you know, if talking about a pure grush, especially with the faster uptime, Mihai should have the advantage.
Mihai 2 on gold here. That does not feel like a lot. So, but 14 villagers, that's going to be tight either way. JorDan sends 4 on gold. That feels like a bit too much again. I think 3 would be my perfect number.
Yeah, it's reasonable. Oh, JorDan's going fire galley, whereas Mihai's going galley. What do you think is better here?
Galley, and it's not even close. I'm a bit surprised because JorDan loves his galleys. I was so sure he would play galley. Okay, then the 4 on gold makes a bit more sense. Now even that's the 5th one on gold.
Yeah.
And Mihai, if he micros this properly, he should be really fine. Even adds another fishing ship before. I didn't even think that would be an option.
Yeah, and just for the viewers, I actually made a video about this recently, but when it comes to water play, if it's a long water, big water, we can kite back, galley is so much better than fire galley. Usually small pawns like the one on the bottom, fire galley demo is much better than galleys. So just a general rule of thumb here that dictates what you want to go for, but sometimes even the top players might not be 100% on the ball here. JorDan does switch back into galleys though, so maybe he knows something we don't. 2 fires first, interesting.
Maybe isn't subscribed to YouTube? Would he be that stupid?
That would be a huge misplay.
Does he not want to be better?
That's what I'm saying, Nilly, and I know you're subscribed. I think Viper's subscribed as well, which would explain his success 10 years before I came to the scene. Probably because of my YouTube channel.
Yeah.
A lot of galleys here. JorDan, those 2 fire galleys, like, you might think, okay, they get us the map control, but he's just gonna be perma behind in galley number. So they're gonna have to do something really special for me to enjoy this.
Okay, let's take a look here. Blacksmith added, wants to go for fletching, can move around further or back even further. And the fire galley wants to be sneaky, but Mihai was prepared, and that shouldn't be any problems here. And those galleys, more HP on them, plus cheaper when it comes to gold. Maybe JorDan felt like, okay, if you want to make use of your gold discount, you should go for fire galleys because then the discount is bigger. But we all agreed, Mihai, you and I, that galleys just feels like the natural choice here.
Yeah, fletching coming in as well. The Portuguese HP bonus isn't huge on galleys. It does help a little bit. Better on fire galley because that dictates who wins the fight. But on galley, it just kind of adds a little bit of tankiness. Definitely helps in low numbers though. And yeah, the fire galleys will just get cleaned up. Mihai just completely runs past that one. Okay, goes back for it. And yeah, now JorDan's in trouble. He's only got 3 to the 5.
He sneaks. JorDan sneaks. Look at that. He sneaks with 3 galleys and now builds fire galleys for the defense again.
That's actually legit. Wow, that's crazy.
That works, right?
That's so smart.
Because now it's short distance. The fire galleys. That's so clever.
And we could see like he can send all the fish, which is huge, and then go back with the galleys and go for a pincer move. That's really high level stuff. That's not in my YouTube video.
And 3 is the perfect number because you 2 volley the fishing ships. If it wasn't Portuguese bonus.
Oh, true. Needed the 4th one there. Portuguese bonus, even affecting the fishing ships there. Kind of like a mini Japanese setup. JorDan kills 1 and AFKs with the galleys. That is pretty huge.
By the way, Mihai lost a villager to a boar. Eco KD is 0-3 and 2-0. Oh, a wolf.
Yeah.
Maybe a wolf.
No, I think it was a boar.
What is that mill, Mihai?
The boar is at 48 HP.
What is that mill?
Like, do you not like the mill, or do you not like how far it is from the deer?
How far it is from the deer? Like, we built it like
yeah, that's right.
4 tiles to the south. Or to the side.
He's microing a lot of galleys right now, so I don't exactly blame him, but definitely not 100% solid. JorDan did bring the galleys back, by the way, so he only killed 1 fishing ship. And Mihai added back 2 more fish, so he's like adamant on having the fishing ship advantage.
Yeah, someone like very respectfully said like, yeah, this is not winning the Mill of the Year award.
Yeah. Not bad, but that's not the best one I've ever seen. I see a market blacksmith from JorDan. He's looking to get up to Castle Edge. Castle Edge, I think both players probably want to start fighting from the bottom now in Castle Edge. JorDan already has a Vill there. Didn't pick up Loom, by the way. A lot of people tend to skip Loom on this map.
Now Spearman added. And T90 just said, yeah, that's why he always goes fire galleys, so he doesn't have to micro and can place his mills properly.
Okay, what unit does he do to make his farms proper? Or is there no unit in the game that can help that?
What's the typical T90 unit? I don't even know.
T90? I cast a couple of his games recently. Honestly, I was pretty impressed. I think he might be better than you right now, actually.
Oh boy. Don't tell me.
I'm not even sure about that, but he's been playing pretty well.
We have a best of 7 lined up in my goodbye week. So we will find out for eternity.
Oh my god. Imagine you win and retire. Boom! Put it on YouTube, that's it.
Yeah, last YouTube upload of all times.
Just sign off with that one, bro.
Yeah. You're a legend, mic drop, internet disconnected. Yeah.
We can't even reach Nilly after that. He's just the goat of freaking casters. That's it.
Yeah, I might actually skip NAC 5 just to train for the set against 90.
Oh man, I think maybe less training this time around. The training hasn't been working too well.
That hurt. I trained with Mihai, and look where he's at now.
Oh no, I also trained with Mihai though.
Okay, and look where he's at right now.
I actually didn't train with him, so you get all the credit. You got it, man. Faster cast leads from JorDan here, by the way. But he doesn't have the higher numbers on the top. That being said, he is on the bottom with a DauT here.
Wolf,
he has try to sneak a DauT. Is the Wolf gonna win? Oh my! The Wolf, I feel like decided the game. The Wolf decided the game, because now Mihai gets the DauT here. This is huge.
Yeah, actually true. But the Spearman, was it full HP? Another 10 HP villagers being sent there. Could die to another Spearman arriving.
Yeah, that Spearman's half HP. What's going on here? What are the Wolves doing?
No, that was the earlier Spearman, right?
Oh yeah, he was fighting with that one, true.
Yeah.
So JorDan will see the DauT here. We see War Galley on top. War Galley aren't exactly as good as Galley, so I want to see Mihai mix in some fires or some demos on top as well now.
He was preparing Caravel.
Caravel,
but now cancelled them again. Yeah. Caravel are worse against fires. They're better against War Galleys though. So if you want to play Caravels, you always have to mix in demos.
I think Caravel is more of like a late game. It's kind of like it gets the more value, the more units on the field, the more value it gets. In like these small engages, it's kind of like obsolete. Mihai, it feels to be the favorite to win the bottom lake as well. Portuguese with the extra HP is just huge.
Well, at the top, it's also Botkin versus not even Fletching. So JorDan, that's not the prettiest fight he will ever take.
Yeah, JorDan might lose both lakes here, and I don't see the compensation he has for that. Like he might just lose both lakes and just try to boom it up. But Mihai, already with the second town center, he's also just booming it up, right?
JorDan late with the second town center. Feels like all the advantages here for Mihai.
I do like this a lot, actually, in this situation. A couple Rattans, a couple Organs on the field. Nothing crazy. I think they both do about the same job. Both guys just want to fight for the relics a little bit here. Mihai doing a good job on top.
Okay, gets one of the relics at least. Now the question is, how much fish is Mihai adding? Because if he gets full water control, technically he could go for some fish traps again. But obviously you're already in Castle Age and have 2 TCs. The ideal scenario is to simply just add more villagers. And he adds the monastery at the bottom to collect those 3 relics.
Worth it. Worth it. I think a lot of players might be too lazy to do this, but 3 relics are huge. And I think it's annoying to transport back and forth, but if you do win the water, you should definitely go for that. And in compensation, I think JorDan wants to get all the relics on the mainland instead. But I mean, there's no getting the one near Mihai's mill.
Mihai not taking the boar makes my chat really angry. What are we thinking of that?
He tried to take it and lost the bill, and then he just gave up on it, right? Like it was I think in an ideal world he wants it, but I think it was just a bit hard for him. Oh, also look at the top. JorDan goes for a bait on the war galleys, and takes him out with some fires.
That was really well played.
He killed like quite some. Yeah, he killed quite some. This is actually really interesting. At the same time, though, it is a lot of investment from JorDan as well. So even if he kills all of them, but still loses the fight except like 1, then it's not that worth it because yeah, like Mihai already has those ships already made.
Mihai goes for big walls here. Oh wow.
Love it. Good. Yeah. But no reason not to.
Okay. Well, I think 30C before that would have made sense, no?
Oh yeah. 30C for sure on the bottom. That was the point of the 4 vills there actually, with taking the deer is to make a town center. But yeah. Okay. Yeah, 30C first, then the stone wall would be better.
In some world, by the way, I felt like, okay, he builds the mill so far away that he builds the town center next to the stone and can still mill around the town center. But then he built 2 houses blocking potential farm spot, and I gave up on the idea.
I think you give players a little too much credit. Like when I see the mill like that, I'm just like, hey, he was micing his ass off on top. He wasn't even thinking about it. It's like especially in tournaments, I think, like, yeah, players just tend to be very shaky.
Okay. What was the Age of Empires game in your career where you were the most shaky?
Red Bull versus DauT. That was like, in my opinion, that was like the worst possible outcome for how my practice games were going.
But like, were you shaky going into the game?
Yeah. The stage was too much for me. Like I'm like a more or less reserved guy. The stage was. I mean, I'm super grateful to have played on it. Like it's an amazing stage, but it really spooked me. I got really nervous and kind of got lost in the moment, you know.
Oh yeah, like I can 100% agree it, right? Like like for me, I was going into it before I cast the first semifinal, and it overwhelmed me, and I had to go outside, come and like collect myself, and then not look at the crowd and just go to my caster desk because it was so intense and something we've never seen before. So I think you have to sit there and have to like endure all this over minutes before you actually go into the game. I can understand why that's crazy for you. Yeah.
And there was some like annoyances for me because like as soon as I sat down, I was getting my stuff set up, and then like the guy that's doing like the wiring or like the sound check just came on my PC like right away. So then I didn't have like my program open that prevents my windows from like coming up. And then in game 1, because I was so nervous, I misclicked my windows, and I alt-F4'd my game, or not alt-F4'd, but alt-tabbed my game, and I couldn't go back.
Yeah.
So like, it was just a lot of things that happened because of the nerves there. So that was definitely the shakiest for me.
Yeah, that felt really unfortunate. I know the early game, and you felt like, wow, you're 1-0 down without even having the proper shot there, right?
Yeah. In hindsight, like it's still so much else went wrong. So it's like not even like, oh, I would have won, but it's yeah, a lot went wrong for me there due to the nerves mainly. But Mihai setting up the stone wall does feel pretty good. Like obviously we can talk about third TC first. He still has the stone wall now only after the third TC. Headenville's has more relics. Well, just now bringing in the fourth relic. Now he's got more relics. I think JorDan's still okay though. He's got 3 relics, reasonable vills. Worst situation ever.
I'm a Portuguese lover though. I think mass organs will be good. If we get Arquebus, that would be nice as well. We'll have some water control for him. I think Vietnamese, they might struggle. Maybe JorDan is thinking about an elephant play. Could that be an option?
Ooh, elephant against organs would be decent. But then Portuguese have monks and halbs, right? I think elephant has no place against those kind of units. Oh, we see a siege tower play though. Hold the phone. Okay. Siege tower with Ratans feels okay.
Okay.
Doesn't feel that great though.
And we have a landing by Mihai at the top. He will send in... What is that group? A monk? 2 organs? 1 mangonel? Now he thinks better of it? What is happening here?
Wait, why did you think better of it? Okay, he just sends the 2 organs.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like if you're there, you just send them in. The monk is needed.
Yeah, I think the mangonel could have added something, no?
Yeah. I mean, the king is low-key exposed as well. I mean, Mihai might just be the king sniper.
He could move in. Actually, there is a higher than 0% chance that those 2 organs just shift-click around and see the king.
And like, it's such a random thing. Like, JorDan's fighting on the water on the bottom. JorDan's expanding on the right side. JorDan's macroing. The organs are coming in. There is a world where JorDan doesn't react to this and doesn't even know where his king is right now.
And he's randomly building houses, so that indicates that he has not seen it. Fight in the center. Organs are attacking now, though.
Yeah. Not much happening. I mean, obviously, from Mihai's position, he doesn't know like where's the king. I mean, he probably has a feeling, but okay, going for a castle now in the center. This is a big play. Siege tower was successful.
Realistically speaking, after castle. Oh, it could have died on his own mango shot.
Oh my god, why are we doing stuff like that? This is too much for me, man. Okay, that was lucky. Lucked out. Good defense from Mihai, though.
Honestly, like Mihai with his 2 organs, realistically speaking, he could expect that the king is in a safe spot against him. Not happening with JorDan, though.
Fast stim from Mihai. He's got the forward castle, organ gun, treb, bombard cannon, all in push with relics.
You have to love it. No! He deleted the castle with 90%.
What? And why did he laugh? Don't tell him. JorDan doesn't know. Don't tell him. Wait, what?
89% deleted. No!
Why is he typing? Why is he typing?
You were talking about nerfs. How? Hope you didn't see it. I didn't. What is happening here? Are they not taking this seriously?
I don't understand why he's typing, bro. Just make the castle again. It's not the end of the world if you just buy it. Now JorDan knows something's up. JorDan from his position, he saw the castle. Now he knows something's up. He might just face check it. He goes back. JorDan actually might just face check that because he feel like, okay, maybe something was wrong with Mihai.
What?
We're absolutely not typing in tournaments, guys. We're absolutely not doing that. Goes to the castle again. JorDan still doesn't see it by 1 tile, by the way.
Yeah, but like he should know the castle should shoot, right? Because a castle has like 8 range, now
Botkin,
10 range even with Botkin. So he kind of has to know the castle is not existent anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Mihai
massive.
got a little lucky there. Don't delete this one, man. I can imagine it just becomes a recurring thing. He just can't get a castle up because he's just gonna continue deleting it.
Oh. Cavalier attack by Mihai, by the way. Interesting.
I feel like that's not exactly the right call versus Ratans. I feel like just the organs is more than enough. Organ full siege would be nice. Chemistry should be a priority, not Cavalier. Cavalier might be doing a bit too much here. It's not a bad choice, but it might just not. It just might not be the optimal choice. Trebuchet from the back castle as well. Oh man.
Okay, Magnus.
somewhere, somehow, this is justice for MBL's king. The cast is the lead.
Yeah, I'm still feeling bad for yesterday. Felt like I'm not supposed to win on this map.
Yeah. Not again, you know.
Well, it's only like how long ago? 18 hours?
Yeah.
No,
so
a bit more. But yeah, it's certainly fresh. More traps, more Rattans arriving.
I love that there's Balkan already. I think that makes the castles a lot better. Chemistry's coming in. A little late, but better late than never. Jordan's gonna try some wacky stuff here. With the Rattan bait. Yeah. I think it was MBL that said Jordan loves controlling one unit. It's a German thing, I think MBL said once. You guys both do it.
What?
Yeah, I think he said it's a German thing where you guys control one unit and just like micro it out.
Well, running never has better of an economy to go for more than one unit, right?
That's fair enough. Unless it's a monk, you can always find more than one of those.
And obviously trap production is now so much better. Oh,
yeah.
And Mihai, Omega House again, 3 times in the set already.
Ooh. Also, we don't know if that was a JorDan killing the cast or Mihai deleting it. It's pretty much 50-50. Could have been either or.
There's no kill on the traps!
Mihai going in.
Mihai really likes his unit on stand ground.
I feel like the Cavalier is just not the call either. Cavalier doesn't really excite me. Aren't the organs OP? Wouldn't organs just be insane versus Rattan archers here?
So I heard.
But they got nerfed a little bit, so maybe that's why he's dissuaded a little bit from it, but...
Not enough. Not enough. Well, they have solid piers. But still.
Yeah. Cavalier are just like a whelming unit right now. Not great, not bad, but...
Okay, chat is saying they do very little damage against Rattans. Maybe the pierce armor is good enough.
Yeah, maybe. It's not a unit I see every day, so I could be wrong on this one. I mean, Cavalier Skirm is something that could come to play. I think the Siege, if anything, the Bombard Cannons, right, are what's going to do the work for Portuguese. 5 Trebs, though? Is that 5 Trebs from JorDan? He's just one-shot a Siege Workshop. Yeah. That was pretty impressive. Halberdier on the field now as well. Rattan plus Halberdier is a brutal composition. Like, that's really good.
Especially against the one army composition here. And now the Cavaliers are diving. Halberdier numbers at 20. Goes a bit higher. Again, Cavaliers chilling next to the field. This feels so weird. We have seen that so many times now. Trap shooting. The Bombard Cannon goes down as well. JorDan takes a good fight. And JorDan now in full control. It felt like those Cavaliers needed to generate a better timing for Mihai.
I just feel like you can't make this up. Like, we're going fast and forward cast and we deleted it at 90%. The game was looking so good for him right there. Now we're just stuck on Cav. This is the problem with Cav, right? We had Botkin arrow teched, but we had to make a full 180 switch and go Cavalier without even having a stable or a single upgrade for them. It's such a out of the way switch, and I feel like all that time, that was kind of our window to push.
Well, obviously the window got heavily reduced by losing the castle there at the front, right?
Yeah. But even with the castle, I'm not sure we get it done, actually. The Cavalier feels a bit too weird.
We need another
They're still there. On stand ground, man. This is a huge problem, it seems.
Oh, yeah. Had that multiple times. Not really sure if something changed in his hotkeys there. Maybe should change that with the trade cock hotkey. And, well... Ballistic still not in for JorDan. And now they switch into organs.
Organs, I just saw them. Chat, I think you guys are Captain, by the way. I think organs are fine versus Rattans. I think the spread damage is enough. Like, you don't need to destroy Rattans. You just need to do enough so that the bomber cannons can make the difference, right?
JorDan pop limit. Now dives for the traps here from what it looks like. Not really, just randomly patrols in. That will be the end of most of his halberdiers. Rattans are trying to chase this one down. Trap could maybe be saved. This is a nice defense by Mihai. Now Lightcav is coming in. Rattans doing damage from the distance. Elite Organ is coming in. Mihai, that was a nice defense.
Those are not elite Rattans, by the way. I don't think JorDan can go that crazy with them. Really good repair on the trap there. I think Mihai with elite organs now is in a better position. He feels like he's in the lead again. And
JorDan can't afford Elite Rattan. And then you do way more than 1 damage. All of a sudden it's 8. Now with some splash damage. Let's take a look what the damage output is looking like.
Yeah, just have to fight smartly, right? We don't want to be outmassed. We don't want the rat archers to be spread out as well. Fight near the castle, repair the bombards, stuff like that. Just kind of play it a bit slow here. We're not in a rush. We have 4 relics. We have Victorias if needed here. We have the stone walls, right? So we're not in a rush here at all.
It is the 2 neutral gold spots in the center that they are fighting for right now. Mihai is a solid 20 population ahead, but obviously quite amount of villagers. So 163 economic units. Therefore, army count doesn't look that exciting.
Bit of RNG on the trap shots as well. Mihai's gotten some decent luck so far, but the bomber cannon from JorDan is on the field. That is taking care of the traps from Mihai.
Sold wooden food to buy himself some more stone. Bombard cannons need to die for the traps. Organ guns are getting quite some reasonable numbers now. Bombard cannons dealing the damage, and that castle got 31 kills. Now diving, villagers could die. Halberdiers should fall. That's not a great army for JorDan anymore.
Guys, JorDan versus Mihai. This is what we're looking at. Every single game so far. A castle on one side, a castle on the other. Nothing else matters.
By the way, Mihai sent a cavalier at the corner. He landed with one. If the king was still out there, he could have killed the king.
Oh, I think he was looking for him, actually.
Maybe.
Crazy. How do you have time for that? Siege engineers coming. That's not only a tech for the siege, it's also a tech for the organ guns, which is obviously a siege unit, but not your conventional siege unit. And that's going to be a huge upgrade for Mihai here. Extra range. One of the best stats you can have on a range unit in Age of Empires. The bombard cannons are kind of like a little too far back. Like they're like the center back. I want them to be more like a center defensive midfield. Like a little bit higher up. Get some action. Let them have some ball. And play a little bit more impactful role on the field right now.
Wow.
There we go.
Am I listening to Sports Center or Hera here?
We got a little bit of both.
Okay.
A little bit of both. Called the soccer for 22 years, but it's now football for me, you know?
Oh, baby.
I'm on the right team now. I'm on the right team.
Siege engineers now for JorDan as well. Those organs diving in a bit deep. Mihai getting to quite a nice army. Just imagine he built this one from the get-go.
Man, I mean... this is just... Maybe Mihai's just flexing on us. Like, he just deletes the castle, makes it look like an accident, still manages to win the game somehow. I mean, this is really impressive. He got to a really good position here, despite all the disasters. It's still not over, though. I mean, JorDan's still, like, fully teched out. Has paper money as well. I don't think he got it, but he has it as an option.
Yeah, does not have
so
it yet.
It's not a problem.
Arquebus the only unique tech in so far. My second favorite tech in the game, so I respect it.
What's the first deck?
Hofnitze.
Oh, okay. You're a siege player.
I'm a bombard cannon player.
Okay. Too bad you never get there. Feels bad, man.
Well, that's why I play deathmatch.
Oh, makes sense, makes sense. Where you started.
Ballistic still not in for JorDan, by the way.
Oh, no, JorDan has ballistics. Mihai doesn't have ballistics.
JorDan just got it, no?
No. He had it for a while, yeah.
Okay.
Pretty sure. Maybe the chat can correct me there. Cannons? Not feeling... The organs are kind of fighting under the castle. This doesn't feel that good. From Mihai. Great play from JorDan. He's actually dodging the arquebus shots. Oh, he just got it. Okay,
maybe you read the chat, Hera, and see if chat agrees or disagrees with you.
I mean, I don't know.
This is like
many people saying
this is like 4,500 Twitch chatters were waiting. Like, let's wait for the one moment Hera's doing a mistake, and then they're like, oh, copy pasta and went wild.
Hera wrong as usual. There you go. Mihai just took a couple of bad fights, by the way. Let me try to change the subject here. But I feel like now JorDan's paying it back with some bad fights himself. I mean, he's just desperate to get the castle, though. And he does get the castle, so Mihai might be in some trouble now.
But look at that. He's mowing through the army, you know? Lightcav jumping for the bombard cannons in the back. Not the greatest kills. Mihai lost way too many bombard cannons there. JorDan did a really good job of dodging ballistics, by the way. Like, he's changed his path multiple times to keep his bombard cannons alive.
That was really impressive, dodging the arquebus there. So Mihai has the wrong idea of what the light cav is used for. It's not used to jump onto the bomber cannons every time. You become predictable if you do that. The light cav is used to run back and forth in front of your organs to dodge shots and then threaten to dive the cannon so the halbs can never join the fight. That is the point of the light cav. But Mihai is just running it in, losing 10 light cav to the halbs, and then rinse repeats. And that's just an incorrect use of light cap here.
And it feels now like Ruttans were performing really poorly, but now elite Ruttans are doing a way better job against those organs.
Yeah. The elite Rat Archer feels like the better units. But again, look at those light cap. Like the 10 light cap basically didn't compete. They should have been pulled back there, bait the halbs into the organs.
Feels like the Ruttans would do too much damage against the light cap as well, though, and now organ numbers are falling. Bombard cannons in the back are just putting on so much damage. 30 kills on those, and those are mainly other suit units, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, he's just getting high value kills with those. JorDan's army is very efficient right now, very efficient. We're also not making use of the mobility at all. I know we stonewalled, but we could raid with light cap if we want to. I feel like the light cap are not being put to good use here, and Mihai now lost the score lead, might be feeling the pressure.
Oh, this hurts. King obviously in this castle. More organs. Is there a way to king snipe maybe? We still have the transporter. Maybe one of the ways for Mihai to still save this one. Militia now added into the mix for JorDan as well. Still misses the last attack upgrade on the halves. Obviously not the most important thing. King's under attack? Oh, King's refugees under attack. Okay.
Wait, what?
The castle. The
refuge.
castle.
Yeah, the castle.
Yeah, refugees someone else. Yeah.
The capture is going crazy. This is a big deal apparently. Ungarrisoned voluntarily. Okay.
Well, maybe Capture Age realizes that losing the king and threatening the kill is something really important in Regicide game modes.
Capture, I mean, might be ahead of some of our players in that regard.
Just maybe.
Yeah, now it feels like it's falling apart too fast. JorDan's got this. Cannon's coming in, guys. I think, don't want to celebrate too early, but I think we're going to see JorDan at NAC 5. GG, well played call from Mihai. And I think, yeah, have fun in Berlin. It's all over. GG, well played to him.
I will assume he will have it. JorDan will join NAC 5. Good news for all the JorDan fans there. Mihai, one of his craziest runs, and I'm pretty happy to see his improvements. We will see more of him in the future, I'm sure about it.
Yeah, guys, if you think about it, first of all, let's get a clap in the chat for both players. JorDan for qualifying to NAC 5, potentially the final NAC, one of the biggest tournaments and household names we have in the scene. And then a clap in the chat for Mihai as well. Crazy run. And this basically is a top 20 performance at the very least. Top 16 performance maybe, depending on how you see it. Well, very, very solid from him.
Only looking at the tournament, it's a top 16, kind of, yeah?
Top 16,
exactly. Or top 13, if you want to think like 10 people qualify and he was in the second round. But certainly one of the bigger ones for him, right? Just remember, $2,000 lifetime earnings. So he has still a bright future. And you mentioned him for quite some time now to be one of the big prospects.
Yeah. I'm actually happy he's finally getting to the late stages. And also, if I can give a little bit of advice to Mihai as well, as far as how to push forward, watch these games back. Look at how much went wrong for him, yet how good of a position he was. And then build on those things that went wrong, fix them up, and how good he can become from there. Because a lot of things he can improve on, he can build on. A lot of things, he's got to focus a bit more on some basics, get them down 100%. As far as overall gameplay, very solid. He kept up with JorDan this last game despite deleting a castle at 90% on the way up to Imp. That is, not a lot of players can say that, right?
Yeah. I invited you to the NAC 5 Discord. We will have an interview with JorDan there. He is waiting, and we will ask him some questions, how he's feeling. Let's jump over there. The knight was on stand ground maybe, but the king was in the tower for quite some time. JorDan!
Hello, Nilly!
Oh, you're in a good mood. What did you do the last 2.5 hours?
2.5 hours. I was trying to play very, very well to qualify.
And you did. Obviously, last weekend, you lost 3-1 to Sebastian. And I know that you were not feeling too well. Maybe give us your thoughts. How was the last week for you? And especially following us after last weekend?
Yeah, so last weekend obviously was a bummer for me as I was practicing a lot. I felt like I was 100% prepared, and I felt like I was playing very well. But Sebastian, I felt like he was playing out of his mind. He played so well, and yeah, he won that fair and square. And then it was like, okay, all the pressure now is even harder for the upcoming week because there's one more ticket or one more chance, so to say. And yeah, it was stressful. It was really stressful.
Yeah, and I know you had to go through the same thing in a Red Bull qualifier before, right? And you tend to be the one that goes into heavy training, but you were in heavy training before the first qualifier, right? So if you did any adjustments, which were those going into the second qualifier when it came to your training?
Actually, I was preparing a lot for the first qualifier already. So I didn't do too much changes. I was playing with different people in the second week instead of 2-3 people from the first week. So I was trying to get more diversity, and I definitely think that helped a lot. Yeah. So yeah, that was good. That was good.
Okay, nice stuff. And now you will make it to the main event. What are you most excited for?
It's just NAC for me personally has always been the best tournament for me to watch, to participate. The atmosphere is just what makes this so special for me, and I'm looking so much forward to meeting everyone again and just having a good time. Obviously trying to perform on a very high level. But yeah, very excited about seeing all the people again.
Nice. Hera, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to come in here. Hello, JorDan. First of all, congratulations, man. I look forward to seeing you there. Well done.
Thank you, Hera. Hello.
So I want to ask a bit more of a psychological question, but how do you feel? So after you announced that you're going to take a step back from streaming, so you're still going to do Age of Empires part-time, how do you feel that you got basically two, not of your best results you've ever had, but two very good results back-to-back with a quarterfinal in Warlords and now at least a top 10 qualifying to NAC? How do you feel about that?
Absolutely happy about it, right? Because initially I thought that when I make the turn to full-time working and only part-time Age of Empires, I was fearing that I would not be able to perform in tournaments as well. And I was initially having the goal of top 16. And now the last two S-tier tournaments, I was able to have a very good run. Warlords almost made it into the top 4. I'm saying almost. And I was playing very well. And also this one, I think, yeah, it was very good. So very happy, very relieved as well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations. I think it's one of those things where you were ready to make a sacrifice, and it seems like after all, I mean, you might be investing less time around here, but the results are still speaking very highly. So yeah, we're just well done, and I look forward to see what you can do at NEC as well.
Thank you so much, Hera. Looking forward to seeing you as well.
What are your ambitions for the main event, John?
My ambitions, I would say top 6.
Top 6. I think at NHC4 qualifier I asked you and you said you wanted to win.
Yeah, I'm back to reality.
After what happened last NAC, I think top 6 is fine for him right now. Yeah, going into it at least.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Okay, nice. Yeah, so happy to have you there, John. Happy to see your games and hear you potentially at the microphone as well. Enjoy your birthday week with a big win.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Nelly. So you guys have fun. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Oh, John, quick question.
Yeah.
Explain polls, please, on Young Anati.
Can we ignore that?
You won 4-1, John. Just
yeah.
What is the thought process?
I know. I was thinking that with polls, you have a nice space for farming if you wall up. Mm-hmm. And the idea was to go light cav into adapt. But yeah, it didn't work out that well. So yeah.
Okay.
That was the idea.
And
not the best idea.
Shortly before reaching him, Mihai was typing something in the Copenhagen game. What do you think went on there?
I had no idea. I thought it was something with a demo, But
Okay.
yeah, I already got spoiled.
Okay.
Something pretty bad happened to him. So
Yeah,
yeah.
He did the cast at 90%, the one in the center there. Yeah.
I was already wondering because the other castle he was building, it was more forward than the one he initially built. So I was like, okay, maybe he just wants more map control and deleted it. So I was right, but not with 90%. Yeah.
Okay, Jordi. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. See ya. Bye-bye.
See ya. Hera, that was a really enjoyable cast with you. I'm looking forward to more of your insight, more of your knowledge at the main event as well.
Look forward to it as well, Nilly. I love casting with you, and I wish you the best for the remaining qualifiers, man.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye, chats.
That was early for Hera as well. Obviously, always. I think Hera is crazy in the sense that we have a really nice mix of deep analysis and also having a really good time together, having the laughs. Really enjoyable for me, makes my job so much easier. And thank you, Hera. I know it was really early for you as well. And yeah. So now we will have Sitaux versus... Not Balz. Andy. Sitaux versus Andy. It was, like, in my mind, it was always Balz, second set. But it's Sitaux versus Andy. And it is guaranteed that we have a newcomer there. Someone that was not at NAC. Viper co-cast any games today? No. We will have him potentially tomorrow for the last stream Monday, though, in German. The next set will be with T90. The third set with Dash. And I will take some rest. Obviously, this could still be a solid 8 hours of cast coming up. We have 2 more best of 7s. So I will show you what I see when I talk to you. But what I actually want to show you is this one. You can think about supporting. I will rest a bit. And Andy against Sitto next. Pigov flies in with $120. Cheers, Reno. One more donation. I will obviously update those as we are flying in. Thank you so much. Also, you want to join the raffle. Last day to join the raffle. Today, after the third set, we are raffling away a seat at NAC. So you can join us in the apartment, can hang with all the players, can hang with all the casters. Come next to us. And I think this could be great value for you. If we get to 50 tickets, I will raffle 1 seat. If we get to 51 tickets, I will raffle a second seat. So if you feel like $201 sounds like a fair change for the change to join NAC 5, that could be good for you. And now I will hear you in roughly 10 minutes. Raffle today. Get your ticket if you want to join NAC. I gave the go. They might be starting. Are you retiring after NAC 5? Watch my YouTube video. It's time. How are you feeling with NAC? I think games have been really good. Really happy with those. Yeah. Okay, 70 seconds to go. So entertaining? Nice. Glad that you like it. NC has been great so far. And just imagine what the main event will bring. Is there any chance to still get a ticket? Yeah. You still have like 6-7 more hours to get one. Meetup is, I think, sold out by now. But you can join the apartment. Qualifiers have been a really high level? Yep. Just rewatched the NAC 3 highlight video. So funny. Some good ones in there. How's Andy versus Vallas? You can watch the VOD. Was solid. Solid for Andy. Yeah. Here's my family. That's a good one. Yeah. Dave. What numbers will be peaking on the other website? I heard crazy numbers at one point. Could that be true? Sick. We peaked at 1,000 viewers? Sick. That's something I didn't expect. Holy moly. Okay. That's promising. That's really promising. Okay, T90 will still need a minute, so we will just start this one off with what's up, people lovers? Sitto versus freaking Andy, two newcomers for NAC 5. Obviously, two players that have a lot of potential, has great showings, but did not get that deep, at least not Andy. Sitto was here last week as well, and we are jumping into it. The opening game will be on Outcrop. Sitto with Saracens and could have some interesting timings using the market. Obviously limited gold here. We need to expand to the top or the bottom while we see Andy already out on the map and tries to scout. Tries to see if he can find some stuff for him while we have T90 joining the party here. Extra food for the Tatars, 150 on a cow, but 225 for them. What's up, Mr. T90? Very official.
Very official. I don't know about that because I'm late. So you picked the wrong day to say that. But I'm doing good here, Nilly. Sorry, a little bit delayed on my side. But followed the first series. And the first series was fantastic. Very happy for JorDan. And tons of storylines going into that particular bracket. But not to repeat ourselves here, but we also have some interesting storylines with this bracket. So freaking Andy made it past a player that would have been that was in a decider last qualifier. And then Sitto right back where he was last qualifier, hoping to actually get it done here.
Yeah, like we talked a lot about like Mihai, how he beat Williste and MBL yesterday. But Andy actually worked through Vallas, who's number 8 in the ladder right now, and Balt, who was seed 3 going into this tournament. So Andy had a crazy run yesterday, and people probably didn't give him enough credit yet.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, we'll see. I mean, it's so tricky, right? There's only going to be one player here who actually ends up going through. And you know, this is where what separates the men from the boys as far as NAC is concerned here, right? Is to get the job done here today. I think I'm all caught up to speed at this point. You're at around 3 minutes.
3:45 is what can offer.
All right, cool. Yep. I'll be there. Just have it on 2 times speed here. So Outcrop, again, not sure if you touched on it too much, but Outcrop, a map where the sheep is a big focus. And so Tatars could be a great pick here for that purpose. You get the extra food on the cows and the sheep. You could already see that Andy was trying to scout for extras. Saracen's a civilization we've been seeing on water maps, a civilization we've been seeing on some of the closed maps, like very versatile civ. Typically, you'd see players play a lot more towards archers, but, the last 6 months, I think we've been seeing people say, why not go scouts too? That's not a problem with the Saracens either.
Yeah, obviously, now having one of the best camels in the game makes them really crazy, right? You can't really play knights against them anymore. Camels 145 HP in Castle Age just sounds ridiculous, and that's why we feel a mix of stable and range is not unreasonable. Sitto now goes for the barracks, is not on gold, so scout opening feels very likely.
Yeah, be very curious to see how things play out with the Tatars. This is what I said this the other day in like a random cast. I feel like Tatars are a well-balanced civilization with solid overall options in a world now where we have civilizations with many very, very strong options. Like the Tatars haven't received many changes over the last couple patches, last couple years. I think they're a great civilization, but there is a point like in mid-castle where I feel like, if they hadn't already gotten a lead, it feels like they start to taper off a little bit. But, they do have a really good late game, so I don't know why my feeling is that. It's just been my feeling seeing the Tatars.
Yeah, well, it's also like really good late game, but not having bombard cannons, so really good late game. You won't really get them on fortified clearing. You won't really see them on arena, right?
Yeah,
so really great late game. Like Halberdiers are underwhelming. Like there's no like early power spike for Tatars, like not having Arbalest. So yeah, they look good if you can get to the good scenario. And Sitaux, well, he doesn't want to give too many cows to the Tatar.
I mean, that's wild to me that freaking Andy didn't find them. He's going to actually see one. Oh, he's going to find all 3 of these, actually. That's huge. That's a lot of food. Andy is also trying to wall right now, as you oftentimes see on this map. Players are really far apart from each other, which is why you typically do see players open with scouts, but actually behind this, Sitto has turned this into archers. A little bit sloppy. Is getting housed. I also feel like the walls are not in the ideal spots right now between that wood line. I would have liked to have seen Sitto maybe go for walls a bit further behind this, but first game in a very important series, I imagine they need to warm up and like find some sort of comfort zone here.
I was incredibly impressed by Sitto last weekend. Like he just lost after being up 3-2, 4-3 in the qualifier would have been one of his biggest success ever, right? Making it to the big offline event. And what he did was just open the stream and watch through all the recorded games and just methodically try to analyze and try to get better for this week. And I love that about players.
Yeah, I think his mindset was really good. It's so easy to get down on yourself, right? And then think of the stakes and say, oh, this is going to be so tough. That was my chance. And to be honest, that very well may be the case, right? Like, Barles, for example, one win away from beating Tato. Barles isn't making it because he lost in this qualifier to Andy. Sebastian, 1 win away. Many people felt like he should have got that win in that final game against ACCM. Sebastian also out this qualifier. But yeah, I agree. I spoke to Sitto a little bit as well, and just basically said, I sent a message to a lot of the players that went down. It was basically like, you've got the talent, keep at it, right? And I got a variety of different responses. I had some players be like, not so sure I do. I had other players be like, it'll be really, really tough. Sitto was like, honestly, I think I have areas to improve. He's like, I don't think I played that well, and I have areas to improve. So to, take it to the final game against Hart, who's a tremendous talent, and still think that, it shows that Sitto had some things to work on this week. That's good stuff.
He said he didn't feel like he played too well.
He thought his strategy. He thought his strategy was poor. That's what he said. So
okay.
I didn't really get that, but holds himself to high standards apparently.
Yeah, higher than we held him. Okay, that's sick. Yep. That's sick. Love to hear stuff like that. And now you see the difference here between Tatars and Saracens. Just compare the farm count.
Yeah, that's true. Farm count. And why even make a farm at this point? Make and that might be part of it with Tatars as well, as the scout for Sitto is kind of trapped inside. Part of what gets awkward with the Tatars later is because you rely so heavily on the sheep and the cows, is there is a point where you then have to start farming. And that can be very awkward to do in a very messy Castle Age, I think.
Cows also have more HP, so Scout can't easily go for them. I think he needs to 3-hit instead of 2-hit.
No, I think it's...
Is it 2-hit instead of 1-hit? Okay.
I don't think the HP is affected by the Tatar bonus.
No, but cows simply
meant?
have more HP than a sheep.
Oh, it's definitely... Okay, but it's definitely... Okay, well,
Yeah,
it's 1 hit on a sheep and it's 2 hit on a cow. I'm certain of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
Spearman
wow, that's
actually
a lot of archers from Sitto.
Spearman protecting cows is so funny.
Yeah, to have that city there definitely doesn't feel like something we'd see at this level. But, you know, Sitto may be interested in stealing these. And he's just being annoying right now. But, you know, the thing that Andy doesn't really know at the moment, because Andy's scout hasn't been that active, is he doesn't know the archers moved out, nearly. So the scout for Andy's kind of, it scouted the north. I think he set waypoints to the south. All important things for later on, but this is Saracens we're talking about. Their archers do break through walls pretty quickly, and I think Sitto's got a really good opportunity here to surprise Andy, either now or in the Castle Age.
Well, this will be... How big will the surprise be? Like, luckily, Andy is fully walled, so he will always get a heads up. No villagers, like, really exposed.
He could accidentally attack a house here. No, he's paying attention. He now sees palisades and no house on the right. Okay, there he attacks the house. And that's going to give Andy a heads up. And the good news for Andy here is that he's kept his units at home. So he could probably, with a similar Castle Age time, be able to defend from this.
It will be an archer skirm mix. Always find it weird to play like this, right? Because do you really want to upgrade your skirms? I don't really see the value in that one too much. So
yeah, like if you get to like 15 skirms and 15 crossbows, it's really good, right?
Yeah. But that's not what he's doing, right? He only has 3 skirms.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think he made the skirms when he saw the range. I'm actually curious, is the order in which the units are shown in the archer range the order at which they were created?
I would assume so.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because I recall seeing the skirms early, so that was probably early feudal. He saw the range from Sitto. But, you know, freaking Andy, he's going for a TC in the north. He did not sell his stone like Sitto did. Now, being the Saracens, we could easily see Sitto just buy it back. But TC in the north on a very important gold area, a big part of this map. And Andy now active with his scout, looking for those crossbows, wondering if they're around here, even getting town watch. And great job from tracking this. He should be able to defend himself here.
Has 2 crossbows out on the open there. And Andy tries to dodge this. Well, will die. 7 crossbows only, but that will be an easy kill against the 5 here at the front.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, okay, I'll take that. No problem. I think Sitto is not expecting that army to pop out there. He was most likely expecting the crossbows that he has in the back of Andy's base to be dealt with. Andy taking some risks there, right? Like, this could potentially do some damage. His eco underneath the TC is a little awkward, like we said.
And 8 crossbows.
A couple house walls there.
8 crossbows, the perfect amount to one-shot a villager. So, could maybe die. 49 HP, next house in danger. Maybe Sitto focuses those down. Nice dodges by Andy.
Yeah, that's really impressive. At the same time, though, I do really like the control that Sitto has been able to get for himself here. There's only 6 crossbows for Andy, so he's going to be getting ballistics for a very low crossbow count. And ballistics is already in for Sitto here. And this is what you think of when you think of Sitto. Strong aggression, but, you know, these days, over the last couple years, what he's corrected is he also has good eco behind it, right? It's not the best right now, because it is Saracens and relying on the market, but great engagements here for Sitto.
And was fighting without ballistics for a long time now, both trying to out-micro ballistics. It feels like Sitto is taking the better fight. Slightly better KD for him.
Yep, and again, 2 TCs here for Andy right now, but his food eco is primarily sheep and cows. So he is running out of that. And where would you want to farm, Neely? You want to farm here, right where these crossbows are engaging right now. You don't really want to farm in the north. And Sitto with the strong start, still not, you know, completely unreasonable for Andy to get a clear up here. But I think Sitto will be feeling really good about himself right now.
That was quite some confidence, though, right? Building those farms under the face of the 3 crossbows. I'm a bit surprised by that. And, well, I think he sent those crossbows in a bit too early. Also sent the scout and spearman to die. And KD really good for Sitto. It was 9-8, right? And now it's 19-12.
Yeah, look at the confidence, too. Still microing that last crossbow here, Sitto, you freaking nerd! What in the world?
Oh, God, did he buy himself a lot of time. And that was the early 8 archers, right?
Yep.
That moved out at the, like, 9-minute mark. And now they died 11 minutes later.
Yeah, and then it just sets him up for the next attack, right? He's now got the next... I think this is a little ambitious, but he does have that one crossbow behind the wood line, making Andy think twice. Now Andy, who is going to move forward and maybe meet the siege workshop from Sitto on the front, has to go back to deal with that. And this is all the Frenchmen so far in terms of control in this game. More crossbow kills, even moving that one crossbow away. But he doesn't know about the TCs from Andy. That's the big thing here. So the TCs are there, and I'm sure Sitto might be thinking that he's completely denied that possibility from his opponent, but he is not.
And those crossbows, they will shoot through the palisade walls, houses again. It is open at the top, though. Not sure if Sitto scouted this one earlier. He could know. He maybe could see it, and Andy himself should know it as well, but maybe isn't aware of it. Sitto, could he dive? Nah, just rather takes the house.
Like if you're Saracens, you just take the sure thing and you just go for that house. Man, here's a question. Would you have wanted the siege workshop to be on the hill near the TCs where Andy is? If Sitto knew about those TCs?
Yeah, near the hill, a bit further to the north could have been a thing. By the way, something we didn't mention. Andy is missing botkin this whole time.
Oh my goodness. I think he assumed until maybe recently he's just realized. He probably assumed he had that. So did I. And that could have made a difference in the fights. And oh man, the Saracen bonus, man. That house could go down. Instead, Sitto goes for the army kills yet again here. Bodkin arrow still not in yet for Andy, who's holding on just barely. And he is getting a decent clear up now, or close to it. Oh man, that's so frustrating. Because it's just Sitto's going to push to the next thing. Sitto killed cav archers on the hill. Sitto used his spearmen to track the TC spots.
Oh, this could be a bad
Saw
shot.
that,
Big shot, big shot.
Oh.
How did nothing die? How did nothing die? I thought 6 villagers would die.
Yeah,
What?
I did too. The hill bonus and everything there.
The tar hill bonus.
All right, well, 2 TCs for Andy, but again, this is not the type of eco setup you necessarily want here. 3rd TC coming up for Sitto. If you look back at his base, his eco's pretty wild. Like, this is the eco of a man who's has his focus on the micro all the time. So if the attacks start to wither a little bit, if it starts to be awkward,
Hill
you
bonus.
can easily see Andy's
Hill bonus other side.
stabilize.
I was confused. Sorry, I'm really bad at really good at interrupting you today. And well, Mangonel's now trying to dance here, and obviously it was not the Tatar bonus; it was Saracens having the hill.
Yeah. No, there was a part of me that was like, does Tatars resist the hill damage too? But I don't think they do. But I think I could relate to the excitement you had there, Nilly, because I think we both wanted to see 8 villagers go down while taking a sheep. So now my question is that Mangonel from Sitto on the hill right now? I think it is, but that's important because Andy's going to have a Mangonel on the way, and he wants a one-shot on Sitto's Mangonel.
Select the Mangonel and see the white circle. And it seems like the circle is leaning.
Ah, wow. White circle strategies. That's true. I never realized that before. Is that the first time you've noticed that?
Yeah. I tried to zoom in and I think that was a giveaway, yeah.
Yeah, all right. Well, that's a big deal, right? Because Andy, if he gets a direct hit and those are on the hill, that is not going to be the kill he wants. Now, he did get hits on both the Mangonels there from Sitto, which is impressive. But the Mangonel micro good from both here. And Sitto with an attack round doesn't get it. But soon the TCs will go down for Andy. And this has not been the start Andy wanted. He's got the Vil lead. He does not have the control and position. And Sitto's going to lose one Mangonel. He'll take that because he could maybe take the TC next. This is crazy from Sitto.
Also interesting that Sitto builds his 3rd town set towards all the action, right? Sometimes you want to boom away, but not Sitto. He knows, okay, I have so much army out on the map, I will keep on the pressure.
Big repairs here for Andy. And Andy now comes to the top of the hill with his crossbows, and he takes out a Mangonel. Both players taking out units that should counter the crossbows with their own crossbows. Beautiful play. But yeah, that's a good point. If Sitto is freely booming in the south, you'd feel a little less intensity about this whole situation. But, that shows how confident he is that this aggression is going to work out for him.
Feels like Andy doesn't 100% know what he wants to go for. Squeezes in some skirms, had some CA, now goes back to crossbow.
Yep, I agree. Look at the wood count for Sitto, though. Obviously, in these moments, ideally, you want to find moments to build some farms. But, you know, 38 on wood, he's going to find it difficult to find those moments, I think, with how much micro is happening right now. But, I mean, the micro play is working, right? I think if he continues with this as he takes another good fight, lands a very nice attack round, I think if he continues with this, he will eventually have more free time back at home because of how much damage he's doing to Andy.
Only 12 farmers doesn't excite me that much. Andy now with Thumbring. Well, getting quite some kills in. Both players trying to dodge ballistics.
Can we appreciate Andy's Vil count considering the pressure he's been under? This is insane.
Yeah.
His farms behind his starting TC also like really well expanded. So, I mean, it's just, maybe he is a big clear up away from stabilizing, and maybe he'll be able to go into something else then at that point. He actually has tied the crossbow count. The siege count's similar. With a little bit of breathing room, maybe he could start to mix in some cav archers later. Really impressive from Andy.
It is sick, right? This whole game was all Sitaux.
Yep.
But actually, it's like killed value is even, and now the villager advantage is really solid for Andy. He's close to 25 votes ahead.
Yeah, and now he continues to move forward. And how on earth is this happening? He's got the food count to maybe mix in some other things. He's gone for a stable and another archer range, so I think it's maybe an indicator of cav archers. Sitto's siege workshop, his second siege workshop that he built in the front, loses another mangonel. And I really felt like Sitto was just going to break Andy here, and Andy said not today.
Tech switch potentially. Andy could think about Imp here, but I don't think that's really the Tatar way to go. Typically, you want to have a longer castle age. Maybe add some knights, maybe add some step lancers, get some map control for yourself. Adds one single step lancer, but without a single upgrade, I don't think that's one's adding too much.
Well, I like it if you're for the siege workshop that he's currently attacking, right? Because Sitto can't get crossbows close there right now. So, like, even just, I would prefer knights personally, but, you know, just like some units to sit around there could be helpful. Like right there, 2 knights would have taken out that mangonel, and maybe that's what he's thinking. But as good as we have seen freaking Andy stabilize Sitto up to 4 or 5 mangonels now, and he's taking some really good engagements again with it, giving himself that time to add those farms, giving himself time to think about a castle maybe.
Okay, that was obviously sick. Both players soon having the option. Buying some more food here is Andy for himself. Clicks up to Imperial Age. And that could be a trap war at the top, maybe.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, Elite Skirm now coming in for Sitto. So he's thinking about spending more food in this age. Wow, interesting little dodge there from Andy. He rolls underneath it. Does lose his mango. Okay, the TCs could go down so fast here. And this is Sitto's moment. Andy's on the way to Imp. But he is building a castle behind, like between his TCs, and we now see a very forward castle from Sitto right next to this.
That will be a castle that will instantly die, right? So easy for Andy to just build some traps. But a lot of control loss in Andy. He will run out of gold in case Sitto finds the one at the top and starts to raid that one.
Yeah, Sitto should naturally, like, he doesn't want to leave this hill, I guess. But it should eventually see that, you would think. I think here, building outposts, and we say this like every cast, but building outposts around the map is so important. And I would really like to see that. It's not common, as Sitto could kill some villagers here. It's not common to see a forward castle into an extended castle age these days, especially when you see players playing archers. So I'm a little bit surprised. What some players would do with Saracens is they'll, immediately after the castle, they'll sell all their wood, they'll sell even excess stone, just to buy the food to make sure they can get up to the Imperial Age.
Yeah, and typically that's how Saracens play, right? Farm count now looks really solid, so he only needs to care about the gold, and selling stone might have been an option for him. But now Mamelukes and Camels in the queue. He wants to deal with those Kashik.
And Andy getting access to stone and gold potentially in the south. Very big deal here. Yeah, Mamelukes, Camels, all that stuff out there to counter the Keshiks I'm sure he saw from Andy. I mean, Andy's going up to Imp. Andy still doesn't have a big army here. Like, Sitto's army is ridiculously strong. And Sitto's army can remain strong against everything that Andy's going to make an Imp except for Trebs. Andy's losing more crossbows. Civ doesn't get Arbalest, so he might not really care about them long term, but he still needs something. I mean, he could lose the whole starting eco here to this Mangonel push.
That's a lot of mangonels, right? 5 out. Killed the other one from Andy. This is looking reasonable. Now more Kashyyyks are coming in, but he has the counter. It's going to be some dead buildings for sure.
Yeah. Camels and Mamelukes should do a pretty good job against the Kashyyyks. Now, Sitto does need continuous army to protect his mangonels here, which might mean more camels and Mamelukes because he's seen the Kashyyyk, so that would mean he's further and further from Imp. And his castle's going down to trebuchets, so, you know, Andy still could be in a good spot, but, I mean, if he loses this starting TC, look at all the eco that's back there.
Oh, yeah.
4 or 5 Mamelukes could just be so awkward.
Trying to expand towards the bottom, but that's not really giving him so much of his farms, right?
He's going to go for the Treb here. Sitto's going to go for the Treb. Andy needs to realize this. He needs to pack it up. Yeah. Great recognition.
Camels diving, maybe?
I mean, it's worth it to lose a couple camels for the Treb, maybe. This is so awkward. He might kill his own camels here, actually. And now, I think... Oh, the other trebuchet's exposed. Other trebuchet's going to go down. Okay, so at least Sitto gets one. But Sitto still hasn't clicked up here, Neely.
Look at
Andy's got lots of golden stone available.
And he's queuing up more camels, so he thinks he needs to continue in Castle Age, even get some more upgrades for his camels. He's continuing with the big Castle Age push. Mangonel count now obviously way smaller. Just imagine those 5 Mangonels continuing to push the main base of Andy.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But, you know, that's what Trebs do, right? Makes you think twice. Sitto did not want to lose this castle, especially not being in the Imperial Age yet. Cav Archers... I want to say starting to mass, but he's still only at 7 with 4 in queue. And he's got ranges in all these different areas. So this is really tough. But, you know, with Imp upgrades, he gets to about 15 Cav Archers. Sitto's going to have some real problems. Sitto behind this finally clicks up. Did buy himself a lot of time, but this brings me back to what we talked about earlier, Neely. Is that after this castle goes down for Sitto, all of his villagers here are exposed, because he chose to boom in the same side he was pressuring.
And Andy's already expanding, and we see Sitto trying to limit those options, goes for the raid, but, well, those town centers have chemistry and bracers, so they're just eating those camels.
Yeah, camels are pretty much, they're not great against anything except cav, right? Like, they're not good against castles, they're not good as a raiding unit, not good against a wide variety of options on the tech tree. And, you know, Saracens have other options, right? They have the Arbalest line. They have great skirms. They have better siege than the Tatars, even though the Tatars have the Trebs. But this really feels like Andy has somehow stabilized all of a sudden, and it's just an incredible job. I thought he was dead, Neely, but he maintained a villager lead, and now it's his time to dominate.
I thought he was dead twice this game, and I was wrong twice. That was pretty sick by him, and I see everything, right?
Of course.
Well, I should have, but I didn't.
Oh, man. And now 18 Cav Archers. That's the Imp TC, actually, for Sitto, so that's a pretty wild decision. I think he will probably make it to Imp, but with what army? And even going into skirms at this point, it's like the Cav Archers will kill the skirms pretty easily because of the upgrades they have. Which means Sitto has to get more skirm upgrades to make them effective. And by then, with how Andy is macroed here, I think he's going to have the food to mix in either more Kashyyyks or just switch into the very strong Hussar line that the Tatars have.
How many trap shots do you need for a town center?
6.
Okay, then we are fine.
I think it's 5. Might be 5. But anyways, TC is going to go down. Villagers will be exposed. First click here from Sitto, as he's now 40 villagers behind, is going to be Bracer, which makes sense for the skirms, like we said. Behind this, though, we've got Silk Armor, adding some armor to the Cav Archers, and the stable line for the Tatars. And Andy with a castle in the south to protect 2 castles in the south. Holy crap, to protect that area. And we have not even seen his final form yet. There's still upgrades that could come in for his CA. And Lightcap being in the mix should be pretty strong as well.
Not against the camels, but good against the skirmishers to snipe them. Not really having the greatest upgrades there yet. In general, not a lot of villagers on gold, right? Only 13 right now. We see massive amount of villagers on wood, but he's still pushing, and Sitto has so many exposed villagers on the map.
Yeah, seriously insane. And Sitto maybe thinking about the south, made an outpost, and he's going to see the castle fire there. And I think in some ways you feel this as a player, right? you know how good your aggression has been, and you have played, 10,000 games to get a feel for when you should break an opponent or not. And if you don't break your opponent with the aggression you've had here, if you're Sitaux, it might make you think a little bit about how aggressive you want to be in future games, or at least make you realize, oh crap, Andy's here to play today. Andy is really in good shape, and Andy takes the first game.
That is sick. That is sick. In a spot where we feel like Saracens are one of the best civilizations to punish, right? Andy didn't even have botkin for the defense. Early ballistics, mass mangonauts, mass crossbows, and Sitto was killing so much, but somehow Andy held and boom behind this.
Yeah, seriously. And people are going to say, what does this come down to? Well, this is the beautiful thing about this game, right? The pros and cons of it. Andy was 3 town centers. So he didn't lose that many villagers. He was still producing more vills. And for Sitto, he was on 1 TC for a while, 2nd TC, didn't add the farms. I'm sure the extra food from the Tatar sheep did help it at points to keep Andy afloat. And, when someone's got a 20 villager lead, if they could just hold from that attack, stabilize a little bit, then their resource income should be greater. And that's what it was. I also think Sitto might have had a little bit more time here, Nilly, if his 3rd TC was not in the north. If that was in the south, I think he still probably struggles a little bit, but at least that eco's untouched for a while longer, giving him time to maybe go into some other options. It's hard for me to be critical of Sitto in all honesty, because he did enough to win that game, in my opinion. Andy just somehow was able to continually pull rabbit out of the hat there.
Yeah, the dive with the mangonauts there did not achieve too much against the the castle always dies anyways, right? Because Sitto was so far from imp. Maybe pushing towards the main base, but if Andy had a solid defense there, if he had a siege workshop behind there, then the push won't achieve anything either.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, good start to the series. I'm excited for more. They're apparently in the next game already.
Oh boy.
So we can look to that. That's going to be on Arabia here. But, we didn't have a lot of time to talk about it, man. But, how long ago was Titans League Season 3? 3-4 months ago? Something like? Well,
feels less.
It ended 2 months ago. Yeah. And that was the real... I mean, Andy has been a great player for a long time. And he's been improving for a long time. But I really felt like that was when a lot of people were, really found out about Andy. Really got excited about Andy. A lot of freaking Andy fans were born, or not born, but created, converted, and here's a good opportunity for the guy.
Obviously, the one TTL set against Terra, right? He has been booming ever since. His Twitch channel exploded as well, and he's just such an entertaining player. It just feels like he thinks about the game a bit differently, which is weird, right? Because I couldn't really point my finger on something, and a lot of people felt like Andy, monks are taken out of the game after the last balance patch. He will struggle a lot, but now he looks really hot to qualify and be a top 10 player.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's easy for people to look at a couple games from Andy in the past and say that he's just a full monk player. I never felt that. I really never felt that. I think that he's a good player recognizing what could get him wins, like any pro player is. And at times that obviously involved monks. So I'm happy for him. I'm happy he's here. We've got a long series here. For any Sitto fans, let's not forget, it went to the 7th game when he played in the prior series. He did lose some games against Hart last weekend too. So we've got Incas for Andy in the red. We've got Vietnamese for Sitto in the blue. Map is Arabia. This would have been... I didn't actually look at the draft. I'm assuming this is a home map pick for Sitto. It only makes sense.
I think it could be a late pick as well, though, right? I don't think this should be high priority, and it actually was the first pick from Sitto. So he felt like, let's go Arabia against Andy. That's a bit of a surprise to me.
Laming is allowed. Andy's going forward. Andy's going to see a boar on the front. Whoa, that's big. Because you don't usually see it. Now, the boar did, turn around for a second, making me think it didn't fully receive 2 hits in a row. But Andy... up 1 game, about to be up a boar here at the start on Arabia. And Nilly, you know me, right? We could have a full conversation about the 9 villager start, blah, blah, blah. But I have said, and I think it's very clear, you've less time in Dark Age with the 9 villager start. So what have players been doing? They've been pushing deer. And the Incas, you don't really necessarily need to feel, you don't feel the need maybe to push the deer because you start with the llama. Your eco feels very flexible, and it is allowed to lane. It's part of the game. Andy, a little bit of fortune there, but also created his own luck. Will steal that boar.
Okay, could you explain to me the difference? What's different in this game compared to a 3-villager start?
Players have less time in Dark Age, so they will use that time in Dark Age to push deer. They're also, since they have less time to scout the opponent, I do not think that they will go for Dark Age strategies as frequently. So it's less scouting and more about choosing your Feudal Age build versus the other guy's Feudal Age build. Now, if you watch any 3-villager start on Arabia right now, that is what pretty much everyone does anyways. But yeah, I mean, for Sitto, he never expected his boar would ever be taken there. Has to push the deer in now in order to make up for the food, of course. But it will lead to potentially one more villager, maybe even 2, onto his build up here towards Feudal. And that could be awkward for him.
So Andy with 3 boars against 1 of Sitaux. Gold, relatively exposed on the hill there for Andy. Builds a barracks. Kind of thinks in that direction already. Has 2 buildings, but that looks like he wants to open. Is he trying to open it with a rush? Otherwise, why would he rush the barracks with 2 builds?
Could be. Yeah, a little bit of early pressure could be something that's on his mind. His eagle is a little bit weak. He actually did a really good job with that. I could have sworn that there was no way to steal a boar with... I mean, I know he probably healed a little bit in the TC, but you remember a couple years back when they changed it, where the boar would do more damage versus the scout? I feel like there should be no way to have that strong of an eagle after a boar steal. I don't know if it changed back or what, but it was really well executed from Andy either way.
Maybe it was no, it was completely flat ground.
Yeah.
That's weird. How does he have like 39? Shouldn't you take 10 damage per hit?
Yeah, again, maybe he healed.
Eagle. Yeah.
But, yeah. So we've got a pause here. Would be pretty comical if Sitto's thinking, I don't have a second boar. Should I ask the admins? I doubt that's it, because I think he had actually scouted the area and was too busy behind his base when the boar got stolen. We've got militia coming forward from Sitto. Now, being the Vietnamese, he's going to know exactly where Andy is. And so he's kind of on the way there. Andy did sacrifice some scouting intel with the whole boar steal thing, too, right? So there's pros and cons of that. He knows where the gold is, but he doesn't know where the berries or the wood or anything is here necessarily.
Sitaux sees obviously only the town center. Can easily send his militia out, and food economy won't be pretty for him. Send 5 on berries, try to compensate for that. He should maybe have known the boar early on, though, and he just goes for a small second. Might not be boar related at all.
Yeah, that'd be pretty boring. 2 militia on the way behind this. Sitto could catch out the eagle, possibly. He can get pretty close to that TC. There's no risk he can run into it. He's going to see the eagle. If he was curious about his boar, he would obviously see the eagle's weak. And, ooh, Andy able to get by with 3 militia and the eagle. But Sitto may path right into this, funnily enough.
And this should be better for Andy if he saw it, but he isn't. He's just going to pass it?
Just passing from both there. I mean, I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure who saw what there. To me, it kind of felt like neither player noticed, but I think Sitto will have not wanted to take that engagement, right? He's hoping to get some early damage in with the militia and the spear. So it's more likely that he passed it. We'll know if Sitto noticed that based on his walls at home. I don't think he knows.
That would be really weird. I think the right decision by Andy is to just go through, because you don't really want to chase, right? If you chase with 3 men-at-arms, while the opponent only built 2 militia, they are winning heavily.
Okay, so Sitto had just seen the eagle. He didn't see the man-at-arms until now. And this surprises him. So Sitto definitely was looking at something else in that moment. But yeah, I agree. The correct move is to move forward, and Andy gets a villager kill.
Nice. Against Sitto. Something you can't get too easily, so you have to take every single advantage. Nice walls here on the berries. Something that Sitto didn't prepare. And yeah, very likely that he didn't spot that, which feels kind of weird.
Yeah. I think it feels weird in a lot of ways, but I wonder how much of that, just lack of scouting, scout being a little bit late affected Sitaux here.
Oh, this is really off for Sitaux here. Militia movement, so much pressure on the berries. Archers to chase this one down. I wouldn't even be surprised if Sitaux struggled to keep up his town center. No, still 3 villages in the queue and 5 farms now.
Yeah, the problem now against the new and improved Incas, right, is the food income. Well, the food income's been great behind this, obviously. Still, Andy's got to transition into farms like a madman, but your units cost less food. So the skirmisher follow-up, which feels very natural right now for freaking Andy, could be really strong. I do feel like players who maybe already made it to NAC, some of those confirmed qualifiers and maybe the top 4 invited would not have used their man-at-arms to attack villagers right there. And they would have tried to preserve a little bit more HP on their man-at-arms so their skirmishers could have more of an effect as a follow-up. But he's just desperate to get any damage he can on Sitaux right now.
And well, he forced a lot of idle time, so that was nice in that sense. But also, we don't really see too much man-at-arm anyway, right, in the meta. I would say DauT maybe one of the few ones that actually still plays it out of people that we consider in the top 15. So, yeah, this was considered to be a dead strategy. And that's mainly because people like Sitaux were so good with their quick builds and their archer defense. So interesting to see this much damage being found.
Yeah. Andy really has maintained control ever since then. And both players have pretty brutal gold positions behind this, like we said. So the player with the aggression going to feel like they're in the better position here. And now, this is where this gets fun, right? You should know that Sitaux cannot make more archers. It's just going to be skirms. So it feels like your barracks should always have eagles in queue if you're playing Mezzo. And you might even expect a potential scout rush from Sitaux if Sitaux sees only skirmishers. Now, at this point, there's still spearmen out. There's still the man-at-arms, still a couple archers, but that's kind of where my brain's going right now, Nilly.
Yeah, people are trying to think about eagles quite a bit for sure. Felt like maybe getting to cast rage a bit quicker, not investing more food might be an option, especially if the opponent is going for a lot of archers. But yeah, Sitaux is forced away from gold, so it feels natural that scouts or skirms will be the next units that are being built.
Oh, wow. How did this happen? The 3 archers from Sitaux. Oh my goodness, usually you could pick up on the fact that, hey, he had archers, they're not here anymore. I don't recall seeing archers in the main force for quite some time. And I noticed earlier there's actually a weak villager on the woodline freaking Andy put there when he built the lumber camp. This is not going to be something that Andy expects in this area. He's protecting his walls on the left here, Nilly. So maybe he did sense it, but a great find for Sitaux.
1 villager dead guaranteed. Very likely to see a second one. Andy is did he only see the scout? I think he only saw the scout. Skirm fight in the center.
That's likely. He only saw the scout. That's why he could pull 2 villagers and look away. And he's probably focused on a variety of different areas there. And Sitaux, after the rough start here, getting the villager lead. Remember, he was pushed entirely off of gold a moment ago. He wants 1 more villager, and he gets it.
Maybe even another one. Still 2 archers alive. Scout behind this. I think you might get 4 villager kills with this raid. Make it 5.
That was incredible. And the scout actually did some decent work there as well on some of those skirms. I think he took 1 skirm down to low health and killed another one. And look at the fight then at the woodline of Sitaux. Andy was completely taken off guard by this, and it snowballed on him everywhere. Wow, what a play there from Sitaux.
Oh, and he's so back into this game. Now a nice villager lead. Obviously, cast stage timing will be problematic. And both players realizing, damn, our maps are awful. And going for massive, massive walls.
Well, when you have awful maps, you need to maintain control, right? And Andy, he was already planning on this regardless, and it does make sense. He's headed up towards the next stage, trying to go for eagles right now. Now, I'm looking at his walls. I know he's got a gap in the south he's going to wall up. That should be fine. I know he's got a gap on the left. That should be fine. But I feel like there might be a hole between the market and the palisade on the right. Am I crazy?
I think it looks a bit weird because the market is a bit elevated. I think it should be fine.
Yeah. You remember back in the day before DE when on Voobly you could hold shift and press the wall piece and you could actually place the wall? It was like a user patch feature. You could actually, while you're casting, try and place a wall and it could actually confirm if there was a hole or not. That was really nice.
Yeah, true. We felt so smart.
Probably the one thing I miss. The one thing I miss from those days. Everything else, as much as DE could be frustrating from time to time, is amazing here.
Eagle now trades off before Castle Age. Skirms around. Double stable play from Sitaux, so he will go for quite some knights. While we see still only double barracks production from Andy. Sends a villager forward. Not unlikely that's going to be for a monastery.
Yeah. Siege Workshop could make sense too, to push the gold position. It's always tricky, actually. I think when there's scouts out there, I would always be hesitant to go for the monastery. But my unit control is not the same caliber of Andy's. And Andy may feel like he's going to clear up a lot of that right now with the Eagles being in Castle Age, getting the kill on the scout. And most of this army out here for Sitto is probably going to die. Still, though, I think Sitto just wanted a little bit of time. He knows he should have a villager lead. And he does have 2 stables, so it could immediately go into knights. And that, like you said, Nilly, feels like a monastery is very natural.
But he goes for the siege workshop. Did he not?
Andy
He sees
it.
double stable. How is that the option to go for siege workshop?
Yeah, well, he deletes it now. So in the moment, obviously.
Okay.
It's tough, right? As we both know. And, you know, +2 armor on just Eagle Scouts instead of the Eagle Warrior upgrade. I don't know which one, you know, if you had to choose one or the other, the Eagle Warrior upgrade or +2 armor versus Knights, which one would be superior? But I feel as though this is a sign that Andy's clearly at the limit, right? He planned to get both, didn't get both. And Sitto now, I mean, the second Sitto sees that monastery, he could just add scouts so easily to surround it.
And even tax into light cavalry. Andy, like that monastery is so disconnected from the rest of his base. I think he felt like he needed to all in more than he actually needed to do.
Yeah, I could see it. I mean, he lost Vils. Understand the feeling there. If we're talking for, you know, realism's sake, I think monasteries, they do prefer to be disconnected from civilization. So that's, you know, maybe what... Oh, he's going for here in the light cav. Oh, no, what a find from Sitto. Oh, geez, that's a beautiful play from Sitto right now. I'm loving this.
Was that like a political statement, kind of, Tristan?
No, it's not political. I'm just imagining like a monk in like some faraway lands, like up in the fog, in the hills, in the jungle.
You know. I thought you were like disconnecting like the world with how religion
like,
moved
if you're
away.
Religious, you're disconnected from reality. Oh no, that's not what I meant.
Okay.
You thought it though.
I was just mind blown. Like Tristan, like what is happening here? What philosophical lesson am I getting taught by you today?
But I'll save all those lessons. I'll save all those lessons for NAC 5 people.
Okay.
That's funny. Well, Sitto has recovered so nicely since the brutal start, and still keeping a close eye on that monastery. Now, Lightcap don't do that well against Eagle Warrior. Eagle Scout you just don't see all the time. I think this is a pretty decent fight. Now, he wants 1 Lightcap to remain to kill the monks. Oh, he's got 2 of them. And he deletes the knight, says you will not have it. And I think both those monks are going to go down. Beautiful play from Sitto.
Do we see conversion on the Eagle? Seems like no. Eagle gets away, but Sitto has to be really happy how this went.
Yeah. Yeah, so my cap strategy hasn't been updated yet by the CA team to have the res collected. But can you tell me the res collected so I could still show the game?
It is plus 400 for Sitto right now.
Okay. I mean, it's really tricky. You know, gold comes in quite fast compared to farms, right? So I think that will grow over time for Sitto because he's got an amazing farm setup behind this. But this is just not what you want in terms of a snowball with the Mezzo, right? You sell all your stones so you can't boom initially. You go for the forward buildings. You're expecting a lot more than what has happened here if you're Andy.
And Sitto, just a random skirm, confirms the extra TC timing. Really nice movement, and Sitto goes for the 3rd town center as well.
He's probably not paying attention to it, but he could take out that farm. And, okay, yeah, Andy starts to farm on it. Not a big deal. Siege was not something I was expecting here from Sitto, but it does make sense if there's pikemen out. And big moment here again in this fight. Big attack round from Sitto. He has to defend his monks. He will get conversions. Does not want Andy's monastery to have any power here.
But Monk pops out, goes for the Knight in the back, but the Knight runs away. Lightcap again getting the hits in. Nice ground attack, and that Mangonel got so much value.
Look at this KD here. It's insane. I mean, he also is going to add to his kills because he killed some of his own units. But seriously, I mean, you can understand it, right? He killed all the pikes again, killed more monks, didn't lose that much. Like, yeah, he lost a couple monks of his own, but it actually felt like the monks there from Sitto brought some value. And have we seen a single conversion for Andy yet? Maybe one?
2-0 in favor of Sitto.
Yeah, that's wild. That's really impressive from Sitto. I will say this, though. Remember the previous game where Andy he doesn't fully break, you know? And it brought him a win in the first game, but the situations economically are different here as more goes down there from Andy and Sitto in the middle.
That Mangonel is quite a killer. Doesn't matter which side you belong on.
Yeah. Always find it interesting, like we're used to it, but a Mangonel will do friendly fire, but a Scorpion will not. A Treb will not. I guess a Bomber Cannon will. I think it all makes sense from balance perspective, right? Like no one would ever make a Scorpion if it did friendly fire.
Yeah, maybe not. Yeah.
But it is just kind of funny.
I think
how normal it is to us.
Cannon Galleon doesn't, right?
Maybe that one's the inconsistency there then, right? Because like I don't think that would affect gameplay too much.
But Drummond does, I believe.
Okay. Yeah, I think Drummond definitely does. 2 TCs, 3 TCs behind this for Sitto. And he's starting to mix in the Cav Archers. And for those that have been watching mainly over the last year or so, you might have seen this switch. Because this was never a thing too long ago. Maybe last year people were doing it, but I feel like I have seen Vietnamese Cav Archers more than I've seen Vietnamese crossbows. And when Vietnamese first came out, that was not what people were doing.
Okay, gets conversion at least. But 2 monks down again, more repair on that Mangonel. And that Mangonel did quite some damage here and gets more shots off. Monastery finally goes down, and Sitto now with a 20 villager lead.
Yep. And the Cav Archers normally want the time. And Sitto feels like he's got the time. He's missing Bodkin Arrow. So, still awkward. Monastery still stays up for Andy. But Andy now, like you said, 20 villagers behind. Just now, Andy's hit double digits, but he goes right down below to single digits because against Sitto's Mango Micro is insane.
It's crazy, right?
I don't even remember if this is the same Mangonel. I assume it is.
It is.
Yeah.
10 kills now, 4 friendly fires though.
Yeah.
Friendly fire kills. Monastery
A little
could
bit
have another monk pop, but would pop next to the CA, should die instantly.
Should die instantly, and will die instantly. So we don't have any stone income from Andy right now. It doesn't feel that natural with his setup. Normally you want a bit more eco before you start to think about a castle. So more than anything, he's probably going to be playing a bit defensive with Eagles. I kind of wonder, like, Andy's been engaging exactly where Sitto's expecting him this entire time. Obviously, he doesn't know this, but there has been that TC, the wood line, the stone, everything on the left that's been exposed. The Eagle mobility hasn't really been utilized much here. He's just been running right to his death, right in the middle. But he has been behind, and sometimes you expect those things to snowball, and that is an important position to control, because there's a gold there, the TC's there. I could see it.
Now, here's the big problem. How is he defending this map? It's just so open. Tries to do something with the market, but will cost him so many resources. CA could get some kills against the villagers. Mangonel arrives there as well. Eagle count. Not the highest. Goes for the raid at the top. Could get into the wood line.
Yeah. Sitto will send some Cav Archers and Knights back there potentially. This isn't any Mangonel coming to your gold here. This is the Mangonel coming to your gold here, Andy. This Mangonel already has 10 kills. It doesn't care what color you are. More kills for the Mangonel. It's moved up to 13 kills. And pretty soon, it's going to help break down the house, and Sitto could be attacking you TC with it. And Sitto, nice house walling. In the end, having ballistics now and this many cav archers should be able to deal with this. So the counterattack for Andy hasn't really accomplished much.
And villagers running. If Sitaux sees this, he should get so many builds.
Oh man, yeah, villagers building a TC in the south. Look at that TC, Nilly. It's like, not only can all the villagers build it, and the hero Mangano went down, F's for that, but not only can you not fully build it now, but it's like you're up against the edge of the map and trees. There's no stone or gold there to really protect.
Yeah, just
Really
had to
like how
rush it.
Sitto's playing this.
Yeah.
His micro has been great. The Cav Archer HP is so good for the Vietnamese. 80 HP in Castle Age with these Cav Archers. And more Cav Archers across the middle of the map, the ones that cleared up the raids. And I think we're going to see a forward castle from Sitto. He knows that pretty much everything Andy has is probably tracking the CA mass in the south. And there he goes. He's going to play some more safe castle. Because this is, I don't want to throw the game because I'm leading castle.
Yeah.
So I will say building a forward castle is not really something I think about with Sitto. I think like Yo is a big pro name who does that a lot. Maybe DauT, you know? So
Maybe
he just is not uncomfortable in this scenario.
Maybe Sebastian.
Yeah, we should add Sebastian to the list. but like I honestly think while that's the thing to say, that might be the only time I'd seen Sebastian build a forward castle in a very long time. And it showed.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like just a little bit comfortable of a situation. And he just couldn't read the situation in the way that he would have needed right there. But that still makes me so sad, man. I was watching that one. Such a bummer for Sebastian.
I honestly it feels like Sitaux won this game quite some time ago. But if we realistically think about it, Andy's on the way to Imp. And he will have good enough of an economy to tack into Elite Eagles. And Sitaux is still relatively open.
Yeah,
This is not as over as we thought.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the sign of a great player is they bend, but they don't break. And I think we've seen that here. I feel like it's going to be... The eco's still at the limit, right? Like, you can get to Elite Eagle if you're Andy, but then you're only going to have 20 of them. You know, it really feels like he's going to have big issues. But if he can somehow kill the Cav Archers from Sitto in the south, and Sitto is open, like you said, without walls or defensive castles. He is building kind of middle castles here. Yeah, maybe there's a chance.
Eagles could be crazy. One of the best units to work with very low economy.
Yeah, and you don't need as much food if you're Incas to produce them. And you need a lot on gold, which he kind of has. Sitto must be building up towards Eagles right now, though. Sitto's got 54 on gold. That's crazy. 54 on gold and 20 villagers building a castle.
That's crazy. Okay.
Yeah, it feels like heavy Cav Archers, if they take a good enough trade against some of the Eagles, there's not going to be much left here. And then maybe you can just mix in light Cav, I think, as a buffer against the Eagles. There's the upgrades.
Heavy, not too far from heavy CA. Typically, like, people with CA economy don't have too many farms. But the setup for Sitto is looking really good, and he can afford heavy CA quite quickly, even.
Yep, and so it's 10 Eagles for Andy. He clicks the final armor, but he still needs the 800 food, 500 gold to get elite. And again, if he gets there, is he going to have much left? We do have a castle from Sitto. So he senses he's going to be raided there. That should go up, though.
I think Andy needs to idle his TCs here. This is not the spot to increase your economy. This is the spot to get to Elite Eagle Warriors ASAP. You have a very small timing window where you need to make something happen. And it closes any second.
Yep, it's fair. Sitto will probably start to add some more farms now. He's spent all of his food to get the upgrades on the CA, and the GG's finally called. And what a great recovery from Sitto here. Remember, he lost the boar, which is extremely uncommon. I think that you could tell me probably the only time we've seen a boar steal this entire 2 weeks of qualifiers.
I think I remember another one, but yeah.
Okay.
I think MBL even did it.
Oh, well, shocker. So, it doesn't happen that frequently. And it really looked like he was up against it. He was pushed off of gold. He had lost the villager versus man-at-arms. but he recovered nicely with the Archer counterattack and then did so good in Castle Age with the Mangonel micro, but also the double stable play was just perfect. And I'm sure like a lot of people are thinking early Castle Age, go Cav Archers with Vietnamese. He had to resist that urge based on the situation, and he saved the Cav Archers till later, which is, I think, a bit of an underrated thing in terms of his read of the situation there. So well played. 1-1 now.
Andy could have seen that there were no archers for the defense for Sitaux anymore, right? So he could have known, well, where are your archers? You're only defending with skirmishes. Maybe you're up to no good.
He did. Normally it feels a little bit more natural when I'm watching, right? When the archers peel off and sneak. Whatever Sitto did, it was at a good point in the game because I didn't really pick up on it. I think Andy did know that the archers were unaccounted for because he had skirms next to his wall where the market is, right? So he had like 5 skirms there, but by the time he got his skirms there, the archers were already on the wood line. So that's just a really, really good sneak from Sitto. And I feel like that it's hard to see that these days. You don't see it that frequently.
Yeah, the sneak attack, right? Because people realize, and skirms were around. And oh baby, one of my favorite maps for many reasons. First of all, because I can sound really smart casting it. Plus also a map that gives us a lot of Civ diversity. We will have Shoals up next, starting in 90 seconds.
This map makes you smart, but other maps don't?
So there are maps where I'm completely clueless. Like, people like can play and I have no idea, and sometimes I'm making weird calls, like Turks are losing to Gojaras and such. But here I feel like most of the time stuff happens that I'm predicting.
Yeah, well, how many games do you think you played on Shoals in your life, Nilly?
40?
Yeah, I probably played like... I think you and I have played a disproportionate amount of Shoals games compared to most people in this qualifier because of some of the Titans League prep.
Yeah. I had to play it in 2 seasons, or 3 seasons even, right? Was it? Or was it this season?
It was in season 2, which you played in.
And then I had to do it again in the qualifier.
And then for the qualifier, you also did. And I also know that you did a lot of training sessions. So, and I at least watched a lot of Shoals games. So, yeah, you and I, let's see if we can find one thing we don't agree with here on playstyle on this particular map. That's our challenge here, to not agree with each other, Nilly.
Also, Shoals is the one that got me demoted against Song Song.
And wasn't Song Song humans?
Song Song was humans.
Well, you've got a lot of expertise to bring us here, Nilly. This is perfect. Yeah, I'm actually, considering we've seen a lot of Shoals games, this would be really exciting matchup, Civ-wise. So we've got Andy on Shoals. He's gone for the typical pick, the more water pick. We've seen Italians. We've seen Koreans. Occasionally, I think JorDan went for the Bohemians, which looked really good in the previous series. But Sitaux, on a map that has water, has gone for a civilization that's pretty poor on water in the long run, the Cumans. Most likely for the fast feudal 2 TC boom on land.
Yeah. Plus also, if you are playing fast feudal, you can get your first galley out a bit earlier, right? And can contest water a bit, can annoy a bit. That's why I think on Copenhagen we could see a bit more Cumans in the future. But for here, it's mainly just to have a good timing. And then, if you want to, you always guarantee yourself one side, right? But because you could play 2TC into Fast Imp with the castle drop. And if the opponent is heavily contesting, well, then you just put a lot of step lances and get the map control that way.
You know what else is really underrated with humans is sneak archers. You get to feudal so fast that you're gonna have like full scout coverage, and if you just like bring a villager or two and get like some pressure, like imagine in the south, you just build an archer range there. You've got land pressure to pressure your opponent, and they're gonna be very defensive against that. And then behind that, you can add the second TC. So it's an option. Sitto just shot the Rhino with his TC. He had a weak Vil there that he had to save, because if he didn't garrison it, he would have screwed up. But he garrisoned that Vil with the other ones, inside of the TC to add one more arrow. And Sitaux is now down 400 food. Oh, man, this is not the first time we've seen players make this mistake at big moments, Nilly. It's just like becomes so common for people to weaken the boards with their TCs because it's just more, pros could do it so consistently. But the one time to screw up, not now. You need that food.
Can he still make a fast feudal happen here?
I don't know. You get one rhino, by the way, people. So you get one elephant or rhino. I forget what it was. Might as well have been a boar. But you only get one. So he's now down to 0.
And you have 7 deer that you can push. And look at that. That will be ILTC.
Oh, geez. And this eliminates so much. Like, this doesn't just affect the uptime. This affects how good your economy feels, what you can afford with everything else about this build. Oh, man.
This is shaky.
That's so rough. Yeah, I actually want to, since we have like 2 minutes and nothing else is going to happen, I actually want to look at that again. I'm just going to make sure my theory was correct on why that happened, but I speak from experience here on the bringing in the other villager into the TC. That's all experience for me, because I've done that, because you don't want to lose the vill. Villager's weak. It kind of gets stuck.
He just
He actually
selects.
brought 10.
Yeah, he just clicked so many.
Yeah, he actually brought 10. So I,
Oh, boy.
I think it was just a mega misclick there.
Yeah, just a lot of
yeah,
hectic.
Yeah.
What's a good TC spot for Sitto?
I mean, maybe. Oh, this is kind of brutal, to be honest. You could build it beyond your gold. There's some deer over there too, which you could maybe get. But I'm not really sure. There's nothing that really screams good TC spot. Like if he was Andy's side, I would say to the stone, to the left of the stone. But yeah, he's gonna opt there on the gold and the wood. I think that's a good decision.
Okay. So I'm a bit confused by that because don't we need more food control? Like then he needs to build a mill now next to the berries.
Yeah.
Because he only has 2 fishing ships and 1 to fuel 2 town centers. I think the CC screams either TC time.
Yeah, I mean the situation in general does for sure, right? And Sitto looking, thinking, should I attack there? Doesn't attack with his scout, which ends up being a good decision. Andy was close with his scout and had more villagers around. I think, Sitto, the best way to manage this, obviously you need the mill here in a second. The best way to manage this is you have 4 villagers taking the deer to the right of the TC. I'm going to assume he sees that. If he doesn't see that deer, it's going to help. It's going to make things more awkward for him. But he is like, if he had that 400 food, this feels amazing. So it's unfortunate for him that he's kind of just stuck in the situation right now and has to eventually stabilize his eco.
Now even squeezes in the farm upgrade. I don't mind this too much. And indeed, 4 villagers going for the deer could drop off a bit. But yeah, either TC is rising. I think with the different TC spot could have been easier. But he obviously wanted to protect the gold, so I can understand the reasoning.
Andy still has sheep in the back of his base, which is kind of funny. He hasn't gone for those.
Hold
I
on.
really like how Andy's played this. Something that I think... I mean, this won't be too much of an issue for him because he can make Navy here in a moment. But I think players need to show patience here in these instances. Like, it's not a big deal to have a couple fishing ships underneath your tower not working for 30 seconds. Losing fishing ships unnecessarily here when, you're going to be able to come back on water soon would be a big mistake. So maybe a little sloppy, poor timing for my words. But yeah, just sit them there and wait for your ship and then you're fine.
What is the thing on the sail of the human galley? Is that a horse?
It definitely looked like a horse. Now the galley is turned, so I can't really see it. A horse.
With the Mongol logo? Is it a
Is it like a-
seahorse?
Like I mean, a seahorse. That's good. It definitely looks like a horse that is jumping through the air. That galley play for Sitto has not worked out. Behind this, he actually doesn't have the eco lead yet. He doesn't have the fishing ship count that Andy does. And like this is amazing for Andy. He does lose his scout, which is not so amazing, but Nearly, he can just drop the second TC himself. Like, normally you're so far removed from the second and third town center if you are up against humans because you have to go to Castle Age. But this is just so fast and so efficient that Andy's going to be in a great spot.
Yeah, it just felt very smooth. And that will be tricky. Like, Sitaux won't really get the great control. And short distance between the two of them. I don't even know who has the advantage. Is that better for humans or is that better for melee?
Good question. You said short distance?
Yeah, relatively, right? If you can both fight for the gold in the center, it's relatively short and both feel like that's the shorter way for them.
I guess I'm not allowed to say it depends here, right?
Nope.
Okay. Then I'm gonna go with the humans solely because I think that the way this game's gonna play out, Andy's not gonna really do a lot of pressure right now. He's just gonna drop TCs, and I think Sitto's gonna make it to Castle Age. He's gonna have a whole lot of food banked. I think it will be easier for him to spend resources and take that control of that area.
Okay.
And it's like, the previous game, Sitto recovers so wonderfully based on something his opponent did. And now it's like he kind of did it to himself here. And we're hoping to see if he can recover. But again, his res collected is going to be looking really juicy. He's going to click up here soon. And there's not really anything from Andy to take map control. He's just trying to add eco.
It's crazy, actually. Sitaux, with all the idle time that he had, plus all the fish for Andy, Andy is actually ahead in res collected.
Yep. Andy is right now. Wow, crazy. It does take time, though, for the humans, because a lot of their food ecos farms. So I think that will skew more towards Sitto soon. The thing that I think is also really good for Sitto, and it's the one big thing for Andy that he will have wanted to avoid here, is Sitto killed Andy's scout. And something that, you being the Shoals expert, right? Something that you and some others have done so well on this map is they go for relics. And I could have seen it be very natural for Andy throughout all this time to have just added a monastery in the back, healed up his scout, so it was full HP, either kill Sitto's scout or at least have the advantage there and just have a little bit more vision on what's happening.
Yeah, obviously would have helped out quite a bit. Is going for some monks. The scout on the complete other side, though, with only 1 HP, could easily fall. So maybe just keep that one alive till Sitto can build his own monk. And he's going for stables at the right side, so he won't play this one in the boom style.
Yeah, he's going to pressure and it's great for Andy to build a TC in the gold area, but also it's like, I feel like this is so easily pressured. And the food count's going to be pretty high for Sitto. He's going to make either step lancers or knights. And if Sitto spots this TC with this spearman here, who is going to go down like a champ to a crocodile most likely, that is an amazing find for him. That tells him exactly what he needs to do.
It's so funny how I would think, okay, dying to a crocodile is one of the most stupid things you can do as a human being. But Florida man obviously says he's going down like a champ.
Well, he's doing it for his people. He's not just walking, he's not just like swimming in a pond that says crocodiles are here and dying. That would be stupid. But he's died for his people, right? This doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where I live, Nilly. It's the level of sacrifice.
Okay.
That's what matters.
Okay.
Anyways, scout now. New scout from Sitto. He keeps moving. Could kill that monk there from Andy. Okay, my question to you, Nilly. In that situation, you see Spearman scout your TC. Do you not immediately outpost there to know if you're going to be siege pushed?
I think that would make a lot of sense, yeah.
Okay. Because, I mean, he's going to see the light cap now. Andy, of course, focusing on his eco, which he's done so well with this series. But, loses the monk just like that. Maybe he's going to click the other monk forward in a second, but Mangonel's on the way here for Sitto. Eco count is pretty much tied right now, Nilly. Really close as far as that's concerned.
And resources collected, pretty even as well. Those villagers obviously have been working a bit longer for Sitto. And now full light cap Mangonel at the monastery himself. And Andy mainly goes for Spearmen, but can't really get them over there. It's only now running to the crucial area where we'll see a lot of danger happening.
Yeah, Andy seems very distracted right now. It seems like he's not noticing this. Lost another monk. I think it's the middle, the water. He's trying to make sure he doesn't lose that. That can be really important with the melee later on. No pikeman upgrade yet for Andy. Mangonel's already here. And he's now got to add his own siege workshop. But this is a whole lot of control for Sitto right now. And Sitto, I know in the first game, maybe there he would have... everyone thought he was going to win through that control, and he didn't. But I'm really liking Sitto's position right now. He's going to fight off the spearmen before they're ever upgraded to pikes and win that fight pretty convincingly. And this is, 15 villagers from Andy and counting, because he's still making more, that will all die if this TC goes down.
Yeah, and monks can't even fit in there, right? It's fully popped now. Another monk tries to make something happen. Andy now has enough stone for a defensive castle if he was to go for it. And Vilch is actually opening the path for the light cav.
Oh.
And look at that, the Mangonel pops, but that will be disastrous.
Yeah, it will be. Now, he might get one shot, which is extremely lucky here, because it's tough for the light cav to engage. And he doesn't get it. And, oh, man, this is so brutal. Keep in mind, folks, you don't have a lot of gold access here. And, oh, man, Andy's going to try and drop the castle there against 2 Mangonels.
No way. No way.
Yeah, this is just not going to happen here, Andy. You either need to cancel this, or you need to hope that you could somehow hop in and out of this TC at a very fast rate. Counter castle from Sitto. That castle should go up. Andy now has stone, but he doesn't have the place to build the castle. He's extremely housed at the moment. He doesn't have the pop space to create more villagers even, and he is desperate right now.
Some ground checks against the own light cav.
Ooh. Ooh. Look at Andy. This is not something Sitto's expecting. Andy's got like a level of sneak to him that is a little unique to him. I don't know how to describe this. But that is a really nice castle if he can get that up. Sitto doesn't see it.
Sitto, no gold income right now. He sends villagers to the other side. Isn't really on it. Didn't really go for a second gold spot. And he might try to get to him, but now selling all his resources to go up. But that's costly.
Also, the thing about Sitto's castle is it doesn't even shoot the TC. So that feels really bad. You're not denying gold. You're not taking out the TC. And Andy's still going to have gold, arguably more gold income than Sitto. Sitto is going to be taking gold in the north. But Andy clicks up. And, again, Andy, it looked rough there. I think, he could have maybe noticed the siege pressure, could have maybe had pikemen in a little bit earlier. There's a couple of those small tweaks. But the core of his strategy was to get this position and hold this position, most likely through a treb war. And he's going to be in a good position to do that.
And the main thing is simply, as you mentioned earlier, losing that scout, right? Against humans. Another advantage for the humans.
Yeah.
And someone like JorDan, for example, I think if he plays against humans there, he keeps the scout at home till he can add scouts himself. He always wants to have the chance to get vision.
Yeah, he did. It was so tricky for Andy. He did keep the scouts at home. But they took the fight right in front of Andy's TC. This is wild to me. Sitto does not know that there's even a single castle.
Well, he sees the Karembits now, so we'll get a good idea of that. And now we see step lancers, not really knowing where to go. Maybe good shot into those villagers. Those were weak from earlier. But backs off for now. Mangonel dance.
Yeah, Andy didn't come to the same conclusion as before that maybe this is too risky. But he will be fine. And I think he hasn't lost that much this game. He's got his first treb on the way. Sitto is not really set up his eco far away from all this pressure. So if he loses his castle, he could quickly lose his eco and his TCs next. And he's seeing pikemen. So what's the best move for the humans against pikemen? Well, it's kip check, but you need castles for that. And this seems like this will be extremely hard for Sitto to stop.
Even goes for traps. I'm not even sure if going for traps is the right option here. I think this could be wasted resources.
Yeah. I can understand why you want to go for the trap. I like the idea from the light cav to hit the main eco. Just try and keep Andy busy, but that's not going to amount to more. And yeah, that one treb might be easy pickings here for Andy pretty soon. Andy only has one treb of his own, though, which is interesting. He's going for chemistry, which makes sense for bomber cannons. But he has given Sitto a little bit of time.
Castle under a bit of pressure, but I still don't see what this trap will achieve in the long run. Some more walls by Andy is trying to block off everything. Interesting that we don't see anything from Andy at the top, right? He didn't even scout the top.
Yeah,
yeah. Wow.
He is going to outpost within his walls right now. And he actually will see the outpost already from Sitto, so he'll probably start to think about that.
Like, Andy's scouting, he doesn't even know Sitto's base. Like, he scouted only this gold and his own starting base.
Yeah, it's been full defense mode from Andy, but it's worked out. And those Karambit Warriors are going to go snipe that Trebuchet. Like you said, did the Treb really accomplish much there? I don't think so. Now, the big thing about this map is, when it comes to water, is cannon galleons. If you've got access to the middle and you've got cannon galleons out, that can range a lot. It can range your opponent's eco, it can range your opponent's castles. A lot of players' castles are close enough to the shoreline to be ranged from cannon galleons. And so right now, I think that that's what Andy's thinking. Now, Andy also, maybe a little paranoid now, nearly, of the north, has made a castle very defensive. Because there might be a castle up there from Sitto. I love this castle. You don't want to make it next to your houses if your opponent's going to show up with 4 trebs.
Yeah.
That's really smart.
Still feel like some outpost would be good there. Just sending a scout in, maybe a Karambit, a pikeman, get some idea. Because right now he's extremely clueless what Sitto is going for. Oh no, now he sees the stable and saw the elite step lance attack, so he will get an idea.
It feels like there's always a question late game about the Cumans, right? Usually it's the 2 TC boom, gets you a lead, and then you dominate. That hasn't really happened here. But yes, in the north now, further confirmation this is elite step lancer. I like the step lancer choice a lot, though, Nilly. It's pretty good if you can get them stacked, especially in choke points against infantry. They're really speedy. They're glass cannons for sure, right? They're very strong, but they could be broken easily against something like Halb. But I could see Andy potentially having some problems here if the step lancers were to break through.
Oh, there's still some holes in those walls. I think Sitto, if he right-clicked, he could have gotten in. We'll now potentially find some builds at the front. Just goes for the gate.
Oh my god. Oh, it's the Palisade gate from earlier that's going to be problematic here. The step lancer's going to run through. Great job from Sitto.
30 population behind. Random gate there in the back. Tries to generate some crazy walls. That shouldn't happen.
Beautiful. The step lancers will actually still exist here, though. I think they'll kill the pikes. But you can see how weak the step lancers are. I was very wrong on that. Wow, elite step lancer doesn't even kill pikemen.
3 armor upgrades on those. Really helping.
Yeah, and now it's Halb for Andy. And Andy, like you said, eco lead. Has 3 relics, 0 relics for Sitto. And the Treb push could continue. We could have more and more cannon galleons out to take out some of these buildings. And Sitto, disastrous Dark Age, solid Castle Age, but was never really able to control the same gold area that they were both contesting here in the south.
Step Lancers now moving in against the Halberdiers, moving in and back again. Now going for the Bombard Cannon there. Will get the snipe. Could get the snipe against the traps as well. Nice micro by him. Uses the unit nicely.
Yeah, very nice. Doesn't get the Bombard Cannon. That was close. Cannon Galleons from Andy are actually, who needs outposts when you have Cannon Galleons? They're showing him so much information in the north. And he knows that what Sitto wants to do is raid him, but since he lost the Palisade Gate, there's now a Stone Gate for Andy. There's no real way for Sitto to do any damage. And so that means Sitto's going to have to fight in the south, but it almost feels like it's more of a defensive situation for him more than anything there. He can't push anywhere.
Andy switches into Arbalest now. Tries to make an Arbalest Halberdier push happen at the top. I think with what he sees, just fully committing to Halberdiers would even do the job.
Yeah, maybe. Yep. Just like 50 Halbs with some Trebs in the south. The thing that's tricky about this map, it's like, obviously, right now, Andy's in a great position, right? But it's very easy for Andy to be like, okay, we're winning. Let's fully max out and then push. Let's take our time. We've got all this gold. But you can't forget that Sitaux has time in the north for gold. Now, I think the humans, the way they would spend that gold would be like kip checks, which is tough without castles, or maybe siege onager, which is just like crazy long and big investment. But this is giving Sitaux some time here is my point. He is taking more gold now than he ever has been.
But with that time, he's getting some ideas. And one of his ideas is that it's a clever one to tech into CA as humans.
Well, I think that's extremely broken in deathmatch, right?
Human CA?
Mainly the stables. Mainly the stable units?
Yeah, it's stable units. But this is like CA as humans is not a thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's so funny. It's like if you were to read the tech tree, you should think it should be because one of their techs increases the production speed of their cav archers. But it also, I think step husbandry also applies to the stables, right? I think it's the same tech.
I think it's Hussars and I think it's only Hussars and step lancers. It's not the paladin tech.
But it is cav archers? I thought cav archers also produced faster.
I didn't know. And that's something I refuse to learn because I think cav archers, if you have kip check, if you have a castle, why is cav archers ever an option?
Well, he doesn't have that many castles. And they're split up from each other.
Oh,
Nilly refuses to learn like the stubborn man he is. Step Lancers going in. And honestly, the Step Lancers have taken really good engagements.
Yeah. I
still think, though, that Andy's been trickling a little bit, right? It's been like 10 units here, 10 units there. He hasn't had the big mass yet. By the way, Sitto lost his blacksmith. So his cav archers will not even have bot canaro.
Oh, baby.
Look how many cannon galleons. 10 cannon galleons right now.
Yeah, it's spread around
Insane.
really nicely. Really nicely.
Look at this castle from Sitto in the north right now. He's trying to be as sneaky as possible. He also can't place castles anywhere near the shoreline because of the cannon galleons. But Andy saw that with his outpost, and Andy's already making trebs there. That castle is going to go down for Sitto.
Yeah. Already has the traps prepared, and this is so cost efficient constantly for Andy. Look at how his gold is rising. 50 on gold feels quite crazy though, when Halberdier could be one of your key units.
Yeah, I really, the unit comp that you would normally go for in late game with the melee, Hal Barbaless, so I get it for that reason. I really don't see any reason to just not go full Hal Siege on land though.
Well, maybe he thinks the switch is coming, right? Maybe he's expecting kip checks for quite some time, but it's not happening.
Yeah, it's fair. But, you know, Andy just has played safe here, you know? And, you know, first series of the day was a good series. I did watch Game 3, Game 4, and some of Game 5 between JorDan and Mihai. But, you know, last week, right, every single qualifier decider went to the final game. And it feels like this could be another one here, right? If Andy ends up going up 2-1.
Yeah, it's so close. And, well, now we see Sitto not even taking the fight.
Yeah.
Just
I was like, I don't know what to do. I can't fight this. I will not have control. And Sitto, he put up a good fight here. It looked like he was dead for some time. He does lose this one. Andy holds on nicely. Really creative stuff from Andy. It looked so bad for him when he placed that castle foundation next to this TC. It looked like he was going to have no gold control and might have been unable to make it to Imp because of it. But he just shifted to another position with the castle. It does make you think if Sitto had a little bit more vision, maybe an outpost in the middle of the gold area, would Andy have ever had a castle that would have given him the opportunity to trap down Sitto?
Especially, like, what are you thinking? What is the opponent doing with that gold? With that stone, right? You just denied it. You had all the mangonels.
Yeah. Yeah, he probably felt like, I just got to continue to... He probably felt like when he placed his castle, I have to make sure mine goes up. I have to keep focusing on this area so he can't build it. But, you know, Andy just said, oh, I'll just actually move here. And, like, again, it's a very, like, simple thing for you and I to break down and for viewers to see and be like, oh, that makes sense. That is not a natural move in game, though. It's just not. It's a risky move. You're going closer to the opponent's base to build a castle after you already had the other castle denied.
Yeah, and also think how Sitto needs to move to get there. He has to go like through this maze of wood and gold. It's so easy to lose like 3 mangonels then to a single mangonel shot of Andy.
Yeah, that's true. Andy goes up 2-1. Great job from him. Do also have to say, nerves possibly getting to Sitto here. Big misclick at the start. I think the Cumans could have had a lot more potential if he wouldn't have shot his Rhino with his TC there. So that definitely is a game to forget for Sitto as we look towards what is going to be his home map.
Yeah, that like maybe on this level, I'm not sure if we can call it over, but it's like heavily shifting into Andy's favor.
Because I think like Malay they're just better for the map in the long run too. So I think with that being the case, it's like you need that Rhino. You need to have an edge of sorts. Because if you don't, then that happens. So
yeah, and it was the first pick humans as well.
Yeah, that's brutal. So first pick humans, wow. Yeah, that's something I would have expected. We didn't really get to talk about the draft too much, but obviously humans have now gone down. Still have some higher picks available for Sitto. Did win with the Vietnamese, which was the later pick, for example. Lost his other one with the Saracens, but I guess it was first pick for both of them. That's pretty incredible. Still got some solid civs remaining here for Andy, but hoping for more games here.
Well, we will get at least 2 more.
Yeah.
Next one will be on Hippopotamus for Sitto, and both going for the extra resources civilizations. Will be Dravidians for Andy. We're 30 seconds away from jumping into it. And Lithuanians for Sitto. Didn't Sitto play this incredible strategy with Romans? I thought so in the decider, wasn't it him?
He went Romans. It wouldn't have been the decider for him, right?
Hippopotamus? No, not in game 7. But I think last Sunday. Maybe I'm misremembering.
It was game 6. He did do it with Romans on Hippopotamus.
Oh, yeah.
He went galleys and tower defense. It was like double tower defense, which I think was the first time I had seen it.
Yeah, that was really clever.
Yeah, I was a big fan of it because like the thinking, and we can explain it when we're in game here. But the thinking is like if you tower, you're only protecting one area. And what Sitto did is he somehow protected 2 with that. So Dravidians for Andy, and then we've got the Lithuanians here for Sitto. The map is Hippopotamus. And, well, Nilly, it's a fun map. Be curious to see where the players will chop wood. Some players will chop the hippo eye for hippo. Other people will chop outside the hippo. And I think that's the safer play. And that's what Sitto's doing now. And that's also what Andy's doing.
Okay. Yeah, we moved the town center a bit away. Typically, it spawned where the green area is to reduce the amount of villager rushes. And, well, it felt like it changed quite a bit. I think we saw 1 douche in the qualifier, and except that we basically only saw aggression start in feudal age. So pretty happy with our change.
The series between Matza and JorDan was one of the, and I don't want to come off the wrong way here, but it's true, because I was doing stuff, busy. That was one of the early rounds where you had an obvious winner, where I actually scheduled my timer on making sure I could watch it.
Oh, really?
Because, yeah. Because so that guy's also known as Black Forest. He changed his name. And he does some crazy stuff. I knew it would be like Vill rushes, castle drops. He would be going for super high risk, super high risk, high reward type strats. JorDan dealt really well with him, but there were some games which were pretty nuts there. So I was like, I need to make sure that I'm seeing this. It was a good time.
Yeah, we looked it up. I think he is the player that dodges the most in the ladder and is the 3rd most dodged player. In the sense that if people queue against him, people actually close their game to not play him.
He doesn't dodge the most. There's a dodge leaderboard now. I think he's top 10 though.
Then he's 3 and he's most dodged.
Yeah. I think Morg is maybe number 1 most dodged. But yeah, there's a lot of players who like play a certain way, and since the dashboard's there and you can see who you're up against, a lot of people are like, I'm out of here. So yeah, but it's like it's a world that like a lot of people aren't open to. So, but again,
apparently he's the most dodged in both accounts combined.
Oh, if you combine both.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah. Everyone
Well,
who
makes
didn't see
sense.
the set, go back. Obviously, it was relatively one-sided in the result, but the games were really entertaining. Jordan against
Yeah.
Matze, round of 48.
Do you know the map Coastal Forest, Nilly?
Yes.
Okay, so I made a video about Black Forest on Coastal Forest, and he does some ridiculous stuff. I know you've got so much free time these days. So much free time coming up towards NAC, but
Tell me
yeah, he
what
had
we
some
did to
wacky
watch.
stuff. Yeah. So there's a pause here, which gives us time to talk about the things that we normally touch on anyways. Dock in the north from both. Andy's is a bit more in a choke point, which makes me think we might see a potential dock block with a second dock, which I don't know if that'd be good or not, but I believe with a second dock there that would block the choke point. And I don't know why you would build your first dock there if you weren't thinking about that potentially. So that's a big deal, the water there and the fish. But obviously the land too, so lots to potentially happen here.
Okay, then the question, how do you want to play against this, right? If you go for the dock block at the top, are you still committing to water? Are you building galleys? Are you building fires? Are you building demos? How much are you sending to the bottom?
I think if your opponent dock blocks, and I'm full on expecting it at this point, because you get the extra wood from Dravidians, the initial dock is further away from more shorefish for the villagers, so I think it makes sense. That happens, I think the worst thing you can do is overmake or undermake the Navy, which is kind of not an answer, but I think you still could test a little bit with like one fire, but maybe just leave a demo in the choke. Like you have to expect that they're going to surprise you and still come out with Navy. It can only enter your side through that one choke point. So maybe just wait there with like 2 fires and a demo and hope your opponent makes a mistake.
But they can obviously scout. I think we will see a lot of like scout movement in this top area as well.
Yeah. Someone said galleys go around the other way. I think that's just too far of a trip. But I think, maybe not galleys, but 1 or 2 fires going down the other way could be really nice. Yeah.
Otherwise, it's too easy to go for shorefish for either player there.
Yeah, the shorefish is actually a really big deal. Especially if you look at Andy's side, he could make a mill where you take 2 shorefish and all the ostrich, which is huge.
Yeah, that's nice.
I actually think, and I know that it's a specific thing, but I think that shouldn't be the case for one player, but not another. Because if you get pressured there, you could just shift right to the ostrich and be on land. It's like to have that potential for a mill that does so much. Whereas Sitau's ostrich, he might not even be able to scout. That to me feels like a slight disadvantage for Sitto. Nothing major, but leading up towards the main event, if there's going to be tweaks, I would say that would be a nice tweak.
No, I can see what
Still
you're
a
saying.
pause for you, I assume?
Yeah, and I see the admin typing in the cast information channel.
Okay.
Whatever that means.
Okay, so there might be a bug that we have missed. Or an issue for one of them.
Seems like Sitaux is missing 1 gold. Right? Isn't it like 6 tile versus 7 tile?
He should have a 3 tile. There should be a 3 tile more in the hippo, I guess.
No,
Is
no.
that what?
I
is
mean,
that
like
not?
his main gold spot is 6 versus 7.
Oh, shoot. Oh, yeah. That's weird.
Huh. And
Well,
I see the admin jumping into the lobby with Sitto again. So admin is on the
Okay.
case. I think we will have a second pause pretty soon. Like 3
And then-
minutes, 24 seconds in the future. And then we'll see.
I mean, you could inform Sitto here. You could say, hey, Sitto, just letting you know you have 1 tile less. Are you good to go? Like, because if your start's been really clean, I would like the player to have the option,
Yeah.
Some players will play it. I've seen players play through a lot less. I remember informing Tato in TTL. Tato, you're missing a 4 tile gold on Ghost Lake with humans. And he's like, it's no problem. I think he was against like a really big name as well, like Barles or something. And he's like,
Okay.
it's no problem. and just played on. Yeah, because like, if we were to see a re here Nilly, it does give players the opportunity. Like you resign. You shouldn't look, right? But the way the game's designed is you could quickly look at their opening, and no one wants to allow that possibility. So I think that we're going to have this one played out here. I'm not saying there's been nothing else from the admin, right?
Well, admin is in talks with Sitaux now, not anymore.
Okay, yeah, so they're probably going to play this one out, and Sitto going to stick to his strat going forward. He knows where the starting gold is from Andy. He's scouted for that. Actually, never scouted Andy's dock Nilly in the north. That's huge, actually.
Well, actually, it was consideration to restart because there's a relic missing. So this was
well done.
this was not even in consideration, apparently, the amount of gold.
Oh, and now the admin has heard us talk about the one tile of gold and is like, holy crap, I was looking at the relic. Now we need to let the players know about the gold because they're listening to the cast.
Okay.
I'm guessing.
I'm curious what's happening here. By the way, we are
sorry
going
for
to the gold on the back for Andy, so the size doesn't matter that much right now.
Yeah. Also, it is a dock block from Andy. So we confirmed that much, but it's funny that Sitto never even scouted the initial dock. Yeah, I guess the relic was supposed to spawn in the middle?
The top, maybe? I wouldn't be surprised if it was
spawns.
yeah, I thought it might have even been a 4 relic map. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, we do have a player playing as Lithuanians here, and relics are important, but I really don't think... Like, I didn't see all the games. I would guess that we didn't have a single game in this entire qualifier where we saw more than 2 relics collected for a single player.
Yeah, it's like...
There's just no way.
Yeah, this is not the typical
It's not
thing.
a relic map.
So, right now, obviously, we are 3 minutes, 24 seconds in-game time behind them.
Live time. Yeah.
Like 2 minutes real life time. So, right now in the future, super unfair map, I asked the admin, but no re.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, Sitto has then told his opponent he doesn't even know what he's talking about. So now Andy's probably thinking, "Oh, I've got a really good map."
Oh, Andy has a really bad one. Okay.
Yeah.
So
So
we're playing this one
who
out.
knows? But like big deal right now is like the lack of scouting intel for both. It's interesting. Andy does not see that there is a forward barracks and a forward archery range at all. He has no intel on this. He just wants to go Navy to pressure the fish from Sitto. And then Sitto doesn't know his opponent has committed to double dock because he doesn't even know his opponent's gone for a single dock yet. So it's completely different approaches in terms of strategies here.
Sneaky one. And Timo pressured this area quite nicely, right? And we said this will be the dream mill spot. But if Sitto simply gets a fire galley or a galley there, he will get control, and then it doesn't matter that much.
It's also a dream tower spot, right? Like Sitto on the back, he doesn't have the possibility of making a tower that protects a gold and also the wood. But that's how that back area tends to work. And Sitto's gone lands pressure. One tower kind of defends everything there. The sneaky dock from Sitto is interesting, though. He can take the food. His opponent might never expect that.
Yeah, we'll surprise him way later. And that tower is positioned so nicely. I don't really see how a single skirmisher can ever really find proper damage.
Yeah, Sitto's going to look for damage, having the faster spears and skirms, looking around. Obviously, he's getting pressured by 2 docks now. Sitto's going to try and stabilize here. Nice repair. Andy needs to notice this. It's going to be a long trek home for Andy to repair his ships. And Andy now dropping a dock here, but Andy is not going to expect fire galley coming in here near this dock. But he does have 2 fire galleys on the way.
But demos could be crazy, Tristan.
Yeah. Demo could be insane. Villager gonna go down, maybe. Sitto finally finds the payoff. Sitto hasn't lost any eco yet, which is really impressive. And that could actually be another villager dead here for freaking Andy. Loses another, and the demo could be coming in. Oh, baby. Do you wait, Neely, do you wait for another, or do you go now?
I go now if I know I can distract at the same time.
Oh,
He goes in. He goes in. But patrol.
Yeah, and it goes right into the fire. And, I mean, freaking Andy doesn't know where that came from. He's going to find out here in a second. There was also a demo or a ship loss. I missed what died exactly against Andy in the north. But Andy will likely not kill any of the fish from Sitaux. That's impressive from Sitaux.
Yeah, nice repair there. Pulled back quite nicely. Spearman
And that
counted only
dock.
1. Could have helped out quite a bit there against Villager and...
Yeah. He lost the spearman to a tiger in the back there. Sitaux, woo woo woo. That hurt.
Have not heard that in quite some time. You're saying
Woo woo woo. Well, it's everyone's removed the freaking wolves, man. It's always tigers or lions, you know. So
okay.
you see what Sitou's doing with the choke points? It's really cool. It's like in the north, he thinks if I have a demo in the choke point, I could be okay. In the south, if I have a demo in the choke point, it could be okay. But still, the fire galley numbers are so high. And this might be the pause, like the pause that we saw in Discord. What we knew was gonna come. I'm not sure.
No. This is a new pause, and this is going to be a
Okay.
long one. Because I still see them in...
Talking.
I still see them talking. And
Oh
this
boy.
is...
Okay.
This is in the few... This will be at least 2 minutes real life time pause. And longer.
Well, I mean, it not ideal, right? So much of the game has been played already. So I don't know what's being discussed now. I'm sure they'll pass it along to us. At the moment, it seems like a relatively even game. I do think Andy's position is a bit stronger, just because of the amount of navy he has and the potential that can give him. But Sitou's adding more docks in the back now, and he can make some more navy there to potentially stabilize. But I think the big thing is like food income. Andy's gotten so much and is getting so much from his dock in the back with the shorefish there. So I imagine food collected for him will be better. From what I'm seeing right now, it is slightly, and that could continue to grow.
I'm wondering if there's a small chance that Sitto thinks the top is somewhat bugged, that he can't go through because he didn't scout the dock block and his fire galley movement might be off.
Oh. That's a good guess, actually. He's clicking units to go that way. He's probably done it 1,000,000 times now, and it's not working. And he never scouted the initial dock, yeah. I think he should... I mean, you should know that the dock block potential's there, but, like, I'm addicted to the dock block. I see water, and I think, can you block it? I don't know if Sitou's brain works the same way. That's a good point. And then what do you actually do as an admin? You just say, not bugged. You can't tell him.
Yeah, it's
It is
like,
blocked
obviously,
with
it
docks.
depends on what the opponent is presenting, right? He says, like,
Yeah.
oh, my ships are behaving weirdly. You kind of have to say, like, yeah, that's tricky, right? What do you say? It's a dock block you can't say. It's like...
You say, get good, kid, and then you just leave the call.
Yeah.
Yeah, because, like, I'm trying to think. Sittou, obviously the one tile of gold missing is something. Sittou says, admin talking sec, not my fault, don't ... me. Okay, ooh, all right. So
Okay.
Andy didn't like the pauses, which is fair. We're back at business. Big demo, that's a ... right there on the fires there from Andy. And Andy's going to lose all 4 of his fires there due to that demo. That was huge.
Okay. Got a really good one in, yeah.
Also, Villager repairing fire galley on the dock on the left. And Villager helping in some ways, but actually, Villagers could finish off that fire. Way to go, people. Way to go, Villagers.
Nice. Also, Spearman there, helping out a bit.
Oh, man, that demo, though. Sittou does see it. And Sittou, probably a good time to leave with these Villagers. I don't blame him at all.
Or keep them split, right? Just one on the left, one on the right. And you're somewhat fine. But he
Yeah.
will have some clumped up villagers at home. Scout is looking at it. This could be 3 dead vills quite easily. Even more.
Yeah.
Depends on how greedy
You know-
the demo is. What are those villagers doing? He just moved them away.
Oh, wait, which Villagers? I'm sorry. There's so many that could be exposed against this demo. The ones near
Yeah.
the forward dock or the back dock?
The one closest to the demo at the bottom. But now they move towards the berries, apparently.
Yeah. Demo's still moving from Andy. They're both going to click up. Andy
Demo at
must
the
be
left
missing
side.
building.
Tristan, bottom. Andy. Andy.
Loses a Vil and a Demo. That's reasonable compared to what could have happened. I love the scout activity from Andy. He's looking to see if he can find villagers. But then Sitto sees the Demo with his fire. Also, Navy in the north continuing to stream in there from Andy. And Andy taking full water control here, Nilly. And I really like Andy's position. Just the consistency on water seems really good from him right now. And Sitto's got a lot of villagers running around without jobs to do.
It's crazy how little land aggression we are seeing.
Yeah, right? A very fair point. Look at that Demo. It is going to be used. I think in theory there, he could have actually waited a bit more and used these fires. But it's been a wild series so far. Obviously, this game hugely important. Andy could go up 3-1, which would mean Sitto would have to win 3 straight. Sitto was here last decider, and Sitto lost in the final game against Hart. And this would be the biggest win of either player's career, I think is fair to say. Maybe not Sitto. He did make it to Red Bull, but less people are able to make it here. Sitto has advanced a lot as a player since that Red Bull LAN he made it to. So the Sitto does not want to give his opponent a 3-1 lead.
Oh, villager in quite some danger to fire galleys and the tiger helping out at the top. Can Andy save the villagers? Seems like yes he can, but will lose the fires.
Yeah, that'll be a villager. That'll be a dead villager if it doesn't get quick walled. And I don't think players are getting alerts about wild animals attacking, or did they fix that?
I think that's fixed. I'm not 100% sure, but he saw it, right? He moved the villager.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure if that was fixed. It was an issue on custom maps. And so we're going to see villager go down here, maybe. Nice save from Sitto. Pulls the villager back. And we got knights for Sitto. We do have a siege workshop in the middle now for Andy. And this has been very different from all the other hippopotamus games I remember. The dock block, the trash forward. Like, there's, 4 docks for Sitto, but he only has 3 fires. There's 3 docks for Andy. He's only got 1 fire.
Look at the stone of Andy. Like, he could go for a really aggressive castle into killing 7 houses.
Yeah. He actually canceled the siege workshop and is going for a market so he can buy resources here. With that eco setup, it makes sense. He's going to get the pikeman upgrade, which is cheap with the Dravidians. And oh man, look at this. Sitto is like looking to kill villagers on the stone. He's going to see this stone and be like, wait a second. People took that stone. What's going on? Sitto's going to lose his starting TC to a castle drop here. So remember when we were saying that Sitto is missing a tile of gold? Well, he's going to miss a whole lot more than that.
Yeah, and Andy is going to miss it. So I have a message from the admin. Are we reading that after the game or are we reading it now?
I'm okay with it now.
Okay. First pause. Admin noticed 4 relics, proposed a restart. Players didn't want to because of potential hidden strategies.
Okay.
Okay. Second pause. Sitto noticed some inconsistencies in back resources distribution.
Okay,
But
yep.
the admin didn't think a restart was worth rewarding.
Okay.
Third pause. 6 versus 7 gold.
That was us. That was us speaking. We did that.
And then the admin offered a restart, but Sitto wanted to continue at that point.
Okay, got it. Well, I'm really glad the restart wasn't taken at that point. Too much of the game had been played, to be honest.
Yeah.
So I'm really glad that the game continues. But I mean, Sitto, maybe props to him, right? Because it never felt like he was hugely ahead. That TC for Sitto is going to go down. I do not see an easy way for him to come back in this. He did kill a villager in the back with knights, but this position for Andy right now is looking really strong. We've got the war galley upgrade from him, which means he can send in more and more ships. And Sitto is going to be on 1 TC in the corner of the map, nearly.
How about he's getting villager kills? He's getting water control. Like, I don't hate the position for Sitto.
Okay. I did actually use the scout most likely there. I missed it on the left. Killed a monk. Yeah.
Now some
Still has
conversions.
the dock in the south, too, actually.
Like, those pike are all dead. Like, 8 out here, and they won't achieve anything.
Interesting. What a weird map to play, right? It's
Right?
so uncommon. Fires there for Sitto. Will go down to the fires from Andy. And the pikemen are stuck in the corner. And that's the perfect spot for that scorpion from Sitto. So, yeah, like you said, should be the end of the pikemen. No real siege push ever got started here from Andy, but he will be happy that he took out one of the TCs from Sitto.
Now another TC at the top part of the left eye of the hippo. And the knight finds more kills here at the site.
Wow, what a great job. That knight has killed 4 villagers. Probably about to be 5. There's no scout here anymore, so the second you hear a monk, you need to run. Pikemen also still alive in the north. Players have had to deal with that. Also, Sitto's going to have to deal with losing all of his houses slowly over time to the siege there from Andy. But Andy is choosing to push forward with the siege now towards Sitto's docks. Both players paying attention there. Beautiful stuff. And we'll see how the siege micro goes. Looks like a 1-for-1.
Yeah. Lots of work for the 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah.
And pikemen, I said they would die, but actually they got a kill there against the scorpion.
Yeah. Yeah, scorpions can be really awkward if you're not, like, microing them. Like, if you just patrol them in. House is still going down for Sitto ever so slowly. I mean, it's just, like, another small thing he's got to deal with. It's like, how do you counterattack your opponent right now if you're Sitto? I think, actually, demos and water from the south is your best bet. Actually could TC the south here, Nilly. That's a pretty big deal. Because there's villagers on the shorefish still. I could see them naturally making a run towards the tiger. And then eventually a TC in that area.
Forward town center, forward monastery from Sitto. Wants to pressure that area.
This is crazy, Nilly. This is so chaotic. This is so different than any of the other games I've seen. Do you remember games that went imp here recently on this map?
No, I don't think so.
Feels like this one could.
Yeah. Like, it's still Sitto trying to make it messy, trying to be aggressive. Neither player really taking any...
I think what would make this game the dream game for me is, and actually I think it might happen, but a forward castle from Sitto on Andy's main gold. I see villagers in the north now, so I think that Sitto wants a castle in the corner. But to just, like, trade main gold to be so sick. And we've got another castle from Andy near the water here of Sitto.
Sadly housed Sitto, so couldn't really build any ships against that. A demo could have instantly killed that one. And that means no counter cast at the top, although Andy is heavily on stone.
Oh, jeez. I'm just worried for Sitto right now. He's, like, no army control, right? Oh, he's building a defensive castle now. I guess he has to build a defensive castle with this pressure. Oh, man.
That's not pretty.
Nope. Not pretty at all.
0 on gold, 7 on food.
Yep. Can't take his main gold. The gold behind this is almost gone. Needs this castle to go up. Andy's got 30 plus on food right now. Don't ask me how. Still is going to be a push from Sitto starting. Castle will go up for him here. But it has been all Andy the last couple minutes. There's the siege workshop from Andy in the corner. Sorry, from Sitto, rather. But it's just so tough to, like, pass through the water there when there's demos and you're getting pressured at home so much.
What are the next steps here for Sitto? Technically, he could go for the top or bottom to generate some more resources for him. The push at the top can continue. That's a lot of villagers there. Tries to get the castle up. Mangonel will be there. Oh, this could be tricky.
Oh, this is going to be really tricky, actually. This could be denied. This could be the game, maybe, if this castle gets denied. Lots of villagers. It feels like Andy's just going to send everything he can, but he's got to pull away villagers. And oh, this is smart, actually. Sending in villagers to attack the Mangonel. Really smart move. Sitto's villagers are close to repair. Oh, what a chaotic game.
Urumi at it.
It's like the type of game that it feels like if you're the winner of, you could take the series. And oh man, the castle will go up. Sitto actually ran out of gold to repair there or something. He was distracted maybe from the Urumi in the back of his eco in the corner. This horrible looking eco in the corner. 3 castles for Andy right now. crazy.
Goes for some conversion and... Ay. Full disaster here. 1 on gold. Tries to go for more town centers, but just looks so shaky. And now, with that castle, he also has the full water control.
Yeah, full water control of both areas where players have docked. Sitto is going to add a dock now and try and do whatever he can here with the villagers that built the siege workshop. But it feels like anywhere you go, your opponent has control now, if you're Sitto. It's so awkward.
How do you even move villagers, right? And this is like, resources are running out in all corners pretty quickly.
Yeah. And food, right? Like, villagers are moving around to everywhere. They're not collecting resources for Sitto. For
Demo at the
Andy, that big demo there on the monks. I think it was on the monks, in all honesty. My brain is in a million different areas right now.
Tower to defend this, and I think this castle will be denied. Oh, this disastrous for Sitto.
Yeah, there's too many Yurumis coming out, and Sitto deletes it, and Sitto now doesn't have enough. He doesn't have enough gold to buy more stone to make a castle now, because he lost some of the stone there. And the monks will go down to the Yurumi. I think the fire ship will even go down to the Yurumi. And that food eco for freaking Andy. He's got like 20 plus farms behind this. It could keep getting better and better. Somehow Sitto's Vil count is still really good. Don't tell me. Don't ask me how, because I don't know.
Got some conversions maybe. What's the conversion count overall now? 16 already to 0. Okay.
Dang. I think like if Sitto is a way back in this, Nilly, a TC in the south is that way back.
Oh yeah, maybe.
He has a scout nearby there. There's gold and there's stone there, and there's space, and there's like, that's the only area where he could breathe and relax right now. Look at the gate wall here from Sitto against the Yurumis. What in the world is that? That was sick.
A crazy save.
But like Andy's just adding so many farms in the corner now. So many farms around that starting TC. Still is the forward 2 castles. Still has access to the main gold from Sitto. It's like the first castle that Andy built. That is the castle that usually brings people a lot of success on this map. Just denying the middle of the map, their main gold. It's so hard to come back from that. And Sitto's been trying, but I'm seeing the resources climbing and climbing for Andy. Surely Imp is going to come in for him soon.
Oh, and that's going to be another aggressive castle. Can this be stopped? Maybe adding some lights there. Food economy, not really. Oh, losing the water, and now he lost the dock there as well. Oh, that's painful.
Yeah, they're looking on the other side right now.
Counter tower is needed.
You have the tower, yep. Yep, there's the tower, and then you fight. You build the tower with like 10 vills. You pull 2 or 3 vills to fight off the other villagers. That's the play.
And let your fire galleys do some work as well. He's helping out. I think this castle will be denied.
Yeah, Andy might need to back up here. At least, like, the positive for Andy here is at least he recognized and is going to save most of the vills.
Yeah, true.
And he's just going to bring more villagers through the middle here. Like, Imp is a big problem for Sitto. I do not know how Sitto stops the opponent from winning this game in the Imperial Age. Like, Trebuchets will take out his castle and take out his TCs. He's just going to be under so much pressure.
How can he... Is there a world how he can get to Imp himself? Not with 20 on food and basically nothing in the bank.
A demo for Sitto would be so nice here, but he doesn't have docks. He's got a dock in the south, right? But the Yurumis are going to be enough to defend from that fire. We have a tower again here from Sitto. More stone gates, more trapping here, but... Again, a risky castle for Andy, maybe. Feels like Andy might get this castle denied. Sitto still with a chance here.
Yurumis will find some villager kills, though.
Sitto's got so little gold access right now. He does have the gold right near where this castle was just denied. He has to make sure that castle never goes up. I would actually wall that up with a gate and palisades right now with that one vill. You've got to make sure that foundation is blocked.
2 villagers arriving. It's only at 52%, so would need quite some work, but he has villagers around at the woodline there, so not completely unreasonable to send another 11 vills there.
Sitto is just completely up against it right now, but he's still like somehow had a siege push on the left. Still has monks there, still has a dock there. Still has remained in this. The population is ahead for Sitto by 20. It's an incredible fight from him here. And Andy's lost a lot of units. A lot of Yurumis have died. Lots of pikes have gone down. But will the trebs be taken out? You know, like what happens if everything starts to be trebs down here?
Well, maybe in a wild world you can kill some of the traps with the demos, but I don't even see him having enough docks for that.
Yeah.
Oh wow, and he tries to finish this in
still-
Castle Age. Sitaux
this
adds
is
3
wild, though.
stables.
Sitto could convert the fires, or the demo could kill all the monks. Ooh, that hurts. All the monks go down. Sitto did not want that. And the
GG.
GG's called. Wow. Freaking Andy goes up 3-1 here. And it was just like the initial strategy was so wild. The dock block possibly confusing for Sitto. Sitto tried to go for the forward. But the forward never really accomplished much. Andy was able to make that one tower. And that one tower protected the gold and the wood. And I think that is maybe what prompted the pause there, Nilly. Because Sitto then looked at his base and was like, I can't build a tower to protect my gold and the wood. And, you know, the rest of the game plays out. Andy played that one perfectly. It was very scrappy there. And as we said, very rare that this map goes to the Imperial Age. But the Imperial Age pretty much decided it, or would have decided it soon. Sitto, last qualifier, it went down to the final game. He's now down 3-1. He has to win 3 straight to get to Berlin.
Oh baby, what a big task ahead of him. And it felt like he had a prepared strategy, wanted to go for the sneaky attack. But like this is not the first time we have seen the map spawn like this, right? You can have
true.
really compact resources. So I think Sitto was counting on a very fortunate map generation against Andy.
Yeah. No, I agree. The tower that Andy built, you can't get that all the time where it protects your golden wood. And so I think what you have to do as a player is you have to say, did I get a little fortunate with the map RNG? Oh, I did? Okay, now I can take advantage of it. But you have to scout it. You have to make informed decisions here, right? I'm sure Andy would have not built the tower, would have played a bit differently if, you know, the potential wasn't there. And, you know, I think for Sitto, like, where was his scouting, right? You know, was going forward with spears and skirms the play when someone can so easily protect with one tower? It's really tricky. This is a hard one to break down, but you just can't. You're not going to have a good chance of winning this map if someone gets an uncontested castle on your face, like Andy did in early Castle Age. And that was such a big play here.
Yeah, no, crazy how he got into so much stone, right? He had 14 villages on stone and fuel age there to get that one down. Massive.
He mined 3,100 stone that game.
Well, he built quite some castles and defensive towers. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just wild because, like, your starting TC doesn't have double stone spots behind it. The corner doesn't have double stone spots. So he was just able to find, like, every little stone spot around and did a good job with it. Well played to Andy. I got to say, Nilly, I was not expecting Andy to be up 3-1 here after 4 games today. I thought it would maybe be the other way around. Sitto was my favorite. So this is quite a run from freaking Andy.
1 minute to go to maybe close it out. We are going to African reed beds, and we have seen some people go for some fish boom here, for some very defensive plays, for lots of walls. But the 2 civs that we have here are indicating that we will see a lot of aggression.
Okay. Aggression, maybe less in the way of fish boom.
Less of fish boom, indeed. Goth versus Magyars. Quite interesting. I think if we get to pop 200, pop 210, and Goth gets some gold control, could be looking really solid for them if they get to their Haskell and Halberdier spam. But obviously Andy, he will go for some aggression before that. This would be a weird scenario where we could actually see both players going man-at-arms. Is that a thing?
On this map, I think so. It's like, if you can't kill villagers, if you're unable to kill villagers, then I think you can at least contest the fish, right? And if you're a certain player, I forget who it was, get your man-at-arms demoed. I think it was like poor Dragonstar or something.
I think it might have been
a crazy
Dragonstar
series.
against Kingston, maybe, yeah.
Yeah. Well, here we are, Goth's Magyars. So you asked me, would it be likely to see man-at-arms from the Magyars, basically, right?
Yeah, like it's just one of the weird, very rare scenarios where both going for man-at-arms could be an option.
Yeah. Yeah, possibly. So you got fish in the north and the south. Players usually are taking advantage of that. I could see an argument for going to the middle here with the Goths. Free loom, or instant loom, sorry. So you could maybe justify going to the middle earlier because of having loom. Also, you've got the shorefish, but also the hunt. You carry a little bit more, and there's some of that towards the middle. Maybe get some stone in the middle where there's not a lot at home for a castle later on. But I think fish in the back is like too safe, and players are not going to want to take many risks. So probably a dock in the back into whatever else.
Feels like both players can wall off that area quite easily as well. Two wood lines kind of blocking it. So yeah, very unlikely that we will see big raids there. Obviously, Goth can't really wall it off too nicely there with stone walls, but when do we ever see that matter?
Was this map originally an NAC map, or was it found?
This was a winner of NAC 4 map making contest.
Ah, okay, got it. So it was originally an NAC map. I was just curious on the decision to put dolphins in the corners.
What would you have preferred?
No. I just, my fiance is a marine biologist. So, the whole eating of dolphins thing, that actually doesn't bother her at all. But,
okay.
I thought you liked her, Nili. I thought you liked her.
Yeah, and that's why we talked about it, and she said she doesn't mind.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. Yeah, the 350 food, though, is the most notable thing there beyond the dolphin squeaks. The salmon or perch is 225 food. So this is a lot of food right there. And no shorefish. So villagers don't have the shorefish next to the shore like standard map. But what do you think's how do you think this plays out if this goes late for the Magyars? Because I played this matchup once, and obviously you have a lot of faith in the Knights and Castle Age, but if this goes to Imp, it feels kind of awkward for the Magyars, in my opinion.
Don't they have champions as well? I think champion and heavy CA is not performing too poorly.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously I think if you have walls, right, so you don't have
You
the spam
have
from the gods.
supplies, but don't have gambesons.
Well, I don't think Gambesons really matters that much here.
Agreed.
Right? So that's not a bad thing to lack. So if you get supplies and it's a bit cheaper, I could see that being an option to go champions. But how many times have we seen the Goths have a horrible KD and yet win the game, right? They might have the worst champions, but they've got the cheaper champions. So I think if this becomes an infantry game in late game, I'm always leaning towards the Goths.
Yeah, agreed. Obviously, mobility should be on the side of the Magyar player. And we see, indeed, the very likely man-at-arm play from Sitaux. Sent 3 on gold, maybe even the 4th one. So Bobby man-at-arms with an archer follow-up. While Andy, he's getting a lot of walls in. Not on gold at all, so this will be a scout defense.
Yeah. I saw a little bit of chatter between Sitto and Andy at the conclusion of that game. It was in the game, so the game had ended, right? And Andy's like, well, what happened? And Sitto was like, well, your resources were in one spot, mine weren't. Anyways, we move on. They tried it a little bit. I bring that up because Sitto's got to put that out of his mind right now, right? He's got to put that out of his mind. Best way to do that, get some momentum here. And real potential, I mean, he's going to have 4 man-at-arms. He could kill a lot of villagers here early, take us immediately into that next game. And he might feel like this is very doable for him then. I love the walls in the back. That is such a smart play from Sitto. Because how frequently have we seen scouts or man-at-arms kill the fish back there? So really unique play from Sitto.
Sitto instant arch range. There will be crazy archer follow-up. Scout runs through the town center of Sitto.
The scouting's not great from Andy. He's just now seeing the barracks. His starting scout could go down underneath the TC as well.
12 HP.
Oh, he has no clue. It's 4 man-at-arms here, Nili. He's got no clue.
Yeah. Sees the mining camp now, but this could be so many things.
Yeah,
oh, this is such weird scouting.
Yeah, I think you always have to expect it, right? We talked about it before we were even in the game. We just said, will the Magyars go for man-at-arms? But maybe right now, you know, he's getting lured into thinking he's fine. Look, he's going for a range. He's trying to rush up the walls on the left. He's not expecting these men-at-arms to already be through.
What does Sitaux see? Sees the wood line. Men-at-arms now
It's been
spotted. How do you wall
so
against
that scout
this?
now needs to block a house. Ideally, it does not happen. Nice
Okay.
job from Andy.
How many spearmen do we see? Okay, 2 spearmen, 1 archer, starting their journey from home now.
Also, do you prep a demo in your pond right now? Probably not. But I mean, for as much potential as there maybe was here for Sitto, a beautiful job from Andy. He scalded it, but he probably expected that, you know, that could have happened. So he was looking around for it at least. Scalded it, hasn't lost anything. The men-at-arms are looking very slow now. Uh-oh, I spoke too soon. Andy, don't forget about these 2 villagers here.
Think he can get away with them. Maybe commit against those. That scout count is really solid.
Yep, but fight not really the best. He
Took a lot of
maybe
damage.
wants to be a little bit more patient with 2 of the scouts weak, but he should clear this. See, Sitto, if he could bring that spearman and the archer through, would have the better army.
Yeah. He tries to break this now. If he breaks this, it will be really tough for Andy to engage.
Yeah,
Spearman and
Andy
archer
just gotta
idle
fight
though.
now. You just got to fight it right now. And oh man, maybe moments ago was the opportunity to take that fight if you're freaking Andy, but Sitto breaks through very quickly. And that was a much stronger army than he had moments ago. Great pressure from Sitto. We should say behind this, up to 6, now 7 fishing ships. So I think we will see some fish traps eventually from him.
Crazy army here already. And yeah, it's just such an easier game for Sitto to play now. He is around with the aggression, and Andy, he has to be scared of losing all his water. Adds the 6th fishing ship. That's quite ballsy.
Yep. Yep, 6 fishing ships.
Now demo.
Almost finished with the dolphins. Now the demo. Yeah, I mean, this has got to be looking like you're going to lose your army if you're Sitto. Obviously, you're trying to buy time. If you catch a glimpse of the fishing ships, though, you might feel like at least that's eco damage. Because you haven't found eco damage elsewhere, but he's veering away from that. Maybe canceling the demo would make sense for Andy right now.
Yeah, but tough. Now he is taking the engagement, so unlikely that he will macro for that. The demo finishes, and Sitto has to think this was a reasonable trade for him. Got the most out of his army.
Yeah, you know, if Sitto is completely walled, I'd love this. He's not completely walled.
Not completely, no.
So, like, 5 scouts, but still get over there, do some damage. You still got ranged units here from Andy as well. We're still talking about an infantry civilization. If you go archers, which Sitto is great with, you're doing that as the Goths. It doesn't feel that strong. If you go stable units again, especially going into the Magyars with it, doesn't feel that strong. I just feel like this could be really good for Andy here.
Sitto went out here. That felt so weird. Like, he knows how much army Andy had. Why does he think, like, patrolling out there would ever be an option?
I mean, the factors are probably, I'm a really aggressive player. I always feel like I'm in my zone if I'm controlling armies, you know, like, those are probably the reasons. Now, obviously, based on what we've seen, I agree with you. Moving out doesn't necessarily suit the situation. Andy will be later to Castle Age, which is a positive for Sitto fans. Big negative for Sitto is how much army Andy has at Sitto's base right now.
Stable now being rushed. Kind of interesting that he builds it with 3 villages. Takes 50 seconds if you build it with 1, so would be fine before. Maybe he wants to squeeze in bloodlines.
I think he might even be thinking about the need for a scout here, right? 1 scout could help out to push away the skirms. Makes the scout now. Eco's rather awkward for Sitto. Behind this, Andy's looking pretty smooth. Like, I think it's been interesting how Andy always plays... I don't know if it's fair to say he plays safer, but he seems more of a defensive player than Sitto, that's for sure.
Yeah, agreed. Scout out, bloodlines now in, and he can't really build a knight. So the clear up will be tricky. And is this maybe the spot where Sitto builds like a knight into 3 TCs?
Yeah. It's such a long journey to get over to the opponent's base. Yeah, the Bloodline's choice is delaying the Knight, like you said. And so this is still a much better army here for freaking Andy.
Oh, disaster. Loses everything.
Oh. No fletching for either player, so obviously this is going to be just completely fine here for Andy. He didn't even need to invest more to kill this. And so a big question is, like, what are you going to do with the Goths? And we're going to have our answers here because it's just going to be a Knight, a Scout, and a Dream here for Sitaux, and a Dream that might be disappearing before our eyes right now.
Okay, so it will be just 2 Knights most likely, and then 3 TC play. Follow-up typically is Siege Workshop, Monastery. What is Andy thinking about? Now looking back at his base, expected triple archery range actually.
Yeah, I looked and I was expecting to at least see a second. I wonder if he doesn't feel the need to go for Cav Archers or the want to go to Cav Archers because he's up against a Civ that can make Huskarls here, but I'm surprised. I thought Andy, like, the reason I was speaking so negatively about the DauT situation is I thought we see double range Cav Archers, and then the Knights, the Scout, basically have no defense for that. But Sitto, he's building dock number 2. Look at the beautiful fish traps in the north. He might make more. And he's got the eco lead here. And like we said, if it goes late game, if it gets past that point of like the faster massing Cav Archers and Castle Age, the extra attack upgrades Magyars have for their Knights and whatnot, I think we both really like the Goths.
Yeah. Also, Sitaux, like, he could easily get to a 4th town center even. Look at that.
Yeah.
He is now going on to stone. I think he knows that this will be a full boom game.
It's very interesting though. Not even a blacksmith here for Andy. So he really was never thinking, unless I missed it, he was never thinking about aggression here, which, like, nearly, we've been doing this a long time. We both have been asked hundreds of times from, beginning player, how do you stop the Goths? Right? And a big answer is, well, Goths don't have much of an eco bonus. You have to be aggressive against the Goths. And if you could stop them before they get their castle, before they get their, big spam going, that's going to put you in a good spot. And that's also not something beginning players like to hear because they don't like to fight in Feudal Age and Castle Age, but that's the truth. And so I feel like Andy must have a lot of faith in his Magyar late game if he chooses to just be sitting at home right now.
And I think we have seen that a bit against Gujaras, right? Didn't we see that in Graveyards yesterday? Where he played Magyars as well, and it felt like, wow, well, no, against Hindustani. Could be a tricky army composition in late game, and he just went mass heavy CA with Nicov bow, and was looking really good.
Yeah, and he did just kill 2 villagers with 2 knights. He also was just walking over freely on the left side with a monk to get a relic, and Sitaux walked right past that monk, so Sitaux missed out on that. Still being active with that scout on the right side. Resources collected right now. It is all in favor of Sitaux, and Sitaux is leading in every single category of those resources. So it seems to me like right now he's expecting a bit more pressure, and that stone is not maybe for TC4, but for a castle. And the castle kind of unlocks all the strengths of the Goths. And the beautiful thing about Goths and their castles is you don't really even need the castle past the unique techs, right? You get the 2 unique techs. One's the faster producing infantry. One allows you to create Huskarls from your barracks. And it's like, I mean, geez, you don't even need Trebs with the Goths. They do also have access to bombard cannons. So you could lose all your castles, still have just as much power, which is really rare for a lot of civs.
I think there's not a lot of action happening over the next minute, so I will take a minute and do some sellout. We'll include your stream and we'll advertise that we are actually having a raffle end today. So if you want to join the NAC apartment and be there together with G90s, with all the players, enjoy whatever beverage you choose together with the whole crew, a raffle will happen later tonight after the 3rd set. So in, I would say, roughly 4 hours. For $200, you can join the raffle, and we will draw people that will join the apartment. If that's something for you, !NAC5 support will help you out.
Yeah, my mods can link it here. How many people win the raffle?
If we have 50 or below people buying tickets, 1 ticket. If we have 51 or more, it's 2 tickets. And if it's 101 or more, then it's 3 tickets.
Okay, so it's scaled. Got
Yeah,
it.
exactly. And
Yeah,
right
cool.
now we have
And-
like 15 tickets. So right now it's like really good value.
Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, go for it, people. Did not know about that. Glad you brought it up. Resources looking good for Imp. For Andy, he did drop range number 2. Made just 1 Cav Archer. So I don't know if that's a full commitment to CA, but yeah, like recurve bow does a lot of damage. So you could be thinking like recurve bow Cav Archers in combination with champions, like you said, or maybe light Cav. I don't know. I like the Vils to the right from Andy though. Very early here. He wants to lock down that gold area on the right. And he did get 2 relics, even with a 3rd on the way home. So Sitaux has been very much focused on the defense and the boom. And even his castle, like a very defensive castle at home right now.
By the way, it wasn't the 4th town center. Obviously not really needed if you go for 30 fishing ships with fish traps. What a thing of beauty.
And that honestly is a big reason why this castle is being placed here.
Yeah, actually
you
true.
cannot lose that.
Yeah. I thought about it, like why the castle that defensively, but this is 30 unprotected workers.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's like, in a messy game, it's a complete nightmare to have to re-add those. So, So food eco should be set for him, and you don't need that much food eco to spam with the goths. We now have Anarchy now, and Barracks being dropped. So it's going to be Pike, Huskarl, potentially. But, I mean, Andy's going to be an imp well ahead. The question then is Andy actually going to benefit from him? Andy still doesn't have blacksmith upgrades. He's just now getting fletching. So I feel like Andy is going to be a couple upgrades behind on really being able to do a ton of damage. But I don't... Maybe he doesn't care about that. He's going to have the relics. He has gold locked down. Like, he might be able to get to a crazy type of army here, even against the goths.
Well, let's see. The swarm could be starting pretty soon. First Huskarls in the queue. Would love to see some more barracks already built. And that army in the center feels quite unprotected. Yeah, monks could get some conversions, but conversions back could happen for Sitto. And Goth, they're burning through buildings quite quickly here if Andy's not rewalling.
Yeah, and it's like, I also do not hate the extended castle age with the goths. Just take some map control with a lot of infantry, make it awkward. And this could be awkward, especially if Sitto uses his monks effectively against those 5 knights. But that is the opposite of what's happening right now. Whoa.
Great split by Andy. It goes for the monks with the scout. The knights are dealing with the Huskarls. CA trying to do their best against the pikemen. But numbers obviously really solid for our Frenchmen right now.
Yeah, and he can still spam, and he can still click up the imp behind this. And this is why we brought it back to, hey, maybe you need to pressure this guy a little bit because you've let the goths do their thing. Fish traps are not easy to place. That's part of this too, and it has been a very easy, very breezy game up to this point for Sitto ever since that Feudal Age attack. And think of the value here. He's killed a lot of knights. There's 1 knight with 3 more in queue for Andy, so clearly he wants those. There's 3 Cav Archers on the field for Andy. So Sitto's in a great spot. He's going to come to the middle. He's going to drop a castle. And I am really worried for freaking Andy right now against the spam.
Maybe you should have stopped by more at your chat and asked how to beat the Goth, because he apparently doesn't have the answers. Look at that. Sitto, he's in the dream scenario. 145 villages, full setup, and can now spam like a madman.
Yeah, exactly. And you do not even need a good trade. These have all been good trades, but because the Goth eco is... because the Goth units are so cheap, you could just toss units away and... Oh, man. Now, a big thing here, Nilly, that just happened is Sitto saw the castle on the right. So I think right now he's doing the right thing to pressure. He's doing the right thing to go to the left side, the correct thing to go to the left side, to potentially secure some gold for himself. But I think, like, right now, the flood is amazing through the middle. Yeah. When you're an imp, maybe with a couple more upgrades, you pressure that right gold area.
You can, but you can also just push through the middle, right? It's not the worst thing. Also, something we didn't mention, technically there are neutral markets in the corners. So you can trade if this goes super late game, but right now the main thing is just somehow trying to stabilize here for Andy.
Yeah, I'll add $500 to the NAC fund if we see a trade in this game.
Oh, any trade? Oh, that's there's a chance.
It's risky with how many people are misclicking trade cards these days.
Oh, maybe a trade cock.
Yeah. We'll make it interesting. I'll stick to my words here.
Nice.
It's great kills from Sitto, right? It's just been the easiest game of his life here with the Goths. Huskarl's producing out of a barracks now. going right into the main eco from Andy, and I just, again, like going back to it, man. I'm not sure what Andy was expecting here against the Goths, but this is impossible to stop, surely.
Yeah, and we looked at champs and how good they were and what upgrades they had, right? Because we felt, okay, Knights and CA can't really be the option. We have to go for champion as the counter to the Huskarls and Pikemen, but he's getting completely swarmed. Right-hand side broken in as well, and now a 50 population plus advantage. The cars at the top might be stopped as well.
Yeah, and that's a castle. I mean, does it feel like a castle that you necessarily want to build in the first place if you're Andy? That's a desperation castle. Maybe hoping that Sitto would run out of gold or something because he would have control of the right side. But, you know, not only is the army producing instantly here and is it really, really strong, but you also can go up to 210 population with the Goths, and no other civilization can do that, really, technically. So... yeah, it just feels like Sitto just needs to keep the pressure on through the middle. Maybe eventually build up some trebs or some cannons to pressure that right side. But, I mean, even the Huskarls, they don't care about castle fire. They just go right underneath those castles.
Oh, might be actually going for that. Let's take a look. There's not a lot of traps out. There's one single one in the center. I don't think that the raid at the right-hand side actually makes so much sense. And now he even goes for perfusion. Production will be crazy out of those barracks.
Yeah, this is before perfusion. This is before that upgrade. Do you think perfusion should be nerfed slightly, Nilly?
No. I think
No?
it's part of the identity. It is crazy, but if a god gets to perfusion, they deserve it.
They deserve it. I like it. Okay. I know some people have been saying that they would like to see that because the Goths finally got an eco bonus, right? Whereas before they had no eco bonuses.
They
how
struggled for
frequently-
22 years. Just give them something.
Yeah, these new civs don't struggle at all. They just dominating from the get-go. Goths haven't been good in a long time. But no, I mean, listen, I think the fact that everything that Andy has made here is on a horse, is part of the problem here. Never even considered the champion line.
That is just so tricky. Castle might even go down 500 HP there at the right-hand side. Now sends in more stuff, but Andy can't weather the storm. Sitto, not done yet.
Yeah, not done yet. He played really good, right? Like, the early attack was good. It kind of looked like Andy was going to clear up the feudal age attack right away. But then Andy hesitated a little bit, something he might regret, because then the fight he eventually took was like 4 minutes later, remember? And that's actually a really big point that maybe we didn't stress as much. Like, I think if Andy's scout, skirmisher, archer army was over at Sitto's base 3 minutes earlier, Sitto maybe isn't on the way to Castle Age as fast. Maybe he isn't able to get the Castle Age time that he had, and then also the boom. Now, also, we did mention this quite a bit. I think you have to pressure the Goths a little bit more. But Andy maybe trusted this late game a little bit too much. Maybe felt like the relics and the gold control was enough. It wasn't. And we head to a game 6, and I'll see what Andy's got as far as home maps are concerned. But at least he's got the Goths out of the way. At least he doesn't have to deal with that anymore.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that's like his biggest concern. Oh, I dodged a bullet. Now I don't have to play in Scott anymore.
I mean, it's been a civ that, while it hasn't had a crazy pick rate over the years, it's had a lot of bans.
Yeah.
Because people don't want to deal with it. So,
Yeah, true.
but yeah, Goths pay off there. Slavs, Mayans, Bulgarians remaining for Sitto. And then freaking Andy's got Bengalis, Koreans, and Turks. Very closed map civilizations. Like, if the final 2 maps were arena, let's say, I would say maybe advantage to Andy there.
What do you think is the final 2 maps? Are the final 2 maps?
Well, I was literally just looking at it now. We've got arena and we've got Copenhagen, which is right back to my point. Those are amazing closed map civilizations. One is Regicide Fortress with water.
Mayans.
Yeah, I don't think Mayans are good. You can't play Mayans. You just can't, right?
What? You have to. I think I think Sitto's civilizations are horrible for arena in Copenhagen.
Yeah. Slavs I could see on arena play the light cav route into like a boom. But, you know, Sitto needs 2 wins. And I'm not seeing a win coming in with Mayans or Bulgarians, at least on paper for him. Wow. What was he thinking? Was he going... Maybe like Mayans on Arabia could have been a better choice, and then he saves Vietnamese for Copenhagen?
I think that's better. I also think like Slavs on Arena, like without bombard cannons.
Yeah, it could be really tricky. Against the bombard cannon civilization, the Turks. We got 40 seconds till we're in. Well,
I think Andy has really good civs now.
Yeah, I agree with you. I should also bring up, sorry to do this to you, Nilly, but the last time we were going into Arena and you felt like the civilization was better for one player,
Yeah.
your prediction was a little off. So that's a good thing here for Sitto.
The thing is, I talked to Balz afterwards, and he said, well, at least I learned that Gujaras aren't countering Turks.
Yeah. I mean, that's true. Like, I think, and then of course Viper said as well that like Gurjaras should dominate the Turks, and it didn't happen. So, yeah, that's funny though. But it's not the final game, too, right? So there's going to be a lot more potential here for games. So here we are, folks. Game 6, and in case you haven't been paying attention to what Nilly and I have been saying or the draft, we really feel like freaking Andy for this map and the potential Game 7 map has really solid civilizations. And here for Arena, a map that he is more comfortable on, he's got the Turks, and Turks have been dominant on Arena for a long time. Lots of options to play with. We've got Sitaux playing as the Slavs on the other side, and the big thing about the Slavs here will be their economy. They've got great infantry, great cav, great siege, and I think with their economy, they could be quite strong. And what you would want here probably, Nilly, is space between the bases if you are playing as the Slavs, and they kind of do have some open grass between them.
Yeah, on this Arena version, I think you're never ever struggling with space in the back. That's why poles, I think, are really solid. And I think in the past, like 2 years, Arena versions in general, like, aren't as tight as they used to be. Just taking away more wood in the back made you, give you more options for the boom. Therefore, Slavs are quite nice with that. Also could boom a bit further back, but then they would give up their main stone and one of their golds.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, whereas here it's like you're always going to have something. I mean, if you were to get pressured, life would be a little bit awkward if you're Andy, but there's no natural way for the Slavs to pressure, in my opinion. So I don't really expect that.
Is there a world where we see Slav Monk Rush? Monks are solid with Slavs, right?
Yes, but going monks on a map where players are very frequently going for light cav against the Turks that have the free light cav upgrade, I think would feel a little awkward.
No, very awkward.
Interesting shape of the main gold here for Sitto. It's a cross.
We don't see that too often, right?
Yeah, that's the first time I've seen that in a very long time. So maybe that's the Age of Empires gods blessing him right now. Giving him some energy. So I'm expecting a scalp build from Sitto. I think his civ's good at that. And if they both are going into stable line and boom, the Slavs are arguably better there economically. The Turks have the gunpowder later on, but and the cav archers too, but that does take some time to switch into. I think if I'm Sitto, I would go big boom and like try and always win the scalp advantage. And even could maybe mix in spearmen to help with that, because you can go for pikemen and Turks cannot. And if you take map control at all at any point, you go for a siege push. Try and pressure. Because you want like Andy's castles to be very far back. You want Andy to lose map control. Because Andy's going to have the potential to push your pressure back, but the more you can hold the map, more time you've got.
How much is Andy going to respect that, though? Because it can never be full pressure, so it's always fake pressure, like one siege workshop, one mangonel. But yeah, I can see it, why the castle has to be back.
Yeah. I think you might need to get creative here in late game, too. I think Halb, Hussar, Onager, Treb is kind of what the late game comp is, but cut through the trees and the sides. Try and raid, like if Andy's back. Like I'm not even kidding here. Like I really think like because the Turk death ball in the middle could be so awkward, maybe try and do some pressure on the sides. It's just such a tough map to do that on.
What are we thinking about Siege Ram Halberdier push from Slavs?
Would be actually be really good against Cav Archer Hussar. Because, like, yeah, especially if it catches you off guard. I think if Andy's expecting it, there's things you can do. Like, even, I think it's a little underrated to maybe even add a couple mangonels in those instances to help with some of the Rams. Probably won't see it from the top talents, but yeah, but it's going to be a stable build, like we said. But let's talk about how big this is for Andy right now. 4 months ago, I would say majority of people watching this series right now didn't really have Andy on their radar as far as the pro scene's concerned, right? And he went into Titans League. The first series was when he got that win against Hera. Then he ended up getting second in the group, ended up getting top 8, losing to Viper, right? And has been really active and really on the grind ever since. He's 1 win away from being top 10 in the world and flying to Berlin for NAC 5, nearly. Like that, this is huge.
Yeah. 1 year ago, we had a $100,000 LAN at a DreamHack in Germany. And there was a $5,000 side event that he actually played in. He won it. And he's just stopped by to get autographs and pictures with the players from the main event. 1 year ago, he was like the fan.
Yeah.
And now he has his own fan list.
Yeah. I mean, he's been good for a while, right? But to be this level's crazy. The amount of names that we know will not be there in Berlin's wild. MBL, Valeza, Sebastian, Barles, Dogao, Miguel. Like, you go down the list of these pros that have been around such a long time. Interesting build, by the way, from Andy. Sold some wood there. Yeah, that brought me
Did he
pain.
forget? Did he forget?
I think he might have forgotten. Very weird build.
Don't Turks have like
Winchester.
faster? Yeah, okay, go on with the list.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Sorry. We were expecting that Andy would have actually had a proper build order while we were complimenting him. But yeah, I mean, I spoke to him at TTL. Like after TTL, he's like, I think I gotta go like get a job and whatnot, and I don't know how much more I can commit to the game. Blah blah blah. And I was like, if you can, give 2024 a go, right? I knew NAC was coming. I know there's some other things coming. I was like, just give 2024 a go, and this would be huge for him, man. I mean, also be extremely heartbreaking if he can't somehow close it out. He's so close. And then, of course, there's Sitto, who I think falls in a little bit more of the personal expectation list. He will know how good he is. It's been a long time coming for him. This would be a heartbreaker for him not to make it happen.
Yeah. Wasn't he like Woobly #1 in like 2018? Like he has been contesting
Sitto?
for quite some time. Yeah.
I don't recall Sitto around the Voobly days being all that good.
I'm pretty sure. Like I know that like people. I was in a German land where Eddie was. I would think like 2018 or 16, and like the
Eddie?
German. Yeah, Eddie, the arena guy. Yeah.
Eddie the Frenchman? Was that
Yeah.
a German land?
Yeah. Correct. Yeah.
Okay, all right, continue.
I can tell you other stories about that, but let's continue with the main story that I want to go for now. And French people were actually hyping Sitaux so hard. They already said, okay, Eddie is not #1 in France anymore.
Yeah.
And they said Sitaux is so big, he will be #1 one day. And
Okay.
I think he was like number 20 or something in the world, so I didn't take it too seriously. But like people believed in Sitaux for quite some time now.
Yeah. I mean, and I get it. And like, I kind of doubted Sitto maybe early last year. Because I felt like he was a little bit more of an like, well, he had the same weakness a lot of other really good talents do, where they're really good on ranked Arabia and not good in tournaments, right? He didn't have depth to his game, but he's got depth to his game. And so does Andy. Like, he really's got good overall understanding of the game now. But again, he needs to win here, and he needs to win the next game. Otherwise, he's not going to be at NAC. Res collected will be an interesting stat here, Nilly. You've got the Turks gold mining being a little bit faster, which should show, but also the food count for the slabs. And you can see the food count for the slabs is there. So pretty much as you would expect. But right now, Sitto, no Lycav upgrade. Happy to just run around with the scouts and fight back as he now gets his Lycav upgrade in as well.
And he goes for the 30C, something that Sitto can't afford yet. And since nothing is really happening, next story from the same LAN. I'm watching Eddie play, right? Eddie, absolute legend. He and John Slow basically were the ones, in the old name Terror, were the ones popularizing monk rushes on Arena, and this being like becoming the meta.
Yep.
And I watched Eddie play. And he obviously, like most humans, has two arms, right hand on the mouse, left hand on the keyboard. But he doesn't really use his left hand. He uses the numpad for hotkeys. So every time he wants to jump to the monastery, he actually presses 5 in the numpad and leaves his mouse hand.
Well, that is just...
It was so painful to watch. It was so painful.
I was gonna say, that explains why Eddie isn't top player anymore. Like, Eddie, I love you, bro. I have met Eddie in person as well, but that explains a lot.
He was 2.5k, was that? Maybe 2.6.
Yeah, he was insane. Well, you know, monks, right? Monks were really good. There's a little bit more lag, and he was really at great game understanding. So I didn't know that, dude.
Oh.
Wow.
And then I played a tournament and actually lost the semifinals at the LAN against him. Like that was even worse. Yeah.
Yeah, because you saw it. Yeah, you saw what was beating you.
Oh god.
It reminds me of the story from way back with the old Tim and Viper rivalry back at like 2012, 2013, where Viper lost to Tim, and then saw Tim's stream, and he saw that Tim didn't have a hotkey for a mill. I remember it was specifically a mill, and Viper was like, "Oh god, I can't believe I lost to that guy."
Yeah, it's so true. Yeah.
2 relics for Sitto behind this, by the way. A couple monks have died, 1 for either side. Sitto's going to kill another monk now.
Nice.
And good work from him. We actually had a camel edition, which I was thinking could be a possibility here for Andy. But Andy's got a really nice Vil lead, too. He's got 58 Vils against 45 right now.
Yeah, really started. Added those town centers earlier. Just more investment for Sitto. Wanted to have more of those relics. And, well, he gets rewarded with it. But 3 relics, very likely that Andy could get the 4th or 5th one.
Yeah. But remember what I was talking about earlier, right? You get a bit of map control. I like to see some pressure here. The map control is looking like it could swing a little bit. You can take the camel with that many Lycav. You've got some spears on the field. I like to see more Lycav production. A player who we'll see at the main event of NAC, Tato, loves to make additional Lycav and go for a bit more of an injection in army in these situations. It really puts your opponent under pressure. I think, like, optimally, because there's stonewalls, you maybe shouldn't produce more army, but it's hard to play optimal when you're under pressure, right? So I think it just puts the opponent in an awkward spot.
Well, you kind of mentioned it earlier, right? Why they're adding more army. Because if you have more map control, and Sitto has the map control, he forces Andy to build his castle at home. If Andy has the full map control, he can build the castle more forward. And then it's so much tougher to ever reclaim the area with the extra gold. So typically it feels like, you cannot do damage against villagers, but the late game plays so much easier if you have control in Castle Age.
Late game's pretty easy with 5 relics, too. It's 4 right now for Sitto. And Andy wants to click up. But he's not making more Lycav.
Sanctity? Wow. Oh, cancelled Sanctity. That makes sense.
Who canceled it? I didn't see who had it.
Sitto is having it in the queue, canceled it, and now queued it again.
Okay. Well, I mean, he knows there's still Lycav out there. He probably thought, well, I can get this home anyways. But Sitto with bigger investment in the Castle Age, even early handcart, which I also really like here. I think when you go for the longer Castle Age plays, it's worth it. It also researches much faster than Wheelbarrow. If the resources are there, go for it. And your slabs, right? So the food you spend on the 300 food you spend on handcart, you're going to get right back with these farms.
Just a mistake happening here. Army is going too far back. Like Sitto, he needs to control this area. Those light caps should be patrolling. Those should be out on the map. Even like Monk Spearman. He wants to get the relic. Okay, he gets all the 5. But now use your map control. Make sure that Andy is not starting with any shenanigans. The next step technically would be outposting around Andy's base to get an idea if he's switching into Janissaries or heavy CA.
Yeah. And I know it feels weird, but and maybe it's too late now, but I still feel like a siege workshop is natural, just to like apply pressure, but it's probably like a minute or two too late. Hussar upgrade will come in for free for Andy, so his light cav will become pretty strong. No bloodlines or anything, or upgrades. And Sitto's just kind of sitting in front of both gates. I agree. With this economy, get some outposts out around the map, just so there's no surprises.
Why are we moving back, Sitto? Like, what, those light cav? Is he that scared of the Hussars?
He's scared of losing his monks, I think. I don't know.
I can see why he's going inside with the monks. But the light cav should just be out there. And I think it wouldn't even hurt to continue building light cav now that he's up to him.
I think he will. I think he will. He's made more stables, so that would make sense. He's also making spears. We could see pikemen upgrade and additional barracks. I think this will be hand cannons and not cav archers for Andy. Yeah, full gunpowder here instead of going for the cav archers. I like the play because I think it hits faster. And you are kind of on a clock if your opponent has 5 relics. Getting heavy cav archer, getting all the blacksmith upgrades in attack and defense, getting the castle up for Sipahi. That all takes time, but with free chemistry, instant chemistry, hand cannons, bombard cannons on the way, you can get a nice little death ball here.
Siege workshop quite aggressively here for Andy. Monks out there, not a lot of upgrades, and Andy ready to wall in his villagers. Hussars, hand cannoneers added over heavy CA. Now the first bombard cannon. Monks pressuring this one, and Sitto, yeah, he had the map control, but now getting pushed back.
Yeah, and this is what Andy wanted with the faster imp. But you do still have Castle Age units here that could maybe take some decent engagements if you're Sitto. The army production's paying off for him. The pikes will get some decent hits. Ultimately, though, I do think Andy will clear this up, and he knows it because he's making another siege workshop. And Sitto's now thinking through all of his options. He's going to get block printing. But reminder, guys, that Andy is leading 3-2. There will not be a Game 7 if Andy can complete this push. That is a lot of gunpowder. We said it on the draft. It felt very natural for Andy in terms of his civs. And he pretty much just like gave up on the relic contest, which is something you can do if you think your civ is so much stronger in this timing. That's a beautiful castle from Andy, who will soon shoot down these walls. That castle will give him the ability to make trebs, maybe some unique techs. But more importantly, I think just protection over everything here.
Outposts are missing. Andy should have an outpost next to each gate. And then he would have seen the light cav that are now coming in together with those cavaliers. Open the gates. Those are nice conversions against the hand cannoneers.
Yeah, nice conversions. Cavalier now surrounding. Castle might be denied for Sitto. Are you kidding me? Bombard cannons are not cheap. Chemistry's free, but this doesn't mean the cannons are discounted too. And the castle is denied. Sitto, who has 5 relics, has a window here to clear all of this up. Crazy moment here.
Converted pikemen actually helping out. Hand cannoneers have to disengage. The cavalier numbers are pretty solid. 15, but more are swarming in.
Yeah, and more villagers will probably come finish this too. Now, Camel is a great option for the Turks. They still have that, but that obviously takes resources and that takes time. I think hand cannons are still the key for now. Big engagement again here for Sitto. I think you just take the bombard cannons and you're feeling pretty good about things right now. And he's going to get them all.
Can't you just take out the hand cannoneers and kill the bombard cannons afterwards?
Yeah, either one. Yeah, either or. He's got a treb now on the castle, which will probably go up. And wow, what a moment here. But the castle's up now. So the monks for Sitto have to be very careful. And there's no real bonuses for the Slavs for Cavalier, right? There's nothing to get excited about except for the fact that your farms are insane. So eventually, you're just fighting with generic Cavalier. It doesn't feel so strong.
And it is only 4 on gold for either player right now. What is happening? Where are our gold villagers?
Yeah, seriously. Messy games, both players transferring to golds. 120 pop versus 130. Turk gunpowder does have more HP compared to standard gunpowder, which is another bonus I didn't talk about. Nice conversions there from Sitto. That is a really good engagement for
great.
Sitto.
Only 2 camels without upgrades. Barely any gold income, and Andy continues to play hand cannoneer.
I think Andy's in big trouble. Because if you don't have gunpowder, Nilly, and you're just full camel, Slavs go halb against that all day. That's not a problem for the Slavs. Pikeman Tech's already in for Sitto. Sitto's got 5 relics. He's got great map control. He's starting to build the outposts on the sides. So if Andy ever expands, it's possible for Sitto to clamp down on that and raid that. We've got, it feels like an entire economy, an entire village repairing this castle right now for Andy. But he has no way to stop the trebuchets from firing, right? So he's just sinking more stone into that to buy himself time.
And no more barracks being added. He knows, okay, likely that Andy is going full camel now. But actually, that's not even happening. No camels in the queue. Why?
I think just stress of the moment, Nilly. Maybe he realizes it takes so much time, right? Heavy camel takes so long, and he's not going to have the time for that. Sitto surrounding the Hussars and the hand cannons yet again. And a bombard cannon even pops out for the taking here, too. This castle's going to eventually go down for freaking Andy.
Got a lot of kills, though.
Unless the bombard cannon snipes the trebs.
Conversion started in there. Ground attack against the monks. Does a nice job. Is pushing those back. Bombard cannon still lives.
Yeah, bombard cannon's still there. Cavalier all going down. More units being created from Sitto. You could feel the nerves right now, Nilly. Like, the micro and like some of the unit control has been a little bit below their best because of the craziness of the moment.
Love the expansion at the side for Sitto. Goes for extra gold, extra stone. Same goes for Andy, but now he doesn't really have the map control. And those Cavalier engagements are a thing of beauty by Sitto.
And this is before Halb comes in to help with any of the camels that may be there. This is a spot where you mentioned Siege Ram before, Nilly. Siege Ram would actually be amazing here. You would take out the building so quickly.
He has 3 traps, though.
Oh, man.
Could move forward.
GG's called instead. Freaking Andy knows I don't have relics. I'll lose everything, and we will go to the 7th game. I did not expect Sitto to have a chance once Andy started coming forward. But maybe, just maybe, Andy was a little too confident and moved out before he had the critical mass.
And played full hand cannoneer, right? Against full cavalier. The outposts were missing. He had the chance to go and get the vision and then decide for his army camp. This was, I don't want to say like blind, but Sitto just countered him beautifully.
It's kind of interesting because remember I was saying like, oh, Sitto, he's not producing light cav. Where are the light cav? He's not producing light cav. Right when Andy was moving out. I wonder if Andy just said, if he was going 3 stables, he would have more cav here, right? Like there wasn't a single knight in the middle, and also the light cav number never got any higher. So Sitto did a great job of hiding that, and wins with the Slavs. And I mean, we're going to have a similar conversation in the next one, in Game 7, where we still wonder, you know, how's the civilization for Sitto? But the next map I think is a lot more complex in terms of skill elements, right? Because it has water and also kings. So, which might make things complicated. So, wow, what a moment. And Sitto, 6K more res collected that game. Slav economy and the relics, everything really paid off for him there.
Sick. That was really shocking to me. That Slavs gets to 5 relics, although the Turk player also, like he didn't underinvest, right? He had the monastery, he had 2 really good relics for himself, and he went for a camel and like 5 light cav and couldn't secure a single relic as well behind it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm shocked that Slavs were able to get the job done there, but it was just crazy production there from Sitto. And we will go to a Game 7 to decide who gets the ticket to Berlin. The other player gets $420 and gets to sit at home and watch.
Yeah. True. Is there, honestly, I don't believe Bulgarians are completely out of the question here. Bulgarians' boom is pretty crazy. You can add 3 extra TCs with the 150 stone that you have. So they should have a really solid boom.
I'd love to to get hyped with you here on this, but I've already seen the civs.
Okay.
And Sitto is going to go for the Mayans here.
Okay.
Mayans against Bengalis.
What are we doing against elephant archers?
El Dorado Eagles all day.
Okay.
You forget the plumed archer exists. You just go Ellie Archer, or not Ellie. Crap. Elite Eagle. But yeah, Elephant Archer could be really tricky.
Skirms, like double arrow might actually be a bit as well, right?
True.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a fair point. That's a very fair point.
Oh, Sitto at the same spot again. Oh, that's rough for him. Like 2 Sundays in a row. Such a big swing for him. Such like
and also
a
on the
different
same
shape
map
for the next month. Yeah, true.
Game 7 of his decider against Hart was also on Copenhagen.
Portuguese there. Yeah, against Italians, right?
Against Italians, yep. Freaking Andy, I think, lost in earlier rounds the previous qualifiers, right? So I don't think he made it this far. But yeah, we're here. And here it is, Game 7. And just to repeat myself, last qualifier, Sitaux, last weekend, Game 7, this map, he lost. And he comes in here as the Mayans. He's in the blue, of course. We've got Andy has gone for the Bengalis. Economically, Nilly, I just love the Bengalis here. You get the +2 villagers from each TC when you arrive to the next stage. On a map where there's lots of water, your ships regenerate over time. Those 2 bonuses just feel so good. But Mayans have done a lot in Age of Empires 2 history. They've got eagles, they've got archers. Maybe you said the skirmishers. We'll see what happens here.
King out there. A pretty one. A really pretty one for Mayans here. Tries to get some good idea where people are docking. It doesn't look like super fast uptimes here from either player. We have seen 14 villager uptimes. Now we see Andy with 4 more villagers in the queue. Not unlikely that this will be a fast castle play out of him.
Yep. This is a regicide game. So if you lose your king, you are dead. And so, you know, you might question the player's scouting with the king right now. In Dark Age, though, the king is faster than the scout. So this is actually the right play. And then you should click your king home and make sure your king gets home. And the kings are just saying hi to each other, just passing, how you doing? Nice umbrella, nice hat. And then they just move along here. Here's a question. How would Ratha perform here for the Bengalis?
Were they changed? I read in the chat, how are the new Ratha? I don't know.
I didn't know they were changed.
Okay,
So
maybe
chat
can
people
enlighten
inform
us.
us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a weird unit design, right? They have trample damage now. Just instantly?
In melee
I
mode.
assume it's not...
20% trampled. Oh, well that's good against eagles then.
That would be sick against eagles. But then don't they still just die to skirms really, really badly?
No, not in melee form anymore. I think they only have the CA class if they are in the CA form.
This is a tech tree check right now from Andy. This is 100%. 100%. He's like, didn't I see a recent change?
Okay, let's count relics. All 7 there. Stone there.
It doesn't
Tears
seem
there.
bugged.
Gold.
So this would probably be a player pause. This might be a heart's beating too fast, need to breathe pause. Yeah, so we got double dock in the north here for Sitaux. So he's going to prioritize that area. Just 1 dock there for Andy. That's actually pretty notable because they both kind of seem to be going for the same build. So I assume Andy's going to build another dock right when we come out of this pause. But it's pretty much the same builds, actually. It's just the fact that one player gets 2 more villagers. So those are the main things to break down. Neely, by the way, everyone keeps calling this map Pants.
Okay. I think it should be called Pants with Pockets.
Yeah, Pants with Pockets. I like it. Yeah, Pants with Pockets. And someone with very short legs. I assume no comment from the admin on anything here, so it might just be...
The admin is not in the lobby with them, no. I think this is
okay.
more...
Well, yeah, I mean, who knows, right? Maybe maybe someone's mouse ran out of battery and they've got to sorted out, but I'm sure we can't see the chat until they until they unpause the game. And I think the pause would also be a couple minutes ahead of time, right?
This is basically 2 real-life minutes in the future, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
And
So
3:24.
a lot of the game was played out.
Yeah.
Cool.
Uh,
So
Yes.
Ratha
and again,
are
so it's not registard. Everything else is fine. We have king and resources. So if one loses king, he resigns. Okay.
Oh, wait, they didn't set it to regicide mode.
Yeah, but everything else is correct. Like the map
Okay.
generates correctly, and
Okay,
the
got
resources
it.
are correct as well.
So we don't have, if a king dies here, we don't have the hype moment of the game instantly going, like the player instantly being defeated. But they would obviously, that's pretty easy to enforce. And
Okay, so I have an
it would just be
idea,
game over.
and hear me out. What about we protect the king, not lose it, and then everything is just as it should be?
That's a very good point. However, we have seen examples of people not paying attention to their king on the way back to their base.
Really?
So, yeah. I
But
saw
not
something yesterday.
in a big tournament where it matters this much, right?
No. It was the earlier rounds of the same qualifier. It didn't matter as much.
Okay.
Yeah. Dude, that blew my mind. That just blew my mind that happened. Like, so you know how I said after that happened? I guess some people are saying they didn't hear about it. I don't know if they're being sarcastic. Okay, MBL lost his king yesterday, guys. Go look it up. The clip's on Twitch, and it was on Nilly's channel. So, you know how I then said, to be fair to MBL, I didn't know that if a king gets attacked in melee, they forget their command? So I said that, and I was thinking, how did I not know that? I've casted 1,000 Regicide games. It's because people don't look away from their king.
Yeah.
It's like it gets attacked, they keep clicking it because it really matters.
By the way,
So-
there is one difference now that I realize. But yeah, like you don't see something like that in Low Elo Legends that we saw yesterday.
Oh yeah, they stare at that king for sure.
So you guys
man.
know that there are technologies in the castle, right? Treason or spies. And in Regicide, it is treason. It is spies in the normal game. So now, since we loaded up random map, we can actually take a look at the amount of villages the opponent has, right? Because with spies, you can research spies, 200 gold per villager. So if it's simply at 20k gold, you know the opponent has 100 villages. So technically, now you can read the build order of the opponent a bit more.
Technically, yeah, but like no one
I
does
do that every single Regicide game I get in the ladder.
You actually do?
Yeah. Like
I mean,
look,
I've heard
like,
you do math on stream. Can you trust your math while you're booming at the same time?
Yeah, like I see my amount of villagers, especially if I play like against humans, right? You know if they go 4 TC or if they play 2 TC.
Okay. Yeah, I bet that's an obvious example. I love how you were like, yeah, like
Tristan,
clearly.
calm down. It's not time to make fun of my math.
Okay. I'm sorry to ruin the moment. Sitaux did get housed a little bit there. A little bit, leading to 40 seconds of idle TC time, and that's a villager and a half. He did get the better start there. Andy had gone too far forward with the galley. So that's all that's happened. No one has docked the other area. And I'm wondering, this isn't the first time I've seen this weekend. I wonder what the meta will be like for the main event. The double dock galley here, it feels like if you go double dock galley on this side against someone who doesn't go double dock galley, you win the water easily. But, it's then a little bit more complicated to combine fights in the other area. And right now, freaking Andy's unloomed villager is getting attacked by a wolf. This is awkward. And the wolf could still attack through palisades. Oh, man. I just did not trust that villager was going to survive. It looks like it'll be fine.
There's always exactly one wolf spawning, though. So, like, people should know by now.
They should know that. They should know that. Yeah. Yeah, I do not like wolves on water maps. Right? I've removed them on most of mine. However, if it's consistently in the same spot, I actually don't mind it.
It's
because players should know.
Yeah, it's exactly one wolf, exactly the same spot. Otherwise,
Yep.
like I hate it as well. Like Foreleg, Scandi should all not have any wolves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So market being utilized a little bit here by Sitaux. Sells wood, buys some food. He's going to click up to Castle H first. But this is the final game. The loser here obviously gets a nice chunk of change. With $400 some for their performance here. But they want to make it to the main event. They want to be at that land. Have those experiences. And obviously, you know, if money's all that matters to people, there's going to be a whole lot more money on the line there at the main event too, right? But players want to compete. They want to compete with the very best. They want to prove they're one of the very best. And that's what these players fight for here.
I want to be the very best. No one ever was.
I actually don't know if I know that song.
Okay. Then we all...
Maybe you just...
It's confirmed that you didn't have a nice childhood.
Well, I thought we confirmed that many years ago, right?
It was Pokemon theme song.
Oh, shoot, that's embarrassing. Listen, I wasn't allowed to play Pokemon. All right, so... In my
What? Why?
Why? I don't know. I just wasn't.
Was
I
it too
genuinely
brutal?
wasn't allowed.
Okay.
I
that's
wasn't
sick.
allowed. I had a good childhood, but I wasn't allowed.
Okay. Okay.
yeah,
Well,
so-
then I'm really sorry.
You said it, and you didn't feel bad, but then when I said that I wasn't allowed to play it, you
That's sad.
you then felt bad, right?
Yeah. That's really sad.
Yeah.
Oh man.
It's all good.
Oh,
all
I
good.
want.
I'm
I want.
fine.
I want to hug you now. Well,
No, it's all good.
but
But please don't make it more awkward.
it explains so much now.
Like I said, I'm pretty sure people. This is not news to people.
Oh wow.
We got Spearman killing the deer
Ooh,
here.
I like
from
that.
Sitto. That is a really nice play.
Mm-hmm.
Like typically players are booming in that area. So that's not going to be hunt available then to Freakin' Andy. War Galley upgrade and Bodkin Arrow already on the way. Freakin' Andy doesn't have much space to run right now with his navy. So he's going to have to micro. The ships are getting stuck there a bit for Sitto. But he's going to have, again, like 20 seconds with an upgrade advantage here to force the issue here.
Let's see if he can. Tries to move around. Botkin is ready. 15 against 13. Should be fine for Andy, especially if he mixes in some. But he's sitting on 16. But obviously higher HP.
How much does this matter now?
Higher
They
HP?
produce so much. No. Like the ships, right? Obviously, they both invested a lot. But, like, do you really need to invest more resources into this area now?
Well, maybe Andy felt that if he loses water, he also needs to evacuate his wood line. You have some
Yeah.
fishing ships.
It's just a thought, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, right now, Sitto is behind by 6 war galleys. So I think if he understands he's behind by 6, he should stop producing.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
Also, Plumed Archer killed the villager that was on the dock on the right side. And there's also was a galley added from Andy to deny a dock from Sitto there. So that shows that Sitto is shifting his focus elsewhere. But nice job from Andy to add some fish there and to add that galley. That's really smart.
Till today, I've
Like a
never
monk.
really looked onto the sails of the ships.
You've been a big sail guy today?
Yeah, but yeah, a new
Is
hobby
that
of mine.
Is that a serpent? That's a serpent of some kind. Like a snake on the sails for Sitto.
Looks like it. On the other side, it's like an elephant flower.
Yeah, definitely.
Elephant cloud.
I don't know about an elephant flower, but
Elephant cloud.
again, maybe I wasn't allowed to look at elephant flowers growing up. Plumed Archer's protecting that stone area too. This is very interesting. Andy's second TC is within his walls, but Sitto's putting a lot of focus on the map control right now. But I think like Ratha should be pretty good against Plumed Archers in the long run.
It's time for 3 petards for Sitto.
Did he see where the king is?
Mm-hmm.
No, didn't see where the king is.
No, it doesn't know.
So
it.
this unit has melee mode and ranged mode. I didn't get confirmation from you or chat if they take less bonus damage from skirmishers when they're in melee mode.
I think they do. Yeah, I think that got changed 2 patches ago, though.
That's super new then, because like there hasn't been a lot of Bengali Ratha play since. I remember DauT doing it against Tato in TTL, but I don't know.
They still take the same bonus damage? Okay, then I'm wrong.
Okay, well then skirms completely shred them. So I think that making them long term is a really bad idea.
Oh yeah.
Even if they have the melee bonuses.
Yeah. Well then, yeah. Ratha is a complete waste.
Yeah, but they're not a waste for now against Plumes. Though. That's like so awkward about this unit. They suit Regicide starts so nicely. Look at Andy though. TC there? I thought he was gonna build a castle.
Yeah, so did I. That's a bit weird.
Whoa. Okay. Well, you know, now Sitaux sees this. And if Sitaux starts to take some good fights, Sitaux could just build a castle next to this gold. I don't like this TC from Andy.
Oh man, how much?
Very awkward.
How much lies on this one single game? What a crazy swing. How different your next 3 weeks are looking. Next 4 weeks are looking, depending on one single computer game.
And also, I mean, I'm already trying to think of ways to tempt you out of the idea of retiring, but you know, this is the last, currently scheduled as the last NAC, right?
It is the last NAC, correct.
So, you know, there's that as well. It's not like there's another one coming around the corner, sadly. So we've got the plumed archers here for Sitaux, and he's going to be licking his lips a little bit at that TC, thinking that he could maybe pressure it. But again, Ratha, I think, do perform okay against the plumed archers because they just have so much base HP. It's 105 HP for Ratha. The plume only has 65. Oh, 50, sorry. I think Elite Plume has 65.
Thinks as well, yeah.
Plumes look way cooler when they run. They look very fun, very happy. And Sitaux doing a good job here. Down by 6 villagers, but that is to be expected when you've lost all your fishing ships. So I guess he's actually ahead in vills.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Monk dead. And that will be an interesting trap war, but it feels like Andy's Im could be faster. 22 on food for both of them.
Yeah, lots of action here towards the middle. You're definitely right. It would be the gold that Andy needs. But to protect the gold, he needs this castle. Are you kidding me? Is this happening? There's a Mangonel about to come out for Andy. He needs it. He needs the shot. Sitaux gets underneath of it, but does get hit. Will also maybe lose a plume to a conversion. And the castle will go up here for Andy.
Okay, but a solid 7 villager kills. Can't be too unhappy with that, Sitaux. And I think this will just be doubled down. And this will be a massive trap war.
All right, so thinking Mayans don't get bomber cannon. I feel like Bengalis shouldn't. I never see them go bomber cannon. They don't, right? They don't get bomber cannon?
They don't, yeah.
Okay. I think I told you or I forget who I told. But literally, like last month, I was playing a game against the Bengalis and they went Arbalest. And I was like, what?
Yeah.
So
that was,
now I'm second guessing my Bengali knowledge.
Yeah, Bengalis are a really solid Arabia flank surf as well.
I guess, yeah, if they get Arb. That's true. Look at this TC from freaking Andy way over to the right side. That is where he will get stone now. And Sitaux is mining stone in his walls at home and also on the right side. So Andy actually finished all the stone in his walls.
Sick.
So Andy's got 1 castle in the middle. And it will be 2 near where this battle will happen for Sitaux. Still making plumes, which he seems to have a lot of faith in. And obviously needs the castles for the trebs as well. It feels very natural for Sitaux.
The plumes at the bottom could come in at the perfect time. Is he checking this?
If they were...
Oh, wow.
He's checking. He sees the outpost. He sees the TC Foundation. That's a great find.
And you should know that that's not only 1 villager. But Ratha are around. Okay.
Yeah, but...
Nice.
But can you kill the Ratha here or no? No, Ratha are insane against plumes.
2-2. Armor is solid.
Yeah. And then you can switch it to melee mode. That was a really good cleanup for Andy, actually. Whoa.
Third castle.
Oh my
here.
god, that castle from Sitaux. Oh, Andy, notice it. Notice it. Too late.
I like it. Will be good
That's a
for
great
the control.
castle.
Andy moves around. God, there's so much on the line. Like, I'm getting nervous again for those two players.
I gotta say though, Nilly, like, still really wondering what their long-term unit comp is. And with the bonus damage that skirms do, especially Mayan skirms, the unique tech against Ratha, I'm really wondering. I mean, the plumed archers seem to be doing fine now, but will we see skirms from Sitaux, or will it be eagles, or will it just be straight plumes? You know, back in the old days, Nilly, but we had less gray hairs. There was like 80, 90 plumes on the field, right? Plumes were cheaper back then, but sometimes you could just stick with just plumes. They're so cheap.
Now we have seen that chemistry on the way. Did not get Bracer for himself. No one getting the 3 relics at the bottom. So right now it's 2 relics taking against 0 on Copenhagen. That's something we don't see too often.
Yeah, true. 3 Ratha right now. Just 3 for Andy. He's putting everything into the Trebor. Big eco lead because he got 2 villagers from every TC he has, and he has quite a few. But for now, that villager lead is spent repairing castles. And Sitaux needs to make sure he repairs castles. Did not research architecture. Or not architecture, masonry. And that could be helpful in these situations. That was something that Andy did, for example.
3 traps, 2 more in the queue. 5 traps already out for Andy. This will be a lot of dead castles, I believe.
Sitaux needs to keep those plumes there and just never move them, right? Like, just camp that stone. That is so important right now. No stone income for Andy in a Trebor. Huge.
Does he realize that, though? It feels like you're not really doing damage, although you would be.
Yep, you're right. Stone price might even matter here. This is crazy. Do they even have houses prepared for when they lose this amount of castles? Sitaux just now getting Bracer. Not that he would have really benefited from it that much. Stone being bought from Andy. Is this the Black Forest arena-style experience to have the importance of the Treb fight? Oh, even the mangonels could be a problem right now.
Yeah, could add quite a bit. No villagers being pulled. No eagles out on the field.
No repairs. Sitaux needs to repair his Trebs. This is crazy. Big population lead for Andy, though. He's got the relics as well. You should lean more towards Andy here. There's also that castle from Sitaux. Feels very out of place. It's likely that will get Trebs down. It's just more and more plumes here from Sitaux. Not a single skirmisher. And like we said before, we think the Rathas do pretty well against the plumes.
Let's take a look how well they do against the traps, dying to 1 single shot. But it feels like Andy is now preparing the tech switch behind this as well. Wouldn't be surprised if stables might be added pretty soon. For now, it's still mass traps. We see 6 traps versus 4 out on the map.
Yep, and then there's going to be 1 that goes down there for Andy, but Andy's going to have 2 castles still, and he's got that important gold control towards the middle right now. And Sitaux is committed towards plumes. I mean, they both are committed towards their unique unit, so castles are so important. Wrath is still confusing to me. I feel like they're great, I feel like they're not. But I'm still leaning towards, now that imp upgrades are in, they're better than the plumed archer. They are definitely better than the plumed archer.
Elite skirmisher upgrade would be so nice. Just having like 5 skirmisher would perform so much better here. This is what we think. Now traps moving forward, but no more trap production for quite some time here for Sitaux. He's simply not getting the numbers. He's 35 villagers behind all this time.
And he knows it's bad, Nilly, so he's going to keep forcing the issue because when it's this bad, you don't think it's going to get any better. And it might not. Because if you try and tech switch, if you try and fall back when the opponent has the relics and has the eco lead, they can just find the next answer to whatever you're going to go for. Sitaux probably staring at his screen right now, feeling the same feeling that he felt against Hart last week in that decider in Game 7 on this very map. Only it's got to feel worse because there will be no second chance for Sitaux.
Absolute heartbreaker. Might be the best player that is not making it to the main event. Goes to 2 deciders back to back. No one managed to have such a deep run twice. And Sitaux, it just feels like the civilization wasn't there. But that's what we thought in Game 6 as well. But here, Bengalis, the economy is just so incredibly good.
Yeah, and then you've got the castles now. You've got the time. You can potentially switch into something else. I don't think those relics in the water are necessarily needed, but that's a way for freaking Andy to get further ahead. And still, if you add skirms here, as good as the skirms are against the Ratha, now Andy can always mix in siege. Andy can always go for light cap. You know, Andy can go for other things. He's even going to go for a cannon galleon from the shoreline right now. Like, there's not a single thing he can't do at the moment.
continues to
And-
take the fight. But the armor's there. I think Parthian Tactics could even come in, right?
Yeah, Parthian applies to Ratha as far as I know. And these are not elite Ratha. And they're up against not elite plumes, so kind of hard to compare.
Petards. Petards are prepared.
Oh my god.
He is going for
He
the
got-
King Snipe.
Good, good. Sitto, if you're going to go out, this is the way to do it, dude.
I like it.
Go for that King Snipe.
I like it.
If only they ran a
Gates!
little bit
What?
faster.
Gates in time!
It's all right. He's got petards. He's got petards.
But he
just
needs the
one
petards to kill.
No, 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 no. Don't save the petards. Sitto, save him, save him, save him. Sitto, don't resign if your petards are alive. All right? You always have a chance if this is regicide. He's
No.
also running with his king.
Petards are dead. Andy saw it. And I think that was it. He's sending everything.
Oh,
The Wilds are over there. Goes for the deep run. He knows he can't defend in a normal game. He needs to see the King Snipe. That's the only way how he can still win the game. Oh, baby.
I mean, the gate does open when the Rathas are created.
Okay.
I'm just saying, Nilly.
Okay.
That gate opens.
Lock the gates.
Greatest King Snipe of all time incoming.
He sees it from so far away. Villagers are being pulled against this.
He
Tower.
wants to drop a castle next to it. The gate is
1100.
opening. And yeah, the GG's called. Andy tracked it the whole way through. Freaking Andy. He qualifies. And an amazing series here. A heartbreaker for Sitaux, obviously. I want to be excited for freaking Andy. But first, a little bit heartbreaking for Sitaux. He's such a good talent. My heart goes out to him. But at the end of the day, Andy wins the series. Great preparation from him. Great draft. And he really showed, like you had kind of alluded to earlier on in the series, like people want to say this guy just plays with monks or something. That is not true. We did not see many monks from him at all this series. Great economically, great strategically on closed and open maps. And he'll be at NAC 5 in Berlin.
And we will have 3 Peruvian players making it then. With Hart, Leary, and Andy.
Hey.
That's a crazy representation.
The flags are very similar. Are you going to have Peruvian flags for Andy and Leary to drape over their shoulders after they win big matches in NAC?
Let's see what overlay guy comes up with. Like, what we put on the overlays there.
Awesome. Do you have an interview planned? I don't know how you're doing
Yeah.
this.
We are doing interview together. I will ask like 3-4 questions and then you can take over.
Sure.
And yeah, Andy should be ready there. He just left. No, he moved into the interview channel. So let's go over there.
Sounds good.
Hello?
Hello, Andy. Congratulations to making it to NAC 5. Well, that was a banger of a set.
Oh my god, I still can't believe it.
Just walk us through your emotions.
Incredible. And now my Discord is exploding right now and oh, I'm so happy. There are no words for it.
So sweet. Obviously, you tried last week and you were potentially disappointed with your performance there. How did your last week look like preparing for this Saturday and Sunday?
My last week? Well, I streamed some games, right? I'm honest, I didn't play. I think I played one practice set offline. The rest I played was all on stream.
Wow.
Basically.
Okay.
But some people helped me with strategies and told me some, I don't know, saves and stuff like that, and that helped me so much.
Yeah. What?
Shout out to Draken, Ganji, Trashmaster helped me a lot as well.
Oh, okay. Brain circle there. What did you think after the draft? It felt like you had, especially for Arena in Copenhagen, typically really good civilizations.
I feel like I had the better civs for all the games, honestly. Like, even the games he won, like Arabia, he outplayed me. I think Inca is better than Vietnam, and I think African read beds I can win as well if I play properly, and Arena, obviously. I would say I had 7 winning matchups, honestly.
Okay, that good. What happened in the African read bets game? We were quite surprised with your approach.
I had no idea. I wanted to make more damage, but he walled his fish so early. And then I was kind of clueless. Like, I kind of knew I can't go into late game because Goth just outspam me with Haskell help. I think I should have done CA, right? But I was always like, if I go CA now and do like 50 CA, he just goes Haskell afterwards and then I'm dead as well. So
Okay. So you went into a deciding game 7, right? And it's like one of the biggest matches that you played in your Age of Empires career. What was your mental state going into Copenhagen?
into Copenhagen, not that good anymore after losing the arena and the other one.
So you were very confident going into arena, leading 3-2 and having good civilizations left.
Yeah, I think so. And I think I lost Bengali versus Mayans once on Fortress already. I think if they go like Eagle Halp and then later Plumes, I think it's better than just Insta Plumes. But I'm not sure. With the new Rattas, they feel pretty decent now.
Okay, T90, any questions from you?
T90 is here as well.
T90.
Well, obviously, first off, congratulations, Andy.
Thank you, man.
I know we had a lot of discussions a couple months back. How'd you feel coming into the qualifiers? Like, what would you have said your chances were, right? I know Nili asked you about how the first qualifier, but in general, obviously very tough, lots of talent. What would you have given yourself prediction-wise, and like, what were your confidence levels like?
At one point, I think if you get that high, it's kind of always like 50-50. I would have given 50-50 against Valas, 50-50 against Bals, and 50-50 against Sitto. Maybe a little less, but... So.
Okay, but
so
like
I went step by step, kind of.
Yeah. Okay, but like that says enough, right? Like, because a year ago, for example, I wouldn't have said that you were on the same level as like Barles and Sitto and like maybe even Valas, right? So that your confidence was such where you felt like it was doable, but you weren't necessarily favored, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome.
I think that's like from rank 5 to 20, 25 in the world, it's like that. Like, if you see who didn't qualify MBL, I think MBL can take a set of me easily. Sebastian, who else? Karpoch. I played a practice set with Karpoch. We always were like 50-50 as well. So I don't know.
Okay.
I have to perform on the day, I guess.
You've never been to a LAN event, to my knowledge, right? So how's that feel? How excited are you?
I'm super excited. I'm so happy, and well, I can't wait to meet you all. It will be super fun, I guess.
Nice. What are you looking most forward to?
It should be a great time. I'm looking forward to it.
What are you looking most forward to, Andy?
I don't know, just being there, talking to the others. I don't know. I don't think I have too many chances in the main event, but...
What are your ambitions?
Is it like... What's the main event format in the top 10? Swiss stage?
Swiss.
Is it
9th and 10th out, rest goes into playoffs.
Well, I would be really happy if I get 7th to 8th.
Okay. So
that
like
would already be insane.
2 group stage match wins, kind of. 2 out of 5 wins. Yeah.
And since I'm last seed, right, probably. Or am I last? I'm probably last. So I will face Hero first round, which is already...
No, that's not how it works. No. Last seed faces the 5th seeds in the first round.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay you didn't read the main event handbook.
T90 will explain movements to you once we get there.
I know that one.
Okay.
But you can explain to the chat,
I'm
right?
not. Listen, I do no adminning. All right, I'm just talent. I'm just there to talk. That's it. That's all. That was all on my NAC contract, nearly.
Andy, happy for you. You delivered a lot of good sets over the last month, and I think you will have some good ones there at NAC. I wish you all the best, and happy to see you there.
Thank you, man. Talk to you. Bye-bye.
See ya.
See ya. Really happy to hear his excitement levels, Nili. It's so cool.
Yeah. Felt very humble, very happy, and he knows what he accomplished here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, hey, it was a great cast. I had fun. Obviously, excited to cast with you more in Berlin in 3 or so weeks. But I know you've got plans for the second series. That'll be it for our cast. And thanks for having me on, man.
Yeah, thank you so much, and enjoy the cast, and see you in Berlin in, like, it's really short. Like, it feels like, what is it? Less than 3 weeks.
Yeah, January 4th, I think I leave, or 5th or something like
You leave
that.
4th.
So,
Are there 5th? Something like that. Yeah.
yeah. All right, awesome. Thanks. Good luck, man.
Thank you. See ya. Okie dokie. Up next is DauT versus Nicov. And I will update a bit of the raffle there, and also I will give you the draft. So we'll switch a bit with in between scenes and we'll rest a bit. Next set will be me together with Dash. Rocketman, if it's a relevant question for you, just message me via Discord and we can figure something out. I suggest to cut the donation amount to half. They make more sense business-wise. You can suggest it, but like, how do you think I have to refund all the people now? It's not like you buying something, right? It's more like if you feel like you are the crazy mofo that just supports the tournament crazy. I'm trying to be as crazy as you and offer you the sickest things that I can. That's the goal. Exchanging some hearts with JorDan. I gave them the go. I'll call dash. No, that's how business work. Yeah, thanks for trying to help.
What's up, good sir?
Oh, what's up, good sir? Oh man, what a crazy day of Age of Empires we already had.
Oh my goodness, that set that just occurred. Both incredible and heartbreaking for both, for Sitto to come so close, for freaking Andy. I mean, what an accomplishment. That interview, man, I could just feel it in his voice. It was great.
Yeah. He was so happy and humble at the same time. It felt a bit like he didn't really expect it, but also felt that he worked so hard for it and deserved it.
Absolutely. And also, what a fitting way. Well, we're about to be hit with another beat of sadness, of course, but also very fitting that as we have some new challengers in the top 10 here for NAC 5, this next series is going to result in us saying goodbye to one of two players who was in attendance last year and two absolute mainstays of the Age of Empires scene. So these qualifiers have really been tugging at my heartstrings here, Nilly.
Yeah, they have been intense. Like last weekend was really brutal already. And, well, this was really, really brutal last time those two faced in the NAC 4 qualification. Nicov against DauT. It was Nicov leading 3-2, then one of the best games I've ever seen, making it a 3-3, and Nicov in the end winning it 4-3, and DauT heartbroken, not making it to NAC 4 this time. He has a big task ahead of him. Nicov certainly did not get weaker, and one best of 7 to decide who goes to the main event and who has to watch from home.
Got to put everything on the line in this one. Just referencing the JorDan victory as well. I'm a huge fan of JorDan, both as a player and as a person. And same thing. I mean, I was so concerned when Qualifier 1 didn't go his way and only one more opportunity to get in, but he makes it through. So we'll get to see his bright pearly whites smiling on broadcast once again.
Yeah. Really nice addition, obviously. Fan favorite. Great addition on the microphone. Great addition on the playing field as well. So really happy to have him there. I just talked to him and he felt like, nearly, NAC means a lot to me, but I could not have missed the last one. And that's why I try hard it so much. He said he would have even stopped by if he didn't qualify because he wanted to be there with all the people, with the crowd for the big offline event. Might be the biggest crowd that we will ever have in Age of Empires, or like the biggest to date. So I'm really excited for the whole event, and JorDan will be there. A great addition.
Absolutely. I'm told you're already in game, so I'm going to hop in and catch up to you here.
Yeah. Are you using the spec dashboard?
Spec dashboard and capture age. So I'm in now. I will catch up to you here in just a moment.
Trying to adjust audio levels a bit. People are continuing to give feedback, and I will adjust it accordingly. Nicov here with Byzantines on a map that typically is heavily dominated with archers, and DauT is actually playing Goth. I hate when he plays Goth, but he sometimes has success with it. One of the big losses, actually, exactly the last qualifier, was with Goth on Rocky Forest against Hart this year and against Nicov for NAC 4.
Yeah, Goth's a very interesting choice. It's almost, at time it's Civ picks like this that make me feel like, DauT's essentially, gambling for an early victory in the series, but he's probably not putting too much stock into the results of this first game. Maybe trying to steal a win away, maybe has something unique planned for us. But either way, it also speaks to, I think, the interesting draft setup, which we can talk about more between games, I'm sure, but has been really exciting for me as a viewer to watch in these qualifiers, the random generated Civ bans and how it's kind of warped and changed the approach of all of these players.
And I'm not sure, I will probably get a lot of feedback tomorrow evening. We will have a call with all the players, all the casters, and discuss potential formats. And I really want to hear what they have to say. Obviously, before the event, they were questioning this format a bit, felt like preparation will be tougher. So far, we have seen every single civilization played, and the viewers are loving it. Let's hear from the players tomorrow evening, and, well, then we will know how they want to have adjustments made for the main event. So far, if it's up to me, we're staying like we are.
Yeah, without a doubt. Interesting. Both players are already up to the feudal age. DauT's map looks very good to me. I love the fact that he's got a protected stone, even has that 4-tile gold that isn't too hard to access. Stable being dropped for him, though, upon reaching the feudal age, and finds the villager looking to wall. This could be the first kill of the series.
Oh, but Spearman pops out in time. Scout has to run, even takes a hit there from the Spearman, and now, well, needs to somehow hide. Nicov tries to cut DauT off, tries to get there with his Scout, and relatively late archer range from Nicov.
Yeah, very late. Obviously distracted by having to micro that villager away and get the spearman out to defend. So 2 villagers working to get that archery range up as quickly as possible, while scouts are already in production here for DauT. Second one about to come out onto the map. Also has a spearman in defense. Very compact base for DauT, so going to be hard for Nicov to find any damage if he does manage to get those archers forward. For now, just trying to get his little egg walls up back at home.
But 11 villages and 1 lumber camp, so that one will get really efficient pretty soon. And DauT, what is his plan then? Is he going for the second lumber camp at the bottom? Is he trying to expand further forward? This will be questions that he will have to answer probably even in late feudal age.
Yeah, woodlines might become an issue for him. Farms going down, and even look at that, walling towards the TC. So very compact base, just trying to make sure he's safe during these feudal engagements. Worry about expanding his base a bit later on. It was a skirmisher opening because no gold yet being picked up here for Nicov. Skirms into scouts.
Well, skirms, spearmen might be the play, and once he has proper numbers, let's say 3 spearmen, 4 skirmishers, he might go for the aggression, and then DauT will struggle if he isn't switching into some ranged units himself. Scouts alone won't be the answer.
Yeah, obviously benefiting, of course, from the Byzantines, right, with the discount on the trash units, and effectively gotten the walls up at this point. Going to be very hard for DauT to find damage with these scouts, and you can see he stopped production of the scouts back at home as a result. Going to stick on 4.
And archer range being dropped. Skirm production needs to start. 2 spearmen here can obviously easily be sniped. Full HP scout from Nicov, though. That one typically helps out quite a bit in those early skirmishes.
Well, very tempered start for these 2 pros. You can kind of tell, hey, best of 7. All right, we're going to start slow and steady. Basically just trying to minimize mistakes out the gate, right? Warm up, feel each other out. We do have the blacksmith up, immediately Fletching coming in here for DauT as he has an archery range and some skirmishers being produced in response. Harassment on the berries, though, does mean that he has to back off of those for just a short period of time.
DauT with a farm upgrade, so doesn't hate going for more villagers to the farms here. Obviously farm placement, a bit weird, but that's what he is known for. But realizes, okay, I need to house pretty soon. Rushes 1 of 3 villagers. Scouts are now coming home, and then he might be ready to take an engagement. But 5 skirmishers, 4 spearmen. Not that easy to take an engagement against that, but might be 1 spear already dead, but no. Nice micro by Nicov.
Yep, the singular scout for Nicov, going to force these skirmishers back, at least until the reinforcements arrive here from DauT. Oh, look at those villagers, already looking for places to find more wood. Going to be rerouted back over to the berries. On to gold, though, is DauT. Nicov just throwing his mining camp down, so a little bit later in that regard.
DauTs are coming over for the defense. Scums are trying to chase this away. Nikov's food looks really solid. DauT even squeezes in Wheelbarrow. Becoming more and more of a play of players here in Fuel Age. I would say some month ago it was more of a Castle Age tech.
Nicov finding his way up onto the hill, back of DauT's base, just causing him to chase, buying time. We got the blacksmith going up at home now for Nicov. Probably has recognized his opponent has fletching and isn't looking to engage until he can at least match in that tech. Scouts tracking though.
Castle timing has to be better from Nicov. Could add some camels then. Could obviously stay on Spear Skirm. And it feels like he did enough of poking. And things, okay, maybe running back and upgrading this army could have a lot of value. Obviously DauT, you don't really think that mass skirms will make him too happy if he faces Nicov with Byzantines and Castle Age. So he wouldn't mind trading off those armies.
No, definitely not. And we've got that food count just about to hit 800 here for Nicov. 50 more gold needed as well. DauT still 600 away when it comes to the food. Of course, had those investment into the scouts. But those scouts might pay off big here by picking off the skirmishers if the spears aren't rerouted.
Really good micro by DauT. Oh,
yeah,
baby.
Fantastic.
Okay, that was really well played. Skirm low, spear low, 2-2 KD. But it feels like DauT is pushing quite a bit. Archers, not really an option yet. Only 3 on gold, 7 on gold on the other side. So it feels like we are sticking with a lot of cheap non-gold units. DauT is putting down his market.
The classic Fourville market play from DauT. Never afraid to use the market to balance the eco, make his way up to Castle Age. Nicov will be the first to click though, minute and 50 away as we speak, and still 150 food needed here for DauT. Gonna go ahead and sell that stone, buys the food, and he'll be on his way in just a moment.
Interesting that DauT is going for mass spearmen already. Is expecting the camel switch, apparently. Doesn't think that spearman skirm will continue. Still tries to track the army at the right-hand side. But Nicov gets away, controls the gold. DauT and instantly sees the second gold here from Nicov. So DauT has a good idea about the timing and the amount of villagers on gold.
Yeah, these skirmishers placed around Nikov's eco, even idling a number of the farms. Good quick walls, though, by Nicov to secure that gold, at the very least, on the left-hand side of his base. Scouts, though, still there just to keep tabs on everything. Skirms as well, back at home for DauT, trying to track that small army from Nicov. Nicov 20 seconds away from Castle Age. And the question will be, what does he click first? Stable going down behind the walls, trying to keep that a secret from DauT as best he can. But as you mentioned, DauT already with the prediction that it will be the camel play from the Byzantine player.
And it is kind of late, right? Look at that. Only now armor. Stable only finished really late. He didn't really know that he wanted to tag into that, apparently. And that's why... Oh, scouts are now in at the gold.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, it finds an opening. And with the spear there and the camel in defense, may not even manage to lose a villager. We'll see if the micro is there from DauT. In fact, maybe an ill-advised dive there, looking for some damage. Ends up losing all of his scouts and doesn't find a Vil kill in return.
Spearmen arriving at least, so the skirmishers might make it home. Let's take a look. Oh, that camel is stuck. The villager's blocking.
Yeah, the Vil. Oh my goodness, double agent villager right there. Causing Nicov to lose the first of his camels. Does go immediately, though, for a second TC, as DauT is going to click Elite Skirm and Bodkin Arrow upon reaching the Castle Age. Just trying to defend against the trash as well, over by his gold.
Still some spearmen, and that will be another camel quite aggressively coming in. And those two camels not really getting the efficiency that they wanted. DauT apparently tags into more skirms than I would have anticipated.
Yeah, might be able to micro the camel away. No, does end up going down to the 2 spears. So again, the first 2 camels out onto the field, not finding too much, is rather able to repel the damage. And now we'll clear up the skirms on the right side of the base, unlocking that gold once again here for Nicov. Trying to sort out his eco as well around the farms, moving those villagers over to the wood line on the second TC. DauT will now take the opportunity to expand his eco with a TC up on the north-hand side of his base.
And this CC for Nicov is kind of exposed, isn't it? Like, that will be a really nice pressure point if DauT feels like building a siege workshop on that hill. I'm somewhat scared, but oh, Nicov and some problems before that even.
Oh my goodness, yeah, Knight coming in along with those spears and skirms is going to go ahead and throw down a siege workshop of all things just to respond to the trash units. But those Knights as well going to look for some good picks and continued eco harassment. Nicov completely on the back foot here as we've been in the Castle Age.
Okay. Now the camel scares away the knight. Feels so weird, right? Skirm, knight from the Goth player. Like, Byzantines could technically just go full camels and take good fights all day long.
Yeah, exactly, but still only stuck on one stable of all things, right? I think that goes back to your point, Nilly, about how Nicov even seemed uncertain about what his Castle Age strategy was going to be. Didn't fully commit, was late on the armor as well, and so only 2 camels on the field. Looking to repel all of this. That's a great shot from the Mangonel there, so a good start here in terms of whittling down those skirm numbers and perhaps buying himself some breathing room. All of these wood lines on the front of his base being harassed.
And that's why I think the siege workshop could help out so much here for DauT to just solidify his position. Can harass a bit more.
Oh, speak of the devil.
There
Conservative siege workshop placement, though, doesn't go for one on the hill like you just talked about. A little peculiar given that he does have the military control at the moment, but is just going to play it safe. Can still bring those Mangonels forward and control from the hill, but slightly more travel time. Already a monastery going up at home as well here for Nicov. Great response to the Knights and the potential siege push.
Has 121 gold in the bank, 5 on gold only, so not the greatest income. Knights are ready to raid. Maybe the moment we start to go for some Mangonel trades, DauT might move in. No, he's instantly sending them. That could be some unprotected builds. No,
oh yeah, here we go. 6 Knights moving in towards the gold. Immediate response, though, from Nicov. I mean, really impressive defense from Nicov in terms of saving villagers. Only 2 going down as he's basically undergone 10 minutes of pressure here. Non-stop pressure from DauT.
It's the 3rd town center now. Same goes for DauT. Quite interesting that DauT just builds them randomly next to wood lines, while Nicov finds to have, or like hopes to have, stone or gold control with them.
Yeah, here we go. Knights diving in, looking for that Mangonel kill. Conversion comes through for Nicov already, though, and now the villagers looking for the repair. Don't get it. And the monk will die in response. But all 3 Knights going down, or 1 being converted at that.
That wasn't the prettiest thing ever. Now pikeman tech here for DauT. I like that. Just to have an answer to all those camels. And it feels like Mangonel pikeman push could now find quite some damage here against Nicov. Unless he somehow gets to redemption. But we're far away from that.
Right, yeah. We've got a monastery coming down at home here for DauT. Siege Workshop's just with the 1 Mangonel in it. Isn't bringing it forward just yet. I'm not even sure Nikov's fully... Well, here it comes, but unprotected. If these camels find an angle, could stop the push in its tracks.
Another barracks for DauT at home. Feels like pikeman count could be higher for his liking. Now 13 on gold, so we are working a bit more into that monk direction. Mangonel versus Mangonel. Nicov micros backwards, but so did DauT, and both survive with 10 and 11 HP.
Oh, wow. Repairville there, already there for Nicov. DauT just going to bring his Mangonel, excuse me, back real quick. And take a breather here on the hill, as both players have 3 TC boom, even a 4th TC now coming down for DauT, way in the back on the gold. So, getting ready for a long one here.
Yeah.
Possible imp play.
And
We also have handcart coming in. We've got squires and scale mail armor as well here for DauT.
And typically DauT wouldn't hate this, right? He would think, okay, the dream, like Goth late game, but Byzantines might have crazy answers. What are we doing against cataphracts if we are playing Goth?
That's a great question, right? I mean, yeah, Byzantine late game is also something not to scoff at, right? As well as just the idea that they have that discounted Imperial Age. So, you know, as much as DauT might want to get there, Nicov has the opportunity to get there first if he indexes towards it. There we've got the Mangonel trade. Great for Nicov. Now 2-0 in the Mangonel. Counts and does repel those Knights before they can find the snipe as well by keeping those camels close.
Let's take a look. Those knights, do they really want to dive? I think camel count is good enough that you can't really go for it. And thinks better of it. I'm a bit surprised how few mangonels DauT produced this game.
Yeah, this is only the second one, right? Coming out onto the field here. Definitely slowed his roll when it came to the mangonel production. Nicov even feeling a little bit confident, starts to move out, looking for the snipes with the mangonels. Also going for one of the conversions here on the knights. The pikemen, though, come in, and that's going to deny opportunities for the camels to find damage. Mangonels are popping shots, and both mangonels go down here for Nicov. He only has one in reserve at this point, and full retreat back under the safety of his TCs. Those knights, though, looking for the snipe on the third mangonel. Will they find it? No, they go down just in time.
Oh, and big shot from that third mangonel. That one alone is already generating quite some kills and forces the pikemen to go in deep, but the town center is dealing with it. Villagers around to repair, and DauT maybe overextending a bit.
Oh, definitely. And even very defensive castle here from Nicov in response. Of villagers still repairing that mangonel, and every single pikeman goes down. In the end, one mangonel forward here for DauT, looking for a little bit of damage. Snipes one Vil on the wood line, and now it's about the mangonel dance between these two players. First shot misses for Nicov. Finds the second, though. And he's trading out beautifully in this mangonel war. Oh, the classic forward villagers here now from DauT, looking for a drop, castle drop of some kind. And it'll be in the same place that they've been focusing the entire game.
DauT knows about the defensive castle there. Feels like, okay, a castle on my own between those two woodlines could be really nice. Those two mangonels ideally would like to get some shots onto these villagers. Oh, there's a tight choke. Do you really want to move in that route? Apparently he does.
Yeah, he's going to do it at least to guarantee that the castle goes up without any contest. Already clicked to Imperial Age, by the way. And so a great position to be in with the forward castle and being the first player to the Imperial Age. Going to drop some barracks behind. It looks like the Goth dream might be realized here, Nilly.
Looks a bit like it. Are we seeing anarchy? And yes, we do. Huskar raid could be coming in, but I think Nicov just should never stop producing cataphracts now.
Okay. What's the... fourth TC now for Nicov as well, so expanding over here to the left-hand side.
Very little
Everybody
control.
settling in for a long one.
He doesn't have a lot of control on top though, right? So I think he has 250 gold right now, and then he needs to expand to the side. And he has no protection there right now. Can't even build another town center.
Oh, and look at these outposts here from DauT. I'm absolutely loving the development of outpost usage by pro players. Using these more and more often just to track your opponents, see where they're expanding, follow their military movements, and we'll definitely identify this as a weak spot in an area that he can attack once he does reach that Imperial Age. Does still have the 3 gold tiles here for Nicov right behind the castle, and even moved up onto the hill for some more gold income.
Okay, that's
all
nice.
the way in the back of the base.
Really, really important for him. And yeah, moves to yet another gold. But Huskars might be coming around to that area. Trap war will be really important. Both civilizations having access to bombard cannons. I think it might just be mainly traps to begin with, though.
Yeah, 6 cataphracts on the field, 5 in the queue. Imperial Age reached here for DauT. Immediate click on the trebuchet, and already 19 Huskars on the field as well. Let the Goth flood begin. The question is, can Nicov hold off long enough to get those cataphracts in a position to run over the infantry of his opponent?
Let's take a look. Tries to intercept. Monks now maybe for some conversions in there. Nice ground attack, but the mangonel is obviously going to die.
Mangonel goes down, so do the 2 cataphracts that were trying to put up a bit of resistance. We do get 1 conversion coming through on the Huskars, but a couple of holes as well in these walls means the infantry can start to flood in and make a mess of the eco. Halberdier as well, also being clicked.
It is only 1 single castle though, right? I think Nicov, he has this castle to hold. Otherwise he loses the game. It feels so simple. And he didn't scout the stone in the back. He has no idea about stone, I believe. Oh, he
Up
does.
here on this hill. Might find it in a moment as a few of these villagers are rotating out looking for more resources, but the Huskarls are also on the chase in the back of the base. The Trebs are already out onto the field putting damage into this castle. 50 seconds away on chemistry, still here for Nicov before he can even attempt to get the bombards out in response to the trebuchets. And that's really the problem, right, with your main military unit or military composition coming from the same building as your Imperial Age siege options, at least initially.
Yeah, that's like maybe focusing on chemistry instantly after reaching Imp could have been an option. Interesting that DauT instantly reacts to the raid at the bottom with the cutters, and also interesting that Nicov feels like he has the time to raid and doesn't need the cutter numbers for the defense.
Yeah, he's looking for some form of respite, right? Just to shift the focus around the map, force his opponent to take his foot off the gas, but DauT, ever the strategist, and understands what he needs in order to respond to the small raid in the back and keep the push going forward. But here we go, just a few halberdiers looking to defend against all these cataphracts and the monks. 4 trebuchets on the field now. We've got the repairs coming through still for Nicov. Of course, these are Byzantine castles, so they aren't easy to take out. But a 4th trebuchet could be the answer. Right as it unpacks, though, Nicov will find the snipe onto it. Back down to 3 for DauT.
And now a bombard cannon as well. Oh, Nicov with a good response. The question is, can he get overwhelmed? Halberdiers jumping for the bombard cannon. DauT just wasting his units quite a bit. It feels like down to 2 traps only, and this castle will live.
This is a hero bombard cannon right now. Keeps it alive with fantastic micro. We've got the villager coming over for the repairs as well. Already taken out one of the trebuchets. Gets sniped, though, in that moment.
Crazy hit. That is so valuable. Nicov now needs to produce more bombard cannons himself, more raids at the left-hand side, and DauT, he sits at 130 villagers. He is loving life here. Just tries to somehow break this castle.
Hand cannons out onto the field as well, though, now to deal with the halberdiers. If he can micro those back, keep them safe, this bombard cannon can do work in terms of relieving pressure from these trebuchets. We're starting to see the value of those cataphracts running over the infantry. I don't care that your halberdiers technically counter me. I am just the more valuable unit. And there we go. All 4 trebuchets that were produced in terms of this offensive push here for DauT now hit the deck, and he's immediately rethinking where he's going to send his units. See all of these Huskarls now rerouting towards the wings, and even a castle drop here far to the left-hand side. DauT's now going for map control and an elongated game, looking to strangle his opponent out of it.
Damn, cataphracts are good against infantry. DauT has so many better upgrades. Those are normal castle age cataphracts and still putting up a really good fight. Now hand cannons added. They are not the craziest counter against Huskarls, though. Yeah, they do a lot of damage, but they also die pretty quickly.
Yep. Shoes on the other foot now. It's the siege putting pressure on DauT's castles, as this forward position looks to be lost. Only 5 villagers on the repair there against 2 bombard cannons and a trebuchet. So DauT's going to just go ahead and switch the point of pressure, getting this second castle up. Nicov aware of it, though, now. Does scout it out with those hand cannons.
Right at the right-hand side, work efficiency goes down. It just feels like DauT still has like 70% map control and can just dictate where he wants to raid next. And Nicov, he has to constantly put out all those fires.
Yeah, it's kind of the classic Goth strategy, right? The KD is well in favor of your opponent, but you're still winning the game somehow. As you just flood units in, looking to make a mess of the eco. And we take a look at all those blue dots in the back of Nikov's eco. Yes, he's holding on to the front of his base, but at what cost now? As he's got about a third of his eco idle, and he's still having to respond in many areas.
Oh man, and DauT is finding so many villager kills. Look at those villagers at the left-hand side. They might even be thinking about another castle, wants to advance there. And so many Huskarls in the back. Nicov, he is going in for some nice walls, but the swamp through the center starts again.
Yeah, 2 more trebs coming forward here for DauT, but the castle position does go down. Nicov calls the GG.
Sick. 134 population, just lost so many villages over and over in the end. 3 hand cannons, 3 cataphracts, not enough. DauT's swarm was just too good. 13,000 extra collected resources.
Yeah, it all comes down to those raids that you're talking about. Nicov had a great fight in terms of that central push. Even manages to remove that castle. Felt like maybe he had a foothold, but DauT doing a phenomenal job of squeezing from all sides. bringing those Huskarls in, decimating the eco, putting Nicov in a position where he doesn't feel like he can contest 2.7k wood, but no food in the bank to produce any more of those hand cannons or the cataphracts, the 2 units that were his lifeline in this one.
Pretty sick how DauT developed his economy behind all this aggression. That's where he shines so much. And what was it? Like the first raid there with like 5 spearmen, 5 skirms, and then Nicov never was able to set a foot onto DauT's side.
What a game. What a game. I mean, I think both players, to a degree, played it very, very well, but very composed, right? There also, I don't feel like too many chances were taken by either player here. And when chances aren't taken, I almost always am going to favor DauT, right? He is a very consistent player. If you don't do something to throw him off of his game, his understanding of how to play the map, the important, points of control is, it's hard to beat.
It is hard to beat indeed.
And we go all the way back to Nilly. You said it's the Goths. I don't really like it, but it's a DauT Civ, and he delivers.
He indeed delivers. That's what I hate and love about him, right? It's just like I'm so emotional about those games, and I feel like, why would he ever go for that? And then he somehow wins, and then I feel like, okay, that's why.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Well, 1-0 here for DauT to kick things off, but it's a long series, best of 7. Both of these players are not strangers to taking punches and getting back up. So now it's up to Nicov to respond here.
Oh, I think I have the wrong draft in the overlay.
Oh boy. You've got the wrong draft. I apparently have a contrast issue on my stream. Everyone's saying it looks dark.
There we go. Up next will be Copenhagen, played as Regicide, Bohemians versus Portuguese. And yeah, it might be my favorite map of NAC 5 so far when it comes to all the options that players can go for, right? You kind of want to play the long game, you kind of want to contest water, it's extra goals in the center, it's relics at the side, so many strategic options. And I think it has provided very diverse games with very diverse civilizations. And that's what makes me really happy.
Oh, and they're already in, so you gotta love that. Players moving at lightning speed. Away we go.
That's what you said once, right? How much League of Legends struggled with getting the next game started, and the production really
that has been a forever battle for. I think for all esports, right? To a degree, is the downtime. And in League of Legends, we eventually worked it down to a science of 17 minutes in between games for a post game, a commercial, a pre-game, players back on stage and go. Okay. But yeah, here in the Age of Empires world, it's what, a minute? What was that? 60 seconds of downtime? Incredible.
Yeah, I felt like it. People are pretty crazy. And obviously in a 5v5 game, it's 10 people that would need a pee break from time to time compared to only 2 in a 1v1 game.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, away we go onto Copenhagen. We got Bohemians versus Portuguese. Many people would be familiar with this matchup from arena setups of previous tournaments, and this, however, Regicide opens up a couple of different options as well as the water on this map, as we see Nicov already committing to 2 docks on the right-hand side pond, whereas DauT's going to go for the very safe and more accessible left-hand side dock, and just the one.
Okay, let's take a look here. Nicov dealing some more damage. Will be up to Feudal Age earlier, and therefore DauT is running away. Has more fish out early on, and will just win the top, and Nicov is just winning the bottom. So should be a really short Feudal Age, I believe.
Yeah, 45 seconds to go here for Nicov, and given that he had won that scout battle, is going to have full control over the right-hand side here. Both players using those kings to scout, at least for the first bit. DauT already returning his back to the safety of his castle.
Since we have some downtime, I can just quickly say how crazy it is how Age of Empires developed. NAC 1 viewer peak 6.6k. NAC 2 viewer peak 11k. And now we have 20k for the qualifying stage.
My
That's
goodness.
just so promising for what's to come.
That's so awesome. I love that. I mean, for me to have found this game again back in, 2016, 2017 on Twitch. I think the first stream actually randomly that I joined was a DauT stream of all streams. Sad to see him barely miss qualifying as well here earlier. But from DauT over to T90 and you and the Viper, I was just so overjoyed to find that this game was still alive. And not just alive, but growing at that point, and still is, right? And how spectacular that we can be 25 years into the lifetime of a video game and actually seeing it find new highs.
Yeah, that's so crazy. And obviously, lots of people designed their life around this by now because the community is so incredibly supportive. So many people are loving this game. And as you said, like 25 years in the making, and it's in a better state than ever. Beautiful.
Now how about this? As we hit the feudal age, DauT's going to go for a couple of galleys right out the gate. Obviously, he doesn't have the privilege of scouting whether or not Nicov has a dock back at home, right? And so has just been making the assumption up to this point that there is going to be some water presence. And he is right, at least from a military perspective. Fire galleys coming out here for Nicov, looking to put some pressure on his opponent's docks. DauT using just his scout on the right-hand side to keep track of what's going on that pond.
DauT scouts one dock, does not know about the second dock. If he knew about the
Is he
second
going
dock,
to see this Fargo? He finds it.
he sees it. Yeah. Patrol comes in. Obviously, more HP there for the Portuguese player on the fire galley, but 3 galleys will deal with this quite easily.
Yeah, the chase is on. Nicov just going to go ahead and run that fire galley rather, all the way down to DauT's eco, see if maybe he can find a fishing ship sniper, at least some info as to how much investment DauT's made on the water. But 5 galleys easily will pick this off. Should indicate as well that it's a 2 galley or a 2 dock situation there, at least the rate at which the galleys are coming out. Spearman coming to aid Nicov as well in the scout fight does mean that he has the health advantage once again, and the chase is on.
Uh-oh, can only survive one more hit. Second hit would kill him, but yeah, Nicov realizes I am not really getting this one, and I think the Spearman might be added to kill the deer again, which would be around at a beautiful TC spot for DauT.
Oh yeah, 6 deer right next to a giant stone pile and a massive wood line. It's an absolute dream position if DauT can find his way out there upon hitting Castle Age, but just as you mentioned, Nicov with the scout and the spear actually rotating back. Looked like they were going forward to look for that snipe.
Okay.
2 fires garrisoned back at the dock at home for Nicov, but no more production in that regard, so might be willing to concede here on the water on the top-hand side. Castle Age on the way in. Good Vil snipe, though, from DauT, finding the damage that he otherwise wouldn't be able to find here on a stone-walled map.
Yeah, quite a surprise that Nicov was that careless there. Kind of knew that galleys would be around, that they might be going there. So a bit of a surprise. We see Nicov on the way to Castle Age, 155 to go. DauT using the market to click up any second now as well.
Yep, there's the click. For DauT, he does have a 6 eco advantage, but of course is later to the Castle Age. Moving out to stone now with 2 villagers.
Ooh, redock
Not
by
necess-
Nicov. DauT could run into that. Oh, he sees it
Oh, he
instantly.
finds it! Yeah, and it's just 2 villagers. 4 galleys is enough to prevent that from going up, but here come the fire galleys as well here from Nicov. So going to bring those 3 forward to try and create some space.
This was really fortunate for DauT.
Yeah, that's a fantastic find. Means he gets to sustain his numbers advantage and total control over the top side here, especially as he's invested into, 7 fishing ships back at home. Even a couple fire galleys now being produced as a front line for his galleys.
Makes a lot of sense, right? Just way easier to micro then. Otherwise, this is quite a pain and will be the extra dock. So Nicov will try to contest this even further. But those villagers need to run. DauT can't get the kill.
Delayed longer, though, in terms of getting that dock up. And as Nicov reaches Castle Age first, he's on 1 dock production. It's going to be the War Galley upgrade coming in. Hasn't invested any more in fishing ships himself, so just the 4 here to supplement his eco, and that's where the advantage is really coming here for DauT. 20 seconds away from the Castle Age himself. Is going to get pushed back from this dock, so it will eventually get up here for Nicov as the fire ships come in. Get the upgrade just as the engagement starts. Dock completes. Castle Age for DauT. He's going to match the War Galley, but look at that. Already a Hussite wagon in the queue as well.
We also see an organ. So I'm not really sure. Well, I'm a bit surprised that we actually see those unique units right now. Gets quite a nice hit. Didn't really think they would find a lot of damage. Felt like booming and contesting water might be the go-to strat here. DauT even takes into botgun. Obviously something that Nicov doesn't need to take into.
Oregon eliminates those 2 spears. We'll continue moving forward. Perhaps find that Hussite wagon in just a moment, as DauT's going to use it to scout and maybe look to harass the fishing ships of Nicov. We have a continued water battle here on the northern side, but it looks like DauT is winning that one handily at this point.
How much damage are organs doing against Hussite wagon the other way around?
How much damage does a man with a piano do to a giant wooden box? Good question. It looked like 1 damage on that hit.
I think that was
3
an
damage
extra
on that
arrow.
hit. Oh, okay. I was gonna say yeah.
What?
It's anywhere. It looks like about
it dodging?
3 damage. I think it's 3 damage per hit.
What's happening here?
This tank of a Hussite wagon. Look at that. Eliminates the scout. It's not even a half health yet. This is an absolute absurdity. Oh, these Hussite wagons truck the organ guns. Look at that.
Okay, so the main projectile is pretty solid.
Yeah, for real. I mean, Nicov in full retreat here on this one. I mean, you can imagine a world where there's a big enough mass of organ guns that you actually do some damage, but even causing a siege workshop to come out alongside the monastery here for Nicov. He did go for that second TC on the stone and will secure his own deer. So that's a nice little food boost for him, whereas DauT's second TC, he's going to opt to keep within the safety of his own walls back at home. But the Hussite wagons, just 2 of them, enough to push this army back and start to take control of the docks that Nicov has dropped.
Send some more over. Maybe get some more vision. Scout might be lost here. Oh, that's atypical for DauT. Bit on the sloppy side. DauT now adds a 3rd town center. But no control at the bottom, where we have the extra gold, extra stone that DauT obviously wants to get.
Mangonel out onto the field here for Nicov. Does find a small hit onto those Hussite wagons, but again,
DauT is adding trade cogs.
Trade cogs?
At the top. And he's not killing the dog. No way.
No way.
No way.
Those are getting... But if you're Nicov, you just delete that dock now, right?
Are you, though? Oh, the trade cog's actually going to the other direction. That's so...
Well, they have 39 gold.
Yeah.
Each.
And DauT will continue. DauT will continue to trade.
How long until Nicov realizes that? And what do you do? Yeah, do you
Easy to
delete the dock,
It's-
or do you
it's-
like put a tower there to stop it from happening?
It's easy to delete. But, like... how
have
do
to
you
notice.
realize? Yeah,
Yeah, you have to notice.
You probably won't. You probably won't.
And I love that DauT has only invested into 2 trade cogs. It's nothing too big, but it's just a small boost to the eco, and he's now going to extend to a 4th TC once again. So 2 games in a row. DauT's quick to 4 TCs. Nikov's still only on 2, but look at this coming forward for a stone wall in the middle of the map. So Nicov already thinking about the late game and securing as much of the map as he possibly can.
2 trade cogs. The exact right amount of humiliation.
I'm such a fan of this play. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Here we come in for the second heist. That's what this feels like to me. They're pirates. Another 39 gold stolen away from Nicov. Another 39 gold stolen away. And the third TC now coming down for Nicov on the gold at the front of his base. Pushed away in the middle with that villager, but will survive against the Hussite wagons.
Out with a 10 villager lead. Dodges the mangonel. Does only minimum damage and gets away. Not really sure about late game compositions. Obviously, I love myself some bombard cannons and Hussite wagons. But what are the extra units? What are we thinking?
I mean, that's a really good question, especially because if you're going up against other gunpowder units, right? You know, a lot of times I would be tempted to say just do a pike or a halberdier flood along with, you know, those kinds of siege pushes, but not going to be too effective against the Portuguese in that regard. So might have to look for some kind of cav unit support, like cav hussars. Either way,
Redemption.
we know the late game strength of the Bohemians, right? Especially when it comes to a pseudo arena setup, right, where you've got that safety of an established eco, and you get to those late game power units.
Third round of trade. And yeah, I don't think Nicov will realize.
That's incredible. I mean, what is it? 39. So it's roughly 78 gold per trip there. He's already made 2, making a third now. That's nothing to scoff at. Nothing to scoff at.
They will pay off. They will actually pay off. Conversion now on the organ.
Yeah, Monk got sniped on its way back with the relic. Already one organ is converted. Another one goes down. This is a really tough unit matchup here for Nicov. I don't really know what the answer is for the Portuguese. Does find some good hits, though, with the mangonels, but unfortunately, oh, wow, a bunch of Hussite wagons go down. The conversion does come through on the mangonel. Gets sniped, but maybe that's the answer. Just a full mangonel onager kind of setup here against these Hussite wagons.
Oh, man. This was kind of tough to predict how this would go, and I don't think Nicov can stay out here for much longer. The Monk even faster than the mangonel now. I think Nicov needs to delete.
Oh, that's really going to hurt unless... Oh, yeah, and it's a quick conversion there. And the trade on the mangonels as well. That's a fantastic find there for DauT as he moves out with just 5 villagers to drop a castle in the middle of the map. Going to get some gold control and a nice forward position from which he can launch an attack. Nicov going to drop a very defensive second castle. Kind of concentrate the power of his castles here right in the center of his base.
DauT with Loom. Gets wheelbarrow now. Relatively late on the way to the Imperial
He
Age.
realized he deleted the dock.
Okay. Maybe someone messaged him. But those can still drop off the 39 gold before they're idle.
Exactly. That'll be the 4th trip completed there for those trade cogs. So very solid gain there from DauT. And he still sports a 15 eco lead
How
at
much
the
is
end
it,
of
though?
all of that.
Isn't it 100 wood, 50 gold?
I don't know how much a trade cart or a trade cog costs, to be honest. I'm not sure I've ever built one.
I think he only generated 16 resources.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, if in the end.
Per though. Yeah.
Right. Oh, lordy. Okay, so double Siege Workshop now here for DauT in preparation for the Imperial Age, which he will win the race to. And being the Bohemians, he gets to go for that chemistry upgrade in the Castle Age. We'll have that just in time to reach the Imperial Age. Another castle position here for DauT. This is the DauT I know when he's playing at his highest level. Just complete map control, complete understanding of the important parts of the map. He's securing 2 massive gold positions with these 2 castle placements.
And this will be full... Well, bombard cannon first, then Hoof needs the next against Arbalest from Nicov. How well would those perform against the Hussite wagon? I think they should do very minimal damage.
They should, again, yeah, I would imagine 1 to 2 damage per arrow, you know? So you're going to need a massive 60, and even then, you're going to take multiple volleys, I think, to take out a single Hussite wagon. You will have the range advantage, of course. Arbalists can deal, you know, somewhat effectively with bombards as well if your micro's on point. And so maybe Nikov's just going to index into his ability to micro the units from range. But either way, he's got a tall task ahead of him. Imperial Age already in, block printing now on the way for DauT as well, investing into those monk techs with a couple of trebuchets already in the queue.
Look how prepared DauT was with his resources. 3 traps instantly, 2 bombard cannons instantly. Like, he knows how important early siege is here right now.
Yeah, there it is. Already the bombard cannons on the field. The trebs coming forward as we speak. Going to set his sights on those 2 defensive castles here from Nicov. And that's part of it too, right? We've got a 3 castle setup for one player and 2 for the other. So it's going to be greater treb production here for DauT at the end of the day. Chemistry as well, coming in much later here for Nicov because he had to wait for the Imperial Age to go for it. Castles are already under threat. DauT going for split pressure as well, targeting both at the same time.
Oh, interesting. Typically you want to finish one off, so they can't really go for more trap production. But look at that, Arquebus just being focused, and I think then he is kind of fine losing his castles. Maybe conscription still needed.
Yeah, this the one inside the base going to go down very quickly with only 5 villagers repairing. Not long for this world. 3 seconds till Arquebus completes, and it will come in just in time. Conscription, as you mentioned, Nilly, another important upgrade. Don't know if he'll have the ability to get it here before the castles go down. Just crossbows now coming forward, taking hits from the castles as they try and deal with trebs. It just doesn't feel like the right answer to the approach here from DauT. DauT's a full siege army, and there we go, the bombards. They find a good hit and force those crossbows back. Both castles go down at the same time here for Nicov. Nicov is in trouble.
And those bombard cannons are now moving forward. Less than 2 minutes away from move. Needs elite skirms being added as well. And Nicov, he doesn't really have the answers. Technically something like Cavaliers would have been needed here as an addition, but obviously not a great choice against Bohemians.
No, he's finding himself in a very difficult position. We do have Arbalest on the way, plus the next Archer armor upgrade. But even still, he can't find a way to get in and get any shots off. And now we're starting to feel as well the advantage of DauT taking the water to the north. Nicov can't retreat that direction as well. He's going to get pinched for space here pretty soon. Coming forward with his own bombard cannons, looking for snipes onto the trebs. But the block printing monks are going to be able to push those away. Arbalest is in. And this looks like the last stand here for Nicov in a lot of ways. He's only down to 21 military. And this is the kind of military that you need to mass. He's looking for the snipes onto the bombards, finds one, but there's still 2 remaining. 1 treb goes down as well, but it just doesn't look like enough power here to punch through.
And those elite skirms now dealing some damage as well. This is looking really good for the Lord. Bombard cannons 10 seconds away from being upgraded as well. Diving maybe a bit too deep, but nice ground attack there. Even the siege tower being added. DauT with the 2nd humiliation unit.
Goes for the trades and the siege tower. He's just pushing forward so methodically at that. Now we've got the Hufnitze. They're in with the upgrades, looking for the pop shots onto the bombard cannons. That's Nikov's lifeline right now. We've got the villagers coming forward for the repairs as well. It's all about the siege units. Can Nicov eliminate a few of these, relieve some pressure, buy himself some time to get the military count up? It doesn't look like it as he's throwing away the Arbalest, looking for snipes. Does get all 3 Hufnitze in the end, but the trebuchets are still here to put pressure on the castle.
That was such a nice play by Nicov. Obviously, Arquebus helping out quite a bit. Now he's trying to run. Not really sure what the siege tower is trying to achieve there. Maybe get some vision under that double conversion on the bombards.
Double conversion! Double conversion, and that's enough for the GG call here from Nicov. He just doesn't have enough to defend against DauT. 2 games in a row now, it feels like DauT has just been playing so smoothly from second 0 to game end.
Oh man, how was he ahead in Eco so quickly? Like, was it all the upgrades in the monastery? Like, DauT's boom was just so crazy. He was 10 villages ahead. Obviously had some more fish at the top. But shouldn't it be 1 pawn against 1 pawn?
You would think, right? I think the big thing is that Nicov stopped at 4 fishing ships. DauT went to 7 pretty quickly. And yeah, that's only a difference of 3, but talk about over the course of, 25 in-game minutes, and all of a sudden that's pretty substantial. I will also call it that DauT was quicker to expand to each of his successive TCs, right? We went to the 2nd TC, 3rd TC, and 4th TC, all before Nicov did. And so I think that gave him a pretty substantial boost when it came to the eco in that regard. Also, I think Castle Age engagements, right, went a little bit better there for DauT, using just a couple Hussite wagons to trade more effectively against the organ guns. And that investment of economy meant the 30-second difference in Imperial Age. The benefit of the early chemistry meant just so much siege pressure. You mentioned the perfect resource balance going into Imperial Age as well, right? For the 3 Trebs and 2 bombard cannons. I mean, what do you do when you're 30 seconds behind your opponent and they have 5 siege units as you hit Imperial Age?
313 trade profit. So I think he generated 13 resources with it.
That's so good. I love it. But it is about the mental warfare, right? Because when Nicov deleted that doc, he's thinking in his head, he's like, how long has this been going on? How did I let this happen?
That's true. Yeah.
Well, what a game by DauT, giving himself a really solid cushion of a 2-0 advantage here in the best of 7. Nicov still plenty of time to make up for it, but he's going to have to start punching back here soon.
Yeah, and he still has a home map or 2 home maps to do it on. Golden Lakes and Rocky Forest. His options there. Curious to see what he opts to go for next. Thing is, though, Portuguese, a really early pick from him. Not really getting the win, while DauT didn't even touch his first 4 picks yet.
Oh, lordy. Yeah, that's pretty terrifying. When you're getting beat by the lower pick civs of your opponent. And for DauT, you got to imagine that, that's just even more boost to his confidence to know that he's got so many power picks left at his disposal.
And it will be Rocky Forest, and it will be one of the civilizations that I predicted we will see a lot more during the main event there. Because we can't wall around the wood line, it's not that easy to put a proper lumber camp. But maybe a mule cart could be a nice thing, and DauT will go for Armenians. We're 70 seconds away. He's playing against Franks. Last time we've seen Franks Nicov against DauT on Rocky Forest. He won against DauT Goth. Maybe he can do the same again. Obviously, extra berries will help out the Franks quite a bit.
Oh, definitely. Armenians as well, as everybody knows, one of the newer civs. A civ I'm less familiar with, Nilly, so I might rely on you a bit more here, as I'm still getting acquainted with.
So we will talk about the specifics once we get into it, but there's basically one major change in how you collect resources there, and you will see why it will make so much sense on this map specifically. It is obviously best of 7, so even in case DauT goes ahead and wins this one, we'll lead 3-0. We still have chances for Nicov. DauT has not been looking too strong lately when it came to sets in the end and deciders.
Yeah, looking strong in the outset of this one, but it is a good point. It's a marathon, not a sprint, right? And all you need is to change the momentum, get it swinging in your favor. Find yourself a good matchup, and away we go. On to Rocky Forest here. Nicov in the red as the Franks, looking for his first win of the series. And on the flip side, in the blue, we've got DauT as the Armenians, looking to make this a shutout, quite possibly. Extend it to 3-0. Immediately, both players going to get their boars. We've got DauT creating that mule cart, and that's that eco building you're talking about there, Nilly. Can go ahead and build it on the straggler trees and later move it over to the larger wood lines. And given that rocky terrain that prevents you from putting your lumber camps right up against the wood line, even more of a benefit here for the Armenians as they transition out to those wood lines in just a bit.
Yeah, and we will just compare eco efficiency here, how this might look. And DauT could also go into the center and get some ibex for himself. Maybe just collected enough wood to add a house, and now goes for the center. This would be brilliant. And I'm not sure if Nicov will scout this, because typically you're trying to push ibex into your town center here.
Yeah, exactly. So 3 villagers going to go out and get that food generated nice and early. Oh, but here comes the scout for Nicov. Does he go all the way forward with it? This would be good info to have, to know that your opponent is going to be fast on the food collection, and therefore fast feudal is a possibility here for DauT that otherwise wouldn't be expected. But no, Nikov's just going to go for the deer pushes. The Ibex pushes himself to try and generate some of that food income. Loom as well on the way here for Nicov already.
That's a bit weird, right? Typically we see that a bit later. And now just compare how poorly that lumber camp will be positioned compared to DauT, who can just move on the stony area. Scout fight here, typically something you don't want to take if you are Franks, because you get more HP once you reach feudal age. And that's why we see Nicov moving away.
Yeah, he's going to go on the run, but DauT effectively stops that Ibex push, right? Not only is it an advantageous trade for him, given that he's up against a Frank player, but he also stops that food income short as he moves on to the second Ibex. Even going to rotate a villager over to win out on the scout battle. Look at that, getting the health advantage as a result.
And that's so big. That's so big here. Nicov can't push in any more Ibex, and that is such a big loss for his economy right now. We'll have to rely on his berries. DauT happy to continue trading this one off. And as I said, extra HP for Franks, and this could be another hit. Nicov is trying to somehow survive, but 2 hits away from dying.
Oof, DauT came to play today, Nilly. He's putting the pressure on here on Nicov. Oh, but does get both players getting housed, actually, in this moment. Pop capped at 20 as they're focused on the micro and the scout battle. DauT moves out to the wood line. Another mule cart does need to go ahead and reposition a few of those villagers to make it less messy.
Players opting
but
to
at
go.
the very least, feudal age in for both players matched in time.
And look at that mule cart, how much better it is and how much it could move as well to get better efficiency, and it won't get much better for Nicov. He obviously, after chopping through 2 lines, can build another lumber camp.
Nicov even playing it safe, going for an outpost out into the middle of the map. Again, very difficult, obviously, with this rocky terrain to create a safe base. Your opponent nearly always has a way to get forward with some harassment. DauT's going to go ahead and drop a barracks in the center of the map, just in time to hit the feudal age with 2 villagers and establish just more control over this all-important center when it comes to stone, gold, and food.
DauT gives it up, the scout there. 3 HP, lets it go, knows, okay, this could be pretty ugly now. And now, one of the advantages of minions, they can build their units 1 age earlier in the barracks, so you can in feudal age actually tech into longswords. In castle age you can tech into 2-handed swordman and champion, and in dark age you can already add your first spearman, and therefore the stable opening could be shut down quite quickly. But Nicov going for archers or archery range.
Archery range coming up, 2 villagers on gold. Got that started early, so he's got plenty of gold in the bank to get a few archers out right away. We see the value of that scout battle for DauT in the fact that even with the health increase of the Frank scout, he went from 3 health to 4 health nearly with the way it scales. And DauT would still win in a scout battle between the 2 if they find each other. Spear going to move over to protect the gold. In the center of the map, we have an archery range as well for DauT, but he's going to go straight onto skirmishers.
And he will continue getting free resources. He will continue to have more deer, and the mule cart will follow him. He should stay so efficient and work efficiency. I think it will constantly be better for the Armenian player.
I mean, you can already see it, right? 230 food in the bank to 35 here for Nicov. And DauT's the one who's actually creating food units with the skirmishers up against the archers. And even still, more vills on food means that he will likely make it to the castle age first if nothing changes in the way that these 2 players are interacting. Nicov, though, going to play it safe, brings his archers back as soon as he recognizes that the counter unit is on the field. And now we've got a tower getting rushed up on the wood line because of what a poor position he's finding himself in. Just 3 villagers at the moment attempting to do that. Of course, skirms aren't too threatening, and a low health scout does mean that this tower should go up.
Yeah, most likely that opens the berries and the gold, though, so DauT will find another angle of attack, and you can't fully wall this one up. Is it really the counterattack with 3 archers the long way? Oh, DauT should know. This is a shockingly shocking low amount of units from Nicov.
Yeah, now he's just going to move his pressure over to the berries. And these are those Frank berries, right, that Nicov needs so desperately to keep his food eco on track with DauT at the moment. Already being forced to drop farms at home While DauT, well, actually going for a few farms of his own, still has access to all of those ibex in the middle of the map and is even going quickly to a stable to support his skirmishers in the push.
Quite interesting. Does he have any idea where Nikov's army is? Would really surprise me. Just keeps up the aggression. Is he sending some units back? Not yet. Has one skirmisher protecting his wood line. I don't mind that.
He has to assume something's going on, just given that there is no military attempting to defend against his push here, but great control over the berries. I think DauT's happy to continue to deny this. This stable also did go down, though, for Nicov at the back of the base, and has done his best to keep that a secret from DauT. Finally, that raiding force is almost there, Nilly, but it's just 2 archers, a spear, and a low-health scout. That third archer is a mile away still.
Kind of weird, right? They left at the same time, took a bit of a detour, tried to scout a bit more, and DauT just casually chilling with one spearman. But it feels like that might be enough of an answer. So
no, it looked like Nicov was thinking about bringing a Vil forward at the top of the map, but he ran into a wolf, now below half health, decides to rotate that villager all the way back.
2 archers, 1 spearman arriving, and DauT, well, he will be happy to just take an easy shot here.
Yeah, 1 skirm is almost enough to deal with this entire raid right here. Even a spear as well in defense here for DauT means no damage will be found for Nicov just yet. DauT moving to gold himself now with a couple villagers and a mule cart. We've got a blacksmith coming up at home here for Nicov, now trying to find a couple of upgrades that might give him an advantage. Still dealing with this force from DauT at the front of his base. Finally snipes the scout.
DauT needs another unit at home, though. Only 1 skirmisher, very low HP, won't be dealing enough of damage. And DauT has now a tough army to control. 3 scouts, 4 spearmen, 6 skirms. While Nicov is playing scout archer. Way easier to micro for him.
Yeah, the AI classic.
Scouts, are they going home? Or they're just staying back? I'm a bit confused.
Looks like Nicov is going home. Still has that 1 archer as well, just placed at the bottom hand of the map. Seems like wonky unit control here from Nicov to a degree, or maybe just indecision, right, about what he needs to do. Feels like he has to do damage to a degree, didn't send enough forward to find it, still has to defend against the pressure of DauT's force, but also probably this whole time knowing, or at least in the back of his head, repeating that DauT is getting an eco advantage because he's in the middle, grabbing that food, using those mule carts. Moved those villagers onto gold, in fact, as opposed to the ibex. But we see the food count just about to hit 800 for DauT, while Nicov sits on 100 food, Nilly. Castle Age is in.
Pretty massive, pretty massive. And I think then a fortified church just at the crossing. And it would be so incredibly good for DauT. Now we see some raids here. Can DauT quick wall this one? Looks good so far.
What a find there on the quick walls. Of course, the villagers are still vulnerable, so DauT's even now thinking about rerouting them. Might have put them in a worse position, though, if Nicov finds it. Has got to group up his archers with those scouts, though, because there's plenty of spears there for DauT to defend. He's going to look for an escort. The caravan back home.
He's taking into Bloodline. Scouts don't really want to engage with the spearman around. Archer now decimated. Oh, it feels like Nicov needs to win this one decisively.
I think so, but he can't find the angle, and DauT's doing a great job of shoving those scouts back. He has lost a couple of his spears, and if all 4 of them go down, only 1 more in there, now it looks like Nicov has permission to go forward. Just has to have good archer control. Don't want to lose too many to these skirmishers, but does have the advantage in the numbers on the scouts. DauT, though, with bloodlines in at this point. It's looking like a really close fight. The scout battle is won here for Nicov, but the archers are shoved away by the skirmishers, and so I'm not sure it's as big a win as Nicov would have wanted.
But still not bad, right? He forces the villagers to move. Scouts need to be added as well. Skirms can defend, but DauT, well, he just moves around and then should take another solid wood camp or lumber camp for himself. But right now, that scout took more damage than he wanted.
Yeah, on the run with 13 vills. So Nicov achieving something, but Castle Age comes in that moment. Still 2 minutes away here for Nicov, and DauT will just reposition all of those wood vills onto gold. Taking a look at what he's producing, and immediately 3 knights in the queue. Also the first armor upgrade coming in for those knights. More archers coming forward, though, here for Nicov. DauT's got to go ahead and run away with a few farmers, and now all of a sudden all these gold vills.
He has a knight.
They're a little vulnerable.
I think DauT could be fine. Does he want to take the engagement? Maybe jump for the spearman first. Skirms are arriving as well. Villagers being pulled. One goes down, but DauT will clear up all this army, maybe except 2-3 villager losses. Maybe more.
Yeah, this feels like such a desperate play from Nicov. I mean, reasonably so. He knows he needs to get damage done. He opts to ignore the knight and the scouts with the archers. Looks for Vil kills. Only finds 2 at the cost of all of his units. This is not looking good for Nicov, as he's still 30 seconds away from the Castle Age. Forging coming in now for himself. And a second stable.
Well, makes a lot of sense.
Third stable, rather.
Oh yeah, third stable. Feels like needs to get the numbers out there. Is Walling in his gold, is Walling in his woodline. I like those decisions. And the knights are trying to find something. If there's a single hold, the game is over. But it seems like Nicov might be good enough to have no holds.
I
was nervous.
Woo! Just barely getting that one up. We'll keep the gold villagers safe. I do like this play here from Nicov. It's going to be an all-in 1 TC play here to try and recover. Garrisons the villagers, pushing back those 4 knights. We've got 3 stable knight production plus a monastery coming up here to try and deal with the night flood. There is a hole on that woodline. There is a hole on that woodline. If DauT finds it, he doesn't. But it is an ugly woodline at that. Nikov's villagers are effectively useless over there, tripping over each other.
And DauT just moved to the right-hand side. Such an easy move for him. And that's so much pressure on the gold. Nicov is getting to reasonable knight numbers, though. Will also get to a monk. Will make his defense way, way easier.
Oh, but DauT, great unit control. Loops his knights back around. Groups everything up. He did lose some skirmishers, yes. But still holds the military advantage in terms of health and numbers. Monk on the field now for Nicov. This could be the kind of unit that turns the tides if he can find enough conversions and gets those heals. DauT just gonna, intelligently moves away. I think he understands that he has an advantage. Although, down in eco numbers.
So what DauT just built is a fortified church next to his gold. Will protect his villagers in the sense that he can send 10 villagers in there. Will also work as a normal monastery. And with the minion bonus, the first fortified church is generating a relic for you.
All of a sudden, though, Nicov not looking in such bad shape. He's managed to push the pressure back from his base. He's now coming forward with knight numbers. Even has the tech advantage, right, with forging in.
Monk should scare this away. And both players with 1 TC. I wouldn't be surprised if DauT buys himself some stone and just adds some towns in it. I think this is actually booming time. I would be really surprised if anyone can find a lot of damage with the Monk setup that we have.
Yeah, definitely.
Ooh, devotion. New tech coming in. Increasing the conversion time by 1 second.
Increasing the conversion time your opponents would take?
Yes.
Okay, so basically you're just raising the minimum conversion time by 1 second and the maximum conversion time by 1 second, but it still has the same RNG within that
within
window,
that range, yeah.
assume?
Like,
Okay.
within the whole range, it's increased by 1 second.
Copy that. Well, Devotion matched with Devotion on the other side, it looks like. So
Dan,
both players
thank you
taking advantage of the new techs.
for 25 gifted
As
subs.
they realize in a night battle, the conversions can mean everything. DauT now going to move on to stone with another mule cart and a few villagers. Second TC coming up on the wood line. Nicov, though, will actually be the first to the second TC as he looks to secure a gold with his relics coming in as well.
Goes for the market now. Knights raid at the side. Maybe back at the wood line. Could we see an overchop? No, 60 wood left to go. Don't think knights should find too much here. DauT is trying to make something happen from both sides at the same time.
Yeah, 2 monks coming over to push those knights away from the market. We'll see how Nicov responds. Does so instantly by moving his knights to safety. We've got a small engagement underneath the main TC of DauT, and this could be an opportunity for him to pick up a conversion as well. One knight goes down, the other one gets converted. A fantastic find there for DauT, as he's also looking for damage over at Nikov's base. A raid in on the farming eco, a second group of knights as well, looking for a big numbers advantage by DauT here in the engagement, but he's opting to take the fight under the TC with just the first armor upgrade into fletching. So he will sustain some damage, but even still, he's finding plenty of kills.
Oh man, crazy. Could take out a farm if he wanted to. It looked like he wanted to attack there, and the knights didn't really find the kills on the other side. It only has been one single conversion this whole game, and that was just under the town center of DauT. Was now playing mass monks.
Pretty impressive. Nicov feeling the need to pull his forward army back. So here come the 8 knights to defend, at least for the time being. Wants to get that third TC up, protect that gold. Villagers struggling to find space to operate efficiently.
More knights in the center. Love the outpost, but also love that DauT realizes how powerful that one is and destroys it.
Yeah, removing that vision from his opponent. Knights coming forward here for Nicov. Only one monk, but immediate attempt at the conversion. Will Nicov get the snipe? We've got the Knights playing defense. Finds the conversion. Monk will not go down in the end, possibly. No, DauT's going to chuck it away. But did get the conversion before that happened. 2 more monks forward as well. Is going to repel Nicov from the middle. And look at this unit control by DauT. 2 groups of knights. Nicov goes forward, and DauT comes in for the raid. He finds 2 monk kills, 3 monk kills even, and a couple villagers for just the cost of 1 knight, it looks like. And now he's rotating over to the wood line as well on the other side.
Also, something we didn't mention yet. The upgrades here for our minions are 20% more efficient out of the mule cart. So the wood upgrade typically would be plus 40%, but for our minions actually plus 48% right now.
So little advantages there. Nicov needing to find a way to get his idle villagers working again. Taking an engagement, though, in the north side of his base. Regrouping knights. Now the fight begins underneath the main TC. But as we say that, here comes 6 more knights from DauT to try and raid the farming eco. It's just the constant push and pull, and Nicov is entirely on defense. That said, he's repelling the damage quite well, and he's finding a good number of kills. KD nearly even.
Sits on 3 TC, DauT on 3 TCs as well. Villager-wise, relatively even, and it feels like Nicov has to put out a lot of fires. Reminds me a bit on the Acclivity game, but this time his economy isn't suffering that much.
No, he's done a great job of stemming the bleeding in a lot of ways. DauT still with 2k more resources, though, in the bank when all is said and done. And a lot of that, again, coming down to the efficiency of those mule carts, being able to reposition, the early advantage he got from the extra food on the ibex in the center of the map. But we're at a near dead even state.
Okay, apparently it's plus 40% now. So it's 56% better with the mule carts compared to 48%.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's nothing to scoff at then. How many relics do we have home? We've got 3 relics home for DauT as well. So even advantage in the gold income there. And for the 3rd game in a row, we're going to a 4th TC here for DauT.
Well, he likes those quite a bit. He loves to boom, loves to play the stable game.
It's something about that 4th TC that just really gets him going.
Okay, knight numbers looking pretty solid. Now Nicov got his 2nd relic, so only 1 to take at the right-hand side. But won't really be game deciding. Interesting how neither player really gets the proper control of the center yet. Just way too open of an area to raid.
Yeah, at this point, we just got to start thinking about eco setups and the late game, right? We've had the trend of Imperial Age in this series so far. And it looks like we might be going there once again. And that's where we start to think about tech switches, army compositions in the late game as the 4th TC will compete. And boom, just like that, Nikov's thinking about establishing a position in the middle of the map. Wanted a castle, thinks better of it though, is going to reposition back towards home. He sees all of those monks coming forward, and it's a massive knight battle. Full retreat here from the villagers though, and DauT thinks he's found his window for damage. He's going to press forward.
Absolutely crazy. Nicov had way better numbers there, but it was 8 monks against 4 monks, and Nicov didn't want to take the fight, lost all of his monks in DauT now with the full control, and he can build the game-deciding castle potentially if he gets the chokehold in the center. But Nicov, he's building the defensive one, is thinking about Imp himself, so this could actually be a war to him. Nicov goes for the big counterattack.
Yeah, huge counterattack with the rotation around the right-hand side, but this does mean that he's less defensible at home, but with that castle going up and DauT no way to prevent it from happening, he'll back off. So the question is, how does he respond when the knights come in from the right-hand side? How quickly does he realize that this is coming through? Forging just completing. We've got the second armor upgrade for DauT's knights. We don't have it for Nikov's.
DauT builds the castle way more defensively, is sending the knights back. Remember, technically Armenians could already tech into halberdiers in castle age here. Not really the thing that he wants to go for, though. Feels like he wouldn't have enough mobility.
Well, 27 knights have made it into DauT's eco. He's got 25 knights to respond with. Again, he does have the armor upgrade advantage here, and so I would give him the advantage in the straight-up fight. Nicov just looking to create havoc in the base. The Imperial Age click came through for him, so every second he can buy himself here is an advantage once he makes it to the Imperial Age and can get those techs in a little bit earlier. Either way, though, his offensive push has been repelled. Second defensive castle back at home here for Nicov, so still doesn't feel like he can make it to the center of the map as DauT establishes a little bit of control with a castle position of his own.
Unit for the Armenians is Composite Bowman. It is basically a ranged unit that ignores all the armor. So really good against high pierce armor thingies, units like, for example, paladins, but doesn't have the greatest damage output to begin with. So it's not a crazy unit right now.
And correct me if I'm wrong, they're slightly less range than like an arbalist, right? Like, or their age like counterpart in the archer line, right?
Yeah, I think
they have slightly less range. Yeah. Okay, 30 knights here for Nicov, a couple of monks to try and heal them up. Even goes for a third castle now on the right-hand side to protect the eco and that stone. DauT will likely become aware of it if he decides to go forward with those knights. But he himself has full control over the middle of the map, dropping a second castle position there. Imperial Age first, though, for Nicov. And this is a first in the series where he gets to that final age before DauT. So let's see what he can do with the timing advantage. Chemistry in immediately, block printing to follow. One Treb in the queue. Doesn't have the wood for a second just yet with 200 now. Let's see if he puts it in the queue.
Oh man,
there
this will be really tight timing. Cavaliers, and it should be full halberdiers against this. Full trap wall then.
Nili, I want to point something very small out, but it could be big. Nicov has broken through the wood line to the center on the left-hand side.
Ooh.
Right? Whereas before, he would have to push through on this castle if he wanted to get any units into the middle. He could possibly have a flanking group of knights come through there in a big engagement where siege and monks are involved. Either way, the trebuchets are on the field and immediate pressure being placed on this forward position here for DauT.
Last relic up for contest here on the right-hand side. Knights are seeing it and will easily deny it, obviously. And boop. Yeah, left-hand side. Now Nicov is going through. Will get extra gold and stone control, something that DauT already has for quite some time.
Yeah, 10 more. Actually, as Franks even has the stone already for another castle position if he opts for it, and we could see it up near those center golden stone positions that Nicov just took. Either way, first castle goes down here for DauT, and that means that it's on Nicov to continue the push up the gut. Blast Furnace on its way. Even Blast Furnace before the final armor upgrade.
Someone wants to do damage, apparently.
Yeah.
Maybe expecting mass composite bowman and then armor wouldn't matter too much, but actually, against all those halberdiers and cavaliers, could have gone with the armor a bit earlier. Needs to go for some more healing.
He's already taken one of those castles out, means that the composite bowman queue would be quite slow. beyond the fact that DauT needs the castle for the trebuchets. 4 trebuchets, thinking about moving forward, but quickly pack up and retreat. Nicov doesn't have the position he wants just yet. We do have that castle going up, though, in the center for him. So now 4 castles on the field here for Nicov, whereas DauT's second castle will go up back at home. A very safe position there to protect the eco.
Interesting, right? Feels like, okay, I want to deal with those raids. Traps of DauT are moving forward. A bit of a surprise to me. And I think DauT needs to start fighting. He can't camp too much, otherwise Nicov could get to Paladins.
Yeah, and we've got the hand cannons as well. A nice little mass of those on the field, but unfortunately they were frontlining in just that moment. DauT now going forward, looking for the engagement into the 4 trebuchets of Nicov. One goes down, a second looking to go down soon. We've got halberdiers mixed in there. And the question becomes, who has the better tech and who has the better numbers in the end? We've got the military buildings, though. These halberdiers continue to spam out of the barracks, and plenty of monks behind here for DauT. It looks like he might have just enough, and the conversions coming through alongside those halberdiers to push. Is DauT going to once again do it, picking the right fight at the right time, Nilly, with just 2 trebuchets in tow? It looks like that first castle might go down. He does break the defense in that regard, but plenty of more structures to get through here as Nicov runs out of numbers and runs out of the will to fight, and he calls the GG. 3-0 now for DauT.
Holy moly, what a fight. That was so sick. Like, massive armies going in. Both armies trying to fight for their best possibilities. But DauT also got quite a nice number of conversions in there. Some healing behind it as well. Composite bowman with the damage. And Castle didn't really fire enough. That was a nice jump on all those traps. And Nicov, he just bought himself time to get to close to the ideal army that he wanted to. Only Paladin upgrade was missing.
Fantastic fight by DauT. He saw his moment, he took it, right? Those hand cannons were just slightly mispositioned forward. He launches against them with the Cavalier, as well as plenty of halberdiers. You see 20 in the queue still, too, right? I mean, he had no signs of slowing down in terms of the production of that counter unit to the cavalry of the Frank player, rather. And with just 2 trebuchets, gets it done.
What a beautiful game by DauT. And that was like really intense for a very long time when both players like raided each other quite a lot, had to go for like, what did we see? Like, I think we produced both with like more than 50 knights in Castle Age, right? And then we had the monks to convert, but DauT's economy somehow kept up.
Yeah, he continued. I mean, again, that food boost from the beginning was hugely helpful. Beyond that, though, you can see the efficiency of his wood lines just so much better. And even though Nicov was able to keep it in lockstep in terms of the numbers, better in this game, I think, than any of the previous ones, just couldn't quite find the fight in the end to overcome his opponent. And now DauT sits on series point, and Nicov has to put together a reverse sweep like none we've seen before to snag that last spot in NAC 5.
But how? DauT looks so good here. And like DauT still also has his 4 first picks left for the four next games. This will be...
It's a master. He's putting on a masterclass right now.
Not qualifying in the first qualifier. Maybe he got angry. An angry panda.
For real. For real. I mean, yeah, how about that? Wins with Armenians, Goths, and Bohemians. His 5th, 6th, and 7th picks. That's absolutely wild. Still has Persians, Georgians, Khmer, and Gurjaras to work with. Now, on the other side, we still have, of course, Italians, Malay, Saracens, Malians, and Lithuanians. Plenty of strong civs to boot. Do we know what the next map is yet?
It's Fortified Clearing.
Fortified Clearing.
By the way, for everyone who didn't get the memo yet, there's still, I would say, the set plus 15 minutes to buy your potential ticket to NAC 5 at the apartment to meet Dash, to meet me, to meet potentially DauT or Nicov. And it's only $200, and then we will raffle, and one lucky winner will make it to NAC 5. 13 tickets claimed so far. If we get to 51 tickets, we will actually raffle 2 tickets.
Ooh. Well, there you have it, friends. Get in there. Get in there. It's a good time. over there at NAC. Honestly, probably one of my favorite events to be on site for, just because of the energy of it, right? Everyone there has such a deep love for the game that we're there talking about, you know, and I think that there's something special about when productions are done by a small, scrappy crew, right, where everyone is just beyond invested in it, right? Working on big productions is fun in its own way, but there's something very special about working towards a singular goal with a small group of people, everyone doing, you know, multiple jobs, filling multiple roles, wearing multiple hats. But by the same token, we're all doing it for the love of something, you know, that has been a part of our lives for a very, very long time.
That is true. It has been quite a long time. Just imagine DauT playing this game for 25 years as well now. Memp will be there. I played with Memp and DauT in 2002, right?
Yeah. I'm going to get to meet Memp for the very first time.
Oh,
which will be a ton of fun. I've never met him. Yeah. This will be my first time getting to meet Mem and feeling his energy course through my veins in person.
Oh god, yeah, I'm a bit scared for that co-cast, the two of you. Like we needed a very boring set.
Yeah. Give us a shutout. Give us something where somebody walks over everyone else. Well, with that, Nilly, game has begun here. Pressure's on for Nicov. He's got to mount a comeback, starting with a victory here on Fortified Clearing, and he's opted to do it with the Malay up against the Georgians here of DauT. So DauT is going to elect to go with his secondary pick up against the third pick of Nicov on Fortified Clearing.
Okay. Georgians, what can they offer? Well, that's an interesting one. Obviously, they can go for the fortified churches as well. That will actually boost your economy in a radius around that church by 10%. So, nice boost in that regard. And they can go for Warrior Priest. A way stronger unit that can carry relics, that can fight, can heal, but cannot convert.
So actually, I'll take an opportunity to put my ignorance on display, but have you explain something that I'm sure many viewers will find useful as well. Talk to me about the Warrior Priest and like where are its best uses?
Well, it's simply way better to fight off some other units, right? It can fight back against scouts, light cav a bit. It obviously takes extra damage, but it has 11 damage, 80 HP, so you can consider it to be like a two-handed swordman in Castle Age. Movement speed not that great, but can obviously go for those relics. And this is a map with 9 of them.
Fantastic. Okay, cool.
5 in the right in the middle, 3 at the top in this generation, 1 at the bottom. Pretty even split. On the other side, Malay considered to be one of the best civilizations on those maps, Arena and Fortified Clearing. Faster uptime. Just makes it so much better to advance to the next stage. You could consider this to be extra villagers that can simply work for longer. But also, if we think about something like in a trap battle, castle v castle on the way to Imperial Age, Malay simply arrived there 1.5 minutes earlier.
Exactly. And you can see that commitment to getting to the feudal age early based on the fact that Nicov just now goes to 3 lumberjacks. That third villager just arrived to the wood line. So stuck on 2 lumberjacks for quite some time to just have a little bit more working on food, accelerate himself to the feudal age, perhaps get those upgrades in.
Okay, apparently
as well.
Georgians don't get warrior priests. I thought both of them got it. Okay, I was really wrong.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Apparently only Armenians, and we didn't see them last game.
All right. Now we know. Today I learned.
Okay.
All right. Feudal Age on the way, though, for Nicov, and he goes up at 20 population, 19 villagers. DauT, on the other hand, just about to click. Oh, man, he's putting down... I hate that farm placement so much.
Yeah, he doesn't care. He doesn't care.
I know he doesn't. I know. And I also know that if I didn't care, I'd be a better player, right? Like, I feel like it's always like really, lower elo players who get obsessed with like, I need my farms to be placed perfectly. But really, we're just wasting time when we could be moving on to doing something more important around the map. And again, I think that speaks to DauT as a player, right? Where he does not get hung up on little things like that, right? He prioritizes his mouse clicks to where they are most important for him, his strategies, and his speed. Going for some very, very conservative walls here, as well with the house and the barracks. Just going to basically wall across the front here, close to the TC, a very compact base. But knowing that his opponent will get to the feudal age early, doesn't want to take too many risks against feudal age aggression, and we have that stable being completed just now here for Nicov alongside double bit axe. So early eco upgrades, some scouts out onto the map, can look for some damage or at least some information.
DauT has a really good map against the strategy of Nicov, though. Like, look at how everything is, like, super compact. Like,
Oh,
two
the stone and the
villagers-
gold are perfectly placed.
Yeah.
The walls are so easy from the wood lines to the TC. It's going to be very hard for Nicov to find any damage in feudal. So he needs to recognize that early, right? And give up on the feudal age aggression.
Yeah, I think he might just go for 3 scouts and then then stop. I think that feels like a reasonable number.
Well, there you have it. The third scout is on the field. No more in the queue, at least as of yet. And full transition onto the farms here for Nicov. Did not elect to go for the farm upgrade. Only double bit axe.
That's atypical. That's a bit weird, right? He played the fast feudal. Typically you want to have that, but especially you could afford it with a scout rush, I believe.
Yeah, meanwhile, DauT hits the feudal age, immediately drops his 2 buildings. He's going to go market and stable, keeping the stable secret, using that market to gain control of some space and continue his walling. But just looking for that fast castle from DauT. No surprise there. So Nicov arriving now with his 3 scouts. The wall isn't complete just yet. The market does complete. Villagers, will any of them get caught out? Short run back to the TC. Good recognition from DauT, but still not enough without Loom. Keep that villager alive and might even lose a second one here as he goes for the quick wall. And nearly Nicov finds it. This is the kind of damage he needed to find himself a foothold in this game. A third?
Oh, that's worth it. 6 villages ahead, Nicov. Oh boy, DauT is in trouble. And now click Loom to not achieve anything. Ooh,
Yeah,
this
that's
is
a good point. That's an investment of 50 gold that isn't really going to be worth too much. I mean, those 3 scouts are still in his base, forcing more quick walls up around the gold and the wood. But, oh my god, the scouts get through. This is where the mule cart is not working to your advantage, Nilly.
Oh man, could replace the mule cart a bit further. Oh, and this is ugly now. Oh, this is so ugly.
Oh, he's going to choose to fight with the villagers. Loom is in, so he does have the numbers, but the harassment is just insane here, making a complete mess of that wood line. The spear finally comes out and will shove the 3 scouts away. But what damage DauT has found, or Nicov has found here so far onto DauT with such few numbers.
Oh man, and well, DauT has the stable, but 7 on food right now. This could be another villager in danger. Does Nicov want to commit against any? Oh, low HP ones.
One more hit. One
Gets
more hit.
it.
He finds it. That's now 4 villagers from 3 scouts, and he's only lost 1 of the scouts. Now he'll run away with the 2. Very happy with the damage he's found. DauT's 40 seconds away from the castle age, but what will he achieve when he gets there? He's got 5 on food and no food in the bank.
And that means Nicov can now scout everything, can even go for more scouts to contest the center. DauT's economy just way too bad to have any chance. And this could be a massive relic advantage here for Nicov.
Yep, just like that, 800 food in the bank. The Castle Age click comes through here for the Malay player. And it's only a minute and 30 behind he is to the Castle Age with a 13 vill advantage, Nilly. 13.
Yeah, like if you're a big DauT fan, don't look at res collected. This is, oh god,
No.
what a crazy advantage here. And Nicov, as you can see, 6 on gold without a market, so this should be lots and lots of monks. Now pulls 1 away, but this might even be double monastery from him.
Yeah. Now, the game's not over just yet, Nilly, but this is exactly the kind of response Nicov needed here when down 0-3 in a best of 7. DauT's going to go for a second TC, going to try and find a way to boom his way back into the game, having hit the Castle Age first, and now finally having his walls up. But Nicov only 10 seconds away from Castle Age himself, and with a much prettier eco setup. Strategies, it's the pick of the litter for him, right? He can do whatever he wants at this point, and it will be a monastery going down immediately to try and contest for some of those relics.
This is like him really rushing the monastery though, right? Had 4 villagers, now 3. Goes for another town center. Makes lots of sense. DauT obviously benefiting from the fortified church. Plus 10%. That works for the farms there, for the wood and the gold. So has most of the villagers kind of in that radius. 17 out of his 27.
And even getting to that fortified church early and getting the monk out onto the field, DauT decides to retreat with that monk. Scout presence from Nicov is too strong. It's going to disallow any of those center relics from being picked up.
Okay, this will be now a lot of harassment. And DauT, does he really want to be out there with the monk? I don't think so. 3 light cav around.
Yeah, light cav in, loom on the way for Nicov as well. Just for that extra bit of safety. Going to camp the relic closest to DauT's base. DauT going for a 3rd TC. Nicov doing the same, but he's going to go for the 3rd TC out into the center of the map because of the control that he's managed to grab for himself.
DauT actually was about to be housed, but built enough of them, so we'll be fine for now. And now we are seeing the farm upgrade. Would have loved to see that a bit earlier, but still reasonable timing here for Nicov. I think DauT needs a 2nd fortified church next to his stone and 2nd wood line.
Yeah, I would agree there, especially if he has any intentions of catching up in the eco department, right? Matching TCs for TCs, but looking at that res collected, he's still 1,500 behind. Only 15 minutes into the game. That's 100 res per minute. Not something you want to average in terms of a deficit. 1 relic home already here for Nicov, 2nd just arriving. That's going to skew those stats even more as the gold starts trickling in.
DauT had the 3rd town center a bit longer. Fortified church is coming in. DauT will get a relic from the bottom. Nicov not really caring about this too much. What is the vision of the 2 players at the top? DauT sees 2 relics, while we see Nicov maybe getting conversions. Not really.
Ooh, looking for it.
Nicov sees
RNG
2.
though.
Can maybe chase the monk down at the bottom. I think Nicov is on the hunt.
Yeah, he is aware that that relic got picked up. At least from the Fog of War, and the light cav will manage to catch up and snipe that monk. So relic doesn't quite make it home, but it does get quite a bit closer here from DauT. Small victory.
Such a nice opening for Nicov. Exactly what he needed. Set himself up for the comeback in this game. Now another relic,
Now that
potentially.
He can't get too complacent though, right? We talked about the value of those fortified churches around the eco here for DauT, and so there is, you know, there's some economy to be made up here if DauT is left unperturbed for too long. We're starting to see those Vil counts even out, 58 to 53. Still an advantage for Nicov, of course. Slightly better eco upgrades, having that farm upgrade in.
But also, every relic counts as 1.5 villages, and Nicov about to have 4 of them.
Wow. Yeah, DauT just getting his first one back from that outer ring.
21,500 viewers for the qualifier. Pretty
That is
crazy.
insane. That is
crazy.
insane.
Siege Workshop by
Siege
Nicov.
Workshop. For both. DauT gets his up first, but it's back at home. He knows he's on the back foot. He knows he'll be defending, but immediately gets the mangonel out, so he's prepared for the pressure to hit his walls.
Nicov plays 3 TC now on stone. Wouldn't be surprised if he tries to get a castle up. DauT heavier on stone here. And is now taking into light cav and adds a 2nd stable. He does not want to give up map control.
No, definitely not. He's indexing into military to give himself the time to establish the eco, let himself catch up with those 3 TCs working away. Scout coming forward to just try and get some info. Runs into 4 monks. So he'll back off. 2nd mangonel in the queue already. Nicov with a ram first, mangonel 2nd. Probably realizing after he scouts that Siege Workshop from DauT that a ram is not going to cut it. third stable Nilly now for DauT. Really doesn't want to give up map control.
And now taking to Devotion again. Also works for the light cap. Raid at the left-hand side. Nicov might lose 2 villagers there, but closes the door behind them.
Yeah, light cap just doing a dance. Monk still looking for that conversion. Just out of range. Devotion comes in, and it'll only get harder from here. Another light cav out. Immediately produced, looks for the snipe onto the Monk, does find it, and also gets away with his life. 3 mangonels now here for DauT. Looking to move out.
I think he can jump. Monk's not starting the conversion. Spearman around. Heal advantage, not really that relevant. Nicov on the way to the Imperial Age, but I don't think he can build the castle where he wanted to.
Okay, 140 though for that Imperial Age. Yep, defensive castle here on that gold, just outside of his base. The light cav coming forward though here from DauT, looking for the snipe onto the mangonel. Finds that, now turning their attention to the monks. All 4 go down, with only, I think, maybe 1 conversion coming through. So a good victory here from DauT, but he has to not overextend. Here are the mangonels, but he doesn't have numbers when it comes to the light cav anymore. Villagers as well, looking to put a castle down here on the forward stone. Will, how many of these mangonels live? Perhaps, well, both actually are going to live as the light cav have to retreat and the repairs come through. So good for DauT, but as he establishes his forward castle position, his opponent's about to hit the Imperial Age. That's going to be a nasty timing here for DauT to have to deal with.
Okay. This is obviously a lost castle there. In case Nicov gets enough traps out. Knows about the castle as well. DauT knows about the castle from Nicov. Just needs to somehow buy himself some time. Goes on for a bit more pressure, but he knows that those are desperate times.
Yeah, he's looking to batter through these walls. Nicov just going to stonewall behind that. Between each of his houses. Castle will complete here from DauT, but won't be long for this world with trebuchets already on the way. Back at home, wheelbarrow completes, but DauT only 300 food in the bank as he continues to expand that farming eco, now up to 35 on food. So he is going to get there eventually, but likely to lose this forward position. I don't hate it, though, just to buy himself the time, right?
Yeah, I think that is the main goal there, right? He knows that it won't really get him traps out in Imperial Age or something. Also, it will be there for a bit longer, because it will be kind of on a hill. And every trap that wouldn't shoot from a hill as well, so a trap positioned worse than this one, would actually do less damage, and also even less damage due to the bonus that you have with the hill here for JorDans. And repairing is cheaper as well.
Yeah, second trebuchet out. Working away on that castle. 5 villagers repairing. So DauT's going to keep it alive as long as he possibly can, but does know that this is going down in the end. Imperial Age just clicked for him. 3 minutes on the clock, nearly. 3 minutes on the clock. How much time can DauT buy on the front of his base? He's got archery ranges going up behind, all the way in the back.
Okay, weird place, but yeah, where else, right? He knows that he's getting pushed back quite a bit, so it makes a lot of sense to just buy himself some time. And he will just accept to lose this. What are the next steps? That's the big question here. Tries to pick up some more relics for himself. Still heavily behind in that regard. 4 against 1.
Yep, coming forward with the pikemen here to clean up the villagers and that mangonel. Castle does finally crumble to the ground. More siege workshops, more barracks coming down here for Nicov. It's time to put the pedal to the metal and take home his first game of the series. Pressure's on. Villagers retreat. So, in fact, 4 of them, at the very least, are going to live. Back through the walls into DauT's base. Mule cart as well, making it all the way home. Handcart coming in now for DauT. So, continuing to invest into those eco upgrades. He knows that if he wins this one, it's going to be a long game in which he claws his way back into it. Hugely defensive castle position all the way in the back right corner of DauT's base. He's going to continue to cede ground as necessary to buy himself the time for the techs he needs to combat what's coming forward. Fletching as well. Elite skirmisher now in response to the pikes and the halberdier upgrade coming in.
It comes, makes a lot of sense here. The thing is, just the pressure from all those traps will be so much. Plus now bombard cannons soon out on the map as well. Nicov just continues with his rampage here. Halberdier finishes. This will be tricky to get into proper skirm numbers.
Without a doubt, and the fortified churches are now being threatened by the trebuchets. That means relics will hit the ground. That means the economy is going to get less efficient here from DauT in the areas around that. Fortified church, he's going to be relocating units. Bodcanero just came through. Now he's going for padded archer armor. 5 skirms on the field, 6 in the queue. He's going to have to get that mass up. University as well on the way with conscription. Just trying to get the mass of ranged units up to try and hold off this Halberdier army, but he also needs an answer to the siege, which he just doesn't have at this point.
In the round of 48, he played the same map and was down to 90 pop versus his opponent's 200 population. And DauT still won it. So DauT, a master of those comebacks, but I think somewhat of a skill gap there as well. From Blackheart to now Nicov, who's obviously one of the all-time greats and unlikely to let such a big advantage slip here. Goes up a bit too deep with the traps though.
Oh, very deep with the trebs. Underneath the fortified church, of course. The fortified church with just a single relic doesn't put too much damage out. Now it's villagers looking to get it done here for DauT. Realizes that's not going to be enough. And so these trebuchets, they're going to just put heavy work into this castle. Fortified church going down as well. You mentioned it, Nilly. He may have come back from a worse position than this before, but Nicov is not the kind of player to let that happen this time around. The pressure continues. We do have chemistry on the way for DauT after ballistics came in, and these skirms will deal with the halberdiers decently, but we already have some of those Karambit warriors on the field here.
Karambits even, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Quite some numbers here. Monaspa, a cavalry unit that gets more damage the bigger the group gets, and DauT's group not looking too hot right now. Mainly elite skirmishers here. I don't really think that will work too well. Now Monaspa converted even, and they will deal really well with the skirmishers. Nicov does not go down that easily.
Gets it done in game number 4. When the pressure was on, back against the wall, that's 1. And he needs to find 3 more in a row for DauT. 3 chances to get one over the line and book his ticket to NAC 5. But you love to see this kind of fight out of Nicov. Never say die. Never say die. And he wins it with melee. An all-important civ victory for him, especially against one of DauT's higher picks.
Yeah, JorDan's second pick there. And... well, we see.
It all came back to those scouts. Those scouts finding 3 scouts finding 4 kills in the feudal age. Absolutely absurd damage to be found against non-loomed villagers. And for DauT, unfortunately, just didn't get the walls up. You saw the idea. He knew he needed to go for conservative walls and protect against that feudal age aggression, and just didn't quite get it down. And time pays the price dearly. And on to a game 5 we go.
Yeah, I also think the 3 scouts kind of decided the game, and DauT against that early time, right? It's tricky. Melee can play this early time and just play the boom, and we've seen that a lot over the last month and years. So I understand how DauT didn't get super scared here.
Right. Yeah, and you're kind of guessing at that, right? Whether or not your opponent is going to invest in anything early. Or just take the advantage of the eco upgrades and continue spamming out villagers, faster uptimes, and make it to Castle Age. So took a gamble to try and go to Castle Age himself with the walls. Misses just barely, and Nicov snags the win. Nilly, if you're all right with it, I'm going to sprint to the restroom here in between games 4 and 5.
Go ahead.
Alrighty, I'll be right back.
I wonder what would have happened if I said I was not all right with it. People, not a long time for the raffle to end. If you want to attend NAC, this is your chance. $200 raffle. Everyone who donates $201 will enter, and I will give you a ticket. And you will be able to join us at the apartment. Mirage, the last one to board one. If you go onto the file on the second... how's it called? Slide? Second slide. You will know if you were at it. Enter now or you will regret it till the end of your life. Second tab? Okay. Yeah. If DauT is qualified, I will go in. Okay, nice. 3-1 lead for DauT still. M5 loaded up. You donated at the beginning of the set? Okay, I will check it, Sunnyflower. I know you already have a ticket from earlier, right? So I think you wanted the second one then, I assume? Or maybe more. I will check PayPal after the set. Hera said earlier this might be the last NSC. It might not be, it is the last NSC. If you want to know more why I'm going to quit Age of Empires after NAC, watch my YouTube video, it's time. One can buy multiple tickets, yes. Some already did that. Also just imagine the crippling social anxiety being in that house surrounded by celebrities. No one views themselves as celebrities, right? We are more friends and it's a really like homey feeling. Yeah. I'm not paying for your travel costs, no. Will you have to pay taxes on these donations? Some of them yes, some of them no. Depends a bit like what I worked out with my tax lawyer. Only DauT is celebrity? Yeah, we are all starstruck as well if DauT joins.
Alrighty, I have returned. And it looks like just in time.
Indeed.
Golden Lakes.
Dash, sell the $200
What's that?
raffle. Why is it good as a viewer to stop by? Why should people spend a day at NAC and meet all the people there?
God, many reasons. But I mean, honestly, you cannot beat the feel of the event. When games are happening, I mean, these are things that you guys get glimpses of while we're, throughout the broadcast with the well-placed, like ceiling cameras and whatnot that give you a glimpse of the couches. But for me, as much as I love casting the games and all of that, some of my most memorable moments and most enjoyable moments from last year's NAC are sitting on the couch with the 8 pro players who are not currently playing and just picking their brains about why and what and how everything on the screen is happening the way it is, watching them, talk about different strategies or, try and make sense of a decision that a player is making. And again, it just comes back to like this idea that we're connecting over something that means the world to all of us. And that to me is more valuable than the competition itself in a lot of ways. It is the competition that brings us together, but the thing that I appreciate the most is getting to spend time with the game's greats. So that's what I would say. I mean, I was very sad. An example, actually, and what tugged at my heartstrings is Vinchester, obviously, right, got knocked out, but he was one of the pro players that I was lucky enough to get to learn the most about last year. And sitting on the couch next to him, picking his brain or watching him react to a decision made by a player is some of the most enjoyable for me. And so, yeah, I would highly encourage anyone who's got the interest and just enjoys spending time with people who have like minds, come hang out with us.
That was a great pitch. Nicov with quite far wood lines here. DauT way more to the left-hand side. This one will be an easier wall-off for him. Persians against Italians here. Italians, the first pick by Nicov, so he needs to make sure that this will be justified. Now goes for the scout. Only hit the palisade once, but has loom.
Okay, there we go. Able to repel that attack. Keep the villager alive and deals a little bit of damage back towards DauT's scout, and therefore would win a scout engagement if it were to occur in the future. On the way to Feudal Age as well already. DauT with the loom completion just now, and hitting 500 food should click as well. I think the point about the map is very interesting, Nilly. A very open front to Nikov's base that will be hard to defend and wall off in the end. Already sending 2 villagers out to the right-hand side, though. Maybe looking to control that second pond. And also moving to gold.
Okay. That's interesting. This map is so open. I think DauT's play with the military building could pay off. Oh, he goes man-at-arm aggression or what? But Nicov scouts it. No, Nicov scouts the barracks.
Okay, militia are still queued up though. And it looks like DauT is committed in that regard. 2 villagers also coming forward. First militia created and now on the way. Question is, are those villagers coming to the base or are they going to that other pond?
Nicov, not sure if he actually saw the militia there. I think he might be scouting in front of it. Oh, this is tricky. Sees the militia. I think he sees it now.
Okay, yeah, bringing his scout back through the middle. Did catch a peek at least on the second militia. So he knows that pressure is coming forward. The 2 villagers from DauT just arriving. Feudal Age comes in. Nicov as well. He's running. He doesn't have the wood. Look at the villagers. He brought those 2 villagers over to the right-hand side pond. They both filled up on food. They don't have the wood to drop a dock. So now they're just building a house instead in the forward archery range from DauT to support the 2 militia rush. Man-at-arms, in fact, coming in.
Oh man, and I think those 2 villagers, they can't do anything, right? You have to build the archer range first. Or do you think you have the time to build the dock? Oh, Nicov thinks like he has.
Ooh!
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I agree with that decision. Well, he does manage to pull his villagers back and doesn't take too much damage, but he's effectively off of gold now. And is forced to put a tower up on his wood line. Uh-oh, Nilly.
That's quite some losses. Fishing ship count 4 against 5. Tower confirmed. House and gate is coming in. Nice play there in DauT. He can obviously simply go for archers. And now technically could just dock every single pond. And he would win it guaranteed. Because Nicov can't go for fire galleys without gold.
Yeah, he did manage to get that dock up. And the 2 villagers are finally back to work. So from an eco perspective, he's solved some of his issues, barring that gold. Here comes the archery range being rushed up by 3 villagers. But we already have archers on the field here for DauT, now rotating around to the other side of the base to look for damage.
Tries to find the second gold spot, maybe. DauT, what does he see? Didn't know about the gold, now confirms that, and he can't feel too bad about that. Sees the blacksmith being rushed out. Nicov wants a bit more of line of sight to see what's up.
Dockville on the run here for Nicov because he knows the rotation is coming through. And I think she will get to safety. So good response by him. DauT just continuing to rotate the pressure around. Question is, does he start just working away on the dock here with the 3 militia? And no, thinks about going towards the wood line.
More likely that he tries to maybe sneak a villager there eventually. Will contest the right side. Actually goes for a fishing ship. What is happening there? Wow.
Did he not see that dock?
Nicov, does he not know?
No, he sees it.
Wow, and Nicov knows. That is really good for Nicov.
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, DauT doesn't see. He went all the way over there and didn't see the dock. Well, he'll now see that fishing ship. Fire galley in response. Okay. But double dock here for Nicov means that he has the advantage in the defense of the right-hand pawn. You got the blacksmith coming up at home here for DauT. Blacksmith already up and fletching on the way for Nicov. Moving out to the berries. He's got some skirms in defense, so he's done a phenomenal job, actually. Preventing too much damage coming through from DauT. KD is 1-0 in favor of Nicov, actually. Now 2-0.
Double dock.
Villagers.
Oh, that's so good by Nicov. Nicov played this so incredibly well. I'm really shocked. This is massive for him.
I thought he was doomed when he couldn't even drop the first dock with those 2 villagers and was getting pressured on his gold, and instead he's recovered in phenomenal fashion. 2 fire galleys out into the pond. He finds 1 Vil snipe. Will soon find the second one, which means there's no chance he loses the water battle, having repair options. So what an investment now from DauT to get nothing out of this pond in the east.
Ooh. Nicov, like, he has to be really happy how this went. Like, he was completely blindsided, had no idea that men-at-arms would go for him, didn't have any wood to build either the second dock or an archery range, and suddenly, he's in a very reasonable spot here.
Yeah, I really thought, Nilly, we were about to see the end of the series, like with that forward from DauT, and that it would kind of end in an unspectacular fashion in that regard. But Nicov is putting up the defense of a lifetime here from a bad situation. Now, that said, the land military from DauT does rotate over and is now threatening the 2 villagers from Nicov in just the same way that his villagers were threatened. On the run now. Doesn't look like they'll survive. At least one goes down, and now the militia or the men-at-arms are chasing off the second. With these skirmishers here, perhaps Nicov can save it, and our focus goes back to the water, where the numbers are in favor of DauT.
Faster producing docks helping out quite a bit. You both have 2 docks. Obviously, that's better for DauT. Now 2 archers and a scout trying to make something happen. DauT tries to wall off the right-hand side, but doesn't really have the walls up. But he has 3 skirmishers there for the defense, so he should be fine.
Mm-hmm. Nicov just whittling away these men-at-arms as they make their way into his eco. We've got a second archery range coming up for Nicov, whereas the market is going down for DauT. DauT looking to find his way to the Castle Age with balance of his eco, but Nicov has already clicked 2 minutes away.
One villager goes down here most likely. 10 HP, 4 HP. Gets away maybe? Oh, that's a crazy save by DauT. And gets the archers and the scout. Action on the gold.
Yeah, 4 health on that villager. 2 health on that scout. Nicov just going to try and get some more info with what little health remains on that scout. Walls are essentially complete, though, here for DauT. So when all's said and done, he takes advantage of a better-looking base, secures some very important resources. He's got 2 golds inside the walls, 1 stone, wood line nice and safe in the back. Nicov trying to get his final walls up here on the right-hand side to at least close off that. Still open on the left. Losing the battle on water, so much so that DauT now feels permission to start churning out the fishing ships in that right-hand sided pond. And now we can take a look at those eco numbers, and what a swing it's been, 52 to 39. Yes, Castle Age is coming in first for Nicov, and he'll get a couple of those numbers back, but definitely is going to have to find some damage once he reaches the Castle Age.
DauT now adding some stables. Left-hand side pond. Feels like Nicov really wants to contest that one. Doubles down. Goes for War Galley upgrade. Feels a likely win for him there. And then it could be a 2-2 pawn split. Don't think either player would be too happy or sad with that. Just something we can accept. Nicov, quite a lot of stone for him in the bank. How did we get there?
Yeah, that's a good point. 211 in the bank, and that's with a TC going down, so it was 311. Those fire ships come out, immediately clean up the fishing ships on the left-hand side. This villager going to get chased by the single archer, and Nicov grabs control of another pond while he loses it on the right-hand side. But that second TC, an attempt to catch up in the eco numbers. Skirms coming through at the front of Nikov's base just to do a little bit more scouting here from DauT, maybe harass the gold just the tiniest bit. And Bloodlines, War Galley are going to be the clicks here for DauT. Double stables back at home.
And those docks, they don't die too easily. 3,600. I think he can get maybe even up to 4 fires out. And Nicov on the left side, he might underproduce there. Oh, this is the power of Persians. Dock stays up double as long. It's that simple.
Okay, I like this. He queues up 2 more fire ships, though, as you say it, Nilly. Recognizes as soon as he sees that flag. I have no idea how many ships are being built. I've got to make sure I've got the numbers when DauT decides to eject. DauT going to go to that 3rd TC nice and quick. So later to Castle Age, first to 3 TCs.
Knights now jumping the archers. Want to go back, don't want to eat the conversion here. And Monk might just threaten it, but DauT actively clicking away. Goes for his 3rd TC now. I'm really interested how the west pawn will play out.
Same. Well, we'll take a look at that then. 3 garrisoned fire ships at the moment. No more in the queue. And soon those are going to get auto-ejected. So the question is, will DauT be aware of it? There they go. 3 against 1. Nicov needs to realize and reposition. He repositions the 1 fire ship, and now all 4. But DauT maybe already getting the upper hand there. Okay, trades out 1 for 0, but now he's in a 3v4. And it looks like Nicov is going to just barely come away with this one in the end. No more in the queue here for DauT. So perhaps ceding the left-hand side and does decide to go for the fishing ships instead. But forces a lot of investment out of Nicov to hold control over that pond.
Siege Workshop now from the right side. Kind of interesting, knowing that the left side is the one with the town center, the gold, and the exposed wood line there. Those monks could still go for conversions. Not Knights are getting away.
Okay, on the other side, Knights trying to batter through the palisade walls, but good response here with the house walling from Nicov. Is completely unaware of that siege workshop. First mangonel in the queue. The question is, does DauT go immediately with the first mangonel, look to build up numbers before showing? As he's kind of booming away, happy at home. Again, still 1 TC advantage for him, and we see that 10 eco lead. Yes, a few of those are in the fishing ship count at the moment, but pretty soon the Vil numbers will climb as well.
And Nicov might need to switch into fish traps eventually. So left-hand side can obviously go for more fish, and I don't think DauT will heavily over-invest into those fish traps.
Yeah, 700 fish remaining in the pond at home here for Nicov. A little bit less for DauT. Well, I guess he's got the box turtles, so it equals out in the end before he has to consider what to do with those idle fishing ships. But Eastern Pond working well for DauT. Western Pond at this point working well for Nicov. And a TC dropped, the fourth. The favorite of DauT is always the fourth. In the center here on the cracked terrain at the bottom of the crater. So vulnerable position, but a necessary one to get that gold income. And 2 mangonels now rolling forward have revealed themselves, trying to put damage on the house. And does go for the target fire. Very key not to hit his own knights.
And he gets in quickly. Hello. Barely any
Very
time
quick.
to react, but I think those should be enough monks. Like 5 monks against 7 knights, there's no way DauT can really engage into this. Unless the
Definitely.
mangonels are obviously threatening the monks.
Siege Workshop about to complete here for Nicov in defense. Still just on archers with Bodkin. Crossbow completing as we speak. And he's got solid numbers. So the military looking good for Nicov. And honestly, Nilly, this position from DauT, it's nice to be inside your opponent's space, but you're not really denying too much. The wood line had already essentially been eaten through. The Vils have just been relocated to the other side of the map. You're effectively controlling a small amount of gold and that stone. So it's something, but boom, just like that, we get one of the mangonels converted and now has to be sniped by DauT's Knights. Knights get converted as well in the end, and this looks all in all like not a great position for DauT to be in. He does find a decent shot onto the crossbows with the mangonel. Some damage coming through, but only finding 1 kill. And just like that, his knight numbers are whittled down to 2.
Yeah, was mainly trying to buy himself some time. Now uses the market a bit. Is thinking about imping this one. But I honestly like the position of Nicov. I think he might be ahead here. Has gold control as well. Might have the better civilization thinking about imp.
Yeah, I mean, I love the attempt to grab control of the middle here from DauT. Obviously recognizing the importance of the gold control. But the castle placement isn't enough to deny this giant gold pile that Nicov is going for right now with his 3rd TC. Market as well for Nicov to help balance. The race to the Imperial Age has begun. Better food numbers here for DauT, better gold numbers for Nicov. The market usage, though, is big. There comes the gold Imperial Age in for DauT. And he's the only one with a castle on the field as of yet. Only 400 stone in the bank here from Nicov. Still time to get a decent castle position down on the hill, though, before Imperial Age completes.
And should be cheaper for him, right? DauT sold some stone. No, we actually back at the normal numbers. Food was bought quite a bit, which we typically don't see too much on maps with lakes. And, well, DauT heavily on gold right now. Same goes for Nicov. Nice setups there. What is the army composition going to be for DauT? It has to be full cavalier into Savar play.
Yeah, and he is playing into archers, right? And with the new Persian change, that's the ideal composition you want to be playing into. The monks really are going to be the issue. And so, yeah, how can he support those knights as the Persians is the most difficult question to answer. Need some siege. We got plenty of upgrades coming in, though. Wheelbarrow, gold mining. Just trying to make that economy more efficient. Chain barding as well coming in. Helping those knights pack more of a punch, but the knight numbers just aren't there. Only 5 on the field so far here for DauT, as he's only 40 seconds away from the Imperial Age.
Feels a bit underwhelming, right? Feels like, yeah, his economy setup is good, but he's not really putting it on the map, or at least not in the numbers that I like. If he kept those 7 knights alive, would have been in the better spot, but obviously he forced a lot of reaction, so can't blame him too much on that. And Nicov likely get to get troubleless.
Yep, so there you have it also. Castle at the top of the hill here from Nicov is a very defensible position. All of that said, he is still later to Imperial Age. Imp is in for DauT. No Treb click, though, yet. He's going for the cavalry upgrades. And therefore doesn't have the wood just yet. Okay, finally a Treb in the queue. But he, in some ways, sacked the advantage of his Imperial Age time. When it comes to the Trebs, the cavalry will be upgraded in 50 seconds. Up to Cavalier with that all-important plate barding armor. That can be a disaster for Nikov's eco if he has any holes. And here on the left-hand side, Nilly, is there a hole between that wood line and that house next to the university?
I would say
is there
no,
a way in?
But the skirm not moving.
Because if DauT can get in there, even with just these 6 knights, once those are cav with plate barding, that can absolutely wreak havoc on the eco of Nicov. Treb out onto the field, starting to work away up the hill towards Nicov. Treb in response, so DauT's going to have the tougher defense here.
And just compare the damage, right? 2 shots doing 7.5k damage, and 1 shot on the other side. Already, look at that, it's double the damage basically. Cracked terrain plus hill advantage. Holy moly, single trap shot,
goodness.
700 damage.
Yeah, that's pure insanity. From 4,300 boom as it hits down to 3,700. Fantastic amounts of damage coming out of those trebuchets. The Cavaliers still haven't found any usefulness as of yet in the Imperial Age. Still looking for more upgrades. Savar coming in. Is that a new tech that I'm unaware of?
Yeah, that is basically the new Persian Paladin. It is, but it has a bit less of HP, but way better armor. And, well, it is quite strong.
Well, armor will be needed up against these crossbows, soon to be Arbalest. Already with Bracer, and the Cav go in to try and take care of the monks, but they don't find enough kills, Nilly. I think we have four conversions coming through, and a couple of those monks still remaining. We've got the Arbalest upgrade now in, working away on that trebuchet, and the repairs are not enough. There is no defense here for DauT.
And that trap has to go down. He invests so many resources there in trying to repair the trap and trying to repair the castle as well. Tries to build up his numbers, and that was quite a questionable dive there against those 6 monks. Felt like, okay, I was so close, I will go for them, but still got the 4 kills there. I don't think we have devotion. I don't even think Persians have devotion, or maybe every Civ has devotion now.
Okay, Savar completes. And DauT's looking for his opportunity. 14 of them looking to dive into the eco. The quick wall attempt comes through. It won't be found with the gate. How many conversions? 1, 2 at the very least, as the monks go down as well. But for DauT, he's lost the castle position in the center of the map. His TC's under threat, and the numbers just don't look good enough to deal yet with these Arbalests. He is finding a couple of Vil kills underneath the TC, but with the castle still standing, I have to imagine in an elongated battle, this is going to work out well for Nicov. What's the follow-up here for DauT? No siege to push. He's just full-on streaming Savaris forward, and they're falling to castle fire. They do have great pierce armor, as you mentioned, Nilly, and they're cleaning things up nicely, but not finding damage to the rest of Nikov's base.
I think they're doing just fine. Look at that, 10 Arbalests only on the map, and he can continue streaming them. 40 on food, 45 on gold. I think another of those attacks, and Nicov will be in full pain. Not really the proper gold control. I really like the position here for DauT. Not enough Genoese. I think that's a unit we needed to see here.
Yeah, he's elected for the Arbalest in lieu of the Genoese. Castle not producing anything at the moment. That said, it's Nikov's turn to put pressure onto the gold. And looking at the ecos for both players, I mean, completely strapped in resources. They're putting everything into it. everything into this game that they have. The Savar looking for an in to the base. DauT's going to loop some around here to the right-hand side, perhaps batter through the walls. Now he's looping some to the left-hand side as well, trying to keep away from the monks. But that means that the middle is now vulnerable. And so forward Nicov goes to put pressure onto the TC. A very defensive castle up onto the hill here for DauT. Still has plenty of gold access because he's the one who grabbed control of the middle first. Now a siege workshop as well to help give him some siege support in the end. Looking for a hole on the left-hand side. Won't find it in the wood line.
Devotion now in, plus 1 second there for the potential conversions. And DauT is looking at really good numbers. 37 Savars out on the map, 141 villagers, goes for some bombard cannons. And Nicov, I think he needs more than Arbalest. It's finally starting to build some Genoese. Oh boy, would I have loved to see them earlier.
Yeah, and even with those Arbalists, still only 33 on the map. When it comes to those Savara, that's multiple volleys of arrows to take out a single cav unit. The Genoese obviously going to be a big boon to the damage output when he does get those numbers up. And Nicov has done a phenomenal job plugging the holes. Chopped a hole in the wood line to the far left, gets a stone gate behind it. Making sure to not take any unnecessary damage against the cav raids, and DauT really struggling to find a way into the base. Here he comes, though, on the left-hand side. 17 Savar underneath the TC. Are they going to loop around to try and take out the military units or dive into the eco? Looks like it's going to be an all-out military battle. Great job by Nicov to tuck these Arbalists away, but I don't know if he has the numbers, regardless of the positioning, to come out with the victory in the end. DauT feels like he can come forward with these 2 trebuchets to start working away on that castle again. More Savar coming forward, a bombard cannon as well. The numbers look solid for DauT in the end, and the monks will not find enough conversions. The GG call by Nicov as he doesn't have the numbers. 4-1, DauT's going to NAC.
Oh boy, and that is so important for him. After missing out on NAC4, the pressure was on him so massively. Oh, I feel so happy for him. Obviously, Nicov, a great addition at NAC4 as well. Was so nice, played such a high level, but they will split their qualifications there here through NAC4 and 5. DauT will be there, and the spam of the emotes is real. That was a crazy play, and the economy was so good by DauT. Look at the amount of villagers on food and gold and the massive queue. 15 more Savar in the queue.
Yeah, 57 on gold. That's disgusting numbers of villagers dedicated to that resource, but it's exactly what he needed. Didn't need any other fancy tech switches, just needed the most powerful unit in his arsenal. And Nilly, while I was so focused on the fight in the front, and obviously that one was important, DauT did finally manage to get through those walls on the right-hand side, and you can see what just a few Savar numbers do when they make it into the eco. Forcing idle time, threatening the farms, and I think that's how Nicov knew that even if I were to push back this, this forward assault here from DauT, I'm not going to have the resources to replenish my forces, and that's how he knew to call the GG. Unfortunately, falling short in the final series here for Nicov. Won't be returning to NAC5, but the Lord has done it once again.
Oh, what a good set, and we can go into an interview with him. He is already waiting for us. I know that he is knowing how important the show is over his own feelings, and we will interview him there, and yeah. People,
forgive me, Nilly. I have the NAC4 Discord, but I might not have your. Is he in your Discord?
NAC5. Let's go there. Ooh. I invite you.
Boom. Thank you.
Okay, let's go into the interview channel there.
Okay, I'll see you over there.
And we'll hear from the Lord pretty soon. He obviously probably really relieved. Has to hug his children. Has to hug his wife, and we're expecting him to be here any second now, and he joined the channel. The Lord himself, DauT, you made it.
I freaking made it, man. Been a while.
The last time you were at an NAC, people haven't heard of Corona yet.
I don't even think about NAC. I don't care about NAC. Been a while since I won a decider game, man.
Okay.
Like I when I lost the first game, not again. I need clean sweep 4-0 right I'm out. But yeah, obviously I meant NAC.
Okay, obviously last weekend, so much pressure on you already. right? You know, okay, I need to make it through now. It will be the last NAC. I missed NAC 4. How much pressure did you feel going into last weekend?
I actually felt hyped.
Okay.
Like, yeah, only the last game I felt pressure. You could probably see by my game. But I was hyped to start the tournament. I like when I have that feeling.
Nice.
Sometimes you get nervous, but I was like last night I was discussing some plans with Tato, also Morgugu, shout out to him. He helped me do some practice sets last night. And I was like, okay, I have everything figured out. Let's go. Let's start now.
Nice. So you were going into there, like, but how did you feel like after last weekend not qualifying? Like, was it hard for you to get back to practice, or was it like you were in the zone and knew you had a task?
Well, obviously, first it was hard, right? They lead 2-0, losing 3-2. Not only losing 3-2, but my level dropping. And then you have mindset, like, because it was late and so on, blah, blah, blah. It's obviously stressful. And you didn't stream for a few weeks, and now if you don't qualify, that builds up the stress, right? Missing the main event, so many stress things, right? After a few days, I was fine. Back to the horse. Like, that is my moral support, right? He was there. He was like, let's go. But now I have to put message. I promise that to Tato, if I qualify, I will do same as him.
Do the message.
No message, the mustache. How do you call it?
Ah, mustache. Yeah.
Mustache,
Okay.
yeah, mustache.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, I'm not sure if we want to put cameras in the apartment anymore.
I know it will be two idiots with mustache, but
Okay.
it's your tournament.
Oh boy, I'm not looking forward to that. So you went into the set against Nicov. You said you were pretty confident, but obviously stuff can always go wrong. Like, what were your plans? Did everything line up exactly how you envisioned it?
I kind of wanted Mongols. Him first banning Mongols was like, come on. But after that, I was super happy with the draft. Like, all his home ups were actually my home ups. I didn't even know what to pick. Like, I
So
wanted
I
all
wanna-
his home ups.
First of all, DauT, congratulations. This
Thank
is
you.
Dash here as well. But I want to talk to you about the draft because obviously we didn't make it to the 6th and 7th map. But it was so interesting to both Nili and I how you utilized your much later picks earlier on. And even were finding success in your later picks without revealing too much of your strategy since you're going to be competing in the main event. Like, what was your approach to draft here, and why are you so willing to play, quote unquote, your later picks, your worst picks, so early on in the series?
I don't think there is any more like late and big picks. It's like all design, like every pick had the purpose on their map.
Okay.
It's maybe sounds like Frank's on Rocky Forest. It's like a mainstay. It feels stronger, but devs are doing a good job balancing the game, and I think Armenians can compete. And also there is a kind of a mind trick. When I go Armenians, people expect many times. So completely ignoring that, I already have the upper hand. Plus the mule economy in the middle, better economy average, cheaper mule. Like, it lined up really good to compete with Franks. For example, on other tips like Gods, on Acclivity, a lot of hand, right? Why not? Super open map later on, Cascaro spam can be amazing. But he did have Cataphracts, so that kind of was a bit tricky. But in the end, like, I think Gods are better than Byzantines early on, better economy.
Yeah. Games were really beautiful. Obviously, fortified clearing, losing some villages there. I don't think you want to talk about that. Golden
Not
Lakes. That was a bit surprising to me. Like, Men-at-Arms, and he somehow muscled up quite a nice defense.
I think his map was a bit of a disaster, to be honest.
Oh, his map was terrible.
Yeah, and actually, I prefer if his map was good. Like, him having a good map and being my last game, I was like, I cannot lose this, right? Give him a good map. Like, yeah, I practiced that one late night yesterday against Morgugu, and it went so smooth, so good. So I was like, why not? I know Nico likes to play greedy. He likes to go fast imp, fish boom, and this is a perfect way to punish it.
Copenhagen Trade Cock. What happened there, DauT?
Oh, my favorite play of the day.
Well, obviously, if you never noticed, I will have a trade forever. And also, Bohemians, not sure if market it, or does trade cock create faster? Or it's only market?
I like how you're asking us that after the game.
Obviously, it was a miss. Like, I wanted to produce the Koprince wagon, but I jumped into the dock, right?
We calculated it, and we think that in total you gained 13 resources.
Yeah, in the end, that's the only thing I checked first. I think I got like 400 gold. I was okay, not too shabby.
Yeah. And he forced the delete, so full control over the north pond at that point. But
Probably he was not happy when he saw he was command out. So yeah, obviously misclick, but made it kind of give back what invested at least.
So now you're going to the NAC main event. You didn't make it the last time. Do you think you like need to redeem yourself now? Or is it more like enjoying the event for you?
Thank you for a reminder that I didn't make last time, like 5th time in a row already. Yeah, it's obviously gonna enjoy it. I mean, even JorDan qualify. I cannot let JorDan be there alone. So yeah, it will be fun. I think I'm ready. Obviously, we'll practice a lot and everything. It's not like I'm just there and I'm happy to be there like JorDan. I want to have a good result as well.
What is your goal?
Well, you know my goal. My goal is always winning, but realistically, top 4 I would be happy.
Okay. Summer final performance. Okay.
very cool. I have one kind of broader question to you, DauT, just as somebody who has been at the top level for so long. Just I want to get your opinion on kind of the development of the Age of Empires scene and all the new competitors that we're seeing starting to challenge for top 10 spots, right? You even mentioned, Margugu as a training partner and things like that. What has that been like you for over the last year or two to see people continuing to challenge for top spots and push the overall level of the game?
Yeah, it's kind of nice and sad. It's like I will probably outlast Leary on the scene as well. Like new generation comes up, leaves, I stay, man. I'm like a tree there. I'm never moving with my life. But overall, I think it's best place. Like we saw Sebastian, freaking Andy made it. Sitto, amazing run. Barrels improved heavily. Never been harder. So getting to top 10 is kind of accomplishment these days.
But trees are growing, DauT. Where are you growing?
I grow with the roots below the earth.
Oh, wow. That's deep.
Mm-hmm.
What?
I don't know. You ask stupid question, you get stupid answer. Like,
oh god, what are you most looking forward to at NAC 5?
Strategizing at Shisha Place.
Oh.
I will not even be at the apartment.
How did I
Just
know?
play
she
game,
was gonna be in
leave
that
there,
answer.
chill with Leary. Oh yeah, Hart will be nice to see him again.
Mm-hmm.
What
Yeah,
about
Bill was
Dash?
nice. What about Dash? Like, yeah.
What about hanging out with him? You didn't make it last year. I barely got to hang out with you, bro.
You cast. I need to stick with the players.
Oh. We're going to have
That's
that
the life.
kind of division at
Yeah,
NAC this year.
You're at the grown-up table with Nelly. I'm with the kids table forever.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh man, DauT. What would have happened if you didn't qualify? Would you go to the grown-up table?
I would
Or not go at all?
I don't
Not
know.
go at all, okay.
No, DauT's Peter Pan. He's never going to grow up.
Before he goes to the grown-up table, he doesn't go at all. Okay.
I don't want the table. Give me 10 more years.
Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
Happy for you, DauT. We will see each other in less than 3 weeks.
Oh boy. Thank you, Nelly. And yeah,
Congrats.
thanks. And see you soon enough.
See you later.
That was a pretty dominant set, we have to say, right? Nicov obviously got there with his scouts on fortified clearing, and I felt like Nicov played really well. But DauT,
I think so too. Yeah, it was really such an impressive showing out of DauT. This is some of the best form, that I've seen him in a while. And again, it kind of came from every point of play, both from the strategic element, everything he's talking about before getting into the series, right, in terms of civ selection, strategy, and matchups, and identifying the way that Nicov likes to play and taking advantage of that in certain areas. I think he just, he showcased all of his strengths, as he always does, which are things like map control and strategy. But even in most cases, the micro was there when he needed it. The compositions, the army compositions were correct. The resources were always where he needed the resources to be when he hit the next stage. And he really did. It was a smooth series from DauT, barring the singular, feudal age mistake in fortified clearing, which, either looms in earlier or that wall completes, and maybe we're looking at a 4-0.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you so much, Dave, for Dash for all your insight.
How I wish I could be Dave. It's the best compliment you've given me today. I appreciate it.
Happy to see you in less than 3 weeks, and we'll have a great time over there.
Yes, I cannot wait. Thank you again for the invite, both to the main event and for today's series. To all of you in chat, thank you so much, as always, as well, for being gracious to me. As the least experienced in the group, but I always enjoy my time with you all, and I can't wait to see you all in early January.
It will be great. Have a good one.
You have a good one, Nilly. I'll catch you later.
See ya.
See ya.
Okie dokie. That confirms the final 10 players of the event. We can close Capture Age. We can close Age of Empires here as well. I don't know what we will do with replacement qualifiers yet. I will take care of that pretty soon. And we can take a look at the overview of what's going to happen NAC 5. And it's actually not really listed on Wikipedia. Like, no matches are running for NAC 5 right now. That's something that didn't happen for quite some time. NAC 5 starting in less than 3 weeks, the 6th of January, and we will have the same map pool. Most likely we'll have a player meeting tomorrow. I will inform DauT about that. And we have the 4 invited players: Hera, Leary, Viper, Yo, joined by ACM, Hart, Tato in the first qualifier, and DauT, freaking Andy, JorDan in the second qualifier. We have 5 days of group stage, as you can see, and then a bracket going through the finals at 14th of January. There's a 450 people meetup, and tickets are fully sold out for that. I love how many people are excited for this. And now we will go and see who is joining us live there as well. I will see and try to track everyone down. If everyone that bought a ticket thinks they are on my list, maybe I will quickly copy that list. And we can see if everyone that wanted to donate. Hello, Dave lovers. What we're doing right now is we have a raffle. I will basically draw in like maybe 10 minutes. You could join us at NAC and you can rub Dave's hair. And if you want to join, $200, and I will give out a ticket. If we get more than 51 tickets, I will give out 2 tickets at the apartment. And now I'm looking through options. There were apparently a lot of people that still donated. So Le Freak is in there. I'll try to work through the list now. And apparently lots of people said Dora Geka is in there. Anything up there tonight? The raffle. Like we will give away a seat for a person meeting us all at NAC. Let me see. Who else messaged me? Mirage did. That is unknown. That is Zagamodi. Crime Master Go. Okay, is on there. Let's take a look at the PayPal. If someone flew in with $200 donations as well. Right now the list looks like those people. So that is 15 people in total. So Durageka flew in. T-shirt for Vernichtor. Corin wants a mousepad. Map idea. And that's it. Remember me? Okay, Sunnyflower. Yep. I'm looking at PayPal now. So, yeah, someone donated, but with their real life name. So I would call them Leon F. Ah, that's Le Freak, I would assume. Right? Le Freak, could you confirm that you are Leon? Can I join NAC? Yes. The raffle. Who else? Raffle ticket. Like so many people donating without giving me their proper name. Leon Z. Leon Z is you? Okay, okay. Or Leon F. Sunnyflower, is that Carmen? Because, like, people aren't really writing their names. They're donating. It's tough for me to add them. Yeah, Carmen. Okay, okay, okay. Leon Z. Dorageka. Okay, Le Freak. Is that Leon F? You wrote me Discord as well. Leon F, yeah. So right now we have 16 people. Right? Everyone here. Anyone thinks they're missing? Okay, now the hoodie sold. I'll take care of those a bit later. Signed hoodie. Sagar Modi is... this is not the right amount. Crime Master. You did not send enough. I can refund you if that's your intention. Mousepad and 2 items. Kyle, thanks. So for the 200 euros, I have a ticket place for 1 day at the NAC. How much would a ticket to the entire event cost? You can either get a guaranteed day for 10k, or you enter a raffle for $200, and I will do the raffle in like 5 minutes. Sunnyflower, you enter twice, yeah, and your name is on there twice. What about the meetup? 95 euros for 2 days, but all 425 tickets sold. Well, what if I bring pizza? We have food. Thanks for the offer. Anyone missing here? You can still donate. Yeah. Just look at the file, and I have the donation dates right here at the site. This one is the only one ending today. Oh no, wait, where are we at? This one is the only one ending today. Sunnyflower at top and bottom. Yeah, donated twice. How much pizza will be there? 2,000 pizzas a day. Need to have an image of the mousepad. Black mousepad, NAC5 logo in the middle. Asked before, but now that you sold all tickets, is it possible to donate 23 you to come in late on Saturday? Nope. We're out of space. Name on whiteboard already added. What's your question? Will NSC5 have a merch shop? No. This is kind of the thing that we're doing. Okay, anyone still wants to jump in? Looks like Marco G just donated. Optimizer sent? What does that mean? For the optimizer? Marco Giese is written differently. Okay, I think we will close it here. So Crime Master. Won't get a ticket. And Marco G? Okay, okay. Then I can put you down as optimizer. Okay, no more donations are flying in, so I think we are closing this now. Sunnyflower's written twice? Yeah, they donated twice. Same goes for Captain Planet. Yep, yep, yep. Okay. First point. Second point, ticket. I will check for the very last time. Maybe someone was late. So this has been great value for whoever donated. Yeah. Crime Master GoGo. I will refund. Yeah. Well, it's worth 10k. So I will do random number generator. You can't win twice in a row, 2 times in a row. So if I have 11, 11, 11, it only counts as 1. So the number has to change. I will move you 1 level further. I think I will try to explain it here, right? Win 3 times, get a ticket. That's simple. Right. Okay, Sunnyflower 1, Captain Planet 1, Captain Planet 2, Sunnyflower 2. So people understand that I'm not doing a mistake, right? I think that makes sense. Okay, that feels reasonable, right? So we have somewhat of a gamble aspect here. We'll go over to Google and say random number generator. And everyone can follow their horse, basically. Is it right to do 2 sunnyflowers? Shouldn't you only move 1 if you get them? If I get 11, I only move sunnyflower 1. If I get 26, I move sunnyflower 2. Random number generator. Lower limit. It's the 1. Upper limit is 26. So this is just a test. Generate those numbers. Everything below 11 doesn't matter. I could go higher, but it doesn't really matter, right? We can even zoom in more. Just set limit to 11? No, no. 1 is fine. 1 is fine. People can dodge. Why not lower limit at 11? Better odds than for everyone. Lower limit? Okay, we can meet ourselves in the middle. I will do lower limit at 2. Okay? Okay, so let's quickly think this through. I only put like 5 minutes into thoughts of this. So basically, if your number is shown, I will copy you here. You're on your first level. If you get the second point, you're on the second level. And if you win for a third time, you get the ticket. Show that 26 can actually be generated. Now it should be right here. Yeah, now it can. Okay. Okay. People in chat that want to win? Think so, right? Are we checking for last time? Anyone here that feels like they donated but are not on that list? Speak up now. I'll be silent forever. How many people are coming in? 1 ticket. 1 ticket. You can choose the day. I don't know any of these guys, but I'm nervous. Okay. Won't it take a long time potentially to final round when there aren't many people left? Won't it take a long time potentially in the final round when there aren't many people left? I don't know what you're asking. Dollar is euro, yeah. Or you can do a bit less in euros, yeah. Losers can go on the whiteboard, yeah. So, first number, official number. Let's see. Let's go. First one moving forward is number 23, Optimizer. Now if we get 23 again, you won't move forward. Just to be clear. Number 4, no one. Obviously, like, if it's... No, I shouldn't go there. Number 22. Mirage. You're not on the list? Okay, who are you? Did you donate? Potato, I'm taking this seriously. Can you zoom on the names? Audacious Potato, did you donate? At what point? Where did you donate? At what time? And PayPal? Okay, I did not have you. 17th of December, so that was today. We will do this again. Sorry. Obviously, numbers would change. I hope you understand that. Mirage Optimizer, I know that this is ugly. I asked, but it was my mistake. And we are increasing this to 28. I'm very sorry, Optimizer, Mirage. I just want to be fair to everyone. Yeah. The donation was the right amount, yeah. Although, honestly, I think it was their mistake to not be there in time, right? Yeah. I asked multiple times. Okay, so we're at now your chances are starting. You're always too far behind. Yeah. Right? Why doesn't 23 count if it's back to back? To have more diversity and it more even. It's same for everyone. Okay, next number. 11 till 28 is now okay. I was on YouTube and the Discord should have been here. It's tricky. Yeah, I did not read YouTube chat. You're right. Okay, let's go. Can we continue? Let's roll runs for him. Okay, what's the argument for restart? Give number 10 on Potato? Why? Okay, I will continue. Okay, T90 says 14. Let's go. Next number. 16. Schlumpf is moving forward. Next number. 11. Sunnyflower number 1 moving forward. Next one. 19. Zane moved further forward. Last person to join 2 points is at disadvantage per ticket. Well, everyone who, if you're not getting picked, you can call out the number that you want, by the way. Twitch chat. Next one is 13. Core Master. Moves forward. Next one. 14. Captain Planet moves forward. Next one, 21. Chaos to win. Next number. 5. 7. When do we stop? If someone wins 3 times. First point, second point, ticket. 25. Dodageka gets one step further. Who's joining NAC? 13. Kua Master. 1 number away. Core Master could join NAC if a 13 rolls up next. Obviously not this time. This time it won't count. Next time it would. Next number will be 27. Potato is catching up. Oopsa. What did I just do? Okay. Potato gets in there. Match point for Core Master. 13 and the game ends. 19. Zane. 2 match points. 13 or 19 and the game ends. Whew. $13 in the game ends. 19 doesn't. 2. $30 or 19 ends the game. 8. 5. 19 counts now, yeah. 5-minute ad. 27. Potato. Flies in very late, but flies in style. Whew. Potato. So late. Whew. Bodacious Potato. Could make great television. 13-19 ends the game. 27 doesn't right now. 9. Now 27 ends the game. $24. The freak gets a lifeline. $16. Schlumpf gets there as well. You can message me and we do a winner interview. 16 again, doesn't count, as we said. Next number. 16 again wouldn't count. 6. Now 16 counts. $27. Potato makes it. Flies in late. Bodacious Potato will join us at NAC. Oh, baby. Oh, baby, oh, baby. Flying in late. Donation came in earlier today. Well done, well done. Got the ticket today. Right. We can talk about it for 2 minutes if you want to stop by. Those are 17 tickets in total, and this one is therefore closed. Bodacious Potato, we will figure something out. Congrats Potato, yeah. Let's go. Replacement qualifier. Yeah, we will do the replacement qualifier the same way. Anyway, what was the strategy? Do you pay for traveling? No. I actually would assume most of them are at the meetup. And they can say, let me see, where did they post? Give me a second, I'm shaking. Nice. Yeah, take your time. Thank you all. So much love, and I feel like I'm dreaming. Well, you can continue dreaming at NAC. We have comfortable sofas there. You're coming over from Colorado? That's sick. Ooh. Until when can I get hoodies? We have, I think, more than 50 sold, and I have 55 only. So, get them basically today. Or I think they will be gone. I will see through numbers. So it's unexpectedly exciting? Okay. Hope you are doing well. Happy holidays, Neely. Thank you. Same to you. Optimizer was with the ticket. Yeah. Okay. That's some flight. That's sick. Yeah. Happy holidays, Neely. Thank you. Any hoodie size available? Yeah. Yeah. I think 1XL the maximum. Maybe someone wrote XXL, and I don't think we have XS. But SML, XL feels very reasonable, yeah. Are we breaking even nearly? Not yet, but we are easily breaking 41,000, 42,000 today. And I think we need like... If like... I'm giving all ad money and all Twitch money into the event. I think we only need like 46-ish. I'm not sure there's one contract, like let's say 56-ish. Yeah. Stock price to the NAC house jumped from $200 to 10,000 just now. Yep. Yeah. The winner's interview? Yeah, I'm ready. Do I sign into Discord? Yeah, and you message me there and I will call you. Dodo Mio, whichever has lower. How big is the mouse pad? 40 times 30 centimeters. If you have a specific size you want, you can message. How will you find a replacement for DauT's keyboard if someone wants it? That will be tough, right? That will be tough, yeah. But he agrees by signing up with the qualifier. Yeah. Yeah, we had 21,000 viewers, something like that, yeah. Sebastian is a rising star for sure, yeah. 30-second prize, not really. I know that one group is trying to raffle there. I'm a bit surprised, yeah. You think there will be a public tournament one day? Would love to see you and all other big in live tournaments. This is a live tournament. And there have been many LAN tournaments before. Yeah. We'll have a watch party with 450 people in Berlin. Tickets are sold out though. So you're a bit late, sadly. Oh, message request. Potato. Let's go. Signed poster would be nice. Heyo! Bodacious Potato.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm doing fine. I had a great day of qualifiers today. How are you doing?
Incredible. Yeah, hard to say. Insanely excited. Your response to my post on Reddit hit me over. Got the ticket, and I still can't believe this is real. Yeah, I'm still shaking.
Nice. So you will be at the meetup as well?
Yes. Yep.
You got a ticket
flying
there.
Colorado to Berlin.
Okay.
Ticket for the meetup, and then flying out Monday evening.
Okay. When are you flying in? What day? How many days before the meetup?
Just getting in Saturday morning.
Oh, you're getting in Saturday morning and flying out on Monday already.
Yeah, just for the
Sick.
time I knew the meetup was. So it's like kind of a dream trip of a lifetime, and
That's
couldn't
sick.
help but make it happen.
Sick. Yeah, then you have a tough choice to decide if you want to join us on Saturday or if you want to join us on Sunday. But you have time.
I so appreciate that. I will think about it. When do I need to know by?
A week before the event starts, just message me by
Okay.
by like the 5th of December, something like that.
Okay, will do.
Yeah, like no rush on that.
No, that's awesome. Overjoyed. Can't wait to be there. It's gonna be a once in a lifetime
5th of
thing,
January,
and I'm
obviously.
so stoked.
Yeah, really nice and really happy. You only donated today, right?
Yeah, today when I heard about the event during the stream.
Well, really nice to have you there, and happy that you make the crazy trip. How long is the flight, Colorado Berlin?
I don't know just fly time. I think I've got one layover and a total of 29 hours travel and like 25 on the way back. But I think it's total like, I don't know, 14, 18 hours of flight. But
Okay, that's
worth
so
it.
sick.
Absolutely.
That's so sick. Yeah, and you will join us in the apartment. So that's so sweet.
Can't believe it. Thank you, Nilly. I cannot wait.
Yeah, you have my contact. Just write me whenever you have questions.
Will
yeah,
do.
who are you cheering for? Who do you hope to see at the semifinals and finals?
Oh gosh. I mean, I'm going to be excited to see everyone there. I have probably a certain spot in my heart for kind of Viper, DauT, and JorDan. Because if I remember right, when I picked up playing 2013 for a little while, there's some of the names that popped up. Certainly Viper and DauT. So love to see Hera, Leary, everybody that's going to be there. Love to see some of the new guys that are coming up too, as it looks like we'll have. You're just watching qualifiers. I'm really excited for any and every one.
What's your dream final?
Oh man, my dream final. It might actually be a Viper and Leary, maybe, just because I don't think Leary's gotten on top of the S tiers in a little while, and Viper has always got kind of the legend status in my heart.
Nice. What are you playing? Age of Empires? Are you playing with friends? Are you playing 1v1s? What is your elo if you play online?
Just barely over 800 elo. I've gotten into a couple of tournaments and just playing for fun and trying to get better. Once I can tackle the extreme AI, I'll probably be a little more aggressive on the ladder. Actually, for this, I might even try to rush to at least 1,000 by the time I get there. I'll see if I can pull it off.
Nice. Well, you can get some coaching from Tristan, right? He has a lot of experience watching games on that level. Maybe you can pick the brains of other players as well. Really nice to have you there, and I hear your excitement. I think you're a great fit for the event.
Thank you so much, Nilly. I'm over the moon. Can't wait to be there.
Nice. See you there.
Hey, take care. Thanks.
How is it that always the right people are winning? Yeah, that's so sweet. Bodacious Potato will join us at NAC. Flies in from Colorado, endless amount of flight times, and will only fly in Saturday morning to Berlin and leaves Monday morning again. He travels longer than he actually spends in Berlin, right? Roughly, it's kind of the same time. So that's sweet to see, and crazy that we can give him something back, right? Obviously a bit sad that a lot of others didn't make it. From all the people, we put you on the whiteboard, and if you meet me at the meetup and you were one of the $201 donations, just say hello, and I will say sad that it didn't work out. Okay, now we have to do a bit of working through all the donations. This will be a fun part, but also potentially a part that will take us some time. I will zoom out a bit, and we will first of all go through I don't even know how I want to structure this. So 17th of December. Those are all those from today. $201 raffle. We're obviously refunding one. FDM, right? He was on there. Yeah, FDM was on there. Okay. Hoodie donation. Christian, do I have you in the hoodie donation? Yes, I do. So those were all from yesterday evening. Another hoodie. I can give us some background music as well. I'm obviously only sharing this file now. Will be a bit boring for you, but I'm just talking and you will get an idea of what I'm doing every night before going to bed, trying to update the file. Tobias, I have your hoodie listed already. Just a donation for the event, for putting up great content. Thomas W. That is no other intention. And that's roughly $270. So make it 9, make it 80, 40. Thanks to Tobias. Martin flies in with 10, making it 50. Linus, they want a mouse pad. So we're now at 21 mouse pads. The raffle. Weston, I see the raffle now. Carmen with the second ticket. Didn't work out. Joseph with 22. Raffle ticket. Leon Z was in there, right? Yeah. Steven, the Nation NAC. I've been a long time lurker on your channel and want to say thank you for your quality content. 90. Thank you. Then Leon F with the ticket raffle. Hoodie. Maximilian E. Basserman. That's for the hoodie, right? So that puts us on 48 hoodies already. And we have another €50 donation, putting us to this, right? Yeah. And then we have a crazy one. Hello, hello, hello. Mousepad and 2 items. Okay, let's go. Another mousepad gone. And items gone from Red Bull. So 7 there. And they didn't say which items they wanted. Trippers. I will just add them for items and mousepad. Did I add the mousepad? 22 and item. Yeah, okay, I did. NSC hoodie. Nice. So we are down to 49 hoodies. Why 7 if they want 2 items? You always get 2 items. Yeah, yeah. Dominic. That looks like $110. 3, 4. Hoodie. Emperor. What a crazy day of support. What a crazy day of support. Oh no. So those are all the completed ones. We have the 17th. Linus. We have another 9. Marco G. That was for the thing. Okay. Renee, that looks like a hoodie to me. So we had 51 hoodies. Then we had Benjamin, another hoodie. $52. Signed t-shirts. Let's go. I think I might have had sent a message with it. Not sure if PayPal works. What is your question? Appreciate all your work. Thank you. Awesome what you did with these donation gifts. So much closer to the community. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah. How about NAC themed shirts, hoodies with no signatures for a lesser price? Could see people going for that. Yeah, but then like that's not that special, right? Another 10. Colin goes in for 117. Janosch. Another hoodie. So that's 53 hoodies. Malek. Another $29 donation. Another $9 donation. And Linus I already had in some form. I think that's a mouse pad, right? Yeah. Okay. I think we're done. I think those are all the donations by now. So we're finishing this one off with $43,000 in total. And I think total donations were there for $49,000. $49,000 from the community. Obviously, there's a lot of PayPal fees that are going away from that, and obviously shipping for all the items, plus the cost for the items, right? Because getting all the hoodies, mouse pads, and all that shipping will be like $3,000-4,000, and then PayPal fees are simply sometimes high. It's not public who bought Hera's mousepad, no, or keyboard. So pretty crazy support, close to $50,000, and that's excluding. I know that some people also wanted to still send on my bank wire. No, that is completely ridiculous, and we didn't even start the main event, right? So it's likely that we will increase the main event prize money. We might get higher than 50K. That is an incredible support by the community. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. We'll get to it, but I ordered the hoodie. Just want to make sure. Give me your initials and I can check if I wrote you down. I think I sent one or two and asked for the whiteboard. Not sure if that's still available. Ah, okay. Yeah, just send me a message and I will add you. I will add you to the whiteboard. Boscarius. Give me your initials and I can tell you if you're there. What you need to get his game back for the qualifier prize pool? Goal is for breaking even and all above that is prize pool increased? Yeah. Can deduct a bit money to take your partner to a nice restaurant. That person earns some praise as well. Yeah, she does. OH are initials? Oh, then don't have you. Send me a private message, and we will work stuff out. Yeah. Maybe also increase qualifier prize pool. Do you think 5,000 is not enough? I think 10% is somewhat reasonable. Kind of shows not enough. Yeah, it's crazy what the community got for us. Dodemo. I will add you to the whiteboard. Whiteboard name. Bub. Oh. So this is 12. And we will get minus 95 here. So it's this one makes 93 and this one makes 3. Also amazing what you did for this community. I hope to enjoy the best show. Does the 76 count as break even or does it still stand for NAC of your dreams? Break even. NAC of my dreams is higher. But obviously I cut a lot of costs already. Does 16 entry at the ticket raffle mean that the real value of spending a day at NC5 is 3.2k? Or I did a week sellout, right? At 17 entries here, right? Would you like to donate bank transfer? Send you a Discord message. Yeah, we can do that. I can give you my info. 43k, yeah. Yeah, let me... I need to message DauT as well. DauT. Do you have a new editor for your YouTube for the event? Yeah, your uploads are so quick right now. Yeah. Like, I have someone doing it for January and I said, like, just take my account for December and you get an idea of how the algorithm works on my account. Best loss you've ever had? Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, YouTube is running hot right now. Also, I think there was no live stream, but if there was one, I think it broke over 1,000 viewers today. Yeah. This qualifier was good for traveling fees. Hard and ACCM were about to ruin the whole event. Where did we peak? 1,300, close to 1,300. That's sick. That's sick. For like the 10th stream. Yeah. Bad timing to quit streaming? No. No. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. Yeah. Insane support from the community. You have to love it. I'm motivated to put my best show on. Yeah. Yeah. See you in Berlin? See you in Berlin, people. Okay, I think we are somewhat done with this, unless MBL has a question. You always say last NAC? But is it last ever tourney? I'm not ruling out to do like a 1-day tournament. Like, or a 2-day tournament or something. But I don't think so. I don't think so. But I'm ruling out NAC. Yeah. Like, maybe community funded 1-day event. Will still be GL? Let's see. King of the Hippo 15 confirmed. We do King of the Hippo 10 first. Online, never LAN. Would you do another tournament if someone Omnius sponsored gives you 100k? I'll have to talk to them through the regulations. So that's an amount where I would consider like taking it very slow. Yeah. Will you still play AO2 in your spare time? Not unlikely. Obviously, question if I will play something like TTL next season. Yeah. And DauT says now he needs to learn about Buchholz. Good. Tomorrow, 2023 UTC meeting. Discussing the maps and civs with all the players, trying to cater to what they think about the maps as well. If someone doesn't make it to the event, are there 1 or 2 substitutes? That's something I will have to figure out with Chester now. I like with the admin. I personally don't care giving Sitaux seed 1, the replacement number 1, because he was the highest. But we didn't do that for DauT last time. So, yeah. What's the budget for NAC? Roughly 195,000. Yeah. Yeah. Nidis just said that if the community funds it, he will do another NAC. Let's donate again. We can get an NAC every 6 months. Have a buy-in for the fan favorite. It would be too much against the tournament integrity, right? I said it $40,000. Like a 40k donation would get a player into the event. But it would be so horrible in so many ways for the event that it has to be a crazy amount to throw everything over. We're looking forward the most after a good bye week. Peace at mind. Yeah. Tomorrow, last German Monday, by the way, we will have Germany against Taiwan, Viper and Nili in German against the community, and then the history of AoE2 esports in German podcast. We're still co-cast in big tournaments when you stop being full-time? Let's see. Depends on my job and my role, right? Yeah. Is there a set schedule? For the main event? Yeah. Does Viper speak fluent German? No. When will it start tomorrow? I think 14 UTC, like 15 German time. One more time against Silly V? We're not daring, no. Okay. Okay, I will call it here. I wish you all a wonderful, wonderful evening. Tato is streaming right now. And yeah. When would the community games with Viper start? Let's see. I will talk to him and we get stuff sorted out. Congrats on the great qualifiers. Yeah, 21,000 viewers. It's very, very promising for the main event. Obviously, the goal is 55. Let's see if we get there. I will be back tomorrow on Joe Monday. Why 55? Feels like a realistic high number. I think we had 44 NAC 4, so 55 NAC 5. Yeah. Games were a banger, games were good. Games were good, right? Okay, have a good one. Thank you all. Yeah. Have a wonderful evening. See you all. Like I already said goodbye when I was actually I still always have to wait. Awkward. See ya.